Primordial Realm, East Sea, Shore Human Tribe. Golden Immortal Realm. A young man clad in animal skin rose slowly, sensing the immortal spark within his primordial spirit and the vast, boundless mana surging through his body. He lifted his hand, exerting a gentle force. In an instant, it seemed a hurricane of 3,000 levels had been unleashed for 10,000 meters ahead, causing countless straw huts to sway gently. Witnessing this, Shi Yan's gaze remained unruffled. It was not that he was expressionless, rather the elation of attaining the golden immortal realm after eons of bitter cultivation was outweighed by the grief deep within his soul. Without extraordinary talent, without supreme opportunities, I hoped to survive the great calamity of humanity. Shi Yan was a time traveler. When he first arrived and became one of the 129800 humans created by Nüwa, he was ecstatic. Yet over the ages, with no system, no grand fortunes, no favor from Mother Nüwa, and no apprenticeship under the Taiching Saint, his initial exhilaration slowly gave way to dread and worry, eventually settling into a state of powerlessness. He had contemplated escape, but as a being of the race created by the Saint Nüwa, if he were alone with his current level of cultivation, he would instantly become food for other tribes. All at once a mechanical voice resounded, and a virtual silver screen manifested within Shi Yan's primordial spirit. Detected: the transmigrator has attained the golden immortal rank, thus gaining the right to choose. System is now officially binding. Shi Yan. I actually have a system. 10,000 years. I had almost given up on having a system, never thought it would come now. 10,000 years. Do you know how I've lived these 10,000 years? And what does it mean that only golden immortals have the right to choose? Don't mystic immortals have it? Couldn't it come earlier? System: mystic immortals do not have the right to choose. Fine. Better to have it than not. Shi Yan felt the light screen in his primordial spirit, and his previously powerless state changed to excitement. What kind of system are you? What specific functions do you have? Though excited inside, the youth still needed to confirm the system's capabilities. Systems have varying degrees of power and authority. If it turned out to be a low martial system, Shi Yan would have to proclaim to the heavenly Dao in exchange for some heavenly merit. This system is called the choice system. When the host faces a choice, it presents options and provides different rewards based on the host's choice. The explanation was simple and clear. As a novel fan, he understood immediately. Is there a newbie gift pack? The choice system does not have a newbie gift pack. You didn't embezzle it, did you? Shi Yan looked suspiciously at the screen. How could he not be skeptical? Shi Yan watched the system play dead and continued to ask, so is there any choice now? This time the screen responded. Host now possesses golden immortal cultivation. Please choose your future cultivation path. Choice 1: cultivate a single law predominantly. Reward comprehension at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level of the corresponding law. Choice 2: cultivate 2 laws predominantly. Reward a fusion Dao seed of the chosen laws and a congenital supreme treasure fragment. Chaos Pearl. Choice 3: cultivate all 3,000 laws simultaneously. Reward 1 layer of comprehension of the Force Law and the Panga bloodline. Looking at the rewards given by the system, Shi Yan confirmed that this system was a top-tier one, then, without hesitation, chose the second option. I choose to cultivate the laws of time and space. Just kidding. Although the first reward was tempting, it could let Shi Yan quickly become a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Without a spiritual treasure to conceal heavenly secrets, breaking through in the primordial realm would only invite the purple firmament divine thunder to strike. Cultivate to Daluo Golden Immortal and then break through in chaos. That would directly blacklist him from the primordial realm, and like the great immortal Yangmei, he could never return. Shi Yan enjoyed the life in the primordial realm. As for the third choice, he didn't even look at it. In this era, a golden immortal exuding the aura of Pangu. Do you think I want to die young? 10,000 years ago, the 6 saints had just emerged. Now the Wu and Yao tribes were locked in fierce battle. The Panga bloodline was nothing but a death warrant now. If this primordial realm is a conspiracy-laden one, then suddenly appearing Panga bloodline would be poking the eyes of Hongjun. Only the second option was the safest. He could obtain a fused law and also acquire the congenital supreme treasure Chaos Pearl to conceal heavenly secrets. As Shi Yan made his choice, a chaotic-colored bead abruptly appeared in his primordial spirit. The system automatically helped him refine its first congenital restriction. Congenital supreme treasure Chaos Pearl has been distributed. Please choose a quiet environment for the Dao Seed fusion. Alright, quiet environment, huh? Shi Yan entered the Chaos Pearl. There was no safer and quieter environment than the Chaos Pearl. As Shi Yan entered the Chaos Pearl, the vast chaotic chi immediately cleared a tranquil zone. Shi Yan, a golden immortal, was not yet strong enough to withstand the erosion of chaotic chi. The primordial realm's chaotic chi could only be endured by those at Daluo Golden Immortal or above, below that one would meet spirit and form annihilation. It's time to start the Dao seed fusion. As you wish, host. A seed was sent out by the system. Shi Yan looked at the seed formed by intertwined time and space laws curious. I wonder what it's like when these two supreme laws of time and space fuse together. Among the 3,000 laws of the primordial realm, the highest were time, space, cause and effect, destiny, creation, reincarnation, yin and yang, 5 elements, destruction and force, revered as the 10 supreme laws. Let's do it. As the words fell, the Dao seed dove into Shi Yan's origin, drawing chaotic qi to quickly take root and grow, changing his very foundation from the roots. Shi Yan calmed his mind to perceive the changes in his origin, but then it felt like being cut by 1,000 blades, and he cried out, "Pain, pain, pain. Why is it so painful? The Dao seed is changing your foundation, turning you into something akin to a primordial, which integrating the time and space laws into your very essence. A bit of pain is normal. Couldn't it be gentler? No can do. Who told you to be so weak? Only a golden immortal. You can only passively accept the Dao seed fusion." Upon hearing this, Shi Yan stopped insisting and kept roaring to vent the pain from his body. A whole yuanhui of time passed before the transformation of Shi Yan's foundation was finally complete. His cultivation also advanced from early Golden Immortal to early Tai Golden Immortal, a full major realm leap. Moreover, his cultivation was still passively increasing. Shi Yan slowly stretched his new Dao body, feeling the intimacy of the time and space laws towards him. A glint of joy and awe flashed in his eyes. This pain was worth it. My speed of comprehending other laws has increased by at least tens of thousands of times, perhaps even more. The comprehension of time and space laws will only be faster. Shi Yan, I am now like a child of the time and space laws. A progeny born from the union of Shi Chun and Yang Mei. Shi Yan, why aren't you answering? Shi Yan did not reply to that question and unilaterally left the Chaos Pearl, reappearing at the east seashore. Stepping out from the Chaos Pearl, barely perceptible ripples of space-time emanated from his body. The immense divine power of the early Tai Golden Immortal was fully restrained within his Dao body, revealing not a trace. He looked up and saw that the once familiar tribe had changed. The thatched huts were now arranged more neatly, and the auras of the tribe members were much stronger than a yuanhui ago. Many acquired humans had entered the Earth Immortal and Celestial Immortal realms. The house that was once his had long become another's dwelling. Shi Yan arrived at an empty space above the ground, gently twisting his fingertips between thumb and forefinger. The laws of space stirred faintly, grass, vegetation, tree branches, and twigs converged on the earth. In the blink of an eye, a seemingly crude, thatched hut quietly took shape. After setting up a few simple reinforcing prohibitions, Shi Yan strode directly into the grass hut, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. He felt how his cultivation speed had leaped forward after the alteration of his foundation by the time-space Dao seed. Exhilarating. That single word summed up his mood at this moment. Just as he was about to enter closed-door cultivation and continue growing steadily, the system light screen in his primordial spirit suddenly flared up. Detected that the 6 saints of Primordial Chaos have completed the establishment of their teachings, beginning to spread their doctrines and recruit disciples. Triggering choice whether to join the teachings of a saint. Choice 1. Become a disciple of Tai Ching Laozi's human teachings. Inherit the human race's chi fortune and become a direct disciple of a saint. Reward: the human race gains a saint's protection for 10 kulpas. Choice 2. Become a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzhen's Chan teachings. Obtain the Jade Void Dao method and enter the 12 Golden Immortals. Reward: location of Fangzhong Immortal Island, one of the 3 Immortal Islands. Choice 3. Become a disciple of Tantian Jiao's his Jia teachings, where 10,000 immortals come to court, snatching a thread of vitality. Reward: extreme grade Primordial Spirit Treasure, the 12 grade Extinction Black Lotus. Choice 4. Remain at the coast of the Eastern Sea, cultivate alone, and not incur the karmic causality of saints. Reward: a primordial willow branch of the hollow willow. Shi Yan said, why isn't the Western teaching there? The choice system does not provide options with zero selectivity. Indeed, no one in their right mind would go to the Western teaching. Zunti and Jian. Seeing the 4 choices before him, Shi Yan pondered for a second, then decisively chose number 4. Join the teachings of a saint. Are you kidding me? If I didn't have the system, I would have joined one of the 4 teachings. But now that I have the system, only someone who wants to be a fool would join them. Apart from protection, chi fortune, and saint preaching, the 4 Xian teachings offered no help whatsoever to Shi Yan. Now that Shi Yan's Great Dao was clear with the Chaos Pearl concealing heavenly secrets and the system at his side, he could perfectly develop steadily on his own. Why would he step into that fiery pit of the 4 teachings? The calamity after the witch demon calamity was the God-conferring calamity, whose center was composed of saint disciples. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were not a calamity. Staying low was the best approach for now. I choose 4. Remain at the Eastern Sea coast and incur no saint karma. Choice confirmed. The host refuses to join any saint teaching, choosing to cultivate alone. Reward has been issued. As the system notification faded, a willow branch appeared out of thin air within Shi Yan's primordial spirit. It was faintly glowing with chaotic blue light, its grain containing endless spatial laws. The branch gently swayed, releasing countless spatial principles. A warm, enduring, nearly inexhaustible life essence and spatial Dao resonance instantly flooded every limb and bone. He sensed the spatial law resonance within his primordial spirit, as expected of a branch of the hollow willow. The ultimate grade primordial spiritual root hollow willow was the foundation of the space demon god Yangmei. Born in chaos, its spatial laws were unparalleled past and present. This single branch was immensely helpful to Shi Yan in comprehending spatial laws. He thought no more, closed his eyes, gathered his mind, and plunged fully into cultivation. With the spatial law resonance released by the branch of the hollow willow combined with his own innate affinity for the two supreme laws of time and space, his cultivation level soared like a rocket. Early Tai Golden Immortal stage. Middle stage. Time slipped away quietly. The wooden hut sat peacefully in a corner of the human tribe, unnoticed and unwatched. While he was in closed-door cultivation, and his cultivation deepened day by day, a violent surge of black chi suddenly rolled across the sky above the eastern seacoast. Blood-colored dark clouds stretched thousands of miles, a ferocious aura soaring straight into the heavens. Roar. An earth-shaking roar resounded across heaven and earth. A massive horde of scale-clad, weapon-wielding demon celestial soldiers descended like a plague of locusts, heading straight for the human tribe. Leading them was a Daluo Golden Immortal level reedied golden wolf demon, followed by hundreds of golden immortals and tens of thousands of mystic immortal level demon soldiers. The murderous aura was overwhelming, the villainous might palpable. Ha ha ha, these humans created by Nüwa Empress are truly the tastiest blood meals in heaven and earth. Weak, tender, and rich in primordial spiritual energy. Eating them boosts cultivation. Today, let's massacre these humans at the eastern seacoast, then take them back to the demon court to quickly boost the cultivation of newborn demons. Vicious laughter echoed throughout the tribe. The human village that had been living peacefully instantly went on alert. The innate humans stepped forward to confront the enemy, while the acquired humans retreated to protect the elderly, women, and children. Yo Chao, Suerin, and Zi, the three human ancestors, shot into the sky in an instant, their auras erupting as they blocked the path before the tribe. However, the three ancestors were only Daluo Golden Immortals elevated by merit. Facing the reedied Golden Wolf demon of the same rank, they were simply no match. Their auras were instantly suppressed, and their faces turned pale. Yu Chao and Zi quickly shielded the merit-thatched hut and the Zi garment in front of them. Suerin roared angrily, the human race is a race created by Nüwa Empress. Aren't you afraid of her punishment? The reedied golden wolf let out a sneer, his eyes full of disdain. The human race is merely a vassal casually created by Nüwa Empress. Besides, the Wanakalpa limit has long passed. You dare mention the name of Nüwa Empress? Just obediently become our demonic blood meal. As his words fell, the wolf demon fiercely slashed out a claw. The claw light, accompanied by boundless blood energy, tore toward the two merit spirit treasures. Boom. The two merit treasures clashed violently with the blood-colored claw light, causing intense spatial ripples. The wolf demon eyed the thatched hut and the Zi garment, which had only dimmed slightly after taking his innate divine ability, feeling wary as expected of merit spirit treasures. But sensing his clansmen already below slaughtering humans and collecting blood meals, he turned to the three ancestors with a cruel smile. If I can just tie down these three Daluo Golden Immortals, the quota will soon be met. Perfect blood meals require sustainable development. The demon race is not like those barbarians of the witch race who have no brains and just exterminate everything. At this moment, in a corner of the tribe, Shi Yan casually killed a golden immortal demon, then scanned the entire human tribe with an icy expression. The demons deserve to die. They were hindering his cultivation and slaughtering his people. Shi Yan, knowing he was only at the mid-Tai Golden Immortal stage and could not help the three ancestors, set his target on the lower realm demons. With an almost imperceptible flick of his fingertip, the spatial law silently activated, layering an invisible barrier around him that concealed his presence. Then, using the branch of the hollow willow as a weapon, he charged at the demons. 1 whip, 2 whips, 3, 4. With every lash, an attack imbued with spatial laws struck the demons. Oh, whoa. The attacks were devastating. With each wretched scream, countless demons fell, their bodies torn open and blood splattering. Shi Yan rushed to the humans who had not yet suffered, shielding them behind him. He was like a banished immortal descending to rescue his kin from fire and water. The survivors expressed deep gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. We will never forget your kindness. Hearing these words, Shi Yan's hatred for the rampaging demons only grew. Turning into a streak of light, he dashed toward other battlefields where demons were ravaging, determined to save more humans. Shi Yan's form flowed like an invisible stream of light, traversing the chaotic battlefield with ease. The hollow willow branch was gripped tightly in his hand, each swing carrying the power of spatial laws, seemingly gentle, yet more ferocious than most innate spiritual treasures. He merged into the spatial inner layer, concealing himself, and stealthily appeared beside the demon tribe. With a whip strike, the space tore apart, and a demon at the Golden Immortal level was obliterated before it could even scream. With another horizontal whip strike, the space instantaneously locked down, causing dozens of Golden Immortal and Mystic Immortal demons to freeze in place, only to be crushed by the chaotic flow of space in the next moment. Wherever Shi Yan passed, the demon tribe suffered heavy casualties, corpses lying scattered along the shores of the East Sea, blood staining the entire coastline. In just the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, over 70% of the hundreds of Golden Immortal and Mystic Immortal demon soldiers that followed the reedied Golden Wolf demon had already been lost. The demon army, which had been slaughtering the human race with abandon, instantly fell into panic. Who is it? Who is attacking us from the shadows? I can't sense any aura. It's hidden within the spatial crevices. This is terrifying. The residual force can annihilate Golden Immortals. This must be a being of Daluo level. The remaining demon soldiers were so terrified that their souls almost fled their bodies, their killing intent dissipated as they began to flee in confusion. This scene was witnessed by the reedied Golden Wolf demon, who was locked in a standoff with the three human ancestors. Its pupils constricted sharply, its eyes wide with rage, as its killing intent surged. Damn it! Who is interfering in our demon affairs? It scanned frantically with its divine sense, but couldn't detect even the slightest spatial fluctuation. The hollow willow branch was adept at concealing spatial auras, and with the chaos pearl obscuring the heavenly secrets, even a Daluo Golden Immortal or a Quasi Saint would find it impossible to discern Shi Yan's trace. The reedied Golden Wolf demon was both shocked and enraged. The demon troops it led had suffered severe losses, and if this dragged on, they would likely be completely wiped out. At that point, it could not avoid being held accountable. It glanced again at the three human ancestors who were still protected by their merit spiritual treasures, unharmed, but slightly weakened, then looked at the countless dead and the disheartened demon army, and felt a pang in its heart, ultimately developing a desire to retreat. Retreat. Everyone withdraw. The reedied Golden Wolf demon roared, turning into a streak of blood-red light, fleeing without looking back. The remaining demon soldiers, hearing the order to retreat, hurriedly fled, without even picking up the fallen human corpses, disappearing into the human tribe in a panic. The crisis was finally averted. In the human tribe, after a moment of silence, an earth-shattering cheer erupted. The demon tribe has retreated. We have survived. Thanks to all the human ancestors. Thanks to the powerful predecessors who acted in the shadows. The three ancestors Yu Chao, Sui Run, and Zi Yi let out a sigh of relief, their mana slightly dissipating, clearly exhausted from the earlier standoff. They exchanged glances, seeing the fear and relief reflected in each other's eyes. Then, recalling the friend predecessor who had acted in the shadows and swiftly eliminated numerous demons, they fell into contemplation and deduction. The results of their deductions were shrouded in chaos, yielding no useful information. Who exactly is this hidden powerful being willing to come forth to protect our human race? Sui Ren spoke softly to himself. Yu Chao replied, no matter which powerful being assisted us, we humans will remember this cause and effect. Zi Yi nodded gently. This powerful being does not wish to reveal themselves, likely preferring not to be disturbed. We should simply go with the flow and protect the human race. At this moment, in a corner of the tribe in front of a wooden house, Shi Yan slowly retracted the hollow willow branch, his aura retracting as he transformed back into an unremarkable, ordinary, innate human with a cultivation level only at Golden Immortal. He brushed off non-existent dust from his body, his face maintaining a calm and indifferent expression, as if the one who had just slain numerous demons and forced back an entire demon army was not him at all. The annoying bugs have finally left. Shi Yan murmured lightly, turning to enter the wooden house, setting up a barrier behind him, and once again sitting cross-legged to immerse himself in cultivation. The gratitude, admiration, and confusion from the outside world had nothing to do with him. He now only wanted to rapidly raise his cultivation level. Only by becoming stronger could he change the fate of the human race. Inside the wooden house, the power of time and space began to flow slowly once more. Shi Yan closed his eyes in concentration, and his cultivation level quietly climbed again through the insights gained from the earlier battle, now just a step away from the late stage of the Golden Immortal. Just as he prepared to continue his deep meditation, the system light curtain within his divine sense suddenly lit up without warning. Detection host successfully repelled the demon army protecting the human tribe. Please make a future choice. Choice 1. Actively reveal yourself. Meet with the 3 human ancestors, become the protector of the human race, and enjoy greater human luck. Reward cultivation directly breaks through to the early stage of Daluo Golden Immortal. Choice 2. Continue to remain hidden, avoid entanglement in cause and effect, refrain from worldly matters, and focus on solitary cultivation. Reward the second innate restriction of the Chaos Pearl will automatically be lifted. 2 clear choices appeared, and Shi Yan glanced over them without the slightest hesitation. Becoming the protector of the human race. Accepting the blessing of luck. Shi Yan had concealed himself precisely to instill fear in the demon tribe. Voluntarily revealing himself as an untraceable enemy completely contradicted his original intent. With a thought, Shi Yan made his decision. I choose to. Choice confirmed. Rewards have been issued. At the same time, the Chaos Pearl and his divine sense gently swayed, and the second restriction was quietly broken. Feeling the ability to utilize more powers of the Chaos Pearl, Shi Yan was pleasantly surprised, and then entered deep meditation. The exterior of the thatched house remained ordinary and inconspicuous, akin to a corner easily overlooked in the human tribe. The wind blew by, causing the grass leaves to sway gently. The shores of the East Sea returned to their former tranquility. After the massacre by the wolf demons, the 3 human ancestors devoted themselves to rigorous cultivation, reinforcing the tribe's defenses and educating their people to avoid repeating past mistakes. In the demon court, after the reedied golden wolf demon returned, it truthfully reported to the demon emperor Dijun, who through the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the river map, and the Luo book, could only deduce a scene of chaos and temporarily abandon matters regarding the human race. It has yet to discover that human resentment can breach the defenses of the witch tribe. Time flew by. 1 Yuan meeting, 2 Yuan meetings, 3 Yuan meetings, 10 Yuan meetings in total. Shi Yan immersed himself in the ocean of the laws of time and space, and his cultivation soared. Late stage of De Golden Immortal. Peak of De Golden Immortal. Great perfection of De Golden Immortal. One day a soft sound echoed within the thatched house, the foundation roaring and the laws reaching the heavens. Shi Yan slowly opened his eyes, the cycles of time and space manifesting within his gaze, the timelines converging into one. Daluo Golden Immortal achieved. Shi Yan stood up, gently stretching his body, feeling the truly indestructible and everlasting Daluo Dao fruit within him, and a faint smile finally graced his lips. As a Daluo Golden Immortal, I finally possess some ability to protect myself. A Daluo Golden Immortal, a certification that is perpetual. Shi Yan officially transitioned from the realm of ants to that of true friends. The speed is a bit quick, but there's no helping it. The benefits are significant, and it wouldn't be wise to venture out before reaching Daluo Golden Immortal. The frequency of the system's appearances will decrease in the future. It's time to venture out, Shi Yan murmured to himself. Having achieved the great Luo Dao fruit through 10 eons of seclusion ensuring his safety, he decided to embark on a journey to witness the magnificent and tumultuous primordial world, laying plans for the calamity between the sorcerer and demon tribes to reduce human casualties. One morning, while the mist along the east seashore still lingered, Shi Yan's form flickered, transforming into an intangible stream of light, silently leaving the human tribe and heading toward the primordial continent. Since I'm here in the primordial continent, I must see Mount Buzhou. Afterward, it might no longer be visible. After 3,000 leisurely years, Shi Yan arrived at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Whether due to being a transmigrator or the Chaos Pearl obscuring fate, he encountered no destiny-guided encounters along the way. Standing at the base of Mount Buzhou, Shi Yan gazed upward. The divine mountain formed from Panga's spine pierced the stars shrouded in mist. Laws and Dao resonance naturally emanated from its surface, with every stone bearing the residual might of the creation of heaven and earth. Truly worthy of being the pillar of heaven and earth, it lives up to its reputation. He murmured softly, but did not immediately ascend. Mount Buzhou as Panga's spine was not only the celestial pillar of the primordial world, but also the source of its innate spiritual energy, capable of converting chaotic spiritual energy into innate chi, with laws permeating its entirety. Shi Yan sat cross-legged at the mountain's base where Panga's pressure was faintest and immersed himself in the Dao resonance emanating from Buzhou. Another 3,000 years passed, and Shi Yan began his ascent of Mount Buzhou. Through this meditation, he grasped the rudiments of the 3,000 laws and further perfected his own Dao. The moment he set foot on Mount Buzhou, the overwhelming pressure of Panga's might suppressed him, preventing flight and forcing him to walk. That pressure, undiminished by endless ages, still possessed the power to crush all. Step by step, Shi Yan climbed upward. Whenever he encountered rare spiritual herbs, he gathered them all into his personal space, leaving none behind. Mine, mine, all mine. Though these herbs were not spiritual roots, they were precious materials for alchemy, especially in later ages when the primordial world's quality declined and innate qi turned into acquired qi. These herbs would become unique relics. The climb proved far more arduous than imagined. The higher he ascended, the stronger the pressure. At the mountainside, even a Great Luo Golden Immortal would be pressed to move an inch. Yet Shi Yan remained composed. The hollow willow branch of the void willow's origin swayed gently within him, channeling spatial laws to dissolve the surrounding pressure entirely. Shi Yan never paused his ascent, collecting spiritual herbs and precious ores along the way. Along the path, he saw numerous blessed caves and divine grounds, places where innate deities or beings were conceived and where innate spiritual roots and treasures nurtured. Yet without exception, the innate formations had ceased functioning, leaving only dense innate qi liquefied into water. Born too late, and with the chaos pearl obscuring fate, he was essentially an insulator from spiritual treasures. Shi Yan himself did not force the matter. With greater power, treasures would come naturally. Moreover, glancing at the barren mountain surface behind him and weighing his storage space filled with herbs and materials, Shi Yan felt his journey had not been in vain. Continuing upward for another 1,000 years, Shi Yan finally reached the summit of Mount Buzhou. At the peak, fierce gales howled, space-time twisted, and the dense might of Pangu overwhelmed even the void willow branch, forcing him to rely on the chaos pearl to obscure causality. Using this expedient to evade Pangu's pressure, Shi Yan walked to the center of the summit, sat cross-legged, and immersed his mind. He could clearly sense the residual will of Pangu from the creation of heaven and earth, masterless, yet evoking a profound sense of insignificance and powerlessness. Time to leave. Shi Yan shook his head in disappointment. There was no fortune here. The summit held only dense Pangu pressure with no heavenly laws manifesting, useless to him now. Then his gaze turned upward beyond the peak. That was where Mount Buzhou met the celestial stars, the realm of the 36 heavens, the most supreme, blessed ground in the primordial world, surpassing even the dojos of saints, and now the territory of the demon tribe. The demon tribe's enmity shall be repaid by humanity. He then looked down toward the sorcerer tribe's domain below Buzhou. To counter the demon tribe, he would start with the sorcerer tribe. Currently, the relations between the sorcerer and human tribes were relatively close. The ancestral sorcerers had discovered that offspring of sorcererman unions possessed souls and thus treated humans with some courtesy, at least not devouring them on the spot. Shi Yan headed toward the sorcerer tribe's territory. With his Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, he was confident in meeting the ancestral sorcerers. Having made up his mind, he set off immediately. As he descended toward the sorcerer tribe, the innate spiritual energy grew turbid and violent. Those below the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm would risk qi deviation if they lingered too long. Everywhere were craters from battles, with countless demon tribe corpses scattered carelessly on the ground. This was the sorcerer tribe's domain. The 12 ancestral sorcerers commanded tens of billions of sorcerer tribesmen. With formidable physical bodies, they bowed to neither heaven nor earth, revered no saints, and honored only Pangu, championing their own strength. They were one of the few races in the primordial world capable of standing against the demon heavenly court. As he ventured deeper, Shi Yan soon encountered sorcerer tribesmen of bizarre appearances, all possessing vigorous blood energy and wreathed in baleful aura. Shi Yan released his Great Luo Golden Immortal aura, and soon a vast dark tide of towering baleful sorcerers charged toward him. The leading sorcerer, the tallest, exuded the aura of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, likely a great sorcerer. His voice thundered, "Our sorcerer tribe does not welcome outside cultivators. Begone." The other sorcerers encircled Shi Yan from all directions. Hearing the great sorcerer's crude words, Shi Yan directly brandished his willow branch and attacked the great sorcerer. The sorcerer tribe lacked intellect. To converse properly, one must first subdue them, demonstrating strength before they would listen. This thought flashed through his mind as he swung the void willow's origin branch. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, only dense spatial laws like an invisible blade of light aiming straight for the great sorcerer's face, courting death. The great sorcerer, seeing the attack, erupted with astonishing baleful energy from his massive frame, throwing a punch with his formidable physique to meet Shi Yan's strike. That fist contained boundless baleful and blood energy, its physical might seemingly capable of shattering a world. The wind of the punch howled, the ground split, and surrounding sorcerers retreated, their eyes blazing with battle lust. In their view, the seemingly slender cultivator before them would be crushed into pulp in the next instant. The fist collided with Shi Yan's attack. At the center of the impact, the energy created a rift spanning tens of thousands of li across the sturdy ground of Mount Buzhou. Space shattered, innate qi scattered. Dust rose. As the smoke cleared, The great sorcerer had been driven back thousands of meters with a shallow wound on his chest from which blood slowly flowed. Clearly, in this confrontation, Shi Yan's strike, imbued with spatial force, had prevailed. The great shaman stared in disbelief at the scars on his body, touching them with his hand, feeling the scorching blood, unable to believe it. As a great shaman, he had been injured in a mere probing clash. Although the wound was shallow, it had already healed now. But he was injured after all. He was a great shaman. In the same realm, the only one whose physical body surpassed his was the ancestor shaman, whose physical might could withstand superior, innate spiritual treasures. Though Shi Yan did not possess a spiritual treasure, the hollow willow branch in his hand used to execute spatial law techniques was not inferior to superior, innate spiritual treasures. Furthermore, the great shaman did not cultivate law, making him unable to resist the true damage of spatial law, resulting in just a small wound, which was already a testament to his formidable physique. Other races' great Luo cultivators would have been bisected by such a blow. The watching Wu tribe stared at the injured great shaman, astonished. This cultivator is so strong. He actually broke the great shaman's body with a single strike. Although their great shaman was injured, the Wu tribe seemed to have no intention of offering help. The Wu tribe, while brutal, typically adhered to Hunyuan or onetomini combat, lacking the habit of multiple Wu against a single enemy. Except for Tai, the Chaos Bell was exceptionally formidable, excelling in both defense and attack, capable of suppressing both space and time, making it impossible to hit or escape. It was akin to a special assault by the ancestor shaman. Come again. The great shaman's body began to tremble violently, and then crimson vapor emitted from his body, making sounds like drums and releasing intense sound waves. The sound waves spread outwards, causing the lower-level Wu tribe members to cover their ears. With a loud bang, the great shaman charged like a massive vehicle, with a blood-red tail hurtling towards Shi Yan. The ground was left with a deep pit several thousand meters wide. Facing this blow capable of shattering an ordinary great Luo, Shi Yan's eyes gleamed with battle intent, as he did not evade, with rich time and space entwining the willow branch. The manifestation of the great Luo Dao fruit appeared behind Shi Yan, a river of time and space woven from the intertwining of time and spatial laws, unleashing boundless power. Annihilation. With a whip strike, an eroding blow met the great shaman. This strike was a divine ability that Shi Yan comprehended after understanding the time-space law. It was a terrifying technique that combined the peculiar barrier-breaking properties of space with the all-consuming nature of time. The two earth-shattering attacks collided. In an instant, a white light enveloped the entire space, countless dimensions being destroyed, and this area seemed to freeze as life vanished. As the white light dissipated, both the great shaman and Shi Yan were sent staggering backwards. Shi Yan managed to steady himself after retreating only a few thousand meters, his breath calm. In contrast, the great shaman was sent flying for tens of thousands of miles, shattering countless spatial barriers before crashing to the ground, his breath weak, blood spurting from his mouth, like a waterfall turning the pit he created into a lake. The great shaman has been defeated. The other watching Wu tribe members rushed forward, pulling out a multitude of blood and flesh condensed pills to feed to the great shaman. Cough, cough. The great shaman, after consuming a large number of pills, leaned on a nearby Wu tribe member and looked at Shi Yan, saying, "You are strong foreign cultivator. I am not your match, but this territory of the Wu tribe is not a place for you to flaunt your strength. The commotion just now has certainly alarmed our ancestor shaman, so yield obediently. I came here to discuss important matters with the ancestor shaman." He then added regarding the demon clan. Silence. Upon hearing Shi Yan's words, the surrounding Wu tribe members were all taken aback, exchanging glances. A Wu tribe member at the Tai realm scratched his head, asking in confusion, "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" The great shaman, after recovering from his stupor, also inquired, "Yeah, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, we wouldn't have had to fight. Just taking a beating for nothing." Now his chest still ached. Shi Yan put away the willow branch, shrugging in resignation, saying, "Did you give me the chance to explain?" "Indeed, did you give me the chance?" Shi Yan's words left the great shaman speechless as he turned to the nearby Wu tribe members, asking, "Did we give him a chance?" The Wu tribe member responded uncertainly, I guess not." Awkward. "I'm sorry." The great shaman, realizing his rashness, repeatedly apologized to Shi Yan. "It's fine." Shi Yan looked at the foolish great shaman, wondering if all Wu tribe members were like this. Invading a territory and beating up its master, yet apologizing to the intruder. Seeing the great shaman could converse normally, Shi Yan continued, "This great shaman, please explain once the ancestor shaman arrives." The great shaman patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, I will definitely hold back the ancestor shaman and not let you be turned into a meat pie. Don't describe it so bizarrely." Though all 12 ancestor shamans indeed had the power to turn him into a meat pie, and perhaps even smaller pieces. While awaiting the ancestor shaman, the great shaman, looking apologetic, took out some demon clan blood food from a small world. After roasting a 3-meter-long skewer, he handed it to Shi Yan, saying, "Brother Shi Yan, eat." "Thank you." Holding this skewer that was countless times longer than himself, Shi Yan was at a loss. Upon glancing at the nearby Wu tribe members who were inhaling the storm, he could only attempt to use spatial law to compress the roasted meat into a ball before eating it. Spatial law, is this how it's done? As Shi Yan chatted with the Wu tribe while eating meat, a blood-red figure with 6 wings emerged from a spatial crevice. Shi Yan set down the skewer, bowing respectfully. "I am Shi Yan of the human race. I greet ancestor, Shaman Dijiang." Indeed, the shaman before him was Dijiang, the head of the 12 ancestor shamans, possessing terrifying strength at the late stage of the Primordial Golden Immortal. Ancestor shamans could only cultivate laws, and their cultivation was all at the Primordial Golden Immortal level. Dijiang scanned the harmonious scene and immediately understood that the person before him was not an enemy and was about to leave. The scene Shi Yan had envisioned did not appear. What Dijiang was thinking, however, was that it was just a fight. If not for sensing the spatial law released by the foreign cultivator, he wouldn't bother to check it out. It would be strange if there were no conflicts in the Wu tribe's territory. Now that this was merely a friend of a tribe member, not an intruder, Dijiang naturally had no reason to intervene. Just as he was about to leave, Shi Yan hurriedly spoke up. "I have important matters to discuss with the ancestor shaman regarding the demon clan." As soon as he finished speaking, Dijiang's body paused, the spatial rift in front of him closed, and he turned to look at Shi Yan, asking in a rough voice, "What matter?" Shi Yan slowly replied, "The demon clan wishes to forge a slaughtering sword using the vengeful souls and essence blood of my race to deal with the Wu tribe." To bolster his persuasive stance, he even mentioned the goddess Nüwa. "My human race was created by goddess Nüwa, possessing a natural Dao body. With the resentment accumulated from countless deaths, a sword forged could easily breach the Wu tribe's defenses." Dijiang's crimson exterior wrinkled as he listened to the words of the human before him. "I know of the human race, but do you think the resentment from such a small race could possibly breach the defenses of my Wu tribe?" It was not that Dijiang was overly confident. The physical bodies of the Wu tribe were the strongest in the primordial era, and ordinary Wu could treat spiritual treasures as if they were nothing. Not to mention, he as an ancestor shaman could withstand even the most exceptional innate spiritual treasures. Dijiang raised his hand, gently causing the space around him to twist. The body of the ancestor, which was transformed from Pangus essence, let alone the resentment of the human race, even when letting an upper-grade, innate spiritual treasure strike him, it would only leave a white mark, not to mention that after activating his defenses, even a premium innate spiritual treasure would struggle to inflict harm. Shi Yan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly spoke. "Does the ancestor which know that I primarily cultivate the laws?" Dijiang guessed with confusion. Fate or causality? In Dijiang's understanding of the laws, only these two could allow a person at the Daluo Golden Immortal realm to spend a great price to deduce information about a Quasi Saint. This was still under the condition that the Quasi Saint had no concealment. If this human really cultivated one of these two laws, his words might be true regardless of whether they were real or not. "When I return, I must have Zhu Juyin check the river of time." Shi Yan shook his head. "My primary cultivation is the laws of time and space. The information I just mentioned was what I saw through a coincidence while breaking through the Daluo Golden Immortal realm and compressing the timeline." Then Shi Yan manifested the two laws of time and space in his hands, showcasing them to Dijiang. Upon seeing this, Dijiang seemed to suddenly understand. Yes, the law of time can also reveal some information. Dijiang forgot that when breaking through the Daluo Golden Immortal realm, the timeline would be compressed. If one cultivated the law of time, it would indeed be possible to glimpse the future in that brief moment. "Young friend Shi Yan, your information is very useful." Dijiang slapped Shi Yan on the shoulder with such force that it almost sent him flying. He then handed Shi Yan a spatial node. "Take this and place the spatial node near the human race. When the demon race invades on a large scale, my witch clan will surely come to assist the human race." Regardless of its truth, it was just a spatial node, and Dijiang incurred no loss. Then a flash of inspiration struck Dijiang. If it is true, then one spatial node won't be enough. Boom! With a loud sound, Dijiang shattered the space with a punch and pulled Shi Yan inside as he walked, saying, "Young friend Shi Yan, my witch clan will not treat you poorly. Feel free to choose any one of our spiritual treasures." The great witch at the back looked at Shi Yan being taken away by the ancestor witch with admiration, and while swaying a skewer said, "Young friend Shi Yan, when we meet next time, I'll treat you to the best barbecue." All right. Shi Yan was forcefully pulled into a celestial world where the laws were densely infused with Pangus, while comparable to the peak of Buzhou Mountain. as Shi Yan felt the rich Pangu while he hurriedly pretended to stumble, straining against Pangu's will. Upon seeing this, Di Jiang transmitted a hint of Ancestor Witch's aura to Shi Yan and patted his head. Apologies, young friend Shi Yan, I completely forgot how severely the Pangu Palace rejects outsiders. Shi Yan stood up again and waved his hand. It's fine. Just as his words fell, 11 bizarre and giant creatures surrounded him. Big brother, who is he? A coarse voice with a feminine tone came from the direction of the ancestor, which with long arms growing from its chest. Shi Yan recognized her as the smallest among the 12 ancestor witches, the ancestor witch of Earth Hoodoo. Shi Yan glanced around at these bizarre beings, all muscular and exuding overwhelming vitality and malevolence, and explained, I am Shi Yan, a human cultivator. Di Jiang patted Shi Yan and gave Zhu Juyin a glance. Young friend Shi Yan cultivates the laws of time and space. During the compression of the timeline, he saw some information regarding the demon race, and I brought him to the Pangu Palace to let him freely choose a spiritual treasure as a form of karmic settlement. To see the future? Zhu Juyin, understanding Di Jiang's glance, excitedly pulled Shi Yan in front of him. Young friend, do you know which coordinate of the river of time you saw the future at? Zhu Juyin did not ask what he had seen. As long as he knew the coordinates, he could check it himself. The future glimpsed by a Daluo Golden Immortal should not be complete. Shi Yan felt his shoulder aching from Zhu Juin's grip, and after shaking off the pull, he replied, on the shores of the East Sea after the 80 Yuan meeting. In the first battle between the witch and demon races, both sides fought fiercely, causing countless casualties, until Dao ancestor Hongjun intervened, establishing the rule that demons govern the heavens and witches govern the earth, forbidding disputes within the Yuan meeting. Shi Yan remembered that when the two races fought for the second time, the slaughter witch sword had not yet been perfected, and they had already started battling. It should be around that time. The human race is the reason why the witch and demon races ceased fighting, leading to a brief peace in the wasteland after Nüwa traveled through the wilderness to create new races. Zhu Juyin, upon hearing the desired answer, instantly vanished, leaving only remnants of the law of time to prove his existence. Seeing this scene, the other ancestor witches waited here, anticipating Zhu Jiyin's return. Shi Yan had no choice but to cultivate on the spot, contemplating the rich laws within the Pangu Palace. 10 years later, Zhu Juyin returned, having obtained a clear coordinate. It was quick to glimpse the future. Zhu Juyin projected the information he had seen through the law of time. In the image, it clearly showed how the demon race hunted the human race, then shifted to a cave within the 36 heavens filled with the vengeful souls of the human race, at the center forging a long sword with the word slaughter, which clearly inscribed on the hilt. Di Jiang and the other 10 ancestor witches, upon witnessing this scene, emanated terrifying malevolence, which enveloped the entire Pangu Palace. Shi Yan could only resist slightly with the Chaos Pearl, but on the surface he still appeared to be straining under the pressure. All ancestor witches, please spare me. His words finally made the 12 ancestor witches notice that there were others in the Pangu Palace. They were so small that they hadn't noticed. Hoodoo hurriedly dissipated the malevolence and asked, are you all right? Beside them, Gong Gong sneered. You can't even withstand some malevolence, hurry up and take what you need and leave. Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise was heard. Bang! Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin simultaneously struck him, sending him flying billions of kilometers before he landed. Watching Shi Yan, whose eyes were wide with astonishment, the ancestor witches were indeed this wild. Gong Gong got up, brushed off non-existent dust, and complained, is it really necessary? Zhu Juyin coldly responded, young friend Shi Yan is a friend of the witch clan, do you think you should strike him? Di Jiang nodded in agreement with Zhu Jiyin's words. In my capacity as the patriarch of the witch clan, I hereby declare that from now on young friend Shi Yan is a forever friend of my witch clan. I understand. Gong Gong continued to pout, then saw Di Jiang extending his fist, hurriedly waving his hand. Big brother, that was my fault earlier. Then he looked at Shi Yan. Young friend Shi Yan, in the name of the ancestor witch of water, I allow you to select a spiritual treasure from our witch clan's treasury, considering what just happened. Shi Yan replied, let's call it even. He appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was ecstatic. He had gained another spiritual treasure. All right. Then Gong Gong pulled Shi Yan towards the direction of the witch clan's treasury. The side hall of the Pangu Palace, where the witch clan stores rare treasures. Gong Gong boldly dragged Shi Yan, charging straight into the side hall of the Pangu Hall, the witch clan's treasury. As soon as they entered, a heavy aura of law enveloped them, with countless spiritual treasures haphazardly piled together. To these ancestral witches without a divine soul, these items were merely shiny stones. With a casual wave of his hand, Gong Gong scattered a large amount of spiritual light, saying, pick whatever you like. Feel free to take whichever you want. Truly worthy of the witch clan, they are so rich. Shi Yan's gaze was instantly captivated by an object. It was a piece of the Chaos Jade disc floating in the center of the treasury entirely in a chaotic hue adorned with delicate Dao runes as fine as silk with cracks from the opening of the heavens along the edges. This was a treasure born with Pangu containing the complete 3,000 Dao laws invaluable for the cultivation of the 3,000 laws. Although this piece was a fragment, it still contained the laws of time and space that Shi Yan needed most. In addition, he sensed 11 other laws on this fragment: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, ice, thunder, lightning, and poison. These were the accompanying laws of the other 10 ancestral witches. After locking onto one item, Shi Yan swept his divine sense across the entire side hall, searching for offensive or defensive spiritual treasures. Soon Shi Yan found a desirable item nestled among a pile of innate golden essence shaped like a spear, entirely dark gold with the aura of stability and restraint of spatial laws wrapping around it. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Shi Yan pointed to these two items. "I choose these two." Gong looked over, and seeing the treasure of the Father God felt a pang in his heart, but still waved his hand. Take them, take them. These are useless trinkets. If you like them, take them." The witch clan would definitely honor what had been promised. After all, it was Emperor Jiang who had agreed, and if there was to be a fight, it would be with him, as he was the one who left such an important treasure of the Father God in the side hall. Shi Yan refined the Chaos Jade disc and the spear containing the laws of space into his divine sense, and during the refining process, he also learned their information. The fragment of the Chaos Jade disc contains 13 complete laws. Although it is of high-grade innate spiritual treasure quality, its assistance to Shi Yan is no less than that of the Chaos Pearl. The dark gold spear named Skybreaker contains 48 innate prohibitions and is classified as a supreme innate spiritual treasure. After Shi Yan chose the spiritual treasures, the other 11 ancestral witches also arrived at the side hall. As soon as they entered the side hall, they instantly noticed that the fragment of the Chaos Jade disc was missing. They glanced at Gong, who pretended nothing had happened, and each of them clenched their fists. However, seeing there were outsiders present, they could only bury their feelings deep inside. Emperor Jiang looked at the satisfied Shi Yan and asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied with the spiritual treasures you chose?" "Very satisfied. The witch clan truly deserves to be the foremost clan in the primordial world, the orthodox line of Pangu." Shi Yan knew in his heart that having taken the Chaos Jade disc, the ancestral witches would surely be unhappy, so he quickly began to flatter them. "Of course, it is still my friend Shi Yan who has the keen eye." Zhurong laughed heartily, clearly agreeing with Shi Yan's words. Then while speaking, he took out a pile of spiritual treasures from among the treasures and handed them to Shi Yan, saying, "Here, consider this a gift from me." Shi Yan glanced at Emperor Jiang, and seeing him still wearing a smile, accepted the spiritual treasures. "That's the way to go. My friend Shi Yan just helped us clear some inventory. These items are a waste of space here." If Zhurong's words were heard by outsiders, who knows how many Great Luo Golden Immortals would engage in a tug-of war over the rafters. These are innate spiritual treasures. Each one would create a storm of bloodshed outside. Some impoverished quasi-saints barely possess a few. After Shi Yan collected all the spiritual treasures, he turned to Emperor Jiang and said, "Please help me, Emperor Jiang, to take me out of the Panga Hall." Emperor Jiang casually tore open a spatial rift and reminded him, "Remember to reinforce my spatial node at the East Seashore." Shi Yan stepped into the spatial rift, saying, "Understood." As the spatial rift disappeared, the other 11 ancestral witches gradually surrounded the ancestral witch who had given away the treasure of the Father God. Emperor Jiang wore a dangerous smile, saying, "Oh Gong, you dare to give away the Father's treasure." Zhu Jiuyin placed his hand on Gong's shoulder, exuding a menacing aura as he looked at him, saying, "Are you going to give away the Panga Hall next time too?" Gong weakly defended himself, saying, "Didn't you say it was for anyone to choose?" Emperor Jiang replied, "Did I really mean anyone could take it? Are you really that brainless?" Jumong, Qiangliang, and Zhurong, who were nearby, were even more direct, taking action without much talk. They executed a just domestic violence in the Panga Hall. Boom, boom, boom. Gong yelled. After leaving the demon clan, Shi Yan first returned to the human territory at the East Seashore to set up the spatial node given by Emperor Jiang. As long as the demon clan invades the human clan, the witch clan will definitely give them a big surprise. Regarding Hongjun's 100 yuan meeting truce, the witch clan is completely indifferent since it was the demon clan that struck first. The witch clan is merely defending the human clan. After confirming the stability of the spatial node, Shi Yan flew towards the west. Hunyuan Daoist and Xinyuanzi Daoist from the Wuzhuang Temple are the only two innate holy beings Shi Yan knows who can be drawn into the human clan's camp. As long as he saves Hongyun, who is facing a deadly calamity due to the Hongming purple energy, the human clan can surely gain their protection. Mount Wansho Wuzhuang Temple. In Hunyuan's dojo holding the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the heaven and earth treasure mirror the earth book, he stands undefeated, making this place one of the few pure blessed lands in the primordial world, along with a supreme innate spiritual root, a ginseng fruit tree that nurtures the earth veins. Hunyuan Daoist is a well-known good person in the primordial world, kind-hearted and widely connected, and is a close friend of Hunyuan. He abandoned the Fire Cloud Cave and resides in the Wuzhuang Temple for many years. Shi Yan's trip has a clear goal: saving Hunyuan, building good relations, and adding another layer of protection for the human clan. Hunyuan's deadly calamity stems from occupying two saint positions. Just one saint position can drain the luck of an innate holy being such as that Kuanping, who occupied the saint position and lost control, resulting in wasted fortune and barely possessing any innate spiritual treasures. Given that Hunyuan has immense luck due to his two saint positions, it naturally leads to a deadly calamity. If he fails to overcome it, he will face death and the end of his path. Shi Yan does not possess such great abilities to help Hunyuan overcome his deadly calamity. He can only seek alternative methods, trying to persuade him to abandon the Hongmeng purple energy. If that doesn't work, he can only attempt to save his true spirit, waiting for the primordial world to reincarnate before entering the cycle. Surrounded by the laws of space, Shi Yan traveled for 1,000 years and finally arrived outside the Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou. Outside the Wuzhuang Temple, the laws of the thick earth silently enveloped the entire dojo. Observing from a distance, the ethereal reflection of mountains, rivers, and peaks flowed, which must be the moral binding formation of the earth book. Shi Yan hovered in the clouds, not daring to rush in. Instead, he announced his name, saying, "Human clan Shi Yan requests an audience with the great immortal Hunyuan." As his words fell, the earth book grand formation surrounding the 5 villages temple faltered for a moment. The next moment, a gentle laugh came from within the temple, accompanied by the rustling sound of a whisk lightly sweeping. The earth book grand formation slowly opened a passage 10 feet wide, leading straight to the temple. As Shi Yan stepped inside, what first caught his eye was an ancient tree brimming with the chi of the profound earth. The tree towered billions of feet high, its branches swaying with the wind, bearing several fruits, shaped like infants, their fragrance intoxicating. This must be the legendary ginseng fruit tree, a supreme, innate spiritual root. As Shi Yan ventured deeper, he soon saw 2 Taoists seated beneath the ginseng fruit tree, drinking tea and discussing the Tao, with 2 young attendants serving them on either side. One, clad in a yellow Taoist robe, exuded a steady, profound aura, likely Hunyuan. The other, in a red robe, radiated a carefree and unrestrained spirit, undoubtedly Hunyuan, the great benefactor of the primordial era. Shi Yan bowed to Hunyuan and Hunyuan, saying, "Shi Yan pays respects to the 2 seniors." Hunyuan laughed heartily, then lifted Shi Yan with a surge of his magical power. "Young friend Shi Yan, what business do you have with brother Hunyuan?" Shi Yan looked at Hunyuan without further ado and projected an image. "Seniors, please take a look." This was an image Shi Yan had crafted on the spot, depicting Hunyuan's demise, though the identity of the perpetrator was absent from the scene. As the image played, the relaxed atmosphere within the 5 villages temple instantly froze. Seeing this, the 2 young attendants quickly retreated back into the temple. Hunyuan and Hunyuan exchanged a glance, both frowning. Hunyuan immediately summoned the earth book and began a divination. But as the earth book emitted waves of yellow light, Hunyuan's expression grew more solemn. "Even with the earth book's deduction, all I see is chaos." Hunyuan then turned to Shi Yan and asked, "Young friend Shi Yan, who gave you this message?" Shi Yan repeated the same explanation he had given to the primordial ancestors. At the same time, he manifested his own Tao fruit to bolster his credibility. When Hunyuan and Hunyuan saw the dense, pure laws of time and space radiating from Shi Yan, they were profoundly shaken. "I never imagined that young friend Shi Yan cultivates the path of time and space. Your talent is truly admirable." Hunyuan then inquired further about the earlier projection. "Young friend Shi Yan, did you see the one who harmed brother Hunyuan?" Shi Yan shook his head. "Great immortal Hunyuan, I only glimpsed some fleeting shadows, not the full picture." "Is that so? Well, you were only contracting the timeline back then and happened upon this information by chance. It cannot be forced." Seeing no answers, Hunyuan could only sigh helplessly. Shi Yan muttered inwardly, "It's just that I haven't met Tai or Dijuan yet, otherwise I would have added them to the projection." Beside him, Hunyuan patted Hunyuan's shoulder and comforted him. "It's all right, brother. In the future, if I am harmed, it will surely be because of the primordial violet chi. As long as I stay with you, even if a saint makes a move, I will be safe." Hearing this, Hunyuan's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. "Exactly. With the earth book grand formation in place, you will be safe, brother." Shi Yan interjected, "Senior Hunyuan, have you considered abandoning the primordial violet chi to secure your survival?" The moment he spoke, Hunyuan and Hunyuan both frowned deeply. Jin Yuanzi waved his hand firmly. No, absolutely not. The primordial violet chi is the foundation for attaining sainthood. It is Brother Hunyuan's future path. Hunyuan gazed at the motionless primordial violet chi in his personal space, falling into deep thought. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Shi Yan. Young friend Shi Yan, do you have something to say that cannot be spoken directly? He then shot Jin Yuanzi a meaningful glance. Jin Yuanzi understood instantly and summoned the earth book, causing the thick chi of the profound earth in the temple's formation to grow even denser. Jin Yuanzi said, I have shielded the heavenly secrets of this place. You may speak freely, young friend. Shi Yan pointed to the heavens and asked, even from him. At these words, Jin Yuanzi fell silent. He then walked to the ginseng fruit tree and infused it with a stream of magical power. As the energy entered the tree, it swayed gently, and an additional layer of concealment shrouded the earth book grand formation. It is safe now. Shi Yan then spoke slowly. The primordial violet chi is the foundation for achieving sainthood, but the heavenly Dao is incomplete. It will not permit an eighth saint to emerge. Upon hearing such a claim, Hunyuan and Jin Yuanzi instantly manifested their own Dao fruits, a cloud and a mound of earth enveloping the 5 villages temple, adding another layer of protection. Only after completing these measures did Hunyuan speak, his voice tinged with panic. Young friend, such words cannot be spoken carelessly. How could the heavenly Dao be incomplete? Jin Yuanzi, too, lost his composure. If the heavenly Dao is incomplete, how could heavenly Dao saints have been born? Shi Yan looked at the two panicked quasi-saint powerhouses, puzzled. Isn't this common knowledge? Anyone with some strength and background knows it. Hunyuan stammered, knowing it is one thing, but speaking it aloud is another. Innate divinities are born with innate knowledge, understanding that the primordial era should be governed by the heavenly, earthly, and human Daos in tandem. Yet now the earthly Dao and human Dao have yet to emerge, leaving the heavenly Dao to dominate alone. Without them, the heavenly Dao remains incomplete. The great powers of the primordial era dare not dwell on such hidden truths. Hunyuan and Jin Yuanzi had never expected Shi Yan to so directly point out the incompleteness of the heavenly Dao. Jin Yuanzi asked, how does this relate to the impossibility of an 8th heavenly Dao saint? Beside him, Hunyuan also looked perplexed, as if truly unaware. Shi Yan fell silent, then silently stared at the two, feigning ignorance in front of him. His expression seemed to say, stop pretending. Aside from those fools in the witch clan, even a golden immortal could understand my words with a little thought. The Great Dao yields 50 with 49 manifesting as the heavenly Dao. The one that escapes is the thread of life. Now that the heavenly Dao is incomplete, the 9th primordial violet chi, the ultimate heavenly thread, cannot appear. The primordial violet chi in Hunyuan's possession has become that escaped one, so he cannot attain sainthood. Hunyuan and Jin Yuanzi's faces flushed red from being stared at by a junior with the same look they'd give the witch clan. They coughed lightly, then simultaneously picked up their teacups from the table. They sipped their tea in small mouthfuls, avoiding Shi Yan's gaze. This state lasted for an entire year. Only after finishing their tea did Hunyuan and Jin Yuanzi finally look at Shi Yan. Hunyuan plucked a batch of ginseng fruits from the tree and handed them to Shi Yan. Young friend, I will give up the primordial violet chi. These ginseng fruits are a token of thanks for your information. In the future, if you ever need anything, you may come to the 5 villages temple to find me. This poor Taoist will do all I can to help. Jin Yuanzi also rose and bowed deeply to Shi Yan. Young friend, you have saved my dearest companion. That is saving me. Jin Yuanzi hereby swears from this day forth the 5 villages temple shall be your most steadfast ally. These 2 resolute promises became a vital safeguard for humanity's future. Shi Yan clasped his hands in return. From now on, I shall rely on the 2 seniors when matters arise. Jin Yuanzi patted Shi Yan's shoulder with a broad smile. Don't call us seniors anymore. From now on, call me big brother and call Hunyuan second brother. You are now our third brother. Jin Yuanzi activated the divine ability of sworn brotherhood, becoming brothers with the junior who had saved Hunyuan. Shi Yan's lips twitched, but he still spoke, big brother. Second brother. His tone was a bit strange, the seniority seemed a bit jumbled. Jin Yuanzi's smile widened. Beside him, Hunyuan also laughed. Third brother. The karmic ties between Hunyuan, Jin Yuanzi, and Shi Yan became intertwined, their fortunes merging. Sensing the shift in their fortunes, Hunyuan and Jin Yuanzi's pupils simultaneously contracted. Through their primordial spirits, they communicated, brother, it seems our third brother's future is boundless. Jin Yuanzi replied, indeed. In that moment of fortune fusion, I was just a step away from quasi-saint perfection. Hunyuan added, I feel the same, as if I could break through to the late quasi-saint stage at any moment. Shi Yan too found his comprehension of the laws sharpened by the surge in fortune. Shi Yan did not reveal the drawbacks of the 3 corpses severing method. Now was not the time to disclose that attaining sainthood through it required 3 homologous innate treasures. That revelation would wait until the cycle of reincarnation emerged. After all, Hunyuan and Jinyuanzi had already severed more than 2 corpses using incompatible innate treasures. Shi Yan left Wuzhuang Temple and returned to the Eastern Continent. In the Eastern Continent, Shi Yan looked at the system within his divine, sense a sneer of disdain on his face. Why haven't you presented me with any choices yet? It's been several Yuan meetings already. Seeing the system finally making a move, Shi Yan urged, hurry up and give me a choice if I want to visit Sanxian Island. Sanxian Island, which consists of Penglai Island, Ingzhou Island, and Fangzhong Island, is formed from 3 pieces of chaotic fragments and is the most exceptional blessed land in the primordial world. It inherently shields the secrets of heaven, making it impossible for even saints to deduce its exact location. Among the 3 islands, only Ingzhou Island has re-emerged, occupied by the East King and established as the Immortal Court. Later, the Immortal Court was overthrown by the Demon Clan, and Ingzhou Island also fell into the hands of the demons. Shi Yan wanted to use the system to find the other 2 islands in search of some opportunities. As far as he knew, one of the 2 postnatal supreme treasures, the Hongmeng Measuring Ruler, and one of the 12-grade lotus platforms, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Cleansing White Lotus, were located on these 2 islands. The display screen of the system first showed a dismissive image, and then a multiple-choice question appeared. The system sighed helplessly. The host is lazy, yet this was the choice made by himself, so he must be spoiled. The host is currently on the Eastern Continent, so please choose and plan accordingly. Choice 1, return to the East Sea and continue seclusion. Reward 1 million chaotic stubborn stones. Choice 2, continue to travel through the primordial world and head to the East Sea in search of opportunities. Reward coordinates of Fangzhong Island and Penglai Island. Shi Yan didn't even glance at option 1. The chaotic stubborn stones were merely floating impurities in the chaotic sea, and aside from their hardness, they had no use. The 2 disciples of Hongju and Haoyan and Yaoqi were formed from chaotic stubborn stones. The host has chosen to continue traveling through the primordial world. The coordinates of Fangzhong Island and Penglai Island have been issued. Shi Yan checked the coordinates of Fangzhong Island and Penglai Island through the system screen. He saw that the 2 islands were hidden together in a spatial rift in the East Sea. A smile appeared on Shi Yan's face, and the system within his divine sense became brighter. System, I love you so much. Muaonaji system, get lost. Shi Yan, all right. He then sped toward the position indicated by the system. 3,000 years later, in the eastern sea of the primordial world, within a certain spatial rift, Shi Yan gazed at the innate restrictions flowing like stars before him, with the innate spiritual energy in liquid form like a sea in this blessed land. As Shi Yan's divine sense swept across the entire space, he saw the boundary markers of the 2 islands within this blessed land prominently inscribed with the characters Fangzhong Island, Penglai Island. Shi Yan knew he hadn't come to the wrong place. Treasures, I have arrived. As Shi Yan stepped onto Penglai Island, he was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming concentration of innate spiritual energy. The density of spiritual energy here was even 3 times richer than that of Wuzhuang Temple. The entire island was shrouded in chaotic mist, with all plants emitting spiritual light, and everywhere was filled with innate spiritual roots. Seeing this scene, Shi Yan wanted to become a bandit, just like during his journey to Buzhou Mountain, and plunder everything here. But after collecting 2 low-grade innate spiritual roots, Shi Yan realized that this place was now his territory, and there was no need to plunder his own home. He then replanted the 2 spiritual roots, even the spiritual herbs he had collected from Buzhou Mountain. Grow well, and provide me with a continuous supply of spiritual fruits. Shi Yan then walked toward the center of Penglai Island. Shi Yan had a clear goal to refine the boundary markers of the 2 islands, turning them into his private property and carry them within the Chaos Pearl. Shi Yan did not plan to establish a dojo at this moment, as he was too weak. Once exposed, he would not be able to defend it. This was a blessed land capable of bearing a saint's dojo, which would make even saints envious. Utilizing the spatial laws, Shi Yan traveled miles in a single step and soon arrived at the center of Penglai Island. As he arrived, he was greeted by the sight of an ancient tree permeated with innate spiritual energy, with 3,000 pine nuts growing upon it. The innate spiritual energy attributes emanating from the pine nuts were all different. Some were entwined with fiery clouds, some vast like the sea, some vibrant with life, and others heavy and steady. The leaves fluttered without wind, radiating rich law's resonance, allowing one to intuitively comprehend the essence of the 5 elements. What is this? Although Shi Yan did not possess the innate knowledge of innate divine beings and innate spirits, he immediately recognized the identity of this ancient tree. One of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots, the 5-needle pine. It allows mastery of the innate 5-element laws. 1 round will produce 3,000 pine nuts, which enhance affinity with the 5-element laws and aid in comprehending them. Such a spiritual root is destined to be mine. Shi Yan set up a restriction next to the 5-needle pine, adding a layer of protection for it. He then continued forward, taking 1 step. And then another step. From a distance, Shi Yan spotted a gigantic stone tablet inscribed with the characters Penglai, the boundary marker of Penglai Island. After refining it, he would grasp the important items here. Shi Yan sat down before the Penglai boundary marker and began the refinement of the Penglai boundary marker. In a flash, 1,000 years passed. On Penglai Island, Shi Yan successfully refined the Penglai boundary marker and became the esteemed island master of Penglai. Subsequently, Shi Yan used the authority of the island master to teleport himself outside of Penglai Island before Fangzhong Island. He stepped in, and just like his previous steps on Penglai Island, quickly proceeded to the center of Fangzhong Island, where the boundary marker was located. The environment of Fangzhong Island parallel to Penglai Island was equally splendid. Innate spiritual energy was dense to the point of being liquid, pooling into lakes with the fragrance of herbs, spiritual light, and immortal mist intertwining, creating a celestial scene that resembled a realm beyond the mortal world. Shi Yan soon arrived at the center of Fangzhong Island beside a lake radiating 3 colors of divine light. In the center of the lake, a completely white lotus flower untouched by dust was quietly blooming with the petals flowing with the essence of purification, and within the lotus heart lay a jade-like lotus seed radiating warm spiritual light. This was the 12-grade, cleansing white lotus. Suspended above the cleansing white lotus was a stone tablet inscribed with the characters Fangzhong. Shi Yan looked at the flawless white lotus and the lake radiating 3 colors of divine light, exclaiming, "The 12-grade, cleansing white lotus, and a lake full of 3 light, divine water." The 12-grade cleansing white lotus is the strongest defensive spiritual treasure of the primordial world, possessing the ability to purify evil and suppress powerful fortunes. It is the only lotus platform among the 5 great lotus platforms that does not have a master. The other 4 lotus platforms are the 24-grade creation green lotus of the 3 purities, which was dismembered, the 12-grade fiery red lotus of Mingyi, the 12-grade merit golden lotus of Jane and Juanti, and the 12-grade destruction black lotus of the demon ancestor Luoho. The 3 light divine water is the most top-tier healing sacred medicine in the primordial world, with very few reserves even among saints, and here there is a whole lake of it. After adjusting his mindset, Shi Yan pointed a strand of mana at the cleansing white lotus. Buzz. In the lotus pool, the 12-grade cleansing white lotus transformed into a beam of flowing light drawn into Shi Yan's divine sense. Then Shi Yan sat cross-legged and began the refinement of Fangzhong Island's boundary marker. Another 1,000 years passed. Shi Yan refined the boundary marker. He became the esteemed island master of Fangzhong Island. Of the 3 islands, Shi Yan had obtained 2. After mastering the boundary stones of 2 immortal islands, Shi Yan packed both islands and tossed them into the Chaos Pearl. Inside the Chaos Pearl, Shi Yan excitedly manipulated the authority granted by the boundary stones, examining the 2 immortal islands from within. As he conducted a thorough inspection, Shi Yan finally discovered a long ruler hidden in a golden crevice of the Penglai Immortal Island. The ruler was neither gold nor jade, but presented a noble purple gold hue surrounded by the essence of the heavenly creation and the laws of the primordial order. It was indeed one of the 2 great postnatal treasures, the Hongmeng measuring ruler. This ruler was formidable in its lethality, not weaker than the innate treasure, the Panga banner, and due to its creation from the essence of heavenly creation, it possessed the characteristic of killing without incurring karma. It was truly an exceptional treasure for killing and seizing. Shi Yan gently pinched the ruler, which was wrapped in the aura of merit, firmly grasping it in his palm. Indeed, it is the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Shi Yan could hardly contain his joy, and he swiftly immersed this postnatal treasure deep within his divine consciousness, refining it alongside the 12-petal pure world, white lotus chaos pearl rift space, and the creation jade disc. This harvest is tremendous. The Hongmeng measuring ruler and the 12-petal pure world, white lotus, complemented each other, instantly elevating his combat power to an unmatched level below that of a Quasi Saint. The 2 immortal islands provided a continuous stream of resources, accelerating his cultivation speed. After finishing all this, Shi Yan returned to his thatched cottage by the east sea, consumed a large number of innate spiritual fruits, and began to enter seclusion for cultivation. Time passed quickly, and another 20 yuan hui had slipped by. During this time, Shi Yan sat atop the pure world white lotus, utilizing the effects of the pure spirit platform in conjunction with the fragments of the creation jade disc to comprehend the 2 great laws of time and space, while simultaneously refining the restrictions of the obtained spiritual treasures. The results were significant. After 20 yuan hui of arduous cultivation, Shi Yan was just a step away from the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The reason for his exit at this stage was that the wedding of the Monster Emperor was fast approaching. The Monster Clan announced to the world before the San Yuan Hui, inviting all cultivators who had reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm in the wilderness to participate in the banquet. Shi Yan anticipated that he would definitely encounter the Monster Clan, so he decided to attend the banquet now to gather intelligence on the enemy and meet the leader of the most prestigious clan in the wilderness. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Wu clan within the Panga Hall, the 12 ancestral witches learned of the Monster Clan's celestial wedding and were filled with immense anger. Di Jiang coldly remarked, "Humph. Di Jun and Tai Yi invite all beings to the celestial wedding, yet they do not invite our Wu clan." Zhu Jiuyin closed his eyes and entered the river of time. After a moment, he opened his eyes with a solemn tone. After the celestial wedding, the Monster Clan's fortune will surge, and their overall strength will certainly increase. The ancestral witches were filled with murderous intent. Zhurong roared, "It doesn't matter, the 100 yuan hui is approaching. Let's see how those feathered creatures withstand our 12 heavenly demon array." Gong Gong nodded vigorously beside him. "With the true body of the Father God here, our Wu clan can definitely annihilate that group of feathered creatures." At the same time, on Mount Buzhou in the heavenly court, preparations were in full swing. The leader of the 10 great demon gods, Baizhe, looked at the model provided by Nüwa and took on the heavy responsibility of decorating the heavenly court. Countless precious red spiritual gold was taken from the Monster Clan's treasury to adorn the heavenly court. Inside the Shi Huang Palace, Shi Huang Fuxi held the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the He Tu and Luo Shu, continuously deducing and perfecting the great array of the heavenly stars. Within the Lingshao Treasure Palace, 2 individuals with similar appearances were discussing matters. One emanated a rich aura of imperial laws, while the other was surrounded by a strong fire law aura. Di Jun handed 3 spiritual treasures to Tai Yi. Hunyuan has agreed to trade the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Take these 3 spiritual treasures to Wu Zhuangguan and exchange them for the Hongmeng Purple Qi. The 3 spiritual treasures were a sword, a ding cauldron, and a staff, all exuding the aura of supreme innate spiritual treasures. Tai Yi received the treasures confidently, saying, "Rest assured, elder brother, I will definitely bring back the Hongmeng Purple Qi for you." Tai Yi used the Golden Crow transformation technique to swiftly escape to Wu Zhuangguan. Di Jun nodded upon hearing this, then looked towards the Dao fields of the 3 pure ones, and Nüwa boldly declaring, "I will soon catch up to you. I can finally become a saint. After countless yuan hui, I will finally unify the wilderness." The 12 ancestral witches prepare to bow down. The Golden Crow transformation is a divine ability of the Great Sun Golden Crow, with a speed only slightly inferior to that of the Kunping. Tai Yi quickly arrived outside Wu Zhuangguan. At that moment, he reigned in his arrogance and concealed the true fire of the sun. The Earth Book Great Array of Wu Zhuangguan automatically opened a portal, clearly indicating that Hongyuan and Hunyuan Zi had been waiting here for a long time. Tai Yi stepped inside and walked straight to the ginseng fruit tree, giving a slight nod to Hunyuan Zi and Hongyuan. It wasn't a full bow, but it was a sign of respect. Dong Huang Tai Yi, greetings to Taoist Hunyuan Zi and Taoist Hongyuan. Hongyuan, with a gentle demeanor, spoke first, smiling broadly. Taoist Dong, Huang has come from afar, no need for excessive courtesy. Hunyuan Zi maintained a neutral expression, neither warm nor cold, saying, Hunyuan Zi greets the Taoists. Tai Yi did not beat around the bush and directly produced the 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures handed over by Di Jun. They were the Jing Yang Bell, the Pure Yang Sword, and the Dragon Head Staff, all 3 treasures radiating with spiritual light, unmistakably the legacy of the Eastern King. Taoist, you should already know my purpose for coming here, Tai Yi said in a steady voice. Our monster clan is willing to exchange these 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures for the Hongmeng Purple Qi you hold. Hongyuan showed no hesitation, raised his hand, and took out the swirling purple gold aura of the Hongmeng Purple Qi, suspending it in midair. This was the foundation for Di Jun's long-cherished dream of becoming a saint. Hongyuan spoke calmly, since the trade is settled, let's exchange the treasure for the Purple Qi. Tai Yi's eyes flashed with surprise. He had prepared for Hongyuan to suddenly raise the price, and was ready to hand over the immortal slaying gourd, but unexpectedly Hongyuan was so straightforward, and he immediately nodded, Taoist, you are forthright. In the next moment, the 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures landed steadily in Hongyuan's hands, while the Hongmeng Purple Qi was swiftly drawn into Tai Yi's personal space, with a flick of his finger carefully sealed away, fearing even the slightest loss. Zhen Yuanzi caressed the branches of the ginseng fruit tree, his gaze penetrating the vast formation, looking towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Di Jun has acquired the primordial purple qi and can no longer restrain himself. This wedding banquet is likely to become a turning point in the chaotic wilderness. Hunyuan retracted his cultivation, putting away the Jingyang bell and the Chunyang sword into his spatial pouch, smiling as he said, "Having exchanged for the spirit treasures of the demon race, it is only proper that I maintain decorum. Dao brother, on the day of the heavenly marriage, shall we take a trip to the heavenly court? It would be good to see how this demon emperor plans to hold the occasion." "Naturally we must go." Zhen Yuanzi nodded. "It is just right to bring third brother to see the world." Hongyun agreed with a nod, then manipulated the threads of causality to inform Shi Yan of the news. Far away on the shores of the eastern sea, Shi Yan received the message from Hongyun, his expression peculiar. "It seems I no longer need to invite guests as a wandering cultivator of the Great Luo." 2.5 yuan meetings passed in the blink of an eye. The demon court atop Buzhou Mountain was shrouded in the brilliance of billions of stars intertwined with crimson spiritual gold, with rays of light and auspicious air filling the sky. The 4 heavenly gates swung wide open, each guarded by 2 gatekeepers of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, registering the cultivators attending the banquet. Countless cultivators from the chaotic wilderness gathered from all directions. Numerous hidden powers also emerged from their seclusion to attend the heavenly banquet. Almost no one would dare to disrespect the heavenly court. The 5 saints also complied with the heavenly will and came to the banquet. The Taiching Laozi from Shouyang Mountain rode on the green ox, bringing his only disciple Xuandu to the heavenly court. The Yuan Shi Tianzun from Kunlun Mountain, accompanied by 12 golden immortals, and the southern pole immortal elder also headed to the banquet, leaving the white crane boy to guard the mountain. The Tongtian cult master from Golden Ao Island brought his 4 most beloved disciples and 7 attendants to Buzhou. However, when it came to the western sect, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Jane and Zhuanti flew towards the heavenly court, accompanied by thousands of disciples, appearing like a dark cloud approaching Buzhou from a distance. Outside the Lingxiao Hall of the heavenly court, thousands of tables had already been set up. The tables were adorned with fine nectar, dragon liver, phoenix marrow, and innate spiritual fruits, showcasing the grandeur of noble families. The great powers took their seats in order. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun, along with Shi Yan, also entered the banquet. Shi Yan sat beside the two, scanning the assembled powers, when soon a quarrel erupted from the frontmost seats. "Tongtian, look at your disciples. Each one is entangled in chaotic causality and karma. How can you shamelessly bring them here? My matters are none of your business. As your elder brother, it is my duty to intervene. How can I not care?" Shi Yan was about to continue listening when the sound abruptly ceased. Zhen Yuanzi revealed a book of earth in his hand, casting a small formation that enveloped the 3 of them. Hongyun looked at Shi Yan and shook his head, saying, "We should not listen too closely to the disputes of the saints." Shi Yan nodded, saying, "Understood." He scanned the surroundings through the formation and found that almost all the powerful beings had blocked their 5 senses, afraid to overhear even a hint of the saints' causality. He realized that the only seats unshielded were those of the saints' disciples in front. Yuan Shi Tianzun was criticizing them. How could they possibly remain uninvolved? Seeing there was no entertainment to be heard, Shi Yan passed the time with delicacies. Before long, a resplendent red bridal sedan descended from the sky, and Di Jun appeared at the center of the banquet table. Di Jun, clad in a robe adorned with 12 patterns, helped the bride, Shi He, who was draped in a magnificent red wedding gown, down from the sedan. As Di Jun and Shi He walked together, an extraordinary phenomenon of yin and yang manifested in the air. "Dear friends," Di Jun's voice rang out, powerfully amplified by his profound magical power, echoing throughout the 36 heavens. "Today I, along with Shi He, shall become Dao partners, proclaiming to the world that from this moment forth, Shi He shall be the queen of the heavenly court." As his words fell, the positions within the heavenly court were filled. The fortunes surged once more, and Shi Yan clearly sensed the concentration of innate spiritual energy has at least increased by 1 layer. Di Jun turned to the patiently waiting Nüwa behind him. Nüwa understood and took out the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidery ball, announcing to the heavenly will, heavenly Dao above. Today the demon races Di Jun and the moon goddess Shi He joyfully unite with the sun and moon as witnesses and the heavens and earth as witnesses. With the treasure of marriage we hereby draft a marriage certificate to be witnessed by all spirits and the 6 saints. May the 2 of you cultivate steadfastly with enduring affection, maintaining respect for one another and treating each other as guests. From this day forth the heavenly marriage is established and the principles will be evident. The heavenly marriage is complete. Let the heavenly Dao be our witness. As the words fell, a multitude of heavenly merits appeared in the sky, and the rich golden light of merit filled the entire hall. Countless powerful beings attending the banquet suddenly felt their spiritual platforms clear. The heavenly merits cascaded down like a golden river, enveloping the entire heavenly court in a warm golden glow, with the sound of the Dao resonating, bringing peace to all beings. Heavenly merits were distributed according to contributions, as the protagonists Dijun and Shi He together occupied 50%, taking half of the total merits. With the merits flowing into Shi He, her position as Queen of the Heavens was solidified, and her cultivation soared to mid-stage perfected saint. Nüwa, as the witness, also received 2 layers of heavenly marriage merits with 0.5 layers allocated to her and 1.5 layers to the red embroidery ball. Baizhe, who organized the entire banquet and coordinated all spirits, received a layer of merit, resulting in a surge of spiritual light around him. The remaining 2 layers of merit were distributed to the other demons who contributed to the smooth conduct of the heavenly marriage. The overall strength of the demon race experienced a qualitative leap. All the great powers raised their cups in congratulations, their voices reverberating loudly, yet each harbored their own thoughts. The 3 pure ones sat with their eyes closed, untainted by causality, while Jane and Junti bore compassionate expressions, yet quietly schemed. Zhen Yuanzi raised his hand lightly, casting the small formation of the Book of Earth to envelop the 3 once more. He whispered to Shi Yan and Hunyuan, "After the heavenly marriage, the demon race's fortunes will reach their peak. Once the Yuan meeting ends, war is bound to erupt." Hunyuan gently nodded and said kindly, "Once the banquet is over, we shall return to Wuzhuang Temple." Shi Yan quietly sat at the table, leisurely savoring the fine nectar, dragon liver, phoenix marrow, and innate spiritual fruits. Hearing his 2 elder brothers' words, he gently shook his head, saying, "With the onset of war, I intend to stay among the human race, so I will not accompany my brothers back to Wuzhuang Temple." Seeing this, Zhen Yuanzi did not press further, handing over a yellow talisman, saying, "Third brother, notify me if you encounter danger." Hunyuan also gave Shi Yan a red talisman. Shi Yan accepted the 2 talismans, saying, "Thank you, elder brother, second brother." The 2 waved their hands, saying, "We are all brothers." The banquet lasted for 1,000 years, and various great powers began to take their leave in succession. The 3 pure ones were the first to rise, taking their respective disciples with them, and the other powers did not linger once they saw the 3 pure ones depart. Finally, only Jane Junti and their numerous disciples remained, packing up all the leftover food before departing in a grand manner back to the west. Fuxi, in charge of logistics, stared at the bill, lost in thought. Is the west this poor? They look like they're starving ghosts reincarnated. As they exited the domain of the heavenly court, Zhen Yuanzi waved his sleeve to cast the earth escape technique, and the 3 figures flashed directly, leaving the range of Buzhou Mountain. Third brother, the demon race is now rampant. You, being among the human race on the eastern sea, must be very cautious. Zhen Yuanzi solemnly advised, "Keep the 2 talismans safe. In times of crisis, activate them, and I and Hunyuan will arrive in an instant." Shi Yan clasped his hands in salute, saying, "I will act with caution." The 3 parted ways in the clouds. Zhen Yuanzi and Hunyuan turned towards Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou, while Shi Yan transformed into a beam of light, speeding directly towards the shores of the eastern sea. Shi Yan moved swiftly, and in just a century, he returned to the shores of the East Sea. As soon as he landed, the gentle sea breeze greeted him. The human tribes were no longer the scattered, thatched huts of yesteryear. They had become more organized, with thatched houses transformed into stone houses, and the territory had been expanded countless times. Even the once remote thatched hut of Shi Yan had become the core area, with thatched houses replaced by stone houses belonging to others. Another new house will need to be built, Shi Yan thought helplessly. Each time he was away for a while, the houses disappeared. But as he looked at the tribe members picking spiritual fruits, crafting stone tools, or sitting around the sacred fires sharing stories, with children running barefoot and laughter ringing clear, there were no disputes, no fear, just a scene of peace and tranquility. Shi Yan's face was filled with pride. His contribution to this peace was undeniable. The demon clan had not acted against Shi Yan because Emperor Jun was unable to predict his movements. Shi Yan walked into the human tribe and chose another open area to build a uniquely designed stone house. Time passed slowly, and it had been 10 years since Shi Yan returned to the human tribe. He had broken through to the late stage of the Great Dao Golden Immortal and made his cultivation publicly known. With his cultivation at the late stage of the Great Dao Golden Immortal, he instantly became the strongest among the human race, akin to providing a lifeline to the current humans. On ordinary days, he guided the tribe members in cultivation, teaching them to identify spiritual herbs and set up simple defensive formations. He also distributed low-level spiritual treasures and spiritual fruits obtained from the witch clan's treasury and Sansyan Island, allowing the strength of the human race to gradually increase. Under Shi Yan's protection and guidance, the human tribe by the East Sea continuously grew stronger, their numbers increasing and their bloodlines becoming more robust. Furthermore, over a dozen later members of the human race had broken through to the Golden Immortal realm, adding a slight boost to human fortune. Such days are truly wonderful. Shi Yan lay on a stone gazing at the azure sky softly, sighing, a hint of laziness flickering in his eyes. There were no powerless weakness, no disputes among the powerful, and certainly no schemes from saints. Only the gentle breeze, the waves, the smoke from cooking, and the ever-growing tribe members. The number of humans had reached hundreds of billions. While Shi Yan was lying down, a group of children came running from the distance. "Uncle Shi Yan, we came to find you to cultivate." A group of children were swinging their little elephants in front of him, and Shi Yan felt like he needed to wash his eyes. He casually summoned a gentle breeze to tidy up the children's clothes, saying, "You must wear your clothes properly from now on, not like this. It doesn't look good." The leading child nodded excitedly and hurriedly said, "Uncle, let's start cultivating quickly. We still need to get back home for dinner." A small child in the back was frantically drawing with their fingers, saying, "If we come home late, Mom will spank us, and it will hurt a lot." Shi Yan chuckled at the child's words. All right, let's cultivate early so we can get home in time for dinner." Then Shi Yan unleashed several streams of magical power, infusing them into the children's bodies to help improve their cultivation aptitude, which was what they referred to as cultivation. An hour later, the children exited their cultivation state. The leading child looked at the sun in the sky, then panically led the others towards the core of the human tribe. While running, they waved back, "Uncle Shi Yan, see you tomorrow." Shi Yan watched as they hurriedly tossed their little elephants, smiling helplessly. Then he turned around and went back to his stone house, beginning to sit cross-legged and cultivate as the laws of time and space resonated throughout the interior of the stone house. Such a peaceful and pleasant life passed in the blink of an eye, spanning 3 yuan hui. On this day, the voice of the system interrupted Shi Yan's tranquil life. Detected that the demon clan has discovered the human resentment due to isolated individuals, which could break through the witch clan's defenses. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1, watch and wait for the demon clan to invade in large numbers before resisting. Reward, title of coward. Choice 2, take the initiative, gather allies, and launch an invasion against the heavenly court. Reward, a wisp of primordial purple energy. Choice 3, set an ambush on the shores of the East Sea and wait for the demon clan to fall into the trap. Reward, a piece of creation jade disc containing 100 laws. Shi Yan looked expressionlessly at the system before him and said, "Thank you. System, you're welcome." Shi Yan surveyed the human territory, observing the harmonious atmosphere, and glanced at the spatial nodes of Emperor Jiang and the 2 talismans in his personal space, reluctantly choosing the third option. This troublesome 100 yuan hui ceasefire. Without this limitation, or if only a bit less time was required, Shi Yan would have led the witch clan to attack the heavenly court. The Earth Book Great Array restrained the Zhou Tian Star Do Array, and the witch clan had a one-sided advantage over the demon clan. Shi Yan left the stone house and headed towards the core area of the human tribe. Inside the merit-thatched house, the 3 ancestral figures of the human race sat with Shi Yan in the house. Shi Yan spoke first, getting straight to the point. The war between the witch and demon clans is about to reignite, and the human race will be the first to suffer. As soon as the words fell, the 3 members of the Sui Ren clan exchanged glances, each registering the confusion in the other's eyes. The Sui Ren clan asked in bewilderment, "The witch and demon clans are far from our tribe. How could the human race be the first to suffer?" Beside them, the Zi clan speculated, asking, "Could it be that the witch and demon clans have agreed to a battle at the shores of the East Sea?" Before Shi Yan could respond, the Yu Chao clan shook his head in denial, saying, "The witch and demon clans have no conditions for negotiation." The demon clan would not listen to negotiations from the witch clan. The 3 ancestors looked to Shi Yan, seeking clarification. Shi Yan explained, "Our human race was created by the goddess Nüwa, inherently wise. After death, their resentment exceeds the norm. The demon clan wants to use the resentment of hundreds of billions of humans to forge a sword to slaughter the witch clan, aimed at breaking through the ancestor witch's physical body." Upon hearing Shi Yan's words, the 3 ancestors fell into silence. Subsequently, the Zi clan spoke first, asking, "Doesn't the mother goddess care about us?" Shi Yan shook his head. The goddess Nüwa is still a part of the demon clan's Wu Huang. What the wolf demons previously said had a grain of truth. The human race is merely Nüwa's vassal. Our tribe's strength is too weak and the benefits we provide are too few. She will not care about the survival of our race. Using the deaths of a vast number of humans to aid the demon clan in defeating the witch clan is a deal too advantageous for them. The 4 demon emperors alone account for half. The fortune they can gain is immense. The Sui Rin clan spoke. If we cannot seek the Mother Goddess protection, then what about the Ta Ching Saint? He is the leader of the human teaching, having achieved sainthood. The large-scale deaths of humans must surely have an impact on him as the leader of the human teaching, right? Shi Yan shook his head again. The Ta Ching Saint is based on the human race having established a teaching to attain sainthood. However, the Ta Ching Saint has already completed the declaration of establishment. He has passed down the golden core method to guide human cultivation. The probability of him protecting us is slim. The atmosphere in the merit-thatched house gradually sank to the depths with Shi Yan's words. The faces of Sui Rinzi, Yi, and Yu Chao turned pale, their bodies trembling slightly as they thought of their entire race being treated as materials for forging swords. The anger and helplessness in their hearts nearly overflowed. Sui Rin clenched his fists, his voice hoarse. Is there truly no way at all? Shi Yan's tone was steady as he replied, first calm down. Shi Yan informed the 3 ancestors about his travels in the primordial wilderness and his friendly relations with the Wuzu and the 2 Quasi saints, Xunyuanzi and Hunyuan. Hearing that several powerful beings were willing to assist the human race, the oppressive atmosphere in the thatched cottage gradually dissipated. The 3 ancestors looked at Shi Yan with a face of fear and said thank you. Shi Yan replied, I am also of the human race. After discussing some matters with the 3 ancestors and leaving behind a substantial amount of resources, he set off towards Shoyang Mountain. Although the saint of Ta Ching governed without action, his only direct disciple Xuandu was the first human born after the heavens and was connected to the fortune of the human race. Seeking his assistance could provide the human race with an additional opportunity for survival. After all, who in the primordial wilderness did not know that Xuandu was the treasured disciple of the saint of Ta Ching, always accompanied by 3 defensive treasures, the Taiji diagram, the Linglong pagoda of heaven and earth, and the flame flag of departure. Shoyang Mountain Beijing Palace, the dojo of the Old One of Ta Ching, is where the human teaching is located. The spiritual energy in the mountains was pure and harmonious with a natural simplicity. There was no opulence of the heavenly court, nor the dominance of the Wuzu, only a serene and effortless Dao rhythm. Shi Yan arrived at the foot of Shoyang Mountain, bowed respectfully, and shouted, I am Shi Yan of the human race, seeking to meet my friend Xuandu. At the same time, within Beijing Palace, the saint of Ta Ching was currently refining the 9 revolutions golden core. Upon hearing Shi Yan's voice, a flash of heavenly Dao power crossed his eyes, and a hint of surprise appeared in his normally indifferent gaze. He then sent 2 streams of light toward Xuandu, who was in closed-door meditation. My dear disciple, the tribulation for the human race is imminent. As the progenitor of the human race, you ought to go and offer assistance. Xuandu instantly awakened from his meditative state, received the 2 treasures, and respectfully said, thank you for the reminder, master. The saint of Ta Ching lightly waved his hand, sending Xuandu out of Shoyang Mountain. In the blink of an eye, a young man in a plain Dao robe with a gentle demeanor appeared before Shi Yan. Shi Yan looked at the human progenitor he had met at the heavenly court banquet and said, Xuandu, it's been a long time. Xuandu's gaze landed on Shi Yan, slightly surprised. Shi Yan of the human race. I didn't expect that the great Luo Jingxian, who is on brotherly terms with Senior Hunyuan and Senior Xunyuanzi, is actually one of our human cultivators. Shi Yan smiled and replied, it's all a matter of chance and coincidence. Xuandu did not inquire further about this matter, but instead asked, what has happened to the human race? Why have I not sensed any fluctuations in fortune? As the first human born after the heavens, Xuandu enjoyed more fortune than most innate humans. If there were significant disturbances to the human race, he would have noticed immediately. Shi Yan did not waste words and recounted the demon clan's plan to slaughter the human race and use the resentment of the human race to forge the slaughtering Wu sword word for word. The gentleness on Xuandu's face gradually faded, his expression becoming serious with a hint of fierceness in his tone. The demon clan. He then looked at Shi Yan and bowed, thank you for coming to remind me, friend. Shi Yan waved his hand and said, the human race also needs your assistance. He then added, could you seek help from the Jiejiao? Jiejiao, founded by the Tongtian patriarch, has a doctrine of seizing a glimmer of life for all beings. Shi Yan believed that as long as he mentioned the human race's plight to the Tongtian patriarch, he would certainly offer assistance. Upon hearing about Jiejiao, Xuandu pondered for a moment and affirmed that is feasible. With the decision made, a Taiji diagram appeared beneath Xuandu and Shi Yan, and they broke through the spatial barrier, darting towards the direction of Janeo Island. In the spatial tunnel, Shi Yan felt the innate treasure beneath him, filled with the Dao rhythm of yin and yang, and looked at Xuandu with a strange expression. The saint of Ta Ching truly has great affection for you. Xuandu calmly replied, indeed, my master shows great affection for me. Within the spatial tunnel, the Taiji diagram flowed with yin and yang, and time and space folded. In an instant, the two had crossed billions of miles across the vast primordial wilderness and arrived at the immortal island suspended over the East Sea where myriad immortals gathered, Janeo Island. Seated on the Taiji diagram, Shi Yan's divine sense swept across Janeo Island. The entire Janeo Island resembled a giant turtle formed from the remnants of a chaotic demonic god. The island was surrounded by immortal clouds and had spiritual veins running through it, truly deserving of being the top-tier blessed land and the dojo of the saints. Truly worthy of being the dojo of the Saint of Shangqing. Neither of the two concealed their presence. The Tongtian Patriarch in Bo Palace sensed them the moment they appeared and waved his hand. Duobao, entertain our guests. In a cave at the core of Janeo Island, a rather plump, innate being was thrown before Xuandu and Shi Yan. I was still in closed-door meditation, Master Duobao grumbled. Turning around, he saw Xuandu and a latestage Daluo Jinxian. Hastily adjusting his posture, he respectfully bowed to Xuandu, his tone solemn. Duobao greets Brother Xuandu. He then looked at the other latestage Daluo Jinxian and bowed. Duobao of Jie Jiao greets you, friend. Shi Yan also cupped his hands in return. I am Shi Yan of the human race. Greetings to you, Duobao. Upon hearing Shi Yan identify himself as a human cultivator, Duobao felt a hint of surprise. He did not expect a new Daluo Jinxian to emerge from the human race, and it did not seem to be due to an increase in merit. Xuandu, unwilling to delay further, said, Duobao, could you please take us to see the Tongtian Master Uncle? Upon hearing this, Duobao immediately activated the Shangqing Immortal Technique, opening a spatial tunnel leading to Bo Palace. Brother Xuandu, friend Shi Yan, please enter. Master is currently in Bo Palace. The three entered Bo Palace. Duobao led the two to the front of the hall, then turned to the Tongtian Patriarch on the cloud bed and bowed. Master, Brother Xuandu and friend Shi Yan have arrived. Shi Yan looked at the youthful appearance of the Tongtian Patriarch on the cloud bed and bowed respectfully. With Xuandu, we pay our respects to the Saint of Shangqing. We pay our respects to you, Master Tongtian. The Tongtian Patriarch glanced at Xuandu and Shi Yan and spoke lightly. I have already learned of the matters concerning the human race. Duobao, ring the golden bell to gather the myriad immortals. Yes. Upon hearing the Tongtian Patriarch's words, although Duobao did not understand what had happened, he hurriedly went outside Bo Palace, locating two boys dressed in red and blue Dao robes. Water and fire boys, bring out the golden bell. Master wishes to summon the disciples of Jiejiao. Upon hearing Duobao's words, the fire boy took out a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the golden bell, from his garments and handed it to Duobao. Dong dong dong. The melodious and ancient sound of the bell resonated from Janeo Island. All disciples of Jiejiao could hear this sound. Soon countless cultivators flew towards Bo Palace. Most of these disciples were golden immortals, with a few Tai and Daluo. Before long, tens of thousands of cultivators had gathered behind Shi Yan. Shi Yan observed the disciples of Jiejiao, while the Jiejiao disciples were also observing the cultivator accompanying Brother Xuandu. The Holy Mother of Golden Light nudged the nearby Duobao and asked what has happened. Duobao replied in a low voice, it should be related to the human race. Xuandu stood before Jijio's assembled immortals and informed them that the Yao clan intended to slaughter the human race and were forging the two-sort of weapon meant to exterminate witches. At Xuandu's words, the four principal disciples of Jiejiao and a few followers displayed looks of anger, while the majority of disciples wore expressions of regret for having come. Shi Yan's formidable nascent soul intercepted their transmitted murmurs. Humph. Mere humans. If they perish, they perish. All this fuss over striking a golden bell. Ooh, I cannot fathom Master Tongtian's behavior. Others muttered. I even left seclusion specially to come and hear the Dao. Hearing such remarks, Shi Yan's expression grew steadily colder. Xuandu, noticing this, quickly transmitted, fellow Daoist Shi Yan, pay them no mind. Tongtian Shishu's Jiejiao has always been a mixed lot. Do not let it trouble you. Xuandu seemed plainly accustomed to it. I understand, Shi Yan replied, committing their faces and auras to memory before closing his eyes to await Tongtian Jiao's decision. From his cloud bed, Tongtian Jiaozhu observed everything and paid little heed to his disciples' differing voices. His sacred tone proclaimed, Jijio's doctrine is to seize a single thread of life for sentient beings. With calamity looming over the human race, our sect shall go to aid them. Those willing will soon depart with Xuandu to the shores of the East Sea to shelter the humans. Tongtian left the choice to Jijio's myriad immortals. In the end, those who pledged to help the human race included the four inner disciples Duobao, Doran Jingguang, Xingmu Wudong Xingmu, and Gailing Xingmu. 3 attendants, 7 immortals, Wuyun Xian, Jinggu Xian, and Pilu Xian, accompanied them along with several outer disciples, among whom were the later renowned Zhao Gongming Sanxiao and Shi Tianjun. The next morning, Xuandu the Great Mage led the way with the Taiji diagram held before him. Shi Yan's aura was grave as he followed closely. Duobao, Doran Wudong, Xingmu Jingguang Xingmu, and Guiling Xingmu flanked the procession. Wuyun Xian, Jinggu Xian, and Pilu Xian formed the vanguard, while outer experts like Zhao Gongming, Lady Sanxiao, and Shi Tianjun followed in order. A vast river of immortal light swept across the surface of the East Sea toward the human settlements. The human territories remained peaceful and tranquil. Sanzu had not warned the others of the Yao clan, instead, he secretly worked frantically to reinforce defenses and construct grotto heavens. With Sanzu's cooperation, Shi Yan and Xuandu guided Jijio's immortals to quietly blend into the human populace. Shi Yan also began detailed exchanges with these Jijiao disciples. In the third year since the Jijiao disciples had entered the human realm within a secluded space, Shi Yan and Duo Bao faced each other in midair, while the other disciples and Xuandu watched from afar. The duel had been proposed by Duo Bao Daoren. He wished to gauge the strength of this while Daluo called Shi Yan. Duo Bao raised a hand in a courteous gesture of invitation. Please, fellow Taoist Shi Yan. Duo Bao did not display any spirit treasures. He was confident in himself and aware that solitary cultivators of that era lacking strong backing could rarely possess fine spirit treasures. Shi Yan thought that if the foremost disciple of Jijiao needed to call upon spirit treasures to deal with a solitary cultivator, he might as well throw himself against a wall. He nevertheless remarked aloud, Duo Bao, I suggest you produce a spirit treasure. Seeing Duo Bao refused to use treasures, Shi Yan understood his intention. Yet glancing at the spirit treasure nested within his own nascent soul, at minimum of superior innate quality, he still offered the reminder. Duo Bao remained unmoved, confidence painted across his face. Fellow Taoist Shi Yan, I will not employ spirit treasures in this contest. Very well, Shi Yan replied. When admonition proved fruitless, Shi Yan gripped the Likong spear. Daluo Golden Immortal power surged into it as he plunged at Duo Bao, intending first to display his strength and then allow Duo Bao to choose his response. The spatial laws within the Likong spear ignited, stirring violent spatial turbulence. Wherever the spearhead passed, the void was torn open into a pitch-black rift. The spatial laws roiled wildly, forming chaotic currents that sought to strangle everything and rushed straight at Duo Bao Doran's face. Duo Bao's confident expression shifted in an instant. Such domineering spatial laws, he cried. He did not dare be lax. Daluo-Doic resonances erupted about him as torrents of golden light shielded his body, his flesh driven to its utmost to withstand the thrust. Bang! The innate chi of the space was shattered. Duo Bao's Dao body was suddenly impaled by a spear. Drops of Daluo blood fell into the void and disappeared. Silence fell. Jijio's immortals were struck dumb, and even Xuandu was speechless. A single blow had slain him instantly. They looked at the fallen Duo Bao Daoren in utter disbelief. Though he had not used spirit treasures as Jijio's foremost disciple, he should not have been so utterly undone. Bixiao nudged Yunxiao and asked, Sister, is that not our senior brother? Yunxiao regarded the scene with equal bewilderment and replied uncertainly, I suppose so. Wudong Jingguang and Guiling all covered their faces, unwilling to look upon this Duo Bao. Shi Yan lowered his spear and regarded Duo Bao Daoren. Fellow Taoist, perhaps you should produce your spirit treasures, otherwise I would be belittling you too much. Duo Bao's eyes rounded in astonishment, disbelief etched across his features. This is a supreme innate spirit treasure. Feeling the residual laws imprinted on his Dao body, he instantly perceived the spear's exalted grade. He then looked at Shi Yan and said, Fellow Taoist Shi Yan, your fortune is truly profound. I apologize for my earlier contempt. Inwardly, he seethed at his own folly. A supreme innate spirit treasure. Such a treasure should have been disclosed earlier. How humiliating. Shi Yan and Duo Bao resumed their opposition. This time, having learned from the earlier lesson, Duo Bao was fully armed. Above his head hovered the superior innate Duo Bao pagoda, and at his back hung numerous apparatuses. The Zhuxian Four Swords, Dingfeng Pearl, Bihua Ling Jinshan Seal, Fingguang Mirror, Kunshian Rope, Hunyuan Hammer, and countless postnatal replica spirit treasures swirled about him. Spirit radiance filled the entire interstitial space, worthy of Duo Bao's reputation. The observing Jijiao disciples donned specially crafted black spectacles. Even Xuandu wore them. They were plainly accustomed to Duo Bao's fighting style. Duo Bao stood at the center of his treasures, using the superior innate Duo Bao pagoda as a tether to manipulate the multitude of spirit treasures to attack Shi Yan. The superior innate Duo Bao pagoda was Duo Bao's symbiotic spirit treasure, capable of aiding its bearer and directing multiple treasures. With the pagoda's guidance, the postnatal treasures acted in seamless coordination. The Zhuxian Four Swords circled Shi Yan, emitting tremendous killing intent and sword chi to unsettle him. The Fingguang Mirror suddenly unleashed millions of piercing beams straight into his eyes, seeking to disturb his nascent soul and muddle his mind. The Bihua Ling coiled into a spreading immortal fire aimed at Shi Yan. the Jinshan seal, slammed down upon him, while the Hunyuan rope sought to bind his limbs. Confronted by a barrage of spirit treasures, Shi Yan's eyes kindled with battle fervor. He funneled a portion of the Hongming Liangtian Kai's power into the Likong spear. In an instant, the spear radiated inexhaustible slaughtering intent that crushed the entire interstitial layer. Even Duobao's overwhelming treasure radiance was forcibly dimmed by a sizable measure. Then a spear was unleashed, and two titanic forces collided. Boom! The interstitial space trembled violently under the tremendous shockwaves. Those hidden behind the Taiji diagram felt the ferocity of the power and were inwardly shaken. Xuandu, the bearer of the Taiji diagram, perceived the force most clearly. Each of these two powers alone possesses the capability to slay an ordinary Daluo Golden Immortal who has reached completion. As the mighty wind dissipated the Taoist Duo Bao was revealed, his spiritual treasures utterly destroyed, their divine light dimmed, scattered across every corner of space. Shi Yan, with a relatively steady aura, held a long spear aimed directly at his face. The entire space was enveloped in a deathly silence. Duo Bao stared at the spear tip just inches away, feeling the overwhelming power that could easily annihilate him. He let out a long breath of turbid air, his face showing a complete sense of defeat and a bitter smile. I concede. Shi Yan, your abilities far surpass mine, Duo Bao. After this battle, I am convinced. Shi Yan retracted the spear and cupped his hands in acknowledgement, saying, "Thank you for your guidance." As soon as the words fell, the observing immortals from the Jiejiao and the Grand Master of Xian Du moved simultaneously, swiftly appearing beside the two. The three direct disciples Wu Dang Xingmu, Jin Guang Xingmu, and Gui Ling Xingmu approached, casting an unsatisfied glance at Taoist Duo Bao. The other disciples expressed their respect towards Shi Yan, and Zhao Gongming along with the three Xiaos nodded in greeting. Feeling the gaze of several junior sisters upon him, Duo Bao awkwardly rubbed his forehead, then flew around the space, collecting the scattered and damaged spiritual treasures. He picked up a shattered Jinshan in, gazing at the cracked patterns on it, his mouth twitching in pain as his heart sank. My hard work. These materials took me tens of thousands of years to gather to forge this postnatal spiritual treasure, and now it's shattered. He mumbled, his hands never stopping picking up the remnants of treasures that resembled scrap metal, his heart aching beyond measure. Wu Yun, Xianjin, Gu Xian, and others gathered nearby, witnessing their senior brother's heart-wrenching expression, and dared not speak much, quietly assisting in collecting the fragments. Duo Bao searched for a long time, focusing on locating the traces of the four imitation swords of Ji Xian, his heart filled with anxiety. These four swords were his cherished treasures. To have Master Tong Tian help him forge them, he devoted a full 1,000,000 years. If they were destroyed, he would definitely be punished severely by his master. Not here. Not here. Still not here. Duo Bao was on the verge of despair until he finally dug out from a pile of broken treasures 8 fragments of the immortal sword, although cracked, their overall shape and restrictions intact. He sighed in relief, his expression of pain easing slightly. Fortunately, the postnatal restriction hasn't been completely destroyed. As long as the restriction is intact, even if the sword body is broken, I can still take the time to restore it. After collecting the fragments of the spiritual treasures, Shi Yan and the others returned to the shores of the east, the territory of the human race. Shi Yan bid farewell to everyone and returned to his stone house. Inside the stone house, Shi Yan felt his unstable realm and swallowed countless spiritual fruits before entering a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, the disciples of Jiejiao returned to the human race. Except for Duo Bao, the others were bored and began instructing the humans in cultivation. Duo Bao was in his room lamenting as he repaired the spiritual treasures. Xiandu was also teaching the 3 ancestors of the human race about the Great Luo divine abilities, Swiren's alchemy and artifact forging methods, and the techniques of the Ji clan in formation, along with the talisman knowledge of the Zi clan. Time slowly passed, and 5,000 years later, Shi Yan successfully broke through to the perfected stage of Daluo Jin Xian. The system also reacted after a long time. Detected hosts breakthrough to perfected Daluo Jin Xian. Please select future development direction. Option 1. Cultivate the method of slaying 3 corpses. Reward a strand of primordial purple chi. Option 2. Cultivate the method of chaos. Reward the god-slaying spear. Shi Yan looked at the long-awaited choices and chose option 2 without a second thought. Only a fool would cultivate the method of slaying 3 corpses. Without 3 innate spiritual treasures or primordial purple chi, one could not break through to the chaos Daluo Jin Xian and would forever remain at the quasi-saint level. Moreover, using primordial purple chi would restrict him within the Honghuang, adhering to the obligations of a saint. Shi Yan's goal was to be a carefree chaos Daluo Jin Xian, not a confined saint. Host has made a choice. The god-slaying spear has been issued. Before the system could finish speaking, Shi Yan interrupted, saying, "Put it in the Chaos Pearl for me." The god-slaying spear, the spiritual treasure of Luo Ho, the nemesis of Hong Jun, transformed from the root of the chaos treasure, the chaos Qinglian, is a formidable spiritual treasure capable of defying the heavens and slaying saints. If it were to suddenly appear in the Hunyuan, the heavenly Dao would sense it and immediately unleash the purple sky divine thunder to destroy it, and Shi Yan would also be affected. Reward has been modified to be in the Chaos Pearl. With a thought, Shi Yan stepped into his own small world within the Chaos Pearl. As soon as he landed, he felt an unmatched, domineering aura filled with the intent of destruction and slaughter rising to the heavens and piercing the chaotic sky. It was a long spear, entirely pitch black, its body entwined with thick, murderous qi. Simply floating there caused the surrounding chaotic airflow to shatter continuously, as if even the laws of heaven and earth were about to be pierced. It was indeed the god-slaying spear. Being a system reward, it automatically refined a layer of innate restriction. Shi Yan stepped forward, slowly, lightly touched the spear's body, feeling its boundless power, saying, "So strong, the god-slaying spear truly lives up to its name." With a gentle wave, the spear tip cut through chaos, leaving behind an eternal mark of slaughter. Even the world barrier within the Chaos Pearl trembled slightly under this force. After experiencing the god-slaying spear, Shi Yan tossed it into his divine sense, refining it together with the other spiritual treasures, and stepped out of the Chaos Pearl. Shi Yan explained the situation to Xian Duo Bao, the three ancestors, and others before tearing through space towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Since he chose to cultivate the method of chaos, he naturally needed to find an expert in this area. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, both chaos, Daluo Xian of space and time laws, would be of great assistance to Shi Yan. Before long, Shi Yan arrived at the territory of the Wu clan. This was due to Di Jiang announcing that Shi Yan was a friend of the Wu clan. Thus, shortly after arriving at the Wu clan, Shi Yan successfully met the 12 ancestors of Wu. "You say? You want to break through to the Chaos Daluo Xian?" Di Jiang looked at Shi Yan with confusion, saying, "What is Chaos Daluo Xian? Aren't you Yuanshan cultivators all supposed to be breaking through to Quasi-Saint through slaying 3 corpses?" Upon hearing this, Shi Yan pointed to the sky and said, "Let's talk in the Panga Hall." The 12 ancestors of Wu instantly understood as they saw Shi Yan pointing to the sky. It was definitely a secret related to Hong Jun that he did not want others to reveal. Di Jiang opened the spatial tunnel leading to the Panga Hall. The Panga Hall, a treasure transformed from Panga's heart, exuded a dense pangu will capable of shielding heavenly secrets and suppressing fate. Upon entering, Di Jiang infused Shi Yan with the aura of the ancestors. "Can we start now? What exactly is Chaos Daluo Xian?" Seeing the 12 ancestors of Wu eager for answers, Shi Yan did not delay and directly stated, "Chaos Daluo Xian is a stage after Daluo Xian, which is the name of your current realm. Chaos Daluo Xian and Quasi-Saint exist at the same level. Chaos Daluo Xian primarily cultivates laws relying on one's own power, while Quasi-Saint relies on innate spiritual treasures to break through, depending on external forces." Shi Yan's explanation was simple enough for even the ancestors to understand. Di Jiang inquired, "So you mean that Chaos Daluo Xian breaks through relying on one's own power, while Quasi-Saint relies on spiritual treasures for shortcuts?" Upon hearing the explanation of their realm, Zhurong questioned, "Since our realm relies on laws and our own great power to break through, why do we feel unable to defeat those 2 cunning birds? It seems our own great power should be stronger than external forces." Gong also inquired, "Exactly, it's always a few ancestor witches against those 2, yet it feels evenly matched." Shi Yan sighed. It wasn't without reason that the ancestor witches were deemed foolish. Shi Yan helplessly asked, "Do you have a primordial spirit?" Gong appeared puzzled, "No, why?" Shi Yan, frustrated, took out a low-grade spirit treasure and gestured with it, though it left no spark in the solid space of the Panga Hall. Yet his action still alerted Hutu. Hutu suddenly realized spirit treasures, they can use spirit treasures. Her words shone like a beacon in the dark, instantly guiding the ancestor witches in the right direction. Di Jiang replied, "Indeed, they can use spirit treasures. The innate treasure, the chaos bell, the supreme innate spirit treasure, the sun and moon essence wheel, and the supreme innate spirit treasure, the river diagram and Luo book. Each of these spirit treasures narrowed the gap between the ancestor witches and the golden crows. This created the illusion that the ancestor witches were inferior to the golden crows." Di Jiang looked at Shi Yan. "So you wish to rely on my understanding and that of Zhurong to break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal?" Shi Yan nodded. "Exactly, and I have another reason to pursue the Hunyuan method." The 12 ancestor witches asked in unison, "What reason?" Shi Yan replied, the three-corpse/method has its pitfalls. The 12 ancestor witches asked, pitfalls? Does the method given by the old Dang also have pitfalls? The Grand Master laughed heartily. I suspected that old fellow had ulterior motives. This technique actually has pitfalls, huh? Silence. Zhurong glared at Gong Gong, and then asked, what specific pitfalls are there? Shi Yan organized his thoughts. The three-corpse/method allows a Daluo Golden Immortal to sever the good, evil, and attachment of their three corpses, cleverly achieving the Quasi-Saint Dao fruit, and its power is closely related to the spirit treasures used in the slash. Then what Hongjun didn't elaborate on is that the three-corpse/method must utilize 3 innate spirit treasures of the same origin to sever the corpses. Only then is there a chance to break through to Hunyuan. Otherwise, due to excessive repulsion from the innate spirit treasures, the 3 corpses cannot merge, leaving one stuck in the Quasi-Saint realm for life. Upon hearing Shi Yan's explanation, Hodo understood the drawbacks of the three-corpse/method. How could spirit treasures with incompatible attributes allow the 3 corpses to merge? It was like Zhurong and Gonggong, and despite having a good relationship, they would fight if they got too close. Hota glanced at her few bewildered brothers and explained in the language of the witch clan, you need to have the same innate spirit treasure to sever the 3 corpses, otherwise one can never break through. With Hutu's explanation, the ancestor witches immediately understood. The wood ancestor witch Jumong exclaimed, so it turns out that cultivators who practice the 3-corpse/ can never break through. Even the foolish witch clan knew that the innate spirit treasures in the Honghuang world were limited in number, and there could never be identical innate spirit treasures, thus cultivators of the 3-corpse/ could not break through. Realizing the truth, the laughter of the ancestor witches echoed throughout the Pango Hall. Liaoliang and Tianwu even embraced each other, mocking Tai and Dijuan. Xiangliang laughed, ha ha. Those 2 cunning birds have had their paths cut off. Tianwu responded, ha. Shi Yan looked at the ancestor witches, who understood, only half unsure of what to say. But seeing their excited expressions, he decided to let them be. After all, the conclusion the ancestor witches reached wasn't wrong. Dijiang suddenly seemed to think of something. Do you know the difference between a Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal and a saint? According to what you just said, why did the Sanqing who did not use identical spirit treasures to sever the 3 corpses still become saints? If the path of the 3-corpse/ was truly cut off, then what about the Sanqing? Shi Yan's eyes shone with wisdom as he began to explain, the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal represents a level of cultivation, a realm of power. In contrast, a heavenly Dao saint represents a fruition that entrusts the primordial spirit to the heavenly Dao. The former is free and unfettered, unbound by any constraints. The latter, while immortal and indestructible, must abide by the constraints of the heavenly Dao, fulfilling the duties of a heavenly Dao saint. These words exploded in the minds of the 12 ancestor witches, illuminating the profound difference between the two. So it turns out, it was like this. The Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal is the true embodiment of ultimate freedom. The saint is merely a restricted fruition. That old Hongjun indeed deceived us again, and he also led the Sanqing, who are both true inheritors of Pangu, into a dire situation. The 12 ancestor witches did not ask Shi Yan how he knew such secrets. Even the foolish witches understood that some matters were unique to personal opportunities. Inside the Pangu Hall, the light of the laws intertwined like a waterfall, the paths of space and time entwined with each other, forming an endless river of time and space, manifesting the scene of Dijiang and Zhurong breaking through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Shi Yan sat atop the 12-petal pure world white lotus. The lotus platform radiated boundless pure light, a serene spiritual platform, with the creation jade dish suspended above his head, descending the resonances of the laws, recording the trajectories of the laws as Dijiang and Zhurong broke through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Shi Yan's laws were originally the strongest laws, formed by the fusion of the laws of time and space with the help of the Dao seed of time and space, known as the time-space laws. Now, with the flow of laws as the time ancestor witch and space ancestor witch broke through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal, along with the Hunyuan level laws of the creation jade dish. Shi Yan's understanding of time and space grew ever deeper, with time being a line, space being a surface. The intertwining of lines and surfaces represented the universe and the source of all laws. He no longer limited himself to mere acceleration, deceleration, teleportation, or folding, but instead touched the essence of time and space, mastering the beginning of time and controlling the extremes of space. Shi Yan's consciousness instantly fell into a state of emptiness, as if he had transformed into time and space itself, wandering through endless dimensions. Meanwhile, in the 36th heaven above the Lingxiao heavenly court, Dijuan sat upon the throne of the heavenly emperor, exuding imperial might with the power of the stars of the surrounding heavens piercing through the 9 skies. Under him, tens of thousands of demon troops stood silent. A chilling aura swept across the heavenly court. Dealing with the human race does not require too many demons. Since learning that the intense resentment of the human race could break through the physical defenses of the witch clan, the demon race could no longer contain their ambitions. Initially, out of respect for the face of the Empress Nüwa, Dejuan and Tai were still somewhat hesitant, not daring to openly invade human territories. Instead, they only dared to secretly capture isolated human beings using their souls and resentment to refine the slaughter witch sword. But this method was far too inefficient. After secretly slaughtering for thousands of years, Lady Nüwa remained silent without issuing any warning. The last trace of hesitation in Daijan's heart dissipated. He could not afford to wait any longer. The time for the Hunyuan meeting was approaching. Now the great array of the stars was completely perfected, capable of harnessing the power of countless stars, possessing the might of a saint. The 10 golden crows had emerged, raising the fate of the demon race to its peak. Furthermore, there was the foundation for becoming a saint, the primordial purple energy. Everything was ready, only lacking the east wind. Daijan's eyes flashed with a ruthless determination as he raised his hand and declared, "Proclaim my edict, exterminate the human race and forge the slaughter of witches. Kill." The army of the demon race swiftly arrived at the territory of the human race 100,000 miles away through a spatial rift. Tens of thousands of demon soldiers pressed forward like a dark cloud, encroaching upon the human domain. At the same time, the members of the sect in the human territory instantly sensed the bloodthirsty and brutal aura of the demon race. The three ancestors hurriedly guided their kin to gather towards the core for refuge. Retreat. All human beings below the Tai Golden Immortal level must enter the cave heaven for safety. After the sect's immortals and the innate human beings above the Tai realm sent all the elderly and children into a cave, they stepped outside to confront the demon race. At the shores of the East Sea, a foul wind was rising. Green toxic mist swept across the heavens and the earth like a tsunami, withering spiritual herbs and decaying mountains and rocks, even eroding the spiritual energy itself. 100,000 miles away, the demon army loomed like a black cloud over the city, with tens of thousands of demon soldiers forming battle formations, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. At the forefront, a 9-headed giant serpent coiled between heaven and earth, its forked tongue flickering, spreading toxic mist. This was one of the 10 demon gods of being at the early stage of quasi-saint level, Xianglu. It was dispatched by the demon emperor Jun to slaughter the human race, using their souls and grievances to refine the slaughter witch sword. Xiangliu's 9 heads opened simultaneously, their voices resonating like thunder, shaking the mountains of the human territory to collapse. The cave heaven was also affected, leaving countless humans inside, pale-faced and trembling in fear. Kill. Following Xiangliu's command, the demon army roared skyward and charged towards the human territory. Jia 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 jia. Roar, roar, roar. The immortals of the sect and the innate humans above the Tai level instantly advanced, blocking the demons from entering the human territory. Among them, the Taoist Duobao, with his Daobao pagoda shining with immense light, instantly struck down the avian demons at the forefront. Sect. Xiangliu's 9 heads turned to crimson, serpent eyes sweeping across the field, gazing at the sect disciples before him with a peculiar glint, and rebuked. "Why do you obstruct the actions of my demon race? Withdraw at once. In the name of the Sage of Supreme Clarity, the demon race will not hold this against you." As for the Xian Du, Xianglu did not attempt to persuade them. It would be futile. The Wudong Saintess, with a strong character, faced the quasi-saint Heaton, declaring, "My sect still needs to question your demon race on why you invade the human race for no reason." Xiangliu's 18 eyes simultaneously flashed red light. "Are you certain you will not retreat?" Sect disciple, "We will not retreat." Xianglu sneered coldly, then struck. The serpent's tail whipped wildly, and a violent green wind swept towards the human territory, a toxic liquid capable of corroding innate spiritual energy. "No one from the human race can be spared today." Shi Yan's expression tightened, and he immediately summoned the Taiji diagram. The yin and yang energies burst forth, transforming into an endless golden bridge that blocked and purified all the toxic mist. Seeing the innate treasure Taiji diagram, Xiangliu's pupils constricted, sensing a hint of difficulty. He then looked towards the sect disciples and transmitted to the demon race. "Let the Great Luo Golden Immortals entangle the sect disciples, ensuring no harm comes to their lives. The rest should kill towards the human territory. Slaughter the human race, refine the slaughter witch." With his command, he charged towards Xiandu. Xiangliu's idea was good. If the ones blocking him were the Chan sect disciples, he could do so, but it would not work against the sect disciples. Taoist Duobao made a decisive call, shouting, "Sect disciples, form ranks." The Wudong Saintess, the Golden Light Saintess, and the Turtle Spirit Saintess immediately responded. The Cloud-clad Immortal, the Golden Hoop Immortal, and the Pili Immortal's powers surged, while Zhao Gongming wielded 24 sea calming beads. The Sanshao sisters began to activate the Primordial Golden Dipper, setting up the 9 Curves Yellow River formation, while the 10 Heavenly Lords laid down the 10 Absolute formation. Several powerful formations combined, merging into a composite super formation that covered all the space ahead of the demon race. In the direction of the human race, countless human cultivators under the guidance of the 3 ancestors also entered the formation, providing an endless supply of magical power to support the sect's formation. The advancing steps of the demon race were blocked by this composite Great Formation. As countless demons entered the Great Formation, the weaker ones were suppressed by formations like the 10 Absolute Formation and the Golden Light Formation injured, and then sent into the Sengxiao's 9 Curves Yellow River Formation to strip away their 3 flowers, reverting them to beasts. Even the powerful demons were entangled by the Wudong Saintess, the Turtle Spirit Saintess, Zhao Gongming, and the Cloud-clad Immortal injured, and then sent into the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation to strip away their 3 flowers. Although there were human cultivators providing magical power support, the sect disciples still felt a little fatigued, facing the endless stream of demons. Except for one person, Zhao Gongming. Holding 24 charging treasures brimming with magical power and wielding a golden whip, he became even more energized, exclaiming, "I want to fight 10 of them." Meanwhile, the battle between Shi Yan and Xiang Lu was ongoing. To call it a battle wasn't entirely accurate, it was more of mutual restraint. The latest-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal Shi Yan defended, while early-stage Saint Xiang Lu attacked. Throughout the confrontation, Shi Yan did not engage Xiang Lu in a contest of magical power or divine abilities. Instead, he maximized the advantages of his spiritual treasures. Shi Yan stood under the earthly and heavenly mysterious yellow Linglong Tower, stepping on the Taiji diagram, while holding the fire flag of leaving the ground. With this defensive setup, not to mention an early-stage Saint like Xiang Lu, even all the Saints of the demon race attacking together, as long as they did not use the great array of the celestial bodies, would not be able to break through Shi Yan's defense. He would stand undefeated today. Meanwhile, within the Pango Hall of the Witch Clan, Emperor Jiang, who was demonstrating the laws to Shi Yan, sensed a violent fluctuation from the spatial node of the human territory. Distracted, he opened a spatial rift, peering through it to witness the battle between the demon race and the sect disciples. Seeing the demon race invading the human territory, Emperor Jiang transmitted to Ho-Tu, "Little sister, come quickly, the demon race is up to something." The only ancestor of the 12 ancestral witches with a bit of brain. Before long, Ho-Tu appeared before Emperor Jiang, puzzled. "Brother, the time for the 100 Yuan meeting has not yet arrived. What is the demon race doing?" "The demon race has invaded the human territory." Emperor Jiang showed Ho-Tu the scene at the East Seashore and said, "I promised Shi Yan, and now that the demon race is invading the human race, little sister, please lend a hand to the human race." Ho-Tu, all right. With her words falling, Ho-Tu directly walked out of the Pango Hall, gathering some clansmen heading towards the East Seashore. At this moment, the battle situation at the East Seashore had become increasingly brutal. Though the sect's formation was formidable, the demon army surged forward like a tide, and several small cracks had appeared at the edges of the formation. Although they quickly repaired, there was a subtle sense of instability. Daoist Duobao, with the Daobao Pagoda above his head, controlled numerous post-heaven spiritual treasures to suppress one area, but was also entangled by several great Luo demon generals, his face gradually turning pale. The Wudong Saintess and the Turtle Spirit Saintess each wielded spiritual treasures to clash with the demon soldiers, spewing foul breath, their breaths unstable. The Sanshao sisters continuously activated the Primordial Golden Dipper to diminish the demon race's cultivation, but the 9 Curves Yellow River formation consumed immense energy. Even with the human race supplying endless magical power, sweat was already beading on their foreheads. Zhao Gongming remained imposing the 24 sea calming beads, continuously supplying magical power, swinging the golden whip to make the demons cry for mercy. Yet he understood that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. The Xiandu master, protected by the Taiji diagram, the earthly and heavenly mysterious yellow Linglong Tower, and the fire flag of leaving the ground, stood firm as Mount Tai, but could only firmly restrain Xiang Lu and had no strength to rescue others. Inside the human cave heaven, countless elderly, weak women and children trembled at the thunderous sounds of slaughter outside, their eyes filled with despair. At that moment, a spatial tunnel quietly opened. A heavy footstep resonated through the heavens and earth. "Demon Clan, how dare you?" A rough yet immensely powerful female voice, wielding the vast magic of a Primordial Golden Immortal, directly overshadowed all the chaos and roars of battle. At the same time, the demon clan, along with disciples of the GS sect and human cultivators, turned to look towards the source of the voice. Everyone raised their heads in amazement. They beheld a colossal figure shrouded in murderous aura stepping forth from the void, a grand witch of the earth. Behind her followed the grand witch Shi Yan, wielding a halberd along with thousands of fierce witch warriors. Each witch warrior radiated a wild aura, their cold eyes fixated on the advancing demon army. After dozens of Yuan meetings, without confrontation, the witches had long been prepared for battle. Xiang Lu sensed that familiar aura, and his 9 heads abruptly halted, fear flashing in his crimson snake eyes. Witches? How did those barbarians come here? And they brought a grand witch. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Xiang Lu struck back at the Xiandu and returned to the demon army, addressing the Grand Witch of Earth. Ho Tu, what are you doing here? The time limit of the 100 Yuan meeting has not yet passed. Do you intend to defy the will of the Dao ancestor? Unfortunately, it was of no use. Ho Tu's indifferent gaze swept over the blood-soaked human territory, then turned to the demon army, her voice cold as ice. The human race and the witch race have been united for long. You demons slaughter humans, how can we witches not respond? Before her words could fade, Ho Tu raised her hand and pressed down. There were no earth-shattering divine powers, no flashy spiritual treasures, only a vast and heavy force of the earth's laws, as if the world were toppling, striking directly at Xiang Lu. Xiang Liu's expression changed dramatically, his 9 heads spewing venom as his aura surged to the extreme, bracing for the impact. Boom! A tremendous sound shattered the heavens. Xiang Liu's massive form was smashed into the ground by a single palm, creating a giant pit, 100,000 miles wide, dark green blood gushing out, several heads twisted and deformed. A pauper saint without a powerful spiritual treasure faced with the realm suppression of a primordial golden immortal. It was an utterly one-sided affair. As the Grand Witch Ho Tu made her move, Grand Witch Shi Yan wielded his halberd, leading the witches toward the demon army. Kill. Roar, roar. Countless witch warriors followed the Grand Witch, letting out raw, furious roars emanating an astonishing, murderous aura as they charged into the demon army, unleashing their battle intent. The already suppressed demon clan under the GS sect's grand formation instantly fell into chaos, their formation collapsing. Duo Bao Jing Guang Wu Dang and others were momentarily stunned, then ecstatic joy erupted in their eyes. The witches have made their move. Although they had previously heard from the 3 ancestors that Dao Shi Yan had a close relationship with the witch race, they were still shocked to see the witches appear on the battlefield. Xiandu let out a sigh of relief, smiled slightly, took out a wisp of Tai Ching essence, and the Taiji diagram in his hand shone even brighter, directly sealing this space to prevent the demons from escaping. Xiandu planned to take advantage of the witch race's momentum to annihilate all the demons in this place to avenge the blood debts of the human race. At the bottom of the pit, Xiang Lu struggled to raise his head, looking at the Grand Witch Ho Tu standing like a demon god in the void, then glancing at the mass of witch warriors filled with murderous intent. Despair filled his heart, regretting coming to the human territory. He never expected that merely slaughtering humans for sword refining would attract such formidable enemies from both the GS sect and the witch race. Clearly, the human race had not had much interaction with these two forces. Especially the GS sect, most of the disciples of the demon race fed on humans. Xiang Lu could not comprehend and could only cry for help. Your Majesty Dijuan, save me. At this moment, far away in the heavenly court, the demon emperor Dijuan sensed the fluctuations of fate and Xiang Liu's call. Xiang Lu, demon god. Activating the river map and Luo book, he analyzed the situation. Watching the scenes depicted by the river map and Luo book, Dijuan's expression darkened to the point of dripping water. The GS sect and the witch race actually appeared in the human territory. Who leaked the news? As Dijuan pondered, he saw the once clear battlefield image on the river map and Luo book suddenly shrouded by the chaotic energies of yin and yang. Taiji diagram. Seeing the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram sealing the human space, Dijuan hurriedly summoned the sun and moon golden wheel, attempting to break the spatial barrier at the east seashore. Swish, swish, swish. No matter how the sun and moon golden wheel sliced through the space, sealed by the Taiji diagram, remained unbreakable, not even a scratch appearing. The light of the river map and Luo book gradually dimmed as Dijuan clenched his fists, the true fire of the sun blazing in the Lingxiao treasure hall, emitting a roar of unwillingness. Which race? The gatekeeper outside the Lingxiao treasure hall, sensing the furious aura of the demon emperor, hurriedly stopped, slacking off, standing straight and gazing ahead. Meanwhile, on the battlefield by the east seashore, disciples of the GS sect dispersed the formation, gathering with Xiandu and human cultivators to recover from their injuries. Observing the battlefield, the witches were conducting a one-sided massacre against the demons as the Taiji diagram sealed the space, preventing the demons from escaping. Shi Yan wielded his halberd, charging through each swing, capable of shattering the bodies of several powerful demons. As he cut, he let out roars of roar, 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 reveling in the thrill of battle. The thousands of witch warriors also charged into the demon ranks like tigers among sheep, engaging in slaughter. The demons, already worn down by the GS sect's grand formation, were utterly powerless at this moment. Cries of agony, bone-cracking sounds, and explosive magical phenomena intermingling. Alt. Boom, boom, boom. Jia, jia, jia. Within moments, the demon army was nearly decimated, their corpses littering the east seashore, blood staining the surface of the sea. Meanwhile, the devastation of Xiang Lu at the hands of Ho-Tu also reached its climax. Beaten, Xiang Liu's remaining 3 heads were on the verge of collapse, dark green blood flowing across the pit's bottom, corroding the earth with a hissing sound. He exerted his last ounce of strength to escape, only to find the space locked by the Taiji diagram, and upon trying to self-destruct, he realized his body was filled with the earth's laws from Ho-Tu, making it impossible to invoke the Dao fruit. He could only despairingly watch as Ho-Tu approached him step by step, then seized him. Ho-Tu enveloped his body and soul with the tyrannical laws of the earth. With Xiang Liu's final scream, his flesh disintegrated inch by inch, and his soul was crushed into nothingness under the law power of the Primordial Golden Immortal, merging into the heavens and earth. The undying true spirit fled into the sea of true spirits, awaiting the return of the endless calamities. Xiang Lu, one of the 10 demon gods, died, his path extinguished, and the fate of the demon race diminished. With Xiang Liu's death, the last of the demons was also slain by Shi Yan under the halberd, and the massacre by the east seashore came to a complete halt, leaving only the pervasive murderous aura and the scent of blood. The onlookers in the sky hurriedly returned to the ground upon witnessing this. Disciples of the GS sect, we have seen the Grand Witch Ho-Tu, Xian Du, and the 3 ancestors. Thank you, Grand Witch Ho-Tu, for protecting our human race. Ho-Tu slightly nodded, then led the satisfied Shi Yan and the witch warriors towards the spatial tunnel. Xian Du also lifted the spatial blockade of the Taiji diagram. Ho-Tu, leading the witch warriors, vanished into the spatial tunnel, leaving behind a lingering echo. The demon race is invading. Call upon the witch race. The space closed, and the figures of the witch race completely disappeared. After the retreat of the witch clan, Dao Bao looked at Swearin. My sect has also departed. I believe that after this incident, the monster clan will not invade the human race again for a while. Now, with the deadline of the 100 Yuan conference approaching, and one of the monster gods eliminated, they have no energy left to invade the human race. After bidding farewell to Xuandu and the human race, Dao Bao transformed with the disciples of the sect and darted towards the direction of Golden Ao Island. Xuandu did not return to Shouyang Mountain, but stayed with the human race, waiting for them to complete their preparations before leaving. In the 36 heavens, the monster Emperor Dijun sat on his throne, sensing the weakening of fate due to the loss of the 10 monster gods, a coldness appearing in his eyes. Looking at the chaos in his spatial realm, he coldly spoke. Which clan is sect and human teaching this karma is remembered by my monster clan? The news of Xiang Liu's death and the destruction of the monster army on the shores of the East Sea spread like divine thunder, instantly reverberating throughout the wilderness, shaking all corners of the world. Under the East Sea Dragon Palace, within a small world suppressing the eye of the sea, the ancestral dragon, Zhu Long, seemed to witness the flow of time, instructing the dragon kings of the 4 seas. From today onwards, all dragons must return to their ancestral lands. No one is allowed to leave the 4 seas without orders. Those who disobey will be expelled from the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan, which had been in seclusion in the 4 seas since the calamity of the Longhan era, entangled by karma, rarely intervened in the disputes of the wilderness, yet they always kept a close eye on the trends of the wilderness. Now, with Xiang Liu's death, the wilderness is on the verge of chaos, and naturally, they must stay away from karma disputes. Like the Dragon Clan, all forces with some strength in the wilderness understood that chaos was about to erupt and ordered their clans to seal themselves off. The Phoenix Clan in the Immortal Volcano sealed their mountains. The White Tiger Clan in the west summoned all their clansmen back, and the races living in the North Sea all moved to live with the Black Tortoise in the North Sea, leaving the entire wilderness to the Witch and Demon clans. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Panga Hall was filled with frustration. The 9 ancestral witches Gonggong, Zhurong, Rushu, Jumong, Tianwu, Yinzi, Xuanming, and Xiangliang gathered in the hall, their murderous aura surging, all with faces full of regret. Huta looked helplessly at her brothers and sisters in front of her. Ever since they learned that Hutu went to help the human race fight against the monster clan, they had been like this. Huta stood quietly to the side, her eyes filled with helplessness. Just as she was about to speak, the most fiery Zhurong stepped forward, his fiery hair standing upright, and bellowed. Little sister, this is rather uninteresting. Such a decisive battle, and you didn't call us brothers and sisters, leaving us here in Panga Hall. Gong followed closely, his water-blue eyes swirling with unwillingness, stamping his foot heavily. Exactly, Big Brother is biased. Leiliang nodded vigorously in agreement. Big Brother is biased. Xuanming, surrounded by a cold aura, looked at Hutu, his tone displeased. Little sister, this is rather unethical. Hutu covered her forehead. Sister Xuanming, why are you also like this? Enough. The always silent wind ancestral, which Tianwu finally moved, summoning a gentle breeze to blow away the fire and water energy emitted by Zhurong and Gong. The Big Brother's actions must have his own reasoning, and since the time for the 100 Yuan conference has not yet arrived, many ancestral witches going to the shores of the East Sea could easily be suspected of provoking war, which would inevitably draw Hongjun's actions against us. At the mention of Dao ancestor Hongyuan, the murderous aura in Pango Hall suddenly froze. The several ancestral witches ceased their shouting, their faces still full of frustration, their auras surging and difficult to calm. The ancestral witch Rushu of the Golden Clan couldn't stand it anymore, snorting coldly, the laws of gold flowing sharp and glaring. This battle in the East Sea, the death of the nine-headed serpent Xiang Lu of the Monster Clan, is a cause for great joy, yet you all seem so discontented here. Zhurong stomped his feet, flames splattering. It is indeed joyful. But to have such a battle against the Monster Clan, yet only let little sister go alone, makes my hands itchy. How can I not be frustrated? Exactly, Gong chimed in, waves of water surging. Clearly I could have gone as well. Jamang's body swayed with greenwood, life and death intertwined, slowly speaking. The time limit for the 100 Yuan conference is approaching. If a battle is to be fought, there will be opportunities for you to fight then. Tianwu's eyes narrowed slightly, gazing in the direction of the heavenly court, his tone icy. What Jumong said is correct. The 100 Yuan conference is imminent. There is no need to rush at this moment. The words of Tianwu and Jumong swept away the ancestral witches' gloomy mood. The witches turned their gazes towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain, looking at that property that had been seized. Qiang Liang's voice boomed. Once the time limit of the 100 Yuan conference is up, we will lead the witches and storm the heavenly court, completely overturning that monster clan's heavenly court. Shizi's body flickered with electric light, responding sharply. By then we must ensure that Di Jun and Tai Yi perish, restoring the heavenly court to its rightful owner. Hota looked at the witches, who were no longer gloomy, leaving the main hall of Pango Hall to them, chanting witch. She herself walked into the side hall of Pango Hall. As she entered the hall, the noise from the outside world was cut off by an invisible force. Inside the hall, time and space were chaotic, the flow of time fluctuating rapidly, and spatial folds layered upon one another, a manifestation of the intertwining of the laws of time and space. A figure sat quietly in the chaotic energy within the hall. It was Shi Yan. His eyes were tightly closed, and the laws of time and space flowed around him as he immersed himself in the depths of the comprehension of the laws, his aura, ethereal, blending with this small space. Huta glanced at him without disturbing him, heading straight towards the depths of the side hall, where the two ancestral witches Dijiang and Zhu Juyin were still releasing companion laws. Little sister, Dijiang's voice was deep, resonating with the vibrations of space. Hutu replied, Big Brother. Dijiang glanced over casually, stating, they are still so impatient. Hutu nodded gently, and then informed the two witches about the events in the East Sea. She recounted everything from the disciples of the sect confronting the monster army to the human race Xuandu sealing the space, and finally her own slaying of Xiang Lu. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jian's body slightly trembled with time, revealing a hint of surprise. Little sister, you actually killed that snake. No wonder they have been complaining outside. Hutu replied, it was just a chance encounter. Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin also agreed, not feeling that Hutu was being modest. Even if Xiang Lu was weak, he was still a Kwasa saint. If he wanted to escape, Hutu truly couldn't have kept him, let alone ensure his death. At this point, Hutu's gaze turned to Shi Yan, who was comprehending the laws of time and space, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. It seems that Shi Yan's understanding of the laws of time and space is somewhat different from that of my two brothers. Hearing this, Dijiang also looked at Shi Yan, a hint of intrigue appearing in his eyes. Shi Yan's laws of time and space are not like the pure singular laws of Zhu Jiuyin and myself. His Dao is the fusion of time and space. Zhu Jiuyin added, and his Dao is already formed. Hutu, upon hearing this, looked at Shi Yan in disbelief. Already formed. Such cultivation allows for profound comprehension of both time and space laws, and he has even fused them. The future is limitless. Hutu then looked at Dijiang. Big Brother, how much longer will his condition last? Dijiang pondered for a moment and gave a rough estimate of the time, about 10 Yuan conferences. Meanwhile, on the other side, Duo Bao the Taoist led a group of disciples from the Jie sect, riding a beam of light as they sped forward. Before long, they glimpsed the ethereal golden Ao island in the eastern sea, shrouded in immortal mist, and thronged by countless celestials. The other disciples, save for Duobao, returned to their respective island caves. Duobao himself proceeded to the Green Tour Palace to report on the situation in the human territories. Before the Green Tour Palace, Duobao straightened his robes and strode briskly toward the entrance. He bowed deeply, his voice reverent. "Your disciple Duobao seeks an audience with Master." As his words faded, a voice deep and majestic yet tinged with a hint of casualness emanated from within the palace. "Enter." Upon hearing this, Duobao stepped into the hall. Inside, clouds of primal energy swirled, and the aura of innate spiritual treasures filled the air. Tontian Jiaozhu sat upon a cloud bed, his eyes half closed, the Dao rhythm flowing around him. He had long perceived all that had transpired in the Eastern Sea. Duobao stepped forward and bowed once more. "Your disciple has fulfilled your commission, joining forces with the human race and Hutu, the ancestral witch, to repel the demon army, slay the demon god Shangliu, and protect the humans." However, he paused, a hint of flattery creeping onto his face. "In this great battle, the spiritual treasures used by your disciple and the other junior brothers and sisters were greatly damaged, so your disciple presumes to beg Master for some spiritual materials and refined gold to repair the damaged treasures and strengthen the Jia sect." Tontian Jiao's his saintly eyes were deep, and he looked at Duobao with a hint of a smile. "Duobao, how many times has this been? Every time after a battle you come to me begging for materials. Do you think my treasures are blown in by the wind?" Duobao winked and gestured with his portly frame. "Of course not, Master. It's truly because your disciple has no materials left that I come to you. You know your disciple is busy managing the Jia sect and truly has no time to seek opportunities. Enough, stop playing the victim. Remember to forge a few more acquired spiritual treasures for your junior brothers and sisters." With that, Tontian Jiaozhu waved his large sleeve, and countless rays of spiritual light flew out, landing before Duobao. Among them were innate gung metal, the essence of Ewood Xian water, divine crystals, leaf fire, primordial essence, and several pieces of chaos jade rich with profound Dao rhythm, all top-tier refining materials rarely seen in the world. Overjoyed at the mountain of innate materials before him, Duobao quickly cowed out. "Your disciple thanks Master for his grace. Master is merciful." Tontian Jiaozhu nodded slightly, closing his saintly eyes again. "Withdraw." Your disciple takes his leave. Duobao gathered all the materials, respectfully exited the Green Tour Palace, and headed excitedly toward his own cave. In the human territories, thanks to prior preparations and the aid of the Jia sect and the Wu tribe, the humans had not suffered a fatal blow. Throughout the great battle, only a handful of innate humans had perished, and the clan's vitality remained intact. But though the demon tribe was repelled, their living environment was destroyed. Shangliu's venom had polluted the surrounding rivers and seas, stripping the entire eastern sea coast of life and rendering it uninhabitable for humans. Yet every coin has two sides. The entire demon army had been annihilated there. In the instant of their death, the personal spaces of the greater demons and demon kings shattered, scattering their treasured celestial materials, spiritual ores, and cultivation resources across the ground, easy spoils for the humans. Even more surprising was that after Shangliu was slain, it left behind its corpse-severing treasure, a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Poison Pearl. Containing the law of poison, its power was immense. The humans claimed it, making it their only high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Xuandu hovered above the human territory and bowed respectfully toward Shoyang Mountain. "Your disciple requests the teacher to dispel Shangliu's venom." As his words fell, there were no celestial phenomena or radiant clouds. Only a wisp of the faintest Taiqing Dao rhythm descended slowly from Shoyang Mountain, barely perceptible, yet it purified the entire eastern sea coast of its baleful venomous miasma. Seeing this, Xuandu along with all the humans bowed once more toward Shoyang Mountain. "Thank you, teacher." The humans pay homage to the Taiqing saint. After the venom was cleansed and bolstered by the vast demon resources, the humans rebuilt at an astonishing speed. In just 100 years, the eastern coast had regained its vitality. Tribes were rebuilt, the population flourished, and there was an even greater air of prosperity than before the war. Once the humans were settled, Xuandu did not linger and returned to Shoyang Mountain to continue his cultivation. Before leaving, he left behind a large number of golden pills and acquired spiritual treasures. The dust had settled on the eastern sea coast. Now in the 36 heavens, following the death of the demon god Shangliu, the demon emperor Dejuan summoned all high-ranking demons to discuss the matter of the Slaughter Witch sword. In the Lingshao Hall of the demon court, dark clouds pressed down and baleful energy surged to the heavens. The demon emperor Dejuan sat high upon the throne of the heavenly emperor, his face as cold as ice, the solar true fire within him stirring restlessly. Dongwang Tai and Shi Huang Fuxi sat on either side, while the 9 demon gods and demon master Kunpeng occupied the lower seats. The entire hall was shrouded in deathly silence. Finally, Dijuan broke the silence. Now that the demon god Shangliu has fallen in battle, the demon race's fortune is damaged. Since we know that human resentment is unattainable, does anyone have a substitute for human resentment to continue forging the Slaughter Witch sword? At these words, the demons in the hall immediately broke into heated discussion. Baze, the wisest among the demons, stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, human resentment is the greatest in the primordial world and best counters the Wu tribe's turbid, baleful energy. Ordinary spiritual objects are no substitute. However, there is another option in the primordial world. Daijan's eyes lit up. Speak freely, Demon Master. The Blood Sea, Baze said, his voice clear and resonant. The Blood Sea, formed from Pangus navel, is the gathering place of all filth and grime in the primordial world. It holds all the resentment and blood energy from the dawn of creation, the perfect substitute for human resentment. Dijuan was intrigued, but recalling the Master of the Blood Sea, his expression grew troubled. He knew full well that the endless resentment in the Blood Sea was the best material for forging the Slaughter Witch sword, but it was the territory of Ancestor Mingi. Ancestor Mingi, a quasi-saint at perfect cultivation, was one of the most formidable powers in the primordial world. With his divine ability, the Blood God's son, he was said to be immortal as long as the Blood Sea existed. Even saints could not overcome him. Everyone in the primordial world knew that Mingi treated the Blood Sea as his personal property, refusing to share it with anyone. A mosquito born in the Blood Sea had merely absorbed a trace of its blood energy and was relentlessly hunted by Mingi. Getting him to yield enough baleful energy to forge a Slaughter Witch sword was impossible without sufficient incentive. Demon God Baze, do you know the rules of the Blood Sea? Daijan's voice was as heavy as iron. With Ancestor Ming's temperament, would he easily agree? Obtaining so much baleful energy is incredibly difficult. Baze's expression was grim. As it stands, I can only offer this one method. The 100-element gathering is approaching. Your Majesty must decide early. As Baize's voice fell, the Lingxiao Palace once again fell into silence. All the demons understood that once the 100-yuan meeting concluded, the Witch clan would inevitably initiate war. Although the demon race was powerful and possessed the Zhoutian Star Do formation, a primordial array, the Witch clan still held the true body of Pangu. The Tu Wu sword must be refined. It is a crucial guarantee for the unification of the wilderness by the demon race. Emperor Hunyuan Fuxi sat on one side, his eyes shimmering with a glint of spiritual light, yet he did not speak further, quietly observing the situation in the palace. He understood that the negotiations between the demon race and the Blood Sea were vital to the fate of the wilderness and could not be taken lightly. Just as Emperor Jun furrowed his brows at a loss, Tai he suddenly slammed the table and stood up, breaking the oppressive atmosphere in the hall. Elder brother, there is no need to be troubled. Tai stepped forward with determination in his gaze. The ancestor of the River of Forgetfulness is proud and arrogant. Ordinary treasures of heaven and earth cannot catch his eye. But what if it is a supreme, innate spiritual treasure? Trust cannot be exchanged for the Blood Sea's fierce energy. As his words fell, Tai raised his hand and waved, causing a mysterious yellow spiritual light to fly out from his sleeve, hovering in the center of the grand hall. As the spiritual light dissipated, a gourd-shaped spiritual treasure quietly hovered with a faint aura of slaughter emanating from its mouth. It was the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the celestial slaying gourd. This treasure was born from the innate gourd vine of the unmoving mountain and was later obtained and refined by Tai. Its power is among the top tier of supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Celestial slaying gourd. The 9 great demon gods within the hall, along with Kuanping and Fuxi, gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock. No one had expected that Emperor Tai would be willing to present such a precious treasure. Emperor Jun was also shaken. Tai, this is your precious treasure. How can it be used to exchange for ferocious energy? Tai replied solemnly, Elder brother, with my status as the bearer of the Chaos Bell, this gourd has hardly been used since I obtained it. Trading it for the resentment needed to refine the Tu Wu sword is indeed worth it. Hearing this, Emperor Jun looked at the hovering celestial slaying gourd in the hall, then at Tai's resolute face. A myriad of emotions surged within him. After a long sigh, his eyes filled with determination. Very well. Let it be as Tai says. We will use the celestial slaying gourd as a gift to go to the Blood Sea and trade with the ancestor of the River of Forgetfulness for all the ferocious energy needed to refine the Tu Wu sword. As the decision was made, the other quasi-saint demons stood up simultaneously, showing respect to Tai. The East Emperor shows great righteousness. With this matter settled, Emperor Jun issued an order. Baize, the demon god, will accompany Tai to the Blood Sea to assist in negotiations and ensure this matter is accomplished. I obey. Baize bowed and accepted the command. The matter of resentment was thus determined. Tai stowed away the celestial slaying gourd, and along with Baize bowed in respect. They then tore through the spatial rift, escaping to the boundless blood sea filled with surging blood energy. In a flash of flowing light, the two arrived above the blood sea in just half a day. Looking around, the sky was filled with surging blood-colored waves, a chaotic blend of blood energy, resentment, and ferocity, swirling together, forming a blood-colored whirlwind that howled incessantly. Countless Azura soldiers patrolled the blood sea with halberds, and the aura of slaughter rushed toward them. As Tai Yi and Bai Zhe appeared, the waves of blood in the blood sea surged violently, and a figure slowly emerged, accompanied by a cold, eerie voice. Tai Yi, my friend, what brings you to my blood sea? A figure wrapped in endless blood light stepped forward, his entire body exuding a dense aura of killing. It was the ancestor of the River of Forgetfulness. The ancestor of the River of Forgetfulness then unleashed his complete quiescent pressure, without reservation, bearing down on Tai Yi and Bai Zhe, causing the entire blood sea to surge violently, as if it would swallow the two at any moment. Tai Yi's expression remained unchanged as the chaos bell quietly floated above his head. A single chime rang out, completely blocking the pressure from the River of Forgetfulness. I come to make a trade with you. The ancestor of the River of Forgetfulness scanned Tai Yi, then his gaze fell on Bai Zhe beside him before asking, what trade? Bai Zhe stepped forward and spoke. Our demon race wishes to exchange a supreme innate spiritual treasure for the resentment of a small world in the blood sea. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the River of Forgetfulness' eyes lit up. A supreme innate spiritual treasure, and to acquire the useless resentment of a small world. Is it true? Tai Yi affirmed, it is true. Simultaneously, he took out the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the celestial slaying gourd. As the gourd appeared, its formidable aura of slaughter dispersed the blood energy of the blood sea, causing the Azura below to feel a sharp pain in their souls and not dare to look directly. The celestial slaying gourd. The ancestor of the River of Forgetfulness' eyes brightened, clearly intrigued. This matter, the ancestor agrees. Bai Zhe replied, good. Subsequently, Tai Yi severed the causal connection with the celestial slaying gourd and tossed it to the River of Forgetfulness. The ancestor of the River of Forgetfulness received the gourd, smiling with satisfaction. The blood light receded and the aura around him calmed down. You are indeed straightforward, my friend. As his words fell, the River of Forgetfulness turned and stepped back into the blood sea, activating the blood sea great formation, causing the entire blood sea to boil suddenly. Then endless resentment from the myriad spirits of the wilderness was extracted from the blood sea and gathered into a small world, which he then handed to Bai Zhe. Until we meet again, my friend. With the purpose of their journey achieved, Tai Yi and Bai Zhe did not linger in this filthy place and tore through space to return to the heavenly court. Deep within the blood sea in the blood river hall, the River of Forgetfulness excitedly refined the celestial slaying gourd, exclaiming, what a gain! To acquire a supreme innate spiritual treasure so easily, the ancestor truly is blessed with fortune. Meanwhile, on the other side, the East Emperor Tai Yi and Bai Zhe rushed back to the heavenly court at full speed, carrying the ferocious energy of the blood sea. In the Lingshao Palace, Emperor Jun revealed a long-lost smile upon seeing the overwhelming ferocious energy. The 9 great demon gods and Kunpeng all bowed. Congratulations, Demon Emperor. Congratulations, Demon Emperor. The 2 Wu sword will soon be forged and the destruction of the Witch clan is imminent. The demon race will surely unify the wilderness. Emperor Jun raised his hand, looking towards the direction of the Witch clan's territory on the wild earth, his voice stern, convey my decree. Immediately activate the demon race's sword forging pool and forge the 2 Wu sword with the ferocious energy from the blood sea. With the forging of the 2 Wu sword commencing, the heavenly court began a feast to celebrate, and the entire court was filled with a fervent spirit of battle. Even the 10 golden crows in the heavenly pond were affected. In the heavenly pond, the 10 golden crows gathered around Shi Yan, chattering excitedly about wanting to combat the Witch clan and help the demon race achieve great deeds. The eldest golden crow looked at their mother, speaking in a childish voice. Mother, once the demon race goes to war with the Witch clan, let us 10 brothers also join the battlefield and help father establish great achievements. The second golden crow, with the true fire of the sun enveloping him, added, that's right. As sons of the demon race, we should also take to the battlefield to slay enemies. Shi Yan's eyes brimmed with maternal love, but her voice was cold. No, you have just been born and are only at the Tai Golden Immortal level. It is too dangerous to go to war. Hearing this, the 10 golden crows remained unmoved, their eyes filled with pleading. Please, mother, we will protect ourselves well. Seeing the pleading looks of the 10 golden crows, Shi Yan remained unmoved. This matter cannot be brought up again, or I will confine you to the Sunstar Soup Valley for an entire Yuan meeting. Upon hearing the threat of confinement, the 10 golden crows instantly froze, then turned and ran towards the Lingji kingdom without looking back. Goodbye, mother. The newly born golden crows still in their playful stage did not wish to be confined. The primordial era knows no time, as time flows like a rushing river. After the demon clan acquired a blood sea of resentment from a small world, they devoted themselves entirely to sword forging. Jun and Tai summoned the endless true fire of the golden crows using the great array of the heavenly stars as support, constantly refining the blood sea's malevolence with the sword embryo emanating a sky-high aura of malice faintly possessing the might to shatter heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the witch clan continued to temper the malevolence and forge their physical bodies, waiting for the right moment to unleash a cataclysmic battle. At the same time, Shi Yan sat quietly in the Panga Palace, surrounded by the intertwining laws of time and space. With the body of a human, he merged with the essence of time and space, utilizing the power of numerous treasures to continuously refine the foundation of his path and comprehend the great principles of time and space. As the years passed, countless epochs hurried by, until the Dao ancestor intervened in the 99th epoch of war. Inside the Pangu Palace, a soft sound akin to the emergence of the Dao echoed, causing a slight tremor in the time and space, which was quietly smoothed over by an invisible force. Shi Yan slowly opened his eyes, seemingly containing the birth and death of the universe as time flowed around him. His aura was no longer as restrained and obscure as before, but had transformed into a magnificent realm that coexisted with heaven and earth and thrived alongside the Great Dao. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, no resounding roars throughout the primordial realm, yet a force that surpassed the Great Luo quietly spread forth. He raised his hand and lightly waved it, causing time and space to come to a standstill. At this moment, he had stepped into another realm, achieving the initial stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. From this day forth, the primordial realm gained another mighty being, and the human race finally had its own protector. Meanwhile, as Shi Yan broke through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the 12 ancestral witches sensed it simultaneously. Outside the Pangu Palace, the 12 towering witch bodies training the clan members trembled in unison. The originally violent and fierce aura unexpectedly softened slightly at this moment. This aura, Zhang's expression turned grave as the spatial power around him stirred slightly. It is neither Great Luo nor Quasi Saint, but Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Shi Yan, my young friend, has broken through. No, he should now be called Dao Friend Shi Yan. The current Shi Yan is on the same level as the ancestral witches and naturally should be addressed as Dao Friend. At that moment, a spatial rift slowly opened. Shi Yan, dressed in simple white robes, walked out calmly with no trace of his overwhelming presence leaking out, yet making the laws of heaven and earth bow their heads. He looked up at the 12 ancestral witches, nodded slightly, and spoke with joy. Esteemed ancestral witches, thank you for waiting. Did he just tear open the space of the Pangu Palace? Zhang took a deep breath, stepping forward. Dao Friend Shi Yan, congratulations on achieving the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The other ancestral witches also nodded in unison, no longer showing any hint of disdain. Shi Yan smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his tone growing serious. Esteemed Dao friends, let us enter the Pangu Palace and discuss, for I have seen some things. The 12 ancestral witches felt a chill in their hearts and then stepped into the Pangu Palace. Shi Yan walked straight into the hall, looking at the Earth Mother Ancestral, which speaking slowly, yet with unwavering conviction. I have seen the Earth Mother Ancestral which achieve sainthood. Sainthood. These two words resonated like a thunderclap, causing the entire Pangu Palace to tremble slightly. After Shi Yan's earlier explanation, the 12 ancestral witches understood the implications of sainthood, but how could their witch clan, which does not cultivate the primordial spirit or comprehend the heavenly Dao, achieve sainthood? The Earth Mother herself narrowed her gaze, her Dao body capable of bearing all things trembling imperceptibly. Dao friend, is this true? My witch clan has no primordial spirit and does not practice the heavenly Dao. How can we achieve sainthood? Zhang Gong and Zhu Jiuyin also turned their gaze to Shi Yan, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Shi Yan's expression was solemn with no hint of jest. To transform oneself into reincarnation. To complete the primordial laws, to gain merit, to have the primordial spirit emerge, to manifest the earthly Dao, achieving the earthly Dao saint. Trapped in reincarnation, unable to escape the endless tribulations. From now on, the Earth Mother shall no longer be a witch. Upon these words, the time and space within the Pangu Palace seemed to completely freeze. The Earth Mother shuddered, her eyes flashing with divine light, as if she had touched upon some ultimate Dao rhythm buried deep within her bloodline. Pangu, the Father God, opened the heavens and established the heavenly Dao, earthly Dao, and human Dao. The heavenly Dao already had Hongjun merging with the Dao, the human Dao gradually rising, yet the earthly Dao remained incomplete, lacking a home. After living beings die, their souls drift away, gathering resentment. And she, the Earth Mother, governs the Earth's great virtue inheriting Pangus bloodline, making her the best candidate to awaken the earthly Dao. Di Jiang's expression changed dramatically, and he spoke harshly. No way. As the 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan bearing the bloodline and laws of the Father God, we can all achieve Hunyuan Great Luo step by step. How can we allow the Earth Mother to transform into reincarnation, losing the Father God's bloodline, becoming a saint, and being eternally imprisoned? If it must come to this, we would rather fight to the death with the demon clan. We would rather perish than agree. Gong Gong Zhu Rong and Zhu Jiuyin also looked as if they were about to explode, their malevolence surging. The Earth Mother looked at her fellow witches, her eyes filled with resolution, softly saying, "If my life can exchange for the reincarnation of all beings, I am willing." No. The ancestral witches shouted in unison. Shi Yan raised his hand and gently pressed down, stabilizing the Dao rhythm of the laws throughout the hall, his eyes flashing with a hint of time and space flowing as he slowly spoke. "Everyone please remain calm." However, before his words could finish, Zhu Rong's fire laws exploded, and the temperature in the Pangu Palace surged sharply. No means no, little sister. You cannot be eternally imprisoned for that group of bloodthirsty beings outside. Gong Gong also unleashed the water laws, agreeing that's right. Shi Yan looked at the enraged ancestral witches who seemed ready to overturn the Pangu Palace, maintaining a calm expression as he turned to Di Jiang. Di Jiang immediately understood, raising his hand to suppress the agitation of the ancestral witches. Then he looked at Shi Yan with determination, saying, "Dao friend, you just said that if the Earth Mother becomes a saint, her body will transform into reincarnation, and her primordial spirit will be eternally trapped in reincarnation, no longer being a witch. Such a price is one our witch clan cannot bear, and we will never accept it. The 12 ancestral witches have accompanied each other since their birth. Without one, we are not a complete witch clan." Shi Yan expressed understanding, then shared his thoughts. The matter of reincarnation is an inevitable trend in the primordial realm, which even the heavenly Dao cannot obstruct. Before he could finish, Zhu Rong cried out again, "I don't care about any inevitable trend. No means no. Let me finish my words." Shi Yan looked at Zhu Rong with exasperation. Communicating with the witch clan is truly difficult. Beside them, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin quickly restrained Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, the two most thoughtless brothers. Di Jiang, "Dao friend Shi Yan, please continue." Shi Yan responded with a light acknowledgement, then continued, "Earth Mother ancestral, which transforming into reincarnation is because there is no carrier for reincarnation. As long as there is a treasure or being to replace the Earth Mother as the carrier for reincarnation, this matter can be avoided. However, at that time the Earth Mother will no longer be able to become the master of reincarnation, nor will she be able to achieve the status of an earthly Dao saint." Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong immediately replied loudly, "We the witch clan do not need this broken saint position. Our ancestral witches can become Hunyuan Great Luo on our own. Little sister, heed your brother's advice. Do not transform into reincarnation. It is best for our family to stay together." The Earth Mother, hearing that she could use a spiritual treasure to replace the transformation into reincarnation, sighed with relief. "Having a substitute is good. Being able to be with all of you brothers and sisters is better than anything else." Upon hearing about the cycle of reincarnation, Zhu Jiuyin let out a sigh of relief, then raised his doubts with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. "What you say, my friend, is that a spiritual treasure or a living being must bear the path of reincarnation, but in this world, aside from my little sister, what else? Or who could possibly carry the weight of life and death in such reverse fate?" Hearing this, the Pangu Hall, which had just regained its vitality, fell into silence once more. Shi Yan looked at the concerns of the crowd and smiled faintly. "I have long been prepared." Shi Yan raised his eyes, scanning the ancestral witches before finally resting on Ho Tu and speaking solemnly. "My elder brother Hunyuan Z possesses a companion spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, which also has the effect of bearing reincarnation and can take the place of Taoist friend Ho Tu in the cycle of reincarnation." As Shi Yan spoke of the solution, the Pangu Hall erupted into a frenzy of celebration. However, Ho Tu, standing to the side, thought of something else and asked Shi Yan, "Dao friend Shi Yan, since you already have a solution, why tell us? Surely it wasn't to make us worry for nothing. There must be something you want us to assist with." With these words, the other ancestral witches fell into deep thought. Indeed, if there was a solution that did not involve my little sister, why inform us? It caused us to be anxious, fearing the loss of my little sister. Shi Yan nodded. "That's right, I do indeed need the help of the ancestral witches. The Earth Book can serve as the vessel for reincarnation, and I hope that the ancestral witches can open a realm to serve as a place for reincarnation and the transformation of all beings in the primordial chaos. Using the true body of Pangu to open the underworld, the heavenly Dao would be powerless to intervene. It could only watch helplessly, becoming a useless husband." Transforming the Earth Book into reincarnation also held a small thought from Shi Yan. As long as the Earth Book became reincarnation as its master, Hunyuan Z could definitely replace Hope 2, gaining the merits of the Great Dao and becoming a saint of the earth, the master of reincarnation. Moreover, he would first eliminate the 3 corpses returned to the completion of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and then use the merits of the Great Dao to elevate from the Great Luo Golden Immortal to the Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, and then achieve the Saint of the Earth with the Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Additionally, since the underworld was also opened by the Witch Clan, without the intervention of the Heavenly Dao, when the time comes, Hong Jun would also be unable to suppress Hunyuan Z through the suppression of the earthly path. Without the Earth Book, Hunyuan Z would still possess the Book of Humanity, the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the Moral Great Array would remain. Alright, Di Jiang immediately agreed. Not to mention that Shi Yan had indirectly saved my little sister, but simply as a friend of the Witch Clan, the ancestral witches would help Shi Yan with this task. As soon as Di Jiang's words fell, the other ancestral witches also echoed in unison. Zhu Rong waved his hand, the laws of fire stirring the clouds. It's just opening a realm after all. Our Witch Clan has no shortage of strength, especially when it comes to protecting my little sister. This matter is on us. Shi Yan smiled slightly, then after explaining some matters to the Witch Clan, he exited the Panga Hall, tearing open the space and slipping away towards the Wuzhuang Temple. Now that Shi Yan had broken through to the Primordial Golden Immortal, his control over space far surpassed that of the Great Luo. In just a few breaths, he arrived at Mount Wanshou Wuzhuang Temple. Inside Wuzhuang Temple, Hunyuan Z sensed the aura of his third brother and quietly dispersed a corner of the Earth Book formation. Shi Yan entered the formation and looked at Hunyuan Z and Hong Yun, who were drinking tea under the fruit tree. Elder brother, second brother, little brother. After a brief greeting, Hunyuan Z looked at the aura surrounding Shi Yan and asked in confusion, little brother, you have broken through to the Quasi Saint. How come your aura is different from ours? Hong Yun, standing beside him, nodded and patted Hunyuan Z's shoulder. Yuan Z, it must be that our little brother has immense fortune and great opportunities, so we need not inquire further. Shi Yan looked at his 2 elder brothers, smiled slightly, and did not hide it, saying, elder brother, second brother, I have fortuitously taken that step and have certified as a Primordial Golden Immortal in the early stage. Primordial. Hunyuan Z's teacup fell onto the stone table with a clatter, tea splashing everywhere, completely oblivious. The usually calm and composed ancestor of the Earth Immortals now wore a face full of shock. Hong Yun also stood up abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief. Third brother, are you saying you have certified as primordial? You have become a saint? Shi Yan shook his head, explaining, Primordial Golden Immortal is at the same level as Quasi Saint, not the Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Then Shi Yan informed the 2 of the differences between Primordial and Quasi Saint and the distinctions between Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal and Saints, as well as everything about reincarnation, relaying all that he had informed the ancestral witches in the Panga Hall. Listening to the vast secrets of the Primordial Chaos, Hunyuan Z gently tapped his fingers on the table, easing the tension. After a moment of silence, Hunyuan Z looked at Shi Yan. Is the intention of my third brother to have me actively disperse the 3 corpses returned to the perfection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and then borrow the merits of the Great Dao from opening up reincarnation to directly break into the Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, thereby certifying as a saint of the earth? Precisely. Shi Yan nodded solemnly. Elder brother, you cultivate the profound Earth Great Dao and hold the Earth Book. You are indeed the most compatible with the earthly path in this world. The method of cutting the 3 corpses is indeed perilous, so I too will wait until Yuan Z breaks through to the Primordial Great Luo before eliminating those 3 corpses and cultivate the primordial method alongside my little brother. Upon hearing this, Shi Yan showed his agreement. He then continued, there is no time to waste, my 2 elder brothers, come with me to the Blood Sea. With that, he was the first to step out of the Earth Book formation, opening a spatial rift leading to the Blood Sea, and walked straight in. Hunyuan Z and Hong Yun exchanged glances and followed him in. In the sky above the Blood Sea, the 3 walked out slowly, only to see the 6 ancestral witches pinning down and beating the Ming He. On the battlefield of the Blood Sea, Di Jiang, enveloped in the laws of space, struck Ming He with a fist as big as a sandbag, breaking through the defense of the 12-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus and hitting his face. The laws of space are a special attack against defensive spiritual treasures that cannot stabilize the space. While attacking, Di Jiang questioned, where did you get the immortal slaying gourd? What kind of deal did that ruffled bird Tai make with you? Di Jiang's punch smashed Ming He on the face, causing him to spew blood, his primordial spirit also shaking violently. The other 5 ancestral witches employed their techniques. Zhu Rong's flames of burning heaven bombarded the Red Lotus of Karma, and Zhu Jiuyin's time laws restrained Ming, he preventing his escape. Ru Shou's laws of gold severed Ming, He's Dao body, Zhu Meng's laws of wood locked down his recovery of vitality, and Shi Bis laws of poison permeated layer upon layer, rendering him unable to self-detonate. Di Jiang, you which clan are truly bullying me? Ming he had never endured such humiliation. He was a primordial divine being nurtured by the blood sea, the founder of the Azura sect wielding the Yuan-Tu and abyssal swords, yet now he was being beaten down by 6 ancestral witches in the blood sea, utterly helpless. Di Jiang scoffed, gathering the power of space once more, and with another punch he directly smashed Ming he into the depths of the blood sea, then Zhu Jiuyin reversed time to pull Ming he back up. And what if we do? Speak quickly or today I will destroy your blood sea. Beaten and bruised Ming he laughed derisively. Nonsense, the blood sea is where the filthy air of the primordial chaos converges. Your witch clan does not have that capability yet. Di Jiang upon hearing this was filled with rage, yet laughed instead as the laws of space around him abruptly contracted, like countless iron wires entwining his body, firmly trapping him in midair, unable to move. Incapable. Today let me show you whether the true form of the Father God can quell this mere sea of blood. Before his voice fell, the other 6 ancestor witches had already stepped into the void, gathering above the sea of blood. The essence of Pangus blood erupted, explosively soaring into the clouds, causing the entire sea of blood to collapse downward under this overwhelming pressure. Shi Yan, Yuanzi, and Hunyuan stood by quietly observing. Listening to the ancestor witches, Shi Yan fell into deep contemplation. The sea of blood, the Ming River, the demon clan Tai. Then with a flash of inspiration, he looked at the ancestor witches forming a formation in the sky and spoke, exterminate the witches. The demon clan intends to use the resentment of the sea of blood to forge the exterminate witch sword. Upon hearing this, the 12 ancestor witches in the sky halted simultaneously, and the 12 capital divine slaughter formation they were about to form instantly dispersed. The 12 towering witch bodies suddenly turned their heads, their fierce and grave gazes fixated on Shi Yan. Exterminate witch sword, Di Jiang exclaimed as the laws of space erupted, and the space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles collapsed with a thunderous roar. Using the resentment of the sea of blood to forge a sword to kill my kin. Zhu Rong's body was engulfed in flames that soared to the heavens, almost boiling the sea of blood, and the killing intent in his tone could no longer be suppressed. Gong Gong's water laws roiled like an angry tide, his face dark enough to drip water. What a Di Jun, what a Tai. After the failure of the human race, they still harbor treacherous thoughts, and even seek out the sea of blood. The most rational Ho Tu spoke up. Opening the underworld is of utmost importance. First seal the Ming River, and then we will plan further. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin responded in unison. Understood. The 12 ancestor witches first battered the blood god body of the Ming River until it was half crippled. Then Zhu Jiuyin's narrow vertical pupils suddenly constricted, the laws of time roiling beneath his gaze, as the power of time enveloped the entire sea of blood, freezing all movements of the Ming River and the Azura clan. Even the surging waves of the sea of blood were frozen in midair. At the same time, Di Jiang waved his hand, layering the laws of space, transforming them into countless heavy cages, firmly locking the Ming River and hundreds of billions of Azura clansmen at the core. The soul of the Ming River solidified, unable to move. After temporarily resolving the Ming River, the murderous aura around the 12 ancestor witches coalesced once more as Di Jiang roared form. The 12 capital divine slaughter formation condensed the true form of the Father God. The 12 ancestor witches responded, positioning themselves at the 12 directions. The 12 capital divine slaughter formation thunderously formed. The essence of Pangus blood broke through the clouds, transforming into the towering true form of Pangu, with gigantic hands supporting the heavens and treading the earth. The laws around him intertwined. The power of creation poured down violently, smashing into the depths of the sea of blood. Zhen Yuanzi, Hunyuan, and Shi Yan looked at the colossal true form of Pangu, astonishment appearing in their eyes. Shi Yan, is this the figure of Pangu? Zhen Yuanzi stroked his beard and sighed, his eyes filled with reverence. The Pangu great god is indeed terrifying. Seeing the 12 capital divine slaughter formation today is truly living up to its reputation. Hunyuan also nodded repeatedly, his own Dao rhyme slightly restrained by the pressure of Pangus. True form, a majestic figure, far beyond imagination. Such power is indeed worthy of being the great god who opened up the wilderness. Before their words fell, the gigantic palm of Pangus' true form that spanned heaven and earth had already slammed down fiercely. The laws of creation surged into the core of the sea of blood. The sea of blood, which had already collapsed under the pressure, instantly exploded into countless towering waves. The overwhelming resentment and murky energy along with the remnants of souls were violently torn and crushed by the power of creation, yet did not dissipate, but were slowly drawn to a single point. Inside the true form of Panga Di Jiang and the other 11 ancestor witches roared in unison. Open the heavens. Then controlling the true form of Pangu, they forcibly tore the sea of blood, creating an endless void rift beneath it. Then the 12 ancestor witches each invoked their laws as Zhu Rong's fire burned away the blood energy, Gong Gong's water stabilized the source of the underworld, Ru Shou's gold forged the underworld realm, Zhu Mang's, which sprouted the spiritual roots of the underworld, Ho Tu's earth carried all things, and Chang Liang Tian, Wu Shizi and Shi Baishe each performed their duties, intertwining their laws to jointly build the foundation of the underworld. Under the laws of power from Pangu's true form and the companion laws of the 12 ancestor witches, the initial shape of the underworld was already determined. Hunyuan nudged Zhen Yuanzi beside him. It's your turn, brother. Hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi nodded, and the innate 5 directions of Wutu energy swept across the sea of blood. Raising his hand, he offered the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, to the underworld. The yellowish light of dawn instantly enveloped the newly born underworld, the pages of the book fluttering without wind, and countless earth runes poured down, perfectly merging with the power of the ancestor witch's laws. Zhen Yuanzi used the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, to forge the foundation of reincarnation. As the light of the Earth Book flowed, the dark paths of the yellow springs in the underworld twisted into shaped torrents of yellow water, surged from the Earth Book, washing the underworld. As the yellow water washed, countless underworld mountains and mansions rose from the ground, and the underworld birthed numerous spiritual roots and spiritual treasures in their embryonic form. The Earth Book finally transformed into Fengdu City, completing the penultimate piece of the underworld's puzzle, instinctively drawing the final piece. The 6 paths of reincarnation emerged in response to the call of the underworld. With the efforts of the 12 ancestor witches and Zhen Yuanzi, the underworld was officially formed. The sea of blood vanished, and its essence merged with the underworld. From then on, all the foul air, resentment, and primordial spirits of the wilderness would return to the underworld to be purified and reincarnated. Watching from the side, Shi Yan looked towards the direction of the outer heavens. I wonder how you plan to proceed with this grand Dao trend. At the same time, Zhen Yuanzi and the 12 ancestor witches stood together in the underworld. The 12 ancestor witches exchanged glances and clasped their hands in unison. The Great Dao is above. The authentic Pangu of the wilderness, feeling that the laws of the wilderness are incomplete today, by using the true form of the Father God to open up the underworld with the sea of blood, I complete the laws of the wilderness, seeking a glimmer of life for the resentful spirits, resentments, primordial spirits, and true spirits. Then, as the 12 ancestor witches finished speaking, Zhen Yuanzi opened his mouth. The Great Dao is above. Zhen Yuanzi, feeling that the laws of the underworld created by the witch clan are incomplete, reincarnation does not manifest. Today, using the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, to transform reincarnation, opening the path of rebirth for all beings, the cycle of life and death, all things find peace. Boom, boom, boom. As his voice fell, the Great Dao above the 9 heavens roared. Endless golden merits cascaded down from the heavens, so abundant that it enveloped the entire underworld. 4 parts flowed into the bodies of the 12 ancestor witches, 4 parts fell upon Zhen Yuanzi, and the remaining 2 parts entered Shi Yan. Hunyuan stood beside them, his body also covered in a faint golden light of merit, having received a touch of the great cause and effect of heaven and earth. All beings of the wilderness were shaken and moved upon hearing this proclamation. Regardless of strength or weakness, intelligence or simplicity, all the 3,000 races of the wilderness instinctively bowed towards the sea of blood and the underworld, their voices in continuous praise. Thank you, ancestor witches, for opening the underworld. Thank you, great immortal Zhen Yuanzi, for forging reincarnation. Great compassion and great mercy, great immortal Zhen Yuanzi. Countless beings bowed in unison, with a massive force of faith and fortune converging towards Zhen Yuanzi and the 12 ancestor witches. At this moment, in the outer heavens within the purple cloud palace, Hong Jun sat upon a mat. His once calm and undisturbed holy form suddenly trembled, his eyes abruptly opened, piercing through the boundless chaos, directly gazing at the blood sea of the wilderness. Looking at the immeasurable merits descending from the Tao, billions of primordial beings willingly worshipped together as causality had manifested and the trend was set. Hongjun could only watch in impotent rage. The arrival of the Tao resonated with the 6 saints at the same time. On Shouyang Mountain in the 8 Scenes Palace, a trace of envy and hope appeared in the eyes of the Ta Ching saint. The body of a quasi saint, the position of a saint, is ultimately just a false saint. Reincarnation could be hope. In Kunlun Mountain at the Yushu Palace, The primordial heavenly sovereign sat on a mat frowning as he gazed toward the direction of the underworld. Which clan? Reincarnation. Hunyuan Daluo. The appearance of reincarnation stirred a wave of emotion within the primordial heavenly sovereign regarding the Hunyuan Dao fruit, which was not constrained by the heavenly Dao. On Janeo Island at the Bo Palace, Tontian sect leader wore a satisfied smile, slapping the table in approval. Good, good, good. Once life emerges, the path is not severed. On Mount Shumi at the Western sect, Zhuan-Ti was in tears holding on to Jiayin. Senior brother, such great merit, why is great merit so unrelated to us in the West? Jiayin wiped the holy tears from his robe and comforted. It will come. The Dao ancestor cannot allow things to remain unbalanced forever. In the outer heaven at the Huang heaven, Nüwa glanced at the underworld and then withdrew her gaze regarding it as inconsequential. At this moment within the underworld, Zhen Yuanzi looked at the boundless golden light of merit surrounding him, then summoned 2 innate spiritual treasures. 2 Dao shadows connected to his aura soared from the spiritual treasures and arrived next to Zhen Yuanzi, namely the good corpse and the evil corpse. They also waved towards Fengdu City. The third self-corpse also approached Zhen Yuanzi. Looking at the 3 corpses that had severed his path, a glint of determination flashed in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes under the affirming gazes of the 3 corpses. The law of earth surged forth, self-slicing with a knife, directly smashing the 3 corpses into pieces. With the destruction of the 3 corpses, his cultivation level plummeted instantly, the aura of late Quasi Saint rapidly falling back until it barely stabilized at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, yet the aura remained unstable, as if his peak Great Luo status could fall at any moment. The 12 ancestor witches were all moved upon witnessing this. Hutu sighed softly. Zhen Yuanzi, my friend, is indeed so resolute. Zhu Rong acknowledged. No wonder he is the elder brother of my witch clan. Zhen Yuanzi's expression remained calm, without any regret. He then suddenly activated all the boundless merits of the Dao, the golden light of merit pouring into his Great Luo Dao fruit like a waterfall. The shattered Dao foundation reorganized at a terrifying speed, with the plummeting cultivation rising violently, the shackles of the Great Luo Golden Immortal collapsing under the weight of the Dao's merit. At the same time, the first trace of reincarnation energy from the Primordial Chaos appeared in the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, slipping into Zhen Yuanzi's primordial spirit. Crack! Zhen Yuanzi proved the Dao of Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal through the laws of reincarnation. Simultaneously, a strand of Earth's primordial purple energy emerged from Fengdu City, merging into Zhen Yuanzi's primordial spirit as the true spirit entrusted to the Earth, achieving the position of Earth Dao Saint. Having completed this, a steady and profound voice akin to the resonance of the Dao echoed between heaven and earth, resonating in the hearts of every living being. My name is Zhen Yuanzi. Today, with the laws of reincarnation, I prove the Dao of Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal and achieve the position of Earth Dao Saint. All beings of the primordial world rejoice. Boom. As the words fell, purple gas surged eastward for 30,000 miles, celebrating the newly born saint. At this moment, the primordial world trembled once more as beings knelt in greater fervor, the praises soaring into the heavens. Congratulations to Master Zhen Yuan for proving the Dao of Hunyuan. Salute to the ancestor of Earth Immortals, the saint of reincarnation. The 12 ancestor witches also bowed in salute. Congratulations to Elder Zhen Yuan for proving the Dao of Hunyuan and achieving the position of Earth Dao Saint. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun, since the arrival of Zhen Yuanzi's Hunyuan and saintly Dao rhyme causing his sacred body to tremble with anger. How could he destroy his 3 corpses? How could it be possible to prove the Dao with laws? Infuriated to the extreme, yet he could only suppress it tightly. The underworld had been established, reincarnation had been set. Zhen Yuanzi proved the Dao of Hunyuan, achieving the Earth Dao Saint. With the Earth Dao unextinguished, he would not perish. The heavenly Dao can suppress the Earth Dao, but against Zhen Yuanzi, he was utterly helpless. Clearly, the trend of the heavenly Dao was that Hutu transformed into reincarnation, leaving only the primordial spirit to achieve the Earth Dao Saint. At that time, it would have been easy to suppress, but it was Zhen Yuanzi. Outside the underworld, Shi Yan and Hongyuan exchanged smiles as Shi Yan gazed towards the outer heaven, speaking lightly. Hongyuan, you see, this world has never been solely determined by you. After experiencing the might of Hunyuan and the authority of a saint, Zhen Yuanzi looked at Hongyuan and Shi Yan, drawing the 2 before him and glancing at Hongyuan, who had severed his 3 corpses, with a frown. Second brother, since I have become the Earth Dao Saint today, I shall break your shackles and pave the way for Hunyuan. As soon as the words fell, the laws of reincarnation and the authority of the Earth Dao surrounded Hongyuan. The 3 corpses, which were entrusted to 3 innate spiritual treasures within Hongyuan's primordial spirit, were pulled out by Hunyuan and transformed into strands of innate spiritual energy that nourished Hunyuan himself. Hunyuan's cultivation stabilized at the perfection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, awaiting the understanding of the laws to break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Hunyuan felt a sense of lightness, his spiritual platform clear the path, evident, his primordial spirit transparent. The sense of blockage he had felt during the late Quiescent period was no longer present, and he bowed to Hunyuan as an equal. "Thank you, elder brother. No need for thanks." Hunyuan smiled slightly, raised his hand in a gesture of support, and then turned to gaze at the newly forged Fengdu city, the sacred sound reverberating throughout the underworld. "I hereby bestow upon Hunyuan the title of Fengdu Emperor, to govern Fengdu, command the spirits of the underworld, administer the rewards and punishments of reincarnation, and uphold the order of the six paths." As the words fell, the six paths of reincarnation disc suddenly erupted with a myriad of purple light, a phantom of authority, symbolizing the Fengdu Emperor, rising from the center of Fengdu. Merging with Hunyuan's primordial spirit, the supreme imperial position, the authority of the Earth Dao, and the fortunes of the Earth Dao converged, leading to a sudden surge in Hunyuan's understanding of the laws of clouds, as his perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation stepped directly into the initial stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. At the same time, his form changed as well, donning the imperial crown, draped in the robes of the underworld emperor, and holding the book of life and death. Seeing this, Hunyuan smiled in satisfaction. "Second brother, from now on this place will be your Taoist ground, and I need not worry about my fruits being stolen." Hunyuan laughed heartily upon hearing this. After bestowing Hunyuan turned to Shi Yan. "Younger brother, do you have any authority you desire?" Shi Yan shook his head. "I do not need it, I quite enjoy my freedom." "All right." Hunyuan then shifted his gaze towards the ancestor witches. "Esteemed ancestor witches, do you have any authorities you desire?" Upon hearing this, the 12 ancestor witches all shook their heads. Jiang stepped forward, the laws of space quivering slightly, his tone frank and bold. "Saint, your intention, we of the witch clan understand." Hutis spoke softly. "We of the witch clan are not suited for such matters of regulation, so there is no need to bestow authority." Zhurong's voice was boisterous. "Now that everything is settled, we shall not linger here. We still have to deal with the matters of the underworld river." "I refuse to believe it. Even if the sea of blood is gone, he can still be revived." Zhurong's words resonated with the ancestral witches clamoring for the death of Mingyi. At that moment, a voice interrupted the ancestral witches. "Dear friends, could you grant me Ming's spirit treasures? Even his Inferno Red Lotus 12-grade Blood Lotus Yuan 2 sword and Abijna sword, I will give them all to you, why not?" Liang waved his hand, dismissively saying, "Those gaudy spirit treasures are of no use to our witch clan. It's much more satisfying to fight with our fists. Take them all, and it will save us from the annoyance of looking at them." Hearing this, Shi Yan cupped his hands in gratitude, a flicker of light shining in his eyes. "Thank you all for your generosity." Above the original Blood Sea, Shi Yan pointed with his hand, and within the seal, Ming's Yuan 2 sword, Abijna sword 12-grade, Inferno Red Lotus, and the Zhanxian gourd, along with a host of other innate spirit treasures, were drawn by a mysterious force, breaking free from their constraints and slowly flying towards him. Looking at these spirit treasures, Shi Yan sighed. Mingyi is indeed wealthy. With these treasures, the foundation of the human race has increased, and at least each cultivator above the Great Luo Golden Immortal can possess an innate spirit treasure. After thoroughly plundering Ming's assets, Zhurong Gonggong and Liang combined their fire, thunder, and water to obliterate Ming's Dao body and primordial spirit, leaving not a trace behind. If it weren't for the Great Luo Golden Immortal and the compression of the timeline with true spirits possessing immortal attributes, even true spirits would not be left behind. Mingyi perished, and the heavens responded with a rain of blood. Amidst the blood rain, the Azura clan watched as their ancestor and father deity fell, and the once fearsome Azura clan trembled in this blood rain, left with only confusion and fear. Seeing the Azura clan, Jiang was ready to eradicate them completely. Just as he concentrated the Pangu spatial laws in his palm, intending to annihilate the entire Azura clan, a deep and authoritative Dao sound interrupted his incantation. "Friend, please spare their lives. This clan still has great usefulness and should not be completely exterminated." At the same time, a voice from the underworld echoed, followed by a moment when Hunyuan appeared above the Azura clan, waving his hand to block Jiang's pressure. Jiang frowned, retracting the spatial laws, and looked at Hunyuan, speaking in a deep voice. "Hunyuan, the Azura clan was born from Ming's polluted blood sea. Their nature is even more bloody and violent than our witch clan. Keeping them should serve no purpose, right?" Zhurong also nodded in agreement. "Indeed, these vile creatures are just as filthy as Mingyi. Killing them off would be cleaner and prevent future chaos in the world." Hunyuan smiled slightly and explained to the ancestral witches, Mingi is dead and the Azura clan has lost its pillar. They cannot stir up much trouble now. With the new cycle commencing, it is the perfect time to utilize them. Bringing these Azura into the underworld will contribute to their reincarnation, which is far more valuable than simply slaughtering them. Hunyuan's words reminded the ancestral witches. Dijiang exchanged glances with Gonggong Zhurong and Liaoyang. Though he still harbored disdain for the Azura clan, he could not deny the truth in Hunyuan's words. Living Azuras are more valuable than dead ones. Zhurong looked at the Azura clan before him, calming the flames on his Dao body, and said solemnly, "All right, take them if you wish." Hunyuan nodded lightly. Turning to the trembling and bewildered Azura clan, he pointed with his fingertip, and a terrestrial mark flew out, landing on the Azura clan's primordial spirit. As the mark entered their bodies, the Azura clan, now under the influence of the terrestrial weaving, lost control of their Dao bodies and were absorbed into the underworld, assigned to their respective roles. After seeing the Azura clan all take up their positions, the murderous aura around the 12 ancestral witches subsided. Dijiang stepped forward, looking at Shi Yan, Hongyun, and Xunyuanzi. The 100 Yuan conference is approaching, so we ancestral witches shall not linger here any longer. Dijiang then struck out a punch, creating a spatial tunnel that took the ancestral witches back to Buzhou Mountain. As the ancestral witches departed, Shi Yan cupped his hands toward Hongyun and Xunyuanzi. Elder brother, second brother, I shall take my leave as well. Afterward, a spatial tunnel appeared behind him, and Shi Yan vanished from the spot. At this moment, outside the underworld, only Hongyun and Xunyuanzi remained. They exchanged a glance and, smiling, walked straight into the underworld. With the new cycle established, even with the help of the Azura clan, the 10 Yama kings had not been completed, and Hongyun, as the emperor of Fengdu, must take responsibility personally. The ancestral witches returned to Buzhou Mountain, training their clansmen and preparing for war. Returning to the shores of the East Sea, Shi Yan had already retrieved the 3 supreme innate spirit treasures of Mingi, along with countless other innate spirit treasures, beginning to distribute them one by one to his clansmen. Each Great Luo Golden Immortal of the human race received 1 innate spirit treasure. The Yuan Tu and Ubijna swords fell into the hands of the fire ancestor Suerin, while Shi Yan gave the Zhanxian gourd to Youchao, keeping the 12th-grade Inferno Red Lotus for himself. So the Zi clan received 3 superior innate spirit treasures. After distributing the spirit treasures, Shi Yan's prestige among the human race reached its peak, surpassing the 3 ancestral figures. Though not officially declared, the clansmen had already regarded Shi Yan as the leader of the human race, gathering around him and increasing the human race's fortune. Feeling the fortune surrounding him, Shi Yan issued his first command to seal off the shores of the East Sea, forbidding all human clan members from going out. Though the human clan members were puzzled by this, they still complied. Shi Yan returned to his stone house and began to enter seclusion for cultivation, striving to break through to the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal as soon as possible. Now that the human race had survived its greatest tribulation, what lay ahead was smooth sailing, nominally becoming the eternal sovereign of heaven and earth. Yet after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the human race's fortune indeed reached its zenith, but its power had also plummeted to the depths. The highest combat power of the human race, including the 3 ancestors and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and possibly the Great Luo Golden Immortals, was all sent into the Fire Cloud Cave to suppress the human race's fortune, turning the human race into fish on the chopping block at the mercy of the saints. There was not a shred of self-protection capability. Having lived 2 lives as a human, this time still as an innate human, Shi Yan watched the human race grow little by little. Now that he had the power, he would not allow the human race to exist in name only, so he had been strategizing, laying plans for the witch clan and reincarnation, just to change the trend of the heavenly Dao, allowing the human race to become independent. Now that reincarnation belonged to his sworn brother, the Orthodox witch clan of Pangu was also on good terms with the human race, only 2 steps away from allowing the human race to break free from the control of the saints. The first step is to dissipate the calamity aura from the 12 ancestral witches. The second step is for the human race to have its own mixed Yuan combat power. In the primordial era, time was immeasurable. A single cosmic epoch passed in the blink of an eye. The 100 epoch deadline set by Dao ancestor Hongjun had finally arrived. At the mountainside of Buzhou Mountain, celestial spiritual energy and baleful qi intertwined and clashed, transforming into visible storms that swept across the land. The 12 ancestral witches stood below, Dijiang, Gonggong, Zhurong, Liaoyang, and the others, their physiques radiating surging blood energy, their fleshly power nearly tearing the heavens asunder. 100 billion witch clansmen stood in formation like an unshakable mountain, their bodies clanging like divine iron, their battle intent condensed into tangible form. Above, Dijuan Tai and Fuxi stood shoulder to shoulder, flanked by the 9 demon gods, the demon master Kunping, and trillions of demon clan warriors blotting out the sky and the sun with their overwhelming presence. One faction was the orthodox lineage of Pangu ruling the earth. The other was the lord of the heavenly court at governing the skies. This was the moment of war between the two supreme powers, where the victor would seize dominion over the primordial world. Dijiang stepped forward, the laws of space trembling with his movement as his cold voice resounded across the land. 2 mangy birds, no sages to help you this time. Let's see how you flee. Zhurong's flames blazed fiercely, nearly igniting the sky itself as he roared, old grudges remain unavenged. Today we settle them all. 2 pathetic mangy birds, how dare you occupy the heavenly court atop Buzhou Mountain? Die. In the demon clan's ranks, Dijuan wielded the postnatal supreme treasure, the demon-slaying sword, its pitch-black blade imbued with boundless slaughterous chi. Pointing it at the 12 ancestral witches on the mountainside, his voice was frigid. Dijiang, today I shall sever the bloodline of your witch clan with this sword. Dijiang stood before the myriad witches, his gaze arrogant. If you have the skill, try it. Let's see if my fists are harder than your broken sword. As his words fell, Dijiang's massive hand swept downward, pointing at the demon army that blotted out the heavens, and from his lips burst a command of icy slaughter. Brave sons of the witch clan, charge! Woo! Woo! The billion-strong witch clan roared in unison, the sound waves like a cataclysmic tide that instantly drowned out all other sounds in the world. The pent-up ferocity and battle lust of 100 epics erupted in that single moment. Like a torrent of steel, they surged forward with the purest fleshly blood energy and slaughterous aura, charging straight at the demon clan camp. The sky was filled with blood mist, and their war spirit soared to the heavens. Dijuan and Tai were unfazed, mere barbarians daring to act insolent before the demon clan. With a furious roar, Dijuan raised the Hichu Luoshu above his head, brandished the demon-slaying sword, and alongside Tai, who held the chaos bell, charged at the 12 ancestral witches. Kill! 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 Roar! A whoa! In an instant, the mountainside of Buzhou Mountain was transformed into a slaughterhouse of flesh and laws. Severed limbs and broken arms rained down like a storm, blood instantly staining the mountainside crimson. The countless beings watching in awe were horrified. The calamitous energy of the world exploded in that moment. King against king, general against general, soldier against soldier. The battlefield was divided into 3 zones, each side locked in a stalemate, preventing the other from interfering in the wrong area. The 12 ancestral witches faced the demon clans, 3 emperors, 1 master, and 1 empress. The great witches led by Quafu Xingtian and Jiufeng battled the 9 demon gods. 100 billion witch clansmen fought against trillions of demon clansmen. In the upper main battlefield, the ancestral witches clashed with the 3 emperors, 1 master, and 1 empress. Zhurong Gonggong, Shizi Liliang Shibishi, and Tianwu engaged Dongwang Tai. Clang, clang, clang. Dongwang Tai, protected by the chaos bell, stood his ground against 6 ancestral witches. They were evenly matched. The reputation of Dongwang Tai as the strongest below the sage realm only grew stronger. Dijiang and Gomong fought fiercely against Dijuan. Dijiang's physical form tore through the sky, his spatial laws rending chaos itself as his fists hammered toward Dijuan's face. Gomong supported from the side, healing Dijiang while dealing damage and crowd control. Under Gomang's wood laws, the demon-slaying sword's pitch-black slash descended, the chi specialized against witches, breaking through the spatial barrier and striking Dijiang's chest, yet leaving only a shallow wound that healed instantly. Dijiang let out a wild roar, grabbing the blade with his bare hand and squeezing the postnatal supreme treasure until it shrieked in anguish. Mangy bird, your sword is too weak. Such formidable flesh. Dijuan's expression grew grave, never expecting Dijiang's fists to be harder than his blade. Dijiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed arrogantly. Dijuan, your sword is too soft. Hit harder. Before his words faded, Dijiang lunged again, the spatial laws around him twisting madly into countless sharp spatial blades, engaging in a death struggle with Dijuan's demon-slaying sword. The clang of metal echoed through the skies, sparks flying everywhere. Rushu and Hotu faced Emperor Fuxi. In a direct confrontation, Fuxi could not win, so he could only use his Fuxi Qin to hold them off. Zhuin and Kunping clashed, one with extreme speed, the other with time reversal, leaving Kunping completely suppressed. Xianming faced Shiha. Their laws were similar, but their personalities were diametrically opposed as they locked horns. On the left, the general battlefield, the great witches fought against the 9 demon gods. Xingtian wielded his shield and axe, his headless body brimming with battle intent as he faced the undying 9 babies. Each clash between his weapons and the divine treasures shook the earth, causing the ground to collapse. Hoi and Quafu fought Yingzhao, 1 archer, 1 warrior. in perfect coordination, vowing to slay the demon god or die trying. Jimring stirred up storms, Shangyang summoned torrential rain, and the water currents of heaven and earth merged into one, battering the great witches. Yingzhao charged with beating wings, Guiche devoured souls and spirits, Hunyuan spread deadly poison, Faden struck from stealth, and Baizhe trapped the great witches in formations. The 9 demon gods each unleashed their divine powers, blotting out the sky, while great witches like Xingtian Quafu and Jiufeng fought in a deadlock. Though the 9 demon gods had the advantage of divine treasures, the great witches were fearless, trading wounds for lives, fighting blood with blood, each strike carrying the resolve of mutual destruction. This battlefield too fell into a stalemate. On the lower main battlefield, the witch army clashed with the demon army. The witch clan's physiques were powerful, unfazed by ordinary divine treasures. The demon clan, though generally weaker, outnumbered the witches 100-fold, leading to a stalemate on this front as well. Thousands of years passed, and the slaughter at Buzhou Mountain continued. The entire mountainside remained shrouded in blood mist, littered with severed limbs and broken arms. Quasi-sages spilled blood, countless beings fell. The terrifying waves of energy spread across the entire primordial world. Many low cultivation beings who merely glanced at the battlefield were invaded by the surging blood and baleful qi, causing their Dao hearts to shatter and leading them into demonic possession. After 1,000 years of brutal war, the 3 battlefields remained deadlocked, but had reached an extreme of tragedy. Dongwang Tai with the Chaos Bell withstood Zhurong Gonggong Leiliang and 5 other ancestral witches. The bell's chime shattered time and space, and the golden crow's true fire burned through the sky. The 6 ancestral witches launched relentless assaults, bombarding with laws, yet could never break through that thin bell shield. Taiyi's robes were stained with blood, but his aura grew ever sharper. The fame of being the strongest below the sage was solidified in this 1,000-year bloodbath. Dijiang and Gomang fought Dijuan together, growing stronger with each clash. Gomang's wood laws provided endless vitality, healing Dijiang's wounds in an instant, while spatial forces dominated the battlefield, forcing Dijuan to retreat step by step. Though the demon-slaying sword was fierce, it could no longer harm Dijiang's core in the slightest. However, the defenses of the Hichu Luoshu were repeatedly torn apart by spatial forces. Blood trickled from Dijian's lips, his face growing darker. He had never imagined that the demon-slaying sword, forged with all his heart, would prove so powerless against Dijiang's flesh. This demon-slaying sword was even inferior to the immortal-slaying flying dagger. It was a postnatal supreme treasure, not a postnatal merit supreme treasure. The difference between having merit blessings and not was like night and day. At best, it was on par with the heaven overturning seal. It relied on its special attribute to break through Dijiang's defenses, but without law support, Gomang's wood laws could instantly restore the damage. Zhu Jiuyin confronts Kuan Peng as the laws of time completely suppress speed. Though Kuan Peng possesses the world's best evasion techniques, he cannot escape Zhu Jiuyin's time stop and time rewind. Each ambush is forcibly pulled back, leaving him battered and humiliated, his dignity as a demon master utterly shattered. The clash of Xin Ming and Shihi laws intertwines with icy malevolence and the divine light of the Taiyin, merging in deadly strikes, causing the heavens and earth to shiver and the sun and moon to lose their shine. Rushou and Ho Tu press down on Fuxi. No matter how exquisite Fuxi's music is, it cannot withstand the furious onslaught of the 2 ancestral witches, forcing him to barely hold on amidst life-threatening dangers. On the left side of the battlefield, Xing Tian battles Jiu Ying, turning the heavens and earth dark. Jiu Ying's 9 heads move in unison, spewing water and fire as Xing Tian fights bloodily. With every swing of his axe, he decapitates 1 head, yet Jiu Ying swiftly regenerates. 1 person and 1 demon kill from the mountainside to the clouds, and then back to the earth, their bodies drenched in blood, indistinguishable between their own and each other's. Ho Yi bends his bow and draws his arrows, each arrow locking onto the vital points of the demon god Ing Zhao. Hua Fu withstands the blows with his physical body inching closer. The collaboration of the 2 witches is seamless, forcing Ing Zhao into a state of injury and frantic evasion. Ji Ming and Shangyang summon the wind and rain, yet they are met with the solid might of the witches. No matter how brilliant the Baizhe formation is, it cannot withstand the reckless charge. Ghost Card Qin Yuan and Fei Dan attempt sneak attacks, but are repeatedly intercepted and slaughtered by Jiu Feng, with blood rain staining the skies. The 9 great demon gods unleash their powers, yet they cannot suppress the mutual destruction of the witches, leading to a stalemate in the battle. In the main battlefield below, the 100 billion, which clan fights against the trillion demon clan. After 1,000 years of slaughter, both sides have lost many kin, with the ground littered with the corpses of the witch clan. As for the demon clan's corpses, they are all treated as blood food to recover from injuries. Over the course of 1,000 years, the witch clan has suffered the death of tens of billions, while the casualties of the demon clan are countless. Blood has pooled into rivers flowing down the mountains, staining the earth for thousands of miles red. Even the innate spiritual energy has turned crimson. Outside the battlefield, the number of watchful eyes grows ever more numerous. Countless powerful beings are drawn to this place. Even the saints are no exception. In the direction of Zishao Palace, Hong Jun sits quietly with closed eyes, seemingly indifferent to this calamity, as if everything is under his control. The three purities gaze upon this scene through the Dao with Taiching indifferent, Yuanshi cold, and Tongtian eager to act. In the west, Jie Yin and Zhuan, his eyes shine, brightly filled with calculations, waiting for both sides to suffer mutual destruction, ready to reap the fortunes and save the beings. Only Nüwa shows deep concern, watching as Fuxi is firmly suppressed by the two witches wishing to join the battlefield and assist the demon clan. However, every time she rises, she is suppressed by her own heavenly Dao authority. How can a heavenly Dao saint act against the ancestral witches who possess the merit of opening the heavens and the fortunes of Pangu? In the direction of the underworld, as the emperor of Fengdu, Hong Yan not only pays attention to the battlefield situation, but also distracts himself to give the witch clan a small privilege, allowing the witches in the underworld to choose between reincarnation through the 6 paths or staying. Originally, the witch clan had no primordial spirits, only true spirits. After death, their first choice was to escape into the sea of true spirits rather than into the underworld. However, beneath Buzhou Mountain, the Taoist Saint Jin Yuanzi has been waiting for a long time, using the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation to shield the heavenly secrets. Whenever a witch dies in battle, Jin Yuanzi will use his authority to wrap their true spirit and send it to the underworld. Meanwhile, in the main battlefield above, the fiercest fighting is not between the 6 ancestors of the witches and Tai, nor between Di Jiangju Mang and Di Jun, but Ru Tu and Ru Shou well understand that she has a saint's sister, so they are only restraining him, not seeking to annihilate. The most intense fighting is actually between Xianming and Shi He. As for Zhu Jiuyin and Kuan Peng, this is not a battle, but a one-sided beating. If it were not for Kuan Peng's incredible speed, only Di Jiang or Zhu Jiuyin could restrain him. Facing a quasi-saint without spiritual treasures, he is not worthy of Zhu Jiuyin's effort. On the battlefield of Xianming and Shi He, Xianming is enveloped in Pangus, icy malevolence, with freezing air freezing the void and solidifying the laws. Shi He activates the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Taiyin divine sword with moonlight, frost corroding the bones. After thousands of years of slaughter, the two have long lost any sense of restraint, with no retreat and no mercy. Bang! Xianming's palm strikes Shi He's chest, and the laws of ice and rain surge towards the demon queen's primordial spirit, instantly freezing her spiritual platform. Shi He retaliates, fiercely thrusting the Taiyin divine sword deep into Xianming's chest as the icy malevolence and Taiyin energy violently clash within the ancestral witch's body. Puffed! Shi He's essence blood sprays wildly, her Dao body flying backward like a kite, with a severed string, the Taiyin energy dimming instantly, her unstable aura suggesting she could fall from the peak of quasi-saint at any moment. Ugh! Xianming also lets out a muffled groan, his chest concaving, severely shaken by the power of Taiyin, his Dao body cracking with countless ice patterns, staggering back several steps, his complexion as pale as paper. This scene instantly shocked the entire main battlefield. Shi He, Di Jun, seeing Shi He severely injured and on the verge of death, his eyes are bloodshot, and his slaughtering sword's attack falters his mind in chaos. He is struck by Di Jiang's fist in the chest, flying backward and spitting true blood, his injuries worsening instantly. Elder brother, Tai roars in anger, the chaos bell booming as if about to shatter, yet he is tightly entangled by the 6 ancestral witches, unable to break free to offer aid, his eyes filled with panic. On the witch clan side, the ancestral witches, Xianming, severely injured, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, yet their hearts tighten. For now, the calamity has not fully erupted, and both the witch and demon clans remain relatively rational. Di Jiang looks at the severely injured Xianming, then at the ailing Shi He across from him, realizing that if they continue to fight, both Shi He and Xianming will surely perish. This is a price both sides cannot accept. Di Jiang and Di Jun exchange glances, understanding each other. Then Di Jiang glances at the other ancestral witches, and Di Jun looks at Fuxi, Tai and Kuan Peng. The battle in the highest sky pauses for the moment. Di Jun holds Shi He while Ho Tu supports Xianming. Di Jiang takes a deep breath, suppressing the fierce battle intent of the witch warriors, his voice resonating through the wilderness. Shi He is severely injured, Xianming is gravely wounded. This battle need not further determine life and death. Di Jun holds Shi He tightly, his face pale. For today, let's cease fire. In the future, we shall discuss survival and extinction in the wilderness. With the words of both clan leaders falling, this unprecedented blood battle, lasting 1,000 years, finally comes to an end. The Witch clan returns to their homeland to recuperate, while the Demon clan also returns to the Heavenly Court to heal their wounds. The lofty saints observing this unexpected conclusion harbor their own thoughts. Zhuan Ti directly manifests in the Eastern continent, guiding beings. Zhuan Ti, you are fated to be with my Western. You too are fated with my Western. Watching from the shores of the East Sea, Shi Yan looks towards Buzhou Mountain, then in the direction of the Heavenly Court. It is when Ho-Yi shoots the sun that the calamity will erupt. In the original timeline, 10 suns hover in the sky. Ho-Yi shoots the sun, the 9 golden crows perish tragically, the Demon clan's aura plummets sharply, and then calamity enters their bodies, ultimately leading to the tragic fate of mutual destruction. After watching the drama conclude, Shi Yan consumes a large amount of spiritual fruits and continues to retreat for cultivation, striving for an early breakthrough. On the shores of the East Sea, Shi Yan sat upon the 12th grade pure world, White Lotus, entering a state of cultivation, with the creation jade disc above his head, surrounded by an aura akin to the flow of life and the rebirth of the universe. Shi Yan's seclusion lasted a full 10,000 years. During this time, he successfully broke through to the midstage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal and continued his cultivation, while the chaos of the Primordial began to stir. After the battle at the unparalleled mountain within the Heavenly Court, the quasi-saints of the Demon clan were mostly recuperating in the Lingxiao Palace, where the innate spiritual energy was most abundant, while Kunpeng was busy reforging spiritual artifacts to restore the damaged Demon Master Hall. Within the Pangu Palace, Zhu Meng healed his wounds in the blood pool using the laws of wood and the Great Dao of vitality, while the other 10 ancestral witches were also tempering their bodies. The Wu and Yao clans did not engage in large-scale confrontations, only small-scale frictions at the Golden Immortal level. On the side of the two saints of the West, Zhuan Ti moved through the east, like a hungry wolf calling out to anyone he met. You have a destiny with my West, converting countless mountain spirits and rogue beings, provoking great dissatisfaction among the three purities, yet they refrained from intervening directly due to the face of the saints. Jie Yin remained stationed at the Western teaching, guiding the beings converted by Zhuan Ti. In the lands of the human race, with the innate spiritual treasures and spiritual roots bestowed by Shi Yan, 3 quasi-saints, the 3 ancestors were born, along with dozens of Great Luo Golden Immortals and countless Tai Golden Immortals, and below. The fortune grew denser day by day, resembling the appearance of a future eternal ruler of heaven and earth. As the fortune of the human race increased, Shi Yan's comprehension of the laws also accelerated significantly. At this moment in the eastern lands, Zhuan Ti, after converting beings for 10,000 years, suddenly found himself dissatisfied with these lowly beings. He gazed towards the heavenly court, the power of the heavenly Dao surging in his eyes, piercing through the concealment of the starry sky, a ray directly looking at the 10 golden crows of the heavenly pool, his mouth involuntarily watering. These 10 little golden crows are indeed very fated with my West. They possess strong foundations and carry vast fortunes. Zhuan Ti wiped his mouth, then with a flicker of his figure vanished from his original spot, leaving only a trace of the heavenly Dao. Concealing himself with the power of the heavenly Dao, he silently approached the heavenly court. At that time, the heavenly court was enveloped in an extremely rich layer of innate spiritual energy. Di Jun embraced Shi practicing the method of yin-yang harmony, while Tai Yi sat at Lingxiao surrounded by the true fire of the golden crows, constantly monitoring the ancestral witches below. Only by the heavenly pool did the 10 golden crows frolic recklessly, radiating golden light that turned the water of the heavenly pool into white mist. Zhuan Ti hid himself within the spatial layers, gazing at the 10 golden crows, his eyes filled with greed, like a wild fire, murmuring to himself, "If I can convert these 10 little golden crows, allowing the West to gain their solar and demon clan fortunes, the fortune of the Western teaching will surely increase by another layer. At that time, my brother and I will be able to repay our debts." Zhuan Ti produced an ancient tree's spiritual treasure, which was transformed from his own body, the 7 treasures mysterious tree. He then took a Bodhi seed from the 7 treasures mysterious tree, lightly pointed at the void, and a subtle colorless spiritual light, carrying the Bodhi seed, silently entered the third eye of the 10 golden crows. The Bodhi seed contained the power of conversion from the West. Due to the noble status of the 10 golden crows protected by the fortunes of the demon clan and the sun, it could only be changed subtly in this manner, gradually instilling the notion of the West into their instincts. Having completed all this, a strange smile crept on Zhuan Ti's lips, and then he returned to the West. There was no rush, he only needed to wait. In the heavenly pool, the 10 golden crows continued to play, their golden wings flapping against the holy waters of the pool, splashing golden rain all around. The Bodhi seed that had infiltrated their third eye silently merged into their primordial spirits without stirring even a ripple, like spring rain nourishing the earth, gradually inscribing the notion of the West into the instincts of the Golden Crows. As time flowed on, another 1,000 years passed. Within the Pangu Palace, Xian Ming's injuries had healed under the nurturing of Zhu Mang's laws of wood and the blood pool, with all 12 ancestral witches gathering in the palace, their battle intent reaching its peak. The small-scale friction between the Wu and Yao clans became increasingly frequent, and the casualties for both clans gradually increased. The shadows of war had begun to quietly spread across the primordial lands. And Shi Yan finally emerged from his seclusion, gazing at the calamity's qi, which had already reached its zenith. He sighed, "The 10 suns in the sky are finally coming, aren't they?" At that moment, the system panel within Shi Yan's divine sense reacted. Ding! Detected the appearance of the spatial demon god Yang Mei in the chaotic sea outside the primordial, triggering a choice. Choice 1: do nothing and continue to seclude in the primordial. Reward a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the 12th grade extinguishing black lotus. Choice 2: go to the chaotic sea, bond with the hollow willow twig possessing the essence. Reward the chaos pearl, restores to a supreme, chaotic spiritual treasure. The system's choice reappeared. Shi Yan looked at the options before him, feeling a hint of surprise. The great immortal Yang Mei has actually returned to the primordial. What for? Could it be to seek out Hongjun for a reckoning as the calamity's qi reaches its peak? Choice 2. Shi Yan did not even glance at the first choice. Everyone knew how to choose between chaotic spiritual treasures and innate spiritual treasures. The host has made a choice. The reward has been placed. As soon as Shi Yan's voice fell, a gentle and heavy humming resonated from the depths of his divine sense. The original Chaos Pearl suddenly erupted with dazzling chaotic brilliance, with countless mysterious chaotic laws swirling, complementing, and merging around it. In an instant, it restored to a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. As Shi Yan observed the restoration of the Chaos Pearl, he advanced further in the Great Dao, breaking through the recently established midstage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, faintly showing signs of breaking through to the later stage. The Chaos Pearl now possessed purer chaotic energy, and the 2 immortal islands along with the spiritual roots above also rose significantly. Having gained astonishing benefits, a large number of spiritual herbs transformed into innate spiritual roots, and among the 10 supreme innate spiritual treasures, the 5 pine also began to trend towards evolution into a chaotic spiritual root. Refreshing. This is the system, this is the cheat. After experiencing the comprehension of the laws, Shi Yan's innate power slightly trembled, transporting him to the edge of the primordial before stepping out of the primordial barrier and arriving at the chaotic sea. In the chaotic sea, the chaotic energy roared and surged, the laws rampaging wantonly. A typical Great Luo Golden Immortal entering this place would be instantly turned to ash. Shi Yan formed a time-space barrier around himself to isolate the chaotic energy while taking out the hollow willow twig containing the essence. He let its spatial fluctuations permeate the chaotic sea. Accompanied by the aura fluctuations of the hollow willow twig, a figure surrounded by endless spatial laws, a trace of the hollow willow's aura flickering, appeared several 100,000 miles before Shi Yan. This figure locked his gaze firmly on Shi Yan and the twig in his hand. Feeling the subtle yet extremely pure aura of the Great Dao emanating from Shi Yan, even with his peak Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal mindset, he could not help but stir up tremendous waves. The Great Dao of time and space. A look of disbelief and shock appeared on Yang Mei's face. How could anyone perfectly combine the laws of time and space? Yang Mei was unlike the 2 brutes Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. He knew all too well that it was impossible. Both the laws of time and space, each on its own, are powerful laws that rival the law of strength. Merging these 2 laws is nearly impossible. Pangu's strength came from his profound understanding of the 3,000 laws through the creation jade disc from the very beginning. In the past, during the era of the Chaos Demon God, even when he and the Time Demon God studied together daily, they could not merge the 2 laws. Now someone has actually achieved this. Yang Mei now wanted to tear apart the person's primordial spirit and Dao fruit before him to see what the laws of time and space truly looked like. What right does this person have to merge 2 laws? Interesting, truly interesting. A meaningful smile crept onto the corner of Yang Mei's mouth. He then looked at Shi Yan and said, "Young friend." Looking at the suddenly appearing Taoist in green robes, Shi Yan's expression tightened, and he bowed deeply. "I am Shi Yan, and I have met the great Yang Mei." Shi Yan recognized the person before him. Yang Mei, the 3rd-ranked space demon god among the 3,000 demon gods. "Young friend Shi Yan." The voice of the great Yang Mei was clear, yet carried a sense of worldly insight. "May I have my willow branch returned to me?" Upon hearing this, Shi Yan did not hesitate for a moment. The hollow willow branch containing pure spatial essence was gently handed over, and the green light drifted straight toward Yang Mei. Since it is the senior's possession, it should naturally be returned to its rightful owner. The moment the willow branch fell into Yang Mei's hands, the space of the chaotic sea they were in trembled slightly, and the branch transformed into pure essence, merging into Yang Mei's own essence. The damaged demon god essence was restored somewhat with the help of the branch. Good young friend is quite unpretentious. Yang Mei retracted the Dao rhythm surrounding him, and his gaze towards Shi Yan softened. In my countless years of cultivation, I have seen many who are greedy for treasures and power, treacherous and untrustworthy. A person like you who holds precious treasures, yet is not greedy, is truly rare throughout the ages. I have borrowed the senior's willow branch to comprehend the path of space for quite some time. Now that it has been returned, it is merely following the path of cause and effect. At the same time, he thought, what cultivation level do you have? What level do I have? How could I possibly not give you what you seek? Yet on the surface, he maintained a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this response, Yang Mei understood. A cycle of cause and effect, is it? His gaze then fell upon the ever-flowing Dao rhythm of time and space around Shi Yan, astonishment flashing in his eyes once more. Earlier I was puzzled. The two paths of time and space, one is fleeting, and the other is encompassing, naturally repelling each other. Even when I partnered with the time demon god to deduce it countless times using my essence, we could not merge them, even a little. How did you succeed, young friend? Hearing this, Shi Yan calmly replied, it was a stroke of luck. He did not elaborate further. Not receiving the answer he desired, Yang Mei felt a bit disappointed. However, sensing the Dao rhythm surrounding Shi Yan, he suggested, I wonder if young friend would entertain a discussion on Dao. I too wish to see the mysteries of the laws of time and space. Of course, why not? Shi Yan did not hesitate and agreed. The great Yang Mei was the former space demon god with insights into the laws of space that no one could match. Discussing Dao with him would be beneficial without harm. Excellent. Yang Mei nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. The violent currents in the chaotic sea suddenly stilled, and countless chaotic crystals materialized from the void, transforming into two cushions that hovered beneath them. Yang Mei took his seat first, the laws of space transforming into endless green mist around him, the hollow willow hanging above the chaos, each willow leaf reflecting the supreme scenes of chaos, opening, and the birth and demise of space. He then began to speak. Space is the foundation of the void, the container of all laws, and the bearer of all things. Shi Yan also sat cross-legged, revealing his own Dao fruit. The rivers of time and space intertwined and coiled around him, corroborating with the hollow willow as he spoke. Without time, space is lifeless. Without space, time is void. Time is a line, space is a plane, and the line and plane intertwine. The two shared their Dao sounds, validating each other's paths. Shi Yan sensed Yang Mei's profound understanding of space, while Yang Mei comprehended Shi Yan's fusion of space and time. Through the long years, it felt like a fleeting moment. The discussion on Dao between Shi Yan and Yang Mei lasted a full 1,000 years. During this time, Shi Yan approached a breakthrough, and Yang Mei provided several chaotic spirit fruits. In the instant Shi Yan broke through to the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, Yang Mei discovered that the young friend before him was like a child of the Dao, akin to a chaos demon god, with the innate laws of time and space existing within his true spirit. It was as if he were a chaos demon god who governed the laws of time and space. After 1,000 years of discussion, Shi Yan had said all he could, slowly opening his eyes. At the same time, Yang Mei also opened his eyes, revealing intense admiration. Young friend, you are truly a child of the Dao. This discussion has surpassed my solitary cultivation for millions of years. Through this experience, although he had not mastered the laws of time and space, he gained a different understanding of them and still reaped significant rewards. Shi Yan retracted his Dao fruit, dissipating the Dao rhythm of time and space, and stood to bow slightly to Yang Mei. Senior, you overpraise me. I was merely fortunate. Good, just fortunate. Yang Mei looked at the promising and humble Shi Yan before him, and in his heart he had already regarded him as a peer rather than a junior. He flicked his finger, and a translucent green willow branch slowly floated towards Shi Yan. Unlike the branch Shi Yan returned to Yang Mei, this one did not contain the power of essence. It appeared to be a branch imbued with some spatial power. This willow branch contains a trace of my Hunyuan power. If you encounter a life and death crisis and activate the branch, even if I am on the other side of chaos, I can arrive in an instant. Upon hearing this, Shi Yan felt a surge of joy and hurriedly accepted the branch, storing it in his personal space for safekeeping. This was undoubtedly his ultimate trump card against Hongjun. Afterward, a space crack opened beside Shi Yan, and he turned and entered. Yang Mei stood in place, watching Shi Yan vanish into space. He then looked towards the direction of the purple cloud palace, a hint of mockery in his voice. Hongjun, how will you respond next? As his words fell, Yang Mai's figure also merged into space, leaving only the lingering sound echoing in the chaotic sea, causing ripples in the space. At that moment, as Shi Yan returned to the Hunyuan, 10 golden streams of light shot down from the heavenly court with the might to burn the heavens and boil the seas, racing towards the Hunyuan land. The battle between the witch and the demon officially erupted. Shi Yan's gaze was fixed on the 10 golden crows in the sky of the Hunyuan, radiating endless true fire of the sun. The timing is just right. As he spoke, Shi Yan dashed towards the direction of the witch clan. 10 suns hover in the sky, soaring arrogantly over the primal chaos. For several years, the 10 suns have scorched the earth, leaving it cracked and broken. Rivers run dry, vegetation withers, and countless lives wail under the burning of the true fire of the sun. Even the mountains and land are melted into boiling magma, creating a hellish scene between heaven and earth. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, a giant towering like 10,000 zhang, holding a peachwood staff, stares angrily at the heavens, his eyes as red as blood, with his vital energy and malevolent aura surging like an ocean, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. He is Kuo Fu, the great shaman of the witch clan, with a physical strength comparable to that of the ancestral witches. Seeing the primal chaos scorched by the 10 suns, with countless beings perishing and life fading, his heart is already ablaze with rage. 10 little feathered birds dare to extinguish the vitality of the primal chaos. They shall die. Kuo Fu roars, his voice shaking the heavens. All his blood energy surges into the peachwood staff, which instantly transforms into a colossal tree, its branches and leaves blocking the sun. With a mighty stomp, the ground splits open into chasms, and he rushes towards the 10 suns in the sky. Kuo Fu begins his pursuit of the sun. The 10 golden crows circle in the 9 heavens. Seeing Kuo Fu daring to chase them alone, they immediately let out sinister cackles. A clumsy fool who cannot fly, how dare he pursue us? Perfect, we can refine him together and help our father eliminate a great threat. The 10 golden crows of the Tai Golden Immortal, using their ability to fly and the true fire of the sun that burns everything, keep a safe distance from Kuo Fu. Although Kuo Fu's physical body is strong, facing the united true fire of the 10 suns, his blood energy and malevolent aura are rapidly depleting after a prolonged chase. His body is gradually cracking under the scorching true fire of the sun. Blood flows down his skin, dripping onto the ground and transforming into patches of forest. In the spatial inner layer, Shi Yan contemplates. According to normal development, the outcome will be that Kuo Fu exhausts himself and dyes his body, turning into a peach forest spanning 3,000 miles, nourishing the earth with his flesh and sheltering the beings of the primal chaos. Then Hou-Yi, in a fit of rage, will shoot down 9 arrows, leaving 1 sun, causing a drastic decline in the demon clan's fortune and igniting a great battle. Thinking of this, Shi Yan secretly sends Kuo Fu a message infused with a path of merit. Kuo Fu, stop chasing. With an undeniable voice, it resounds deep within Kuo Fu's mind, instantly purifying the rage that surged from his calamity energy. Kuo Fu's massive foot halts abruptly in midair, causing the ground to tremble violently as the chasms cease to expand. Hearing this familiar voice, he questions, Senior Shi Yan, what is the reason for this? Shi Yan explains, you, a great shaman who cannot fly, pursuing the 10 suns will only lead to your eventual exhaustion and demise. But those little feathered birds are burning the primal chaos, extinguishing its vitality. As a great shaman of the witch clan, I should take action to stop this. Kuo Fu's eyes widen with frustration, yet he no longer pursues, his voice filled with pent-up anger. Seeing this, Shi Yan imparts another strand of path merit. As the merit enters his body, the calamity energy is purified, and Kuo Fu realizes how foolish his actions have been. Unwillingly, he gazes at the 10 suns. Thank you, Senior. He turns and returns to the territory of the witch clan, determined to find Hou-Yi and shoot down those little feathered birds. Watching Kuo Fu return to Mount Buzhou, Shi Yan thinks, I believe this can extend the time by several yuan hui. As he speaks, Shi Yan returns to the shores of the eastern sea to continue his cultivation. In the heavens, the 10 golden crows see this and become even more arrogant, their sinister laughter echoing through the sky. Look, that barbarian from the witch clan is actually afraid. Continue to scorch the primal chaos. Oh, let's see who dares to stop us. Our father and uncle will surely be proud of us. Meanwhile, the Bodhi seed is quietly guiding the 10 golden crows towards the west. The 10 golden crows become increasingly reckless, unleashing the full force of the true fire of the sun. Wherever they pass, the earth melts and life is extinguished in endless sea of resentment and karma, staining the primal chaos sky, like ink continuously converging into the fortune of the demon clan's heavenly court, turning the originally resplendent fortune into a pitch-black abyss. Di Jun, Tai, Yi, and Fuxi simultaneously sense the changes in the heavenly court's fortune. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, Di Jun invokes the He Tu Luo Shu, deducing the situation, yet his gaze is firmly locked on the heavenly court's fortune, his brow furrowed. At the same time, Fuxi and Tai Yi also appear in the Lingxiao Palace. Tai Yi frowns slightly and asks, "Elder brother, do you know the reason for the change in fortune?" Di Jun's brow tightens, then he hands the He Tu Luo Shu to Fuxi. "Shi Huang, the calamity energy is spreading, we must rely on you." Fuxi responds with a soft hum, then uses the heavenly power granted by Nüwa within his primordial spirit to deduce the fortune of the heavenly court. In less than half a breath, Fuxi's expression changes drastically, the method of deduction suddenly shattering, blood spilling from his mouth as he looks at Di Jun and Tai Yi with an extremely grave expression. "Demon Sovereign, Eastern Sovereign, there is a great disaster." Di Jun's heart tightens as he steps forward to support Fuxi. "Shi Huang, what is happening?" Fuxi speaks urgently. "The 10 golden crows have descended to the mortal realm, without permission, rampaging through the primal chaos for years, extinguishing countless lives wherever they go, leading to endless karma, eroding the demon clan's fortune." "What a—" Hearing this, Di Jun is furious, then looks at Tai Yi, commanding, "Tai Yi, immediately bring those 10 wretches back to me." "Understood." Tai Yi responds solemnly, his eyes filled with fury. He has always cared for his nephews, but the 10 golden crows have caused an enormous calamity, this time destroying the vitality of the primal chaos and generating endless karma, making it increasingly difficult for the demon clan to unify the primal chaos. Tai Yi's figure sways, activating the golden crow's transformation into a rainbow divine ability, rushing towards the primal chaos, fully extending his primordial spirit's perception. At this moment, the primal chaos is ablaze as the 10 golden crows recklessly unleash the true fire of the sun, turning the land into scorched earth, having the time of their lives, completely unaware of the impending disaster. "Ha ha ha, who in the primal chaos can stop us now? Our father and uncle will surely praise us for our might." Before the laughter of the golden crows fades, a cold and chilling voice reverberates through the heavens and earth. "A group of rebellious beings, dare you act so recklessly?" Tai Yi's figure descends from the sky, the chaos bell vibrating lightly, instantly trapping the 10 golden crows in 10 invisible restraints, suppressing the true fire of the sun, so they cannot move at all. "Uncle, why is Uncle doing this?" The 10 golden crows panic upon seeing their suddenly appearing uncle. Tai Yi snorts coldly without any explanation. The light of the chaos bell envelopes the 10 golden crows completely, and he turns to rush back to the heavenly court. That was fast. In the shadows, Zhuan Ti can only sigh softly and quietly retreat, waiting for the next opportunity to arise. Inside the Lingxiao Palace of the heavenly court, Di Jun looks at the 10 golden crows captured by the chaos bell, his face darkened, then turns to Tai Yi. "Send them back to the Sun Star and imprison them for 10 yuan hui so they can reflect on their actions properly." At the same time, deep within the Purple Cloud Palace, Hong Jun sits cross-legged on a mat, the Taoist creation jade plate spinning rapidly before him. The previously clear trajectory of the witch and demon calamity is now in disarray. Kwa Fu is not dead, the golden crows have been captured. He has not shot down the sun, and the calamity energy is still spreading, disrupting all heavenly Dao layouts. It's chaotic again. Who dares to alter the heavenly Dao's momentum and ruin my plans? Mount Buzhou, the territory of the Wu clan. Kwa Fu had just returned to the Wu clan's domain when he encountered the 12 ancestor witches emerging from the Panga Hall. Seeing this, Kwa Fu immediately stepped forward and bowed, speaking solemnly to the 12 ancestor witches. Kwa Fu pays his respects to the 12 ancestor witches. Di Jiang's gaze swept over Kwa Fu, noticing his scorched flesh and the lingering signs of his injuries, and his brow furrowed. "Kwa Fu, how did you acquire the burns of the true fire of the sun?" Kwa Fu informed the 12 ancestor witches of the incident involving the 10 suns scorching the primordial wilderness. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 12 ancestor witches changed drastically. Gong Gong's anger surged as he exclaimed, "Those 10 little bastards dared to burn the life force of the primordial wilderness. And they injured our clan's great witch. Tell me their location, and I will go and slay them now." A surge of life force from the wood element flowed into Kwa Fu's Dao body. "From Zhumang, fortunately, I have the help of Shi Yan." Indeed, Kwa Fu agreed, nodding fervently. "That's right, without Senior Shi Yan, I would have already been killed by those 10 little bastards." Zhu Meng retracted the wood element's laws, looking at Kwa Fu as his body gradually recovered. "Go back and rest well. War will soon break out again." After Kwa Fu left, Zhu Rong intended to summon the clan members to launch another attack on the heavenly court. However, he was stopped by Di Jiang. Zhu Rong, puzzled, asked, "Elder brother, aren't we going to fight yet? Sister Xianming has already recovered." "Of course we must fight," Di Jiang replied calmly, "but not now." Gong Gong was taken aback, his anger subsiding slightly. "Elder brother, why? Those golden crows have already taken a dump on our heads. Zhu Rong nodded in agreement. Yes, we must kill a few golden crows to quell the hatred in our hearts for the Wu clan. Hutu stepped forward steadily, her tone calm and heavy. Currently, those 10 golden crows have generated too much karma, which is all returned to the heavenly court. Now, even Di Jun holding the primordial purple energy cannot achieve sagehood. Then Di Jiang added, what we need to do now is simply to delay indefinitely until our Wu clan produces a mixed Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, and then we can win without fighting, avoiding excessive casualties among our people. As soon as he finished speaking, the other ancestor witches nodded in agreement. Gong Gong stroked his head and chuckled, his anger completely dissipated. Elder brother and younger sister think far ahead. Then we will listen to elder brother endure for now, and when we all become mixed Yuan, we will topple the demon clan and the heavenly court in one fell swoop. The Wu clan closed off Mount Buzhou, the Panga Hall resonating with the rhythms of Dao day and night, while the 12 ancestor witches immersed themselves in closed-door cultivation, intertwining the merits of opening the heavens with the merits of the Great Dao, continuously transforming the laws towards the mixed Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. Meanwhile, the heavenly court of the demon clan was entangled in boundless karma, their fortune murky as ink. Tai, Yi, and Shi He could only personally activate the great array of the celestial stars, continuously transforming chaotic energy into stellar spiritual energy to earn merits, while Di Jun, clutching the primordial purple energy, secluded himself in rigorous cultivation, attempting to merge the 3 corpses to attain sagehood. The primordial wilderness entered a brief period of peace. After the Yuan meeting, Hong Jun could no longer sit still. In the Chaos Sea at the Zishao Palace, Hong Jun sat on a mat, the jade plate of creation suspended above his head, calculating endlessly, his expression growing darker with each iteration. The calamity between the Wu and the demon clans should have long since concluded, both races annihilating each other, allowing humanity to rise. But now, the ancestor witches were closed up in the Pango Hall, delaying their emergence. The 10 golden crows of the demon clan had been confined, and Di Jun had acquired the primordial purple energy, representing escape, sealing himself in a deadlock. The calamity energy failed to erupt, the momentum deviated, driving even this Dao ancestor to the brink of madness. Yangmei, or Luo Hu. Hong Jun murmured to himself, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He understood that only the 3,000 demon gods would have the chance to shield his perception and alter the trajectory of the heavenly Dao. The momentum of the heavenly Dao cannot be reversed. If you do not wish to fight, then this old Daoist will force you to fight. As his words fell, Hong Jun suddenly raised his hand, channeling the primal power of the heavenly Dao, fiercely injecting it into the primordial spirits of the 10 golden crows. He then disrupted the innate formation of Tang Gu, releasing the 10 golden crows once more and guiding them into the territory of the Wu clan. The 10 golden crows, guided by Hong Jun through the heavenly Dao, felt a surging violent, while flooding their primordial spirits, unleashing the ferocity that had been suppressed by Di Jun and Tai Yi. The true fire of the sun poured down, without reservation, crashing onto the mountains and rivers of the Wu clan's territory, instantly turning vegetation to ash and igniting a towering inferno in the Wu clan's domain. Demon clan bastards. They dare to invade our Wu clan again. The Wu clan guards stationed at the outskirts of Mount Buzhou were apoplectic, but against the true fire of the sun at the Tai Yi Golden Immortal level, they were utterly powerless to resist. At this moment, Kwa Fu and Ho Yi, 2 great witches of the Wu clan, also happened to see the 10 sons. Kwa Fu looked at the rampaging golden crows, old grudges and new grievances surging in his heart, and with his towering form, he roared to the heavens, "Those 10 little feathered birds, today, I will tear you to pieces." With his peachwood staff, he shielded against the true fire of the sun. He then turned to Ho Yi beside him. Ho Yi instantly understood his intention and drew his bow, aiming at the 10 sons. Whoosh! A golden arrow shot toward the 10 sons. A long rainbow pierced the sun. In an instant, one fiery sun was shot down, landing in the east. "For daring to offend our Wu clan, they shall be punished no matter how far." He then shot 9 more arrows. The 9 suns in the sky were instantly struck down. Then, with Ho Yi shooting the suns, only one remained. The smallest golden crow was protected in the center by its 9 elder brothers, and the arrows did not harm its vital spots, leaving its essence intact. It merely fainted. It was then caught securely by the appearing Di Jun. Di Jun, with his eyes filled with intense rage, looked at his injured young son and handed him to the hurried Shi He. "Take good care of Luya." Having said that, Di Jun reached out toward Ho Yi. "Die for me." Di Jun, filled with rage, acted the true fire of the sun, enveloped with the immense power of a perfected quasi-saint, transformed into a golden giant hand that directly grasped toward Ho Yi. "Ho Yi, be careful." Kua Fu roared, his massive body defiantly blocking in front of Ho-E, his peachwood staff swelling against the wind, the bloodline power of the great, which erupting completely, his flesh and blood surging to the heavens, bravely meeting Di Jun's giant hand. Boom! The giant hand collided with the peachwood staff, shaking the primordial world, stones flying from Mount Buzhou, the space fracturing layer by layer. Under this terrifying palm, Kua Fu was instantly near death, his peachwood staff destroyed, relying on the great witch's blood to barely hold onto a breath of life. Di Jun, do not harm our great witch of the Wu clan. At that critical moment, a spatial rift suddenly exploded, and the 12 ancestor witches surged forth, their blood energy rolling. Di Jiang stepped forward, folding the spatial laws, directly looking at Di Jun with coldness in his voice. You little feathered birds, slaughter my clan's people in our territory. Do you truly think my Wu clan easy to bully? Beside him, Zhu Meng also activated the wood laws, simultaneously expelling a drop of ancestor witch's blood into Kua Fu's body. Gong Gong's water laws surged, transforming the floods into a giant wave. You just attacked my Wu clan brother, now it is time to repay it. Zhu Rong's flames ignited the heavens, intertwining with Gong Gong's water and fire powers. Today, we shall overturn this demon clan's heavenly court. Good. What a Wu clan. Di Jun in extreme fury laughed in response. The He Tu and Luo Shu suspended above his head the power of the celestial stars, gathering. Since you seek death, then I shall grant it to you. Today I shall destroy the Wu clan. As Di Jun's voice faded, Dong Huang Tai-Yi's figure traversed the sky, the chaos bell hanging above him, the innate treasure exerting pressure upon the heavens, as he shouted sternly, Elder brother, I will assist you. Kunpeng Fuxi and the 9 great demon gods along with the demon army also arrived. A deafening roar that shook the universe erupted, and the war between the Wu and the Yao finally ignited in the most brutal fashion, forcibly catalyzed by Hong Jun. On the demon side, Di Jun and Tai-Yi stood side by side in the clouds, the He Tu and Luo Shu hanging above Di Jun's head, with the power of the stars pouring down like an ocean. Tai-Yi activated the chaos bell, its resonance shaking the surroundings, the innate treasures might sweeping across the Wu territory, instantly suppressing this space and time. Following closely behind were Shiha Fuxi and the 9 great demon gods, the demon army like a dark cloud covering the sky, continually pouring out from the spatial tunnel, intent on completely flattening the Wu territory. On the Wu side, the 12 ancestral witches stood at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Di Jiang manipulated the laws of space, folding the void to counter the demon's spatial attacks, while Huda's palm covered the earth, the laws of earth protecting every inch of Wu land, and Zhu Jiuyin opened his vertical eye, the laws of time flowing slowly, delaying the demon's offensive. Gong Gong, Zhu Rong, Xianming, and Zhu Meng, along with the ancestral witches, also released the laws accompanying them to resist the demons. The blood energy of millions of Wu warriors soared to the sky, clashing with the demon army. Boom! The first loud sound broke the standoff. Dong Huang Tai-Yi raised his hand, activating the chaos bell, its ringing shattering time and space, the innate treasures might directly crashing towards Mount Buzhou. The great formation of the stars, activate. Di Jun shouted angrily as the He Tu and Luo Shu hovered in midair as the formations, while 3,000 star gods held the star banners as auxiliary eyes. The great formation of the stars instantly activated. Don't think that only your demon clan has formations. Di Jiang shouted angrily, then erupted with his own blood energy, and laws followed closely by the other 11 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches shouted in unison, the great formation of the 12 capitals of heaven. The laws accompanying the 12 ancestral witches intertwined, and the great formation of the 12 capitals of heaven instantly took shape. The towering true body of Pangu appeared at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Seeing this scene, Di Jun activated the great formation of the stars, and the power of billions of stars emerged from the void, enveloping endless destructive force, and smashed fiercely towards the great formation of the 12 capitals of heaven. Falling stars. Countless star fragments rained down like a storm, each containing the power of the pinnacle of quasi-saints, intent on shattering all the Wu clan. Heavenly strike. Di Jiang commanded, and the 12 ancestral witches struck simultaneously. Space-time, earth, water, fire, metal, wood, wind, thunder. 12 accompanying laws intertwined and wrapped around, controlling the true body of Pangu to resist all star fragments. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, mountains and rivers shattered, the laws became chaotic. The violent collision of the 2 primordial level formations instantly swept through the wilderness. Countless powerful beings turned their gazes towards Mount Buzhou. The saints were also paying attention to this battle. However, the target of Zhuan-Ti was the only surviving golden crow. Zhuan-Ti looked at the golden crow who had just been sent back to the heavenly court for healing, saliva uncontrollably flowing from the corner of his mouth. Senior brother, help me keep the three purities occupied for a quarter of an hour. Upon hearing this, Jie Yin's eyes brightened, and he nodded, saying, Junior brother, go quickly, and return quickly. I will do my best to protect you. Zhuan Ti murmured in acknowledgement, then headed towards the heavenly court, it directly infiltrating the empty heavenly court. Jie Yin outside the 33 heavens activated his saintly authority, completely concealing the aura of the heavenly court, evading the perception of the three purities and Nüwa, buying precious moments for him. Zhuan Ti moved smoothly, all the way heading straight for the heavenly pool, looking at the small golden crow wrapped in the essence of the sun's true fire, still unconscious. Good child, you are fated with my Western sect. Zhuan Ti's eyes sparkled with brilliance, lightly brushing the seven treasure mysterious tree. The gentle Bodhi Buddha light enveloped Lu Ya's primordial spirit, silently planting the mark of salvation. After completing all this, he stored Lu Ya into his spatial pouch and turned to rush towards the treasury of the heavenly court. The demon clan had ruled the heavenly court for millions of years, plundering countless innate spiritual treasures, spiritual roots, crystal stones, techniques, and the essence of the stars. The treasury was heavily fortified, yet it could not hinder a saint. Zhuan Ti let out a cold laugh, sweeping the seven treasure mysterious tree as the innate restrictions crumbled in layers and the treasury door burst open with a rumble. Inside were mountains of innate spiritual crystals, star essences, remnants of the treasures of creation, true solar, liquid, and fragments of the great formation of the stars. Zhuan Ti's eyes shone brightly, saliva dripping. I, the poor Taoist, will take care of these fated treasures for the demon clan. Without any hesitation, he waved his sleeve, unleashing his spatial powers, clearing out the heavenly court's treasury from top to bottom, from treasures to shattered crystals, not even sparing the innate jade stones embedded in the ground. In just half a moment, the vast treasury of the demon clan was completely emptied, leaving only 4 bare walls, cleaner than if it had been looted. Time's up, retreat. Zhuan Ti, having succeeded, dared not linger, transforming into a stream of Bodhi light and instantaneously rushing out of the heavenly court to join Jie Yin. Seeing him return laden with spoils, Jie Yin's eyes were also filled with joy. The two no longer hesitated, tearing apart the space and heading straight back to the Shi Yan sect at Mount Samru. At this moment on the battlefield of Mount Buzhou, Dijun Tai Yi and Shiha were exerting their full strength to activate the great formation of the stars, fiercely battling against the great formation of the 12 capitals of heaven. The demons were filled with calamity energy, their eyes glowing red. They desperately urged their own Dao fruits to engage in fierce combat with the demon army. Looking at the frenzied demon gods before them, the great, which momentarily did not know who was of the Wu clan. The battle was so chaotic that it obscured the heavens and darkened the sun and moon, shaking the universe. At this time, both the Wu and Yao clan formations fell into a cooling state due to excessive consumption. The star gods regained their powers, and the 12 ancestral witches restored their blood energy. The war returned to its previous confrontation, still with Tai Yi facing multiple ancestral witches. Zhu Meng and Di Jiang faced Di Jun. Xian Ming faced Xia. Zhu Jiuyin struck Kunping. Ru Shou and Hutu faced Fuxi. Although the 12 ancestral witches had exhausted their blood energy, their closed-door cultivation in the Hall of Pangu deepened their comprehension of the laws. Thus, except for Xian Ming and Zai's battlefield, the other confrontations fell into a stalemate. Shiha roared the Taiyin divine wheel, radiating boundless precious light, the essence of the Taiyin reaching its peak as she battled Xian Ming, shouting, "You barbarians, return my son's life." Xian Ming, with a fist imbued with the laws of ice, struck towards her chest, forcing Shiha back, mocking, "Those 9 bastards are dead, and dead they are. No matter how much you howl after this war, I will go to reincarnate your son into the Azura clan." Shiha immediately broke down, cursing like a shrew, "You barbarian, if my son becomes part of the Azura clan, I will definitely slaughter your Wu clan." What about the beings of the West? Seeing Shiha break down, Xian Ming's mischievous side emerged. Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin, who were secretly watching, exclaimed excitedly, we want, quickly reincarnate in the West." The West? Shiha cursed angrily. That would be worse than the Azura. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti remained silent. After being caught off guard by Xuanming, Shi stopped sparring with the brute. The two exchanged no words and continued their slaughter. However, the two were evenly matched. One was protected by merit while the other was ensnared by calamity. Thus, Xianming held the upper hand against Shihi. With each strike landing heavily, Shihi's exquisite and noble figure, along with her coldly beautiful face, became distorted. The situation on the battlefield for the demon clan was not any better. Di Jun was under a fierce joint attack from Di Jiang and Zhu Meng. The laws of space strangled the starlight, while the laws of wood ensnared the He Tu and Luo Shu. Dijun, already thrown into disarray due to the death of his offspring and the influx of calamity chi, was now being severely suppressed, spitting out golden blood and retreating step by step. Rushou and Ho Tu teamed up to besiege Fuxi. The laws of Earth solidified into a massive hand, firmly locking Fuxi in place, while Rushou's laws of gold shattered his protective aura, pinning Fuxi down. Zhu Jiuyin was at ease while Kuan Peng desperately tried to escape, only to be pulled back to his original position by the time reversal, continuing to be pummeled. Only Tai Yi stood alone against the multitude, the chaotic bell humming in protection, while the true fire of the Golden Crow burned through the laws, forcefully blocking the fierce attacks of Gong Gong and several great ancestral witches, the value of the chaotic bell still increasing. Kuan Peng was tightly restrained by Zhu Jiuyin's time laws. Seeing that the demon clan was on the verge of defeat, a fierce light surged in his eyes as he instantly resolved to retreat. "You want to kill me, Kuan Peng? You are not worthy." Kuan Peng roared, his aura suddenly surging. This was a sign of him burning his Dao fruit. Self-explode, Kuan body. Boom. Thousands of feet of Kuan body erupted violently, unleashing terrifying power in an instant. Zhu Jiuyin reacted swiftly, layering the time laws to reverse and nullify the aftershocks of the explosion, but was still forced back several steps by the violent blast. Amidst the swirling dust, Kuan Peng's form transformed into a subtle gray shadow, detaching from the battlefield without a scratch. Having sacrificed half of his origin's Kuan body, he barely broke free from Zhu Jiuyin's time shackles, and at this moment, he had only one thought: escape. Flee. But no matter how fast he escaped, he could not forget to seize a few spirit treasures. After all, having lost half of his origin, he felt he owed it to himself to take some benefits. Just as his figure melded into the void, preparing to flee to the North Sea, his gaze swept through the air and happened to see Di Jun being suppressed by Di Jiang and Zhu Meng, with He Tu and Luo Shu hovering above, subtly swaying with the fluctuations of Di Jun's vitality. Heaven helps me. A greedy light erupted in Kuan Peng's eyes. Now that Di Jun was in disarray, it was the best time to seize the spirit treasures. Using the explosion as cover, his figure moved like a ghost, silently circling beneath He Tu and Luo Shu. Taking advantage of Di Jun being severely injured and unable to attend to the spirit treasures, he unleashed his devouring divine ability. Buzz. The supreme innate spirit treasure He Tu and Luo Shu emitted a violent wave of resistance, as if trying to break free from their restraints. But Kuan Peng was still a quasi-saint, and with Di Jun in such a fragmented state of mind, he simply could not fully control the spirit treasure. "Get down here." Kuan Peng bellowed, and space and chaos intertwined into a massive net, forcefully pulling He Tu and Luo Shu from above Di Jun. "Get out of the way." Kuan Peng succeeded, and without lingering in battle, he tucked He Tu and Luo Shu into his embrace, stretching his wings for miles, transforming into a gray light, breaking through layers of blood mist, and fleeing desperately towards the North Sea. "My He Tu and Luo Shu. Kuan Peng, how dare you betray me?" Di Jun watched as the spirit treasure was seized, his mind instantly suffering a heavy blow. Di Jiang, seeing this, exclaimed, "Good opportunity." He and Zhu Meng simultaneously swung their fists, instantly causing several cracks in Di Jun's Dao fruit. Di Jun burned his Dao fruit, breaking free from the encirclement of Di Jiang and Zhu Meng, then with eyes filled with fury pointed at the direction Kuan Peng fled, using his last ounce of strength to roar, "Kuan Peng, you traitor! If my demon clan has a future, I will ensure your demise." But Kuan Peng had already vanished at the edge of time and space, leaving not even a shadow behind. With the focal point of the demon clan's great array of stars being seized, Di Jun's heart turned to ashes. He Tu and Luo Shu. Gone the 9 great golden crows. Gone my wish to become a saint. Shattered. Di Jun's eyes turned crimson, and an intense blood light erupted from his body, which was not a battle intent, but a sign of self-detonation, as his Dao fruit, nascent soul, physical body essence, blood karma, and calamity, chi, all converged. And it was further enhanced by Hong Jun. Di Jun charged towards Di Jiang and Zhu Meng. Boom. The terrifying power swept through the heavens and the earth. Layers of space shattered, the universe overturned, and the laws became chaotic. Di Jun perished, his true spirit returning to the sea of true spirits. The heavens and earth felt this raining down blood. With Di Jun's self-detonation, Tai Yi and Shi He both felt their nascent souls tremble. Elder brother, husband, Tai Yi and Shi He cried out in grief together, their nascent souls violently shaking the origins of the Golden Crow, and the tie-in simultaneously fracturing with fine cracks. With Di Jun's self-detonation, Di Jiang and Zhu Meng had no chance to activate the space laws to escape, directly being engulfed by the explosion, their ancestral, which bodies bursting apart at the seams, the merits of creation, and their essence blood flying everywhere. elder brother. Zhu Meng. Gong Gong's eyes were filled with rage as the laws of water erupted violently, yet he could not even block a trace of the aftershock. Seeing the demon emperor self-detonate, all the demon clan understood that the heavenly court had been defeated. But looking at the witch clan before them, the calamity, qi surged in their nascent souls, except for Ji Ming by Zhe and Qin Yuan, who chose not to self-explode to preserve the demon clan's fortune. Dong Huang Tai, Yi the heavenly empress, Shi the Shi emperor Fu, Shi the star gods of the Zhou Tian, the 6 great demon gods and billions of demon soldiers ignited their Dao fruits, simultaneously self-detonating. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Billions of self-detonation lights converged into a world-destroying sphere of light, enveloping the entire witch clan. The blood-red wave of destruction swept across the 8 wildernesses and 4 seas as space crumbled like shredded paper. Chaotic energy surged and flooded back. The majority of Mount Buzhou exploded instantly, and towering peaks collapsed in a rumble. In this massive explosion, aside from Ho Tu and Gong Gong protected by Zhu Rong, the other 10 ancestral witches turned to ashes. The remaining great witches were only Jiu Feng Xing Tian, Ho Yi Chi Yu, and Qua Fu. Space fell silent, laws were obliterated, and the heavens and earth were left with endless blood-colored dust and fragmented chaotic air. Blood rain continued to fall from the sky, mourning the fallen Quasi-Saints. In the heavenly palace of Nüwa, Nüwa saw Fuxi self-detonate and fall, her expression suddenly changing, crying out in sorrow, "Elder brother." Nüwa hurriedly acted, snatching a wisp of Fu's nascent soul from the battlefield. Thus the war came to an end as Ji Ming by Zhe and Qin Yuan returned to the heavenly court, taking the remaining demon clan away to the 10,000 great mountains. Before Bai Zhe left, he was still cursing in anger. It must be that robber from the west. The treasury and the crown prince had all vanished. Bai Zhe did not dare to speak the true name of the saint. He neither dared nor was worthy. Meanwhile, the 6 saints, observing from the shadows, also appeared on Mount Buzhou, competing for the innate treasure, the chaotic clock. On the tying star, without Changshi watching over her sister's demise, her eyes were filled with sorrow. Sister. By the eastern sea, during her retreat, she felt the calamity qi of the heavens and earth recede. Using the underground channel of fate, she notified Zhen Yuanzi. Elder brother, gather all their true spirits. Zhen Yuanzi, who had been monitoring the underworld, responded with a light hum, and then a wisp of 6-path reincarnation energy prepared earlier on the battlefield gathered all the true spirits of the witch clan. Meanwhile, because her merit remained undiminished, Hutu struck Gong Gong unconscious with a sorrowful expression, then led the remaining Wu tribes, steering the Pangu temple toward the netherworld. The era of the Wu and Yao tribes had passed. Hutu sought a new path for the Wu. At Buzhou Mountain, the 6 saints vied for the primordial supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. Laozi stood in the east, the Taiji diagram in hand, his expression indifferent, embodying the supreme detachment of Laozi. He was silent and motionless, as if determined to claim the Chaos Bell, yet also as if nothing in the world concerned him. Yuan Shi Tianzuan stood upon the clouds, the Panga banner trembling slightly, its sword qi rending chaos. With a haughty mien, his gaze swept over the 2 western saints, and Nüwa brimming with disdain. The Chaos Bell is a supreme treasure of creation. It rightfully belongs to Pangu's true lineage. How dare you covet it? The 4 immortal slaying swords at Tongtian Jiao's his waist hummed. He was proud and unrestrained, yet his eyes burned with ambition. Treasures belong to those with virtue. Let the strongest claim it. Nüwa Nyang stood amidst colorful clouds, her tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. I am the empress of the Yao tribe. This is a relic of the Eastern Emperor. It should rightfully return to me. Jane stood silently in the west, the azure lotus banner unfurling gently, his Buddha light restrained. He chanted softly, Umitba. If this treasure comes to the west, it can ferry countless beings. Zhuanti, however, had eyes gleaming with greed, staring fixedly at the Chaos Bell, nearly drooling as he muttered incessantly, destined treasure, destined treasure. This bell shares a great destiny with my Western sect. The 6 saints stood in opposition, the atmosphere instantly tense. Yuan Shi Tianzuan struck first, swinging the Pangu banner, its chaotic sword qi cleaving the sky. This is a relic of Pangu. It belongs to none but my Chan's sect. Second brother, you are too overbearing. Tongtian Jiaozhu advanced, instead of retreating, the immortal slaying formation diagram spreading slightly. You already possess one supreme treasure. My GS sect commands myriad immortals. We urgently need this treasure to stabilize our fate. Laozi remained ever aloof. Suddenly raising his hand, he unfurled the Taiji diagram, stabilizing the chaotic laws of heaven and earth. His voice was flat, yet brooked no refusal. I am the foremost of the 3 pure ones. I shall keep this bell for now. The 3 brothers instantly fell into discord. The Panga banner clashed against the 4 immortal slaying swords while the Taiji diagram held both at bay. None would yield. Nüwa sighed softly and stepped forward. Tai was the Yao emperor of my tribe. The Chaos Bell is a sacred treasure of the Yao. Returning it to us is the only rightful course. Hearing this, Zhuanti immediately sprang forward, swiping his 7 jewels wonder tree repeatedly. Nüwa Nyang, the Yao tribe's fate is exhausted. Keeping the treasure would only invite calamity. Better to bring it to the west, where we can secure a thread of survival for the Yao. Zhuanti, you come to profit from chaos again. Yuanshi roared the Panga banner, shattering the Buddha light. A barren land like the West dares to claim the supreme treasure of creation. You are mistaken, Taoist. Zhuanti, thick-skinned, showed no anger. Our western lands are filled with great compassion and mercy. Should the Chaos Bell come to us, it shall never be used for slaughter. That is the treasure's true home. Jain silently exerted his power, the Jain divine banner sweeping forth, attempting to whisk the Chaos Bell away directly. How dare you? Tongtian Zhaozhu laughed in fury, unleashing the 4 immortal slaying swords to shatter the banner's light. You two from the west, have you no shame? The 6 saints instantly erupted into chaotic battle. The Taiji diagram stabilized the cosmos, the Panga banner rent chaos, the 4 immortal slaying swords severed myriad laws. Nüwa argued for righteousness, Jian's Buddha light held the line, and Zhuanti seized the chance to steal the treasure. The entire ruins of Buzhou Mountain were thrown into turmoil by the saints' immense power. Chaotic energy surged, and space once again teetered on the brink of collapse. At that moment, the Chaos Bell shook violently. Its chime resonated through the void, pushing the Tao of time and space to their ultimate expression, freezing both time and space. Even the saints were affected for an instant. In that single instant, the Chaos Bell tore through the void, vanishing into the boundless chaos. It disappeared without a trace. Buzhou Mountain fell into utter silence. Laozi slowly retracted the Taiji diagram. His face, embodying supreme detachment, showed neither joy nor sorrow. He merely cast a faint glance into the depths of chaos, stroked his beard lightly, and spoke not a single word. To him, gain and loss were both preordained. He did not lack this treasure. Turning, he departed upon the clouds without a single superfluous remark. Yuanshi Tianzuan stood frozen in place. The sword chi of the Panga banner abruptly receded. His face was livid, and he let out a furious snort that shattered the clouds. Bastards! A pack of short-sighted fools, bickering and fighting until you let the supreme treasure escape. He glared at the 2 western saints, and Tongtian, his eyes full of reproach. Flicking his sleeve, saintly radiance swirled as he returned to Mount Kunlun, his tone thick with resentment. I will settle the karma of this day with you all later. Tongtian Zhaozhu sheathed the 4 immortal slaying swords, snorted coldly, and returned to Janeo Island. Nüwa gazed into the depths of chaos, sighed softly, and finally transformed into a stream of light, returning to Huangtian. Jain pressed his palms together, chanting the Buddha's name softly. His expression was calm and unruffled, though a trace of imperceptible regret flickered deep in his eyes. Amitba, the treasure was not destined for us. That too is cultivation. Composed and reserved, though regretful within, he showed no sign of it. He waited quietly for Zhuanti, preparing to return to the west. Only Zhuanti remained frozen, his eyes wide, staring at the empty sky. The smile on his lips instantly stiffened. The next moment, he beat his chest and stomped his feet, a wail echoing across the primordial world. My bell. That bell so deeply destined for the West. It just flew away. Flew away. You all wronged me. Wronged the West, causing us to lose this supreme treasure. He tore at his hair, nearly crushing the 7 jewels wonder tree in his grip. One moment, he cursed the 3 pure ones. The next, he resented Nüwa for obstructing him, then lamented his own slowness. He wept and wailed like a man whose home had been ransacked. Jain, helpless, could only reach out and pull him along, urging softly, Junior brother, let it be. The opportunity has not yet arrived. Not arrived. That was the Chaos Bell, the supreme treasure of creation. Zhuanti, sniveling and tearful, was half dragged, half pulled by Jain as they flew westward. He continued to howl. I won't accept this. Next time I encounter a supreme treasure, I swear I'll snatch it first before anything else. The 6 saints dispersed. Buzhou Mountain returned to its heavy silence, leaving only the rain of blood and shattered mountains as witnesses to the farce of the saints' treasure hunt. And deep within the void, that chaotic stream of light ceaselessly wove through space until it was gently swept away by an invisible force of time and space, silently, without a trace. Far away in the interlayer of time and space, Shi Yan smiled faintly, his fingertips closing gently. The Chaos Bell, finally in my hands. Sensing the Chaos Bell within his primordial spirit, he then checked the reward from the system for intercepting the bell, the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation, and the accompanying method for refining the star banners. Indeed, Shi Yan had intercepted the Chaos Bell. By concealing his form with the supreme-grade chaotic spiritual treasure, the Chaos Pearl, he had hijacked the Chaos Bell. Then with a flicker of his form, he headed toward the Netherworld. At this time in the Netherworld, due to the death of most members of the Wu and Yao tribes, billions of remnant souls had plunged into the realm, forcing it into full operational mode. Even Jin Yuanzi, a saint, had to divert countless streams of his divine consciousness to help Hunyuan share the burden. As soon as Shi Yan arrived, he saw the Pangu temple hovering above Fengdu City. Has the great trend changed? Is Hutu still residing in the Netherworld? Shi Yan then slowly stepped into Fengdu City. Upon entering the inner hall, he saw countless incarnations of Hunyuan and numerous duplicates of the Book of Life and Death. The place was thick with the aura of the earthly Dao, tirelessly operating the cycle of reincarnation. Little brother. Hunyuan was the first to sense his presence, turning in surprise and rushing to meet him. You've finally arrived. Now the underworld is in chaos, and the true souls and primordial spirits of the Wu and Yao clans are piled up like Buzhou Mountain. Yuanzi and I are exhausted. You have many ideas, so help your elder brother find some people to assist. Zhen Yuanzi also diverted a sliver of his divine consciousness, looking at Shi Yan. Being a saint of the earthly path is too exhausting, especially during a tribulation. The cycle of reincarnation is completely packed. Shi Yan nodded slightly, his gaze piercing straight into the depths of Fengdu, watching the true soul of an ancestral, which curled on the ground, slowly reviving through the power of the earthly path. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I came precisely for this matter. He raised his hand and waved the path of time and space, spreading out, instantly gathering the 10 strands of ancestral, which true souls before him. Taoist Hutu. Shi Yan looked at Hutu, who was meditating with eyes closed, his voice calm, yet carrying a strange power. The Wu and Yao clans have exhausted their destiny. From now on, the Wu clan will dwell in the underworld. Look at these 10 true souls. Shi Yan gently guided with his fingertip, and the true souls of the ancestral witches slowly materialized. Dijiang Gonggong, Zhurong, Xianming. 10 true souls gathered in midair. Though faint, they still radiated the charm of loss. Elder brother. Shi Yan turned to look at the saint. You and second brother wish to increase your staff to share the burden. In my view, these 12 ancestral witches are the perfect candidates for the 10 kings of hell. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes lit up, and he said thoughtfully, does little brother mean to let the ancestral witches enter the halls and govern one each? But the ancestral witches are fierce by nature and do not cultivate primordial spirits. That is no issue. Shi Yan waved his hand, then explained, now that the ancestral witches only possess true souls, as long as we draw upon the merit within them to reshape their physical bodies, their killing intent will be purified, and they can naturally give birth to primordial spirits. Hearing this, Hunyuan was overjoyed and stepped forward. Excellent. With the 12 ancestral witches, the pressure on the underworld will be greatly reduced. Hutu slowly opened her eyes, tears glistening within them, gazing at the true souls of her elder brothers, Dijiang, Liang, Zhurong, Xuanming, and others. Hovering in midair, she whispered, Taoist Shi Yan, can this method truly grant my Wu clan a rebirth? Of course it can. Shi Yan answered Hutu's question with certainty. As his voice fell, he looked at Jin Yuanzi. Elder brother, I rely on you. Zhen Yuanzi hummed softly, then channeled the power of the earthly path to awaken the true souls of the 10 ancestral witches. I am. Dijiang. I am. Zhurong. I am. Zhu Jiuyin. I am. Confusion flickered in the ancestral witches' eyes. Then, seeing Shi Yan, Hutu, and Zhen Yuanzi before them, their gaze filled with bewilderment. Dijiang asked in confusion, did we not fall in battle? Without primordial spirits, the ancestral witches should normally have entered the sea of true souls. Zhen Yuanzi explained, during this tribulation, Hongjun interfered. Little brother specifically asked me to collect the Wu clan's true souls beside Buzhou Mountain. Hearing this, Dijiang Gomong and the other ancestral witches clasped their hands and bowed to Zhen Yuanzi and Shi Yan. We thank you both for saving our Wu clan. Subsequently, Shi Yan laid out the plan to forge Wu bodies with merit. We understand. With these words, the 10 ancestral witches drew upon the merit within their true souls, the merit of creation and the merit of the underworld. A golden radiance burst forth from the 10 ancestral witches' bodies. The power of merit, like the gentlest source, gradually enveloped the 10 faint true souls. The true souls of the ancestral witches, once fierce and brutal, cultivating only physical bodies without primordial spirits, now had their killing intent completely dissolved under the cleansing of merit. Only the pure foundation of Pangu remained. The true souls slowly unfurled, taking on human silhouettes, and their physical bodies visibly coalesced. Within half an incense stick's time, the 10 ancestral witch true souls had all been forged into bodies by merit, giving birth to new primordial spirits. Subsequently, Hunyuan wielding the authority of the Fengdu Emperor and Feth the 10 ancestral witches as the 10 kings of hell. Drawing upon the fortune of the earthly path, the ancestral witches' cultivation rapidly recovered. Soon both their physical and primordial spirit cultivation reached the early stage of the Primordial Golden Immortal. Their auras perfectly harmonized with the great path of underworld reincarnation, devoid of any trace of the Wu clan's former ferocity, replaced by the solemnity and justice of the Yanluo deities. Dijiang was the first to bow deeply to Shi Yan Hongyun, and Zhun Yuanzi, his voice steady and profound. We thank the Taoists for the grace of rebirth. From now on, our Wu clan will be rooted in the underworld, governing the 10 halls of Yanluo, guarding the cycle of reincarnation for eternity, and will never dare to be negligent. The other ancestral witches bowed in unison. The positions of the Yanluo kings automatically vested themselves upon them. The phantom images of the 10 kings of hell appeared above the underworld. The sound of the earthly path roared, and the underworld's reincarnation instantly became vastly smoother. The countless true souls and primordial spirits of the Wu and Yao clans piled up like a mountain orderly entered the channels of reincarnation under the governance of the 10 ancestral witch Yanluo kings. Hunyuan and Zhun Yuanzi exchanged a smile and breathed a long sigh of relief. With the 10 ancestral witches presiding over the 10 halls, we can finally rest easy. Then Hunyuan looked at Hutu. Taoist Hutu, would you be willing to serve as Mengpa in my underworld? Hutu gazed at her elder brothers, now governing the cycle of reincarnation. Tears flickered in her eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she gently nodded. Since my brothers have become Yanluo kings guarding the order of Yin and Yang, then I shall walk the path by the Nüwa bridge. The moment Hutu nodded, the authority of Mengpa from the earthly path vested itself upon her. Just as Hutu was about to head to the Nüwa bridge, Shi Yan inquired, Taoist Hutu, where is Taoist Gonggong now? The Pango Hall isolates celestial secrets, so even Shi Yan could not calculate its location. Hearing Shi Yan's words, Hutu only then remembered this elder brother who had been knocked unconscious. She then looked at Shi Yan. Taoist elder brother Gonggong refused to believe the other ancestral witches had perished and intended to topple Buzhou Mountain. I knocked him out and placed him in the blood pool of the Pango Hall to recuperate. Do you have any business with him? No, it's nothing. I was merely slightly puzzled not seeing Gonggong. Shi Yan breathed a sigh of relief and inwardly gave Hutu a huge thumbs up. Knocking him out was a good move. If he hadn't been knocked out and things had happened as in the original timeline, wouldn't all my help for you have been in vain? Seeing the joyful expression on Shi Yan's face, Hutu was somewhat puzzled but did not linger long. She headed to the Nüwa bridge and took up her role as Mengpa. Shi Yan, after conversing with Hunyuan and Zhun Yuanzi for 1,000 years, returned to the coast of the Eastern Sea to continue his cultivation. 3,000 years after the war between the Wu and Yao clans, the Wu-Yao tribulation officially came to an end. The myriad beings of the primordial world once again stirred across the land. By this time, the vitality of the primordial world had already recovered. Because Buzhou Mountain had not fallen and continued to help the primordial world convert chaotic energy into innate spiritual energy, the innate spiritual energy of the world had not degraded. 100 flowers bloomed across the primordial world. However, because the Wu and Yao clans had annihilated each other, conflicts grew increasingly fierce. Even the human race, which possessed 3 quasi-saints, suffered a considerable impact, losing over 100 million people, though they were quickly reincarnated back into the human race. This urgently required a nominal ruler to govern the primordial world. Hence Dao ancestor Hongjun transmitted a message to the 6 heavenly saints, summoning them to the Purple Void Palace for a council. The earthly path was not informed, as the heavenly court fell under the authority of the heavenly path. The celestial emperor of the heavenly path, the Fengdu emperor of the earthly path, and the human emperor of the human path. At this moment, the hidden Zixiao Palace emerged. The great doors of Zixiao Palace swung open. 2 young boys resembling exquisite jade statues named Haoyan and Yaochi stepped out and respectfully greeted the 6 saints, saying, "Senior brothers and sisters, the master requests your presence." The 6 saints entered one after another. The great doors of Zixiao Palace closed. Unlike the majestic grandeur of Lingxiao Palace, Zixiao Palace adhered to the Tao of heaven, embodying simplicity. There were no rare treasures adorning it, only auspicious clouds hanging down and a vast aura of chaos. Hongjuan, the Tao ancestor, sat upon a cloud bed, his eyes slightly closed, emanating a profound Tao energy that seemed as deep as the ocean without uttering a word. Below, the 6 heavenly saints, Taishang, Yuanshi, Tongtian, Nüwa, Jiejin, and Zhuanti, took their seats in turn, each with distinct auras and expressions. With the calamity of the Wuliang and Yao tribes drawing to a close, the position of the heavenly emperor was vacant and the authority of the Tao of heaven was unclaimed. Whoever could seize this position would hold the ultimate power in the chaotic wilderness, gaining immeasurable fortune, leading the 6 saints to each harbor their own plans. Dao ancestor Hongjun slightly raised his gaze, looking at his 6 disciples, and gently nodded, speaking, the calamity of the Wuliang and Yao tribes has led to the death of Emperor Jun, and the order of the chaotic wilderness has collapsed. However, the heavenly court represents the rightful Dao of heaven, assisting in governing the chaotic wilderness, thus it cannot be without a ruler for a single day. Do you have candidates for the heavenly emperor? With that, Hongjun's divine body retreated into the spatial layers. Ta Qing and Nüwa were the first to declare that they would not contend for the position of heavenly emperor. One had no disciples, and the other was merely a cherished treasure. Seeing that no saint stepped forward to compete, Yuanshi Tianzuan, with a stern and serious expression, spoke, the heavenly emperor should represent the heavenly court, and thus should be held by someone of noble character and profound fortune. My disciple Guangchengzi has reached the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal with vast fortune and can take on this position of heavenly emperor. Then Tongtian sect leader also spoke, my disciple Duo Bao Daoist has reached the perfection of Great Luo and can also serve as the heavenly emperor. However, as soon as Tongtian finished speaking, Yuanshi scoffed coldly, how can a mere Duo Bao mouse occupy the position of the heavenly emperor? Beside him, Junti quickly nodded in agreement, saying, Duo Bao mouse is also of the demon race. The calamity was caused by the demon race, so it cannot be given to your Jia sect. Zhejin then added, the Western sect has a disciple Methria, whose cultivation has reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal, with excellent roots and abundant fortune. He can also be the heavenly emperor. Then Yuanshi and Tongtian spoke in unison, the heavenly court is an Eastern matter. How can the West claim it? The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense, as if even the chaotic energy was slightly trembling under the pressure of these words of contention. Junti and Jijin's expressions stiffened simultaneously. After a moment, the two adjusted themselves. Zunti's face showed a bitter expression, hands clasped together, still wearing a compassionate facade, but a trace of gloom flickered in his eyes. What you two brothers say is incorrect. The chaotic wilderness is one body. Where is the distinction between East and West? Though our Western sect is far, we are still a lineage of the Shi Yan men. Moreover, my Western disciple Methria, known for his compassion, if he were to sit in the position of heavenly emperor, he would surely dispel the wrath of the chaotic wilderness with his compassion. Would that not be wonderful? Furthermore, Junti shifted his tone, glancing at Yuanshi. You praised Guangchengzi earlier, but the disciples of the Chun teaching have always been aloof and proud, making it difficult to win the trust of the chaotic wilderness. My Western disciples would be more favored by the masses. Presumptuous. Yuanshi Tianzuan glared with piercing blue light. You from the barbaric land of the West dare to claim to be favored by the masses. Our Qin teaching is the orthodox Xuanmen, and Guangchengzi is the foremost of Yushu, his virtue and reputation unrivaled in the chaotic wilderness. Your Western disciples are merely fringe paths, and yet you dare to compete with my Chun teaching for this imperial position. The 4 saints were each unwilling to yield to the other, but Yuanshi truly was the most outspoken among them, criticizing the other 3 saints with his words. Yuanshi, our Chun teaching is orthodox and recognized by the world. Tongtian, our Jia sect has countless immortals, and we do not disappoint our name. Yuanshi, your Jia sect is entangled in karma. Junti and Zhejin, the compassion of the West is the best for governance. Yuanshi, a place of ruin, cannot win over the people. As the quarrel reached its peak, even the hidden Hongjun could no longer endure it. Pangu, your primordial spirit does not resemble you. You brash one, how can you talk so much? The last part of his sentence remained unspoken. He then slowly revealed himself from the layers of space. As the Dao ancestor emerged, the quarrel among the 4 saints ceased. The 6 saints bowed in unison, but their gazes were all focused on the Dao ancestor, who sat indifferently on the cloud bed. Hongjun's gaze slowly swept across below, fingers lightly pinching, seemingly smiling as he glanced at Yuanshi Tianzuan, then spoke in an ancient, unquestionable voice, since you cannot select a suitable candidate, then I shall choose. At this point, Hongjun paused, fixing his gaze on the 2 disciples Hunyuan and Yaoqi, standing silently, and called out, Hunyuan, Yaoqi. Upon hearing the master's call, the 2 young boys outside immediately pushed the door open and knelt before Hongjun, respectfully saying, Master, you 2 have been with me for many years. It is time for you to journey through the chaotic wilderness. Hunyuan, you shall be the heavenly emperor of the heavenly court, governing the chaotic wilderness, establishing order, leading the myriad races, and facilitating the development of the chaotic wilderness. Yaoqi, you shall be the queen mother of the heavenly court, assisting the heavenly emperor, managing the heavenly court, and establishing heavenly laws and regulations. Hongjun decisively determined that Hunyuan and Yaoqi would be the next heavenly emperor and queen mother. In an instant, the two young boys transformed from their youthful forms into primordial Dao bodies, feeling the authority and status of the Heavenly Emperor and Queen Mother. Hunyuan and Yaoqi were simultaneously startled, then filled with joy, bowing once more to Hanjun. "Thank you, Master. Hunyuan and Yaoqi will not let you down." The four saints watching Hunyuan and Yaoqi felt a mix of shock and anger. They exchanged glances, seeing a hint of frustration in each other's eyes. After arguing for so long, having dried their mouths out, it turned out that the Dao ancestor had long since made his choice. And it was these two young boys. If you already had a candidate, why didn't you say so earlier? Why go through all this? Especially Yuan, the saint who cared most about face, angrily rebuking the other three saints, only to see the position of the Heavenly Emperor about to fall to the Qin teaching, and then this happened. Yuan felt his face burning. Then Yuan calmed himself, looking at the two Dao boys, only to see the Dao ancestor take out 6 supreme innate spirit treasures and 1 supreme innate spiritual root to bestow upon them. Hearing the names of the spirit treasures, Yuan wished he could go back in time and give himself a good beating. It turned out that even the names of the Dao boys hinted at the ownership of the Heavenly Emperor position. The Heavenly Emperor's exclusive spirit treasures were shockingly named after the Dao boys. Hunyuan Mirror, Hunyuan Sword, Hunyuan Tower. After Hunyuan and Yaoqi received the spirit treasures, Hanjun sent the 6 saints out of Zhixiao Palace. At this moment in the Sea of Chaos, Hunyuan led Yaoqi, looking at the 6 saints' senior brothers. He wanted to build rapport, but the 4 saints regarded the two as mere ants, feeling only displeasure. Before Hunyuan could finish his sentence, Yuan Tianzuan coldly snorted and returned to the chaotic wilderness on the 9-dragon incense palanquin. Tian summoned the Qinglian sword, slicing open a spatial rift, stepping in and returning to the chaotic wilderness. Ta Qing, Nüwa, Zhuanti, and Jijin also returned to the chaotic wilderness by their own means, leaving Hunyuan and Yaoqi alone in the Sea of Chaos. The two exchanged glances full of confusion, not understanding why this happened. The two gazed at the fleeting figures of the 6 sages standing amidst the empty chaos, looking at each other in dismay. The ecstasy of being crowned as the Heavenly Emperor and the Queen Mother had already faded somewhat. "Senior brother and sisters, they seem unwilling to acknowledge us." Yaoqi spoke softly, a hint of timidity in her brows. The 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures she had just received, the Yaoqi Immortal Ribbon, the Yaoqi Jade Vase, and the Yaoqi Golden Mirror, glowed faintly, yet could not warm the chill in her heart. Hunyuan gripped the 3 treasures of Hunyuan tightly, took a deep breath, and said, "It's fine. We were appointed by the Master to govern the celestial court, the true orthodoxy of the Heavenly Dao. They will acknowledge us sooner or later. Let us first return to the primordial world, establish the Hall of Divine Might, gather the myriad beings, and solidify our power." With that, Hunyuan wielded the authority of the Heavenly Emperor and unleashed a surge of profound Heavenly Dao force, tearing through the chaos to carve a passage directly to the center of the primordial world. The 2 figures shimmered and stepped into it instantly, descending upon the ruins of the southern heavenly gate, the former site of the demon clan's celestial court above the 36 heavens. The demon clan's celestial court, once ruled by Dijuan in splendor spanning 10,000 zhang, now lay in shattered ruins. The scorched marks of war from the cataclysm scarred the palaces with residual killing intent lingering and spiritual energy in disarray. It no longer bore the appearance of the primordial world's most supreme cave heaven paradise. The war between the Wu and demon clans had not touched the celestial court. Its ruined state was the work of Gonggong. After dismantling it, Gonggong attempted to ram Mount Buzhou, but was knocked unconscious and taken away by Hudu. Gazing at the dilapidated celestial court, Haoshan's mouth twitched, but he still cupped his hands in salute to the heavens alongside Yaoqi. First, they would proclaim to the primordial world the birth of the new Heavenly Emperor and Queen Mother. Hunyuan stood upon the ruins, and the authority of the Heavenly Emperor unfurled with a roar, enveloping the entire former site of the celestial court. "From this day forth, this place shall be the new celestial court. I, Hunyuan, by the decree of the Dao ancestor and the Heavenly Emperor of the celestial court, commanding all beings of the primordial world." Yaoqi followed closely, the authority of the Queen Mother interweaving the rhythm of heavenly laws and precepts flowing from her being. "I, Yaoqi, by the decree of the Dao ancestor and the Queen Mother of the celestial court, assisting the Heavenly Emperor. Henceforth, all living beings of the primordial world must obey the commands of the celestial court, to uphold the heavenly laws and follow the Heavenly Dao. Those who defy shall be jointly punished." The 2 voices, amplified by the power of the Heavenly Dao, resounded across the primordial world, reaching all lands and the 4 seas. In that instant, all beings of the primordial world learned who the new Heavenly Emperor and Queen Mother were. By the banks of the river of forgetfulness in the underworld, Hudu sat in the seat of Meng Pa, the waters of the river of forgetfulness flowing silently. Hearing the news just delivered by Hunyuan, a glint of light flashed in her eyes. The new emperor of the heavenly Dao is actually the attendant of the Dao ancestor. Dijiang Zhurong and the other 10 kings of the underworld stood in the hall of reincarnation, exchanging glances with calm expressions. The heavenly Dao has its ordained fate. We govern the underworld and reincarnation, uninvolved in the struggles of the celestial court. We need only uphold the order of the earthly Dao. The remaining witch ancestors, now possessing primordial spirits, and thus wiser naturally, would not expend excessive effort on matters of the celestial court. At the east seashore, inside a stone hut, Shi Yan slowly opened his eyes from seclusion, the Dao of time and space swirling in his gaze. Sensing his cultivation at the perfection of the primordial golden immortal realm, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I made it. I can break through to the primordial chaos golden immortal realm before the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Then, hearing the Dao sounds of Hunyuan and Yaoqi, he knew the discussion at Purple Cloud Palace had ended, and he resumed his cultivation. At Kunlun Mountain in the Jade Void Palace, Yuanshi Tianzhen's face was ashen, his body radiating a bone-chilling coldness. The 12 golden immortals stood in 2 rows within the hall, none daring to utter a sound. Master, the new emperor of the celestial court. Must we obey his commands? Guang Chengzi cautiously stepped forward to inquire. Yuanshi Tianzhen snorted coldly, his voice as icy as frost. Obey. He is merely an attendant of the Dao ancestor. What virtue or ability does he possess to make you all bow your heads? I shall see if this so-called heavenly emperor can truly command the primordial world. One who lacks virtue to match their position will eventually perish in both body and Dao. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He had debated fiercely with the 3 sages at Purple Cloud Palace, arguing until his face was red, only to find it had all been a farce, a complete loss of face. His disdain and discontent towards Hunyuan and Yaoqi had already taken deep root. At Golden Ao Island in the Green Touring Palace, Tongtian Jiaozhu sat upon a cloud bed with Duo Bao Daoren and the myriad immortals of the Jie sect respectfully standing in attendance. Master, that Hunyuan is merely a Dao child. What qualifies him to hold the position of heavenly emperor? The 10,000 immortals of our Jie sect refused to accept this. Duo Bao Daoren declared indignantly. Tongtian Jiao's tone was displeased. What if we don't accept? It is the decree of the Dao ancestor ordained by the heavenly Dao. Then, Master, must we disciples of the Jie sect obey his commands? He is unworthy. If the celestial court dares to meddle in the affairs of our Jie sect in the future, do not blame me for being discourteous. At Mount Sumeru in the west, the western sect, Zhundi looked resentfully towards the 36 heavens. My merit, my fortune. All gone. Jiayan's voice was somber. 2 Dao children cannot govern a celestial court of such magnitude. Junior brother, you should go to the celestial court often to scrounge for opportunities. Zhundi hummed softly in acknowledgement. At Mount Shouyang in the 8th Scenic Palace, Taiching had long used the diagram of supreme polarity to seal off the alchemy chamber, so neither he nor his disciple heard the Dao sounds of Hunyuan and Yaoqi. At the palace of Nüwa, located in the heavens beyond the heavens, the Dao sounds of Hunyuan and Yaoqi were also unheard. Nüwa simply gazed at her elder brother's primordial spirit, an irrepressible sorrow welling up within her. At this moment, Fuxi was covered in karmic sin, the sin resulting from annihilating the Wu clan. Nüwa's merit could only protect Fuxi from being corroded by the karmic sin, but could not completely remove it. Without completely purifying the karmic sin, it was impossible to reshape his physical body. Throughout the primordial world, the myriad beings buzzed with discussion upon hearing the news of the new heavenly emperor's enfeefment. The cataclysm of the Wu and demon clans had just passed, leaving all beings still shaken. Now 2 heavenly emperors of Dao child origin had taken the throne, lacking both illustrious military achievements and prestige in the primordial world. For a time, no one offered genuine submission. All were watching and waiting. Meanwhile, in the 36 heavens, Hunyuan and Yaoqi were busy rebuilding the celestial court, gathering the remnants and establishing official positions, only to find that no one came to join them. The major powers and cave heavens of the primordial world all shut their doors, turning a blind eye. Hunyuan stood upon the ruins, looking at the empty celestial court, confusion evident in his eyes. Why is no one coming to pledge allegiance? Isn't the fortune of the celestial court desirable? Yaoqi gently took Haoshan's hand and said softly, since the master has appointed us to govern the celestial court, we will surely do it well. Hunyuan nodded, a determined light rekindling in his eyes. Indeed, we act on the master's decree. One day we will make all the myriad races of the primordial world and the 6 sage senior brothers and sisters acknowledge me as the heavenly emperor and you as the queen mother. Then Yaoqi added, "Senior brother, did the master give you any spiritual materials?" Hunyuan looked puzzled, not understanding what Yaoqi meant. "Without any, how can we proceed? Isn't there spiritual material in the demon clan's treasury?" Yaoqi nodded at this, her tone tinged with both anger and a hint of strangeness. "All the rare spiritual treasures, spiritual roots, and spiritual materials in the demon clan's treasury are completely gone." And what? Yaoqi paused before continuing. "Furthermore, it seems the demon clan's treasury has been dug up to a depth of 3 feet. Even the walls, originally made of celestial jade, have been stripped clean. Nothing remains, only an empty cave space." What a... Hunyuan could hardly believe Yaoqi's words. He then hurried to the demon clan's treasury. Finally, looking at the utterly bare treasury, he roared, Who stole my spiritual materials?" At the same time, Zhuanti, who was instructing the little golden crow, suddenly felt a bolt of purple cloud divine lightning strike within his primordial spirit, causing his sage body to shudder. "It must be a fated one calling out to me." With that, Zhuanti vanished eastward in search of fated beings or objects. Hunyuan gazed at the demon clan's treasury, which was now utterly empty. Even the runes on the ground had been scraped away, and felt darkness closing in before his eyes, his authority as the heavenly emperor nearly thrown into chaos. The vast treasury was stripped bare, leaving not a single blade of grass or sliver of jade. Not only were the innate spiritual materials and divine gold and jade needed to rebuild the heavenly court gone, but even the scattered spirit stones embedded in the corners had been pried out cleanly, leaving only a desolate void cave where a gust of wind carried a sense of utter desolation. "Shameless, despicable, scoundrel!" Hunyuan roared at the void, his voice trembling with fury. Who has plundered the demon clan's treasury so thoroughly? This is severing the very foundation of the heavenly court." Yaoqi stood nearby, her eyes slightly reddened, and whispered softly, "Elder brother, don't be angry. Now we have no soldiers, no generals, no wealth, no resources, not even materials to rebuild the southern heavenly gate. How are we to establish this hall of divine might?" The two exchanged glances, each seeing the other's embarrassment and helplessness. With the 6 sages glaring coldly from the front, the myriad beings of the primordial world turning a blind eye, and even the treasury looted clean behind them, this was no ascension to the throne. It was being cast into ruins to fend for themselves. Hunyuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his rage, and said in a low voice, "Let us rebuild the heavenly court first. We cannot disgrace the face of our Lord. Let's begin with the simplest tasks. First, clear the ruins and gather the scattered spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Then journey across the primordial world to seek spiritual materials and recruit hands." Yaoqi nodded, and the two immediately set to work. Hunyuan used the Hunyuan mirror to dispel lingering baleful aura, the Hunyuan tower to stabilize the unstable void, and the Hunyuan sword to cleave through broken walls and debris. Yaoqi, meanwhile, sprinkled spiritual springs from her Yaoqi jade vase, brushed away the black dust of war with her Yaoqi immortal silk, and harmonized the yin and yang energies with her Yaoqi golden mirror. Yet relying solely on their own strength against the vast and ruined heavenly court was like trying to quench a blazing cartload of firewood with a cup of water. For 100 years, Hunyuan and Yaoqi personally moved stones, felled trees, refined tools, and built platforms, yet they only managed to barely repair half of the southern heavenly gate, unable even to lay the foundation of the Hall of Divine Might. Yet even that half gate left the two quasi-sages mentally exhausted and their Dao resonance unstable. During this time, Hunyuan repeatedly issued imperial decrees from the heavenly court, summoning cultivators and great powers from the primordial world to serve in the court, promising high offices, generous rewards, and the blessing of fortune. But no one responded. At Kunlun Mountain's Jade Void Palace, the 12 golden immortals glanced at the heavenly court's message, exchanged smiles, and casually tossed it aside. Primordial Heavenly Venerable closed his eyes in meditation and said indifferently, "Pay it no heed." At Golden Ao Island's Green Tour Palace, the 10,000 immortals of the GS sect burst into laughter upon seeing the Heavenly Emperor's decree. Heavenly Venerable Tontian said coldly, "A mere page boy dares to command my GS sect. Get lost." At Mount Sumeru in the west, Zunti's eyes lit up at the heavenly court's summons, and he said to Jane with a smile, "Elder brother, an opportunity arises. Shall we go help this new heavenly emperor?" Jane nodded. "We may go, but only to take fortune, not to bear any responsibility." The myriad races of the primordial world also cared little for that bit of fortune. Some shut their doors, others tore up the decrees, and some simply pretended not to hear. Hunyuan stood atop the broken southern heavenly gate, gazing at the empty heavenly court, feeling a deep sense of helplessness for the first time. Why? Why is no one willing to submit to my heavenly court? I am the orthodox heir of the heavenly Dao, enthroned by the decree of the Dao ancestor. Am I not even comparable to a wandering cultivator or a disciple of a sect? Yaoqi softly comforted him. Elder brother, we lack prestige, power, and foundation, so naturally the myriad beings of the primordial world do not obey. Once the heavenly court is fully established, the peach trees are planted, and we have a solid base, people will come to pledge allegiance. Hunyuan said helplessly, but relying on the two of us alone, we won't finish even in 100 culpas. Yaoqi asked, shall we seek help from our senior brothers and sisters? Heoshan's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, but quickly dimmed. He recalled the sight of the 6 sages departing into chaos sea, and bitterness filled his heart. They never acknowledged us in the first place, so how could they help? Even so, the reconstruction of the heavenly court had reached a dead end, and without external aid, it could not be sustained. Gritting his teeth, Hunyuan flicked his sleeve. Let's go to Mount Shoyang to seek an audience with senior brother Taiching first. As the foremost disciple of the Shi Yan sect, he should uphold the order of the heavenly Dao. The two immediately descended from the 36 heavens and hastened straight to the 8 scenery palace on Mount Shoyang. But outside the 8 scenery palace, only a silver-horned boy attendant was waiting, holding a small world. He tossed it to Hunyuan and Yaoqi, then entered the palace without uttering a single word. Seeing this, Hunyuan and Yaoqi could only take the small world and leave in indignation. On the way, they examined the spiritual materials within the small world and found them far from sufficient, so they had no choice but to head to Kunlun Mountain's Jade Void Palace. But at the gates of Jade Void Palace, a guarding immortal boy blocked their way and said coldly, the master is in seclusion and sees no visitors. Heavenly Emperor, please return. Hunyuan suppressed his anger with great effort. I am the Heavenly Emperor here in person to seek an audience, and you dare to stop me. The white crane boy didn't even lift his eyelids. The master has decreed that no one from the heavenly court shall be received. Heoshan's face flushed crimson instantly. He trembled with rage, but was utterly helpless. Yaoqi tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Elder brother, let's go to Golden Ao Island and try senior brother Tongtian. The two then turned and hurried to Golden Ao Island's Green Tour Palace. But as soon as they reached the island's outskirts, they were forced back by a fierce burst of sword energy. Tongshan's indifferent voice rang out from the air. The Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Court is not a member of my GS sect. Golden Ao Island does not welcome outsiders. Each word was deliberate, leaving no room for courtesy. Hunyuan and Yaoqi were pushed back repeatedly by the sword energy, their Dao bodies trembling slightly, their hearts filled with humiliation that had no outlet. Afterward, the two traveled to Mount Sumeru in the west. Zhuanti came out to greet them with a face full of compassion, warmly clasping Heoshan's hand and addressing him as Heavenly Emperor Hunyuan repeatedly. But as soon as the topics of borrowing spiritual materials, manpower, or fortune came up, he immediately began pleading poverty. Your Majesty may not know, but the West is barren. Oh, we don't even have enough spiritual fruits to eat. We truly lack the means to help. I can only wish Your Majesty a swift reconstruction of the heavenly court, so that your might may shake the primordial world. With that, he turned and left without giving Hunyuan any advantage, even skillfully borrowing a wisp of the Heavenly Emperor's fortune from him along the way. Hunyuan and Yaoqi stood at the foot of Mount Sumeru, their hearts utterly frozen. They sought the Chan sect and were rejected. They sought the Jie sect and were driven away. They sought the West and were swindled. Only Taiching had given them a small world's worth of spiritual materials. As for Nüwa, they hadn't even seen her face. The two hung their heads and returned to the 36 heavens in silence. Looking at the meager spiritual materials in their hands, Hunyuan could no longer bear the pent-up grievance and rage of countless years. He suddenly punched a half-broken pillar, and it collapsed with a roar. Then the two returned to their labor of moving bricks. 1,000 years later, a small half of the heavenly court was rebuilt. But seeing the nearly depleted small world, Hunyuan could only let out a powerless sigh and looked at Yaoqi. Junior sister, go seek some opportunities in the primordial world. I will use the spiritual materials senior brother Taiching gave us to continue rebuilding the heavenly court. Yaoqi softly acknowledged, then vanished into the vast lands of the primordial world. Bidding farewell to the heavenly court, Yaoqi transformed into a celestial light, traversing the 36 heavens and heading straight for the primordial land. Her first step landed on Buzhou Mountain, for Gonggong had not yet shattered the celestial pillar. This primordial vein of the wild still stood tall and majestic, with myriad beings paying homage and spiritual energy rising in vaporous clouds. It remained the undisputed foremost divine mountain of the primordial era. Yet the wounds inflicted by the war between the sorcerer and demon tribes were too profound. Even after endless eons of healing, the mountain's fissures remained starkly visible. The residual baleful aura and battle scars clinging to the cliffs silently recounted the cataclysm that had once engulfed heaven and earth. Yaoqi gathered all the spiritual materials, herbs, and golden crystals along her path into her personal space. After collecting a sufficient quantity of low-grade spiritual roots and gold crystals, she departed from Buzhou and continued eastward. Whenever she encountered rare resources on the road, she took them. Whenever she met people suffering calamities, she saved them, steadily accumulating foundations for the heavenly court. After wandering for countless ages, Yaoqi stepped into the human territory along the eastern seashore. At this time, humanity had already become the absolute overlord of the eastern seaboard. With ample food and territory, they began to expand rapidly. Countless tribes sprang up, scattered across every corner of the eastern coast. Yet due to the presence of Shi Yan, each tribe, though independent, was required to notify the original tribe of any major matters, a semblance of centralized authority. At that moment, Yaoqi had just been led by a human at the Golden Immortal realm into the virtue-thatched cottage of Yuchao clan to meet the three ancestors. Yaoqi of the heavenly court greets the three fellow Taoists. Her voice was cool yet tinged with a hint of yearning. As the queen mother of the heavenly court, nominally commanding all beings of the primordial land, her status and even cultivation surpassed that of the three ancestors. She should not have shown such desire. But there was no help for it. The heavenly court was destitute. No wealth, no personnel, no resources. It had shaken Yaoqi's confidence entirely. Sui Ren clan, Yuchao clan, Zi clan. Greetings, fellow Taoist. After the formalities, the three ancestors and Yaoqi took their seats. Yaoqi cut straight to the point. The heavenly court has just been established, its immortal roster shallow. I have come to discuss a transaction with humanity. The heavenly court is willing to trade divine positions, merit, and destiny in exchange for humans ascending to serve in heaven and resources to rebuild the court. As she spoke, she manifested numerous divine positions for the three ancestors to consider. There were positions for the gods of the four seasons, the god of wealth, overseeing worldly fortunes, and even the chief deities of the water, fire, and thunder departments. Each was a high-ranking post in the heavenly court, with the three departments commanding military authority and troops. But seeing these powerful divine positions, the three ancestors exchanged glances, each reading doubt in the other's eyes. Why would such good fortune come to humanity? Shouldn't they approach the four sects, the Dragon Phoenix clans, or the White Tiger tribe? How could it be humanity's turn? With this suspicion, the fire ancestor Sui Ren asked, fellow Taoist Yaoqi, do these posts truly require only resources in exchange? With the support of the Dao ancestor, the heavenly court should not lack such resources, should it? Yaoqi nodded at this, waved her hand to dismiss the divine positions, and a trace of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Indeed, the heavenly court has just been founded. Divine thrones sit empty with no immortals to occupy them. Celestial laws exist with no soldiers to enforce them. Thus I offer these divine positions as barter. As her words fell, Yaoqi's mana surged, projecting the phantom of the heavenly court's domain before the three ancestors. The shattered southern heavenly gate, the lusterless hall of supreme harmony, the empty treasury of heaven, all scenes of desolation. Yaoqi's gaze swept over Sui Ren, Yuchao, and Zi. Can the three ancestors give me a definitive answer? I must return to the heavenly court to report to the celestial emperor. If humanity refused to serve in heaven, Yaoqi would have to turn to weaker races. Seeing the ruins before them, the three ancestors finally confirmed that the heavenly court was truly impoverished, so much so that it was auctioning divine positions. The three ancestors communicated through their primordial spirits, deliberating humanity's ascent to heaven. Yuchao said, I think it feasible. Humanity has countless mortal clansmen with great need for wind and rain. If they ascend to govern the four departments, humanity will surely flourish. Zi agreed. Sui Ren, let me first consult fellow Taoist Shi Yan. Zi agreed. In the thatched cottage, Sui Ren looked at Yaoqi. Regarding your proposal, I must confer with the other human ancestors before reaching a decision. Yaoqi, very well. Then Sui Ren rose, gave a slight bow to Yaoqi, and stepped steadily out of the cottage. No sooner had he left the cottage than the ground beneath his feet transformed into a phantom of continuous, innate spiritual veins. In the next instant, his figure had traversed thousands of miles to stand before an ordinary stone house. Fellow Taoist Shi Yan. Sui Ren did not waste time on pleasantries, but directly stated his purpose. The Queen Mother of the Heavenly Court, Yaoqi, has personally come to our settlement offering divine positions and merit as bargaining chips in exchange for human cultivators ascending to serve in heaven and aiding in the court's reconstruction. This matter concerns humanity's future. We are uncertain and have come to seek your counsel. Shi Yan slowly opened his eyes, the river of time flowing within his gaze, and instantly grasped the full story. He waved his hand, bringing Sui Ren into the cave heaven within the stone house to sit. Then he pondered Yaoqi's matter. I never imagined the heavenly court would be so poor that it lacks even materials for reconstruction, to the point of trading positions like the three departments. I wonder which clan obtained those positions in the original timeline, but they were likely dismissed before long. After all, if they weren't dismissed, what would the investiture of the gods be for? Of course, they might also have been reassigned to other posts. Then looking at Sui Ren, he asked, 3 ancestors, what do you intend? Sui Ren replied, ascending to heaven benefits humanity without harm. We wish to trade with Yao Qi. Shi Yan nodded, contemplating how to maximize humanity's gain from the transaction. For human development, the most crucial factor was favorable weather. The heavenly court's destiny and merit were not lacking for humanity. After the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, though the 6 sages had claimed most of humanity's merit and destiny, it still reigned supreme in the primordial land. After much deliberation, Shi Yan looked at Sui Ren and spoke calmly, yet with the weight of Buzhou Mountain. Please inform Yao Qi that humanity will undertake 1/10 of the resources for rebuilding the heavenly court, and we only request the deity of the water department. But all this hinges on one condition: Shi and Hunyuan must swear a heavenly Dao oath that humanity's positions in the heavenly court shall be eternal. Unless an incumbent commits an offense harming the court, the posts cannot be altered. Oh, and any replacement must also be human. Then from the Chaos Pearl, he produced a world's worth of rare resources and handed them to Sui Ren. Sui Ren accepted the world and nodded repeatedly, indicating his understanding. I will return at once and convey all the terms to Yao Qi, ensuring she acts accordingly and proclaims them to the heavenly Dao. Sui Ren did not ask why only the water department was requested, nor why Yao Qi must announce it to the heavenly Dao. His trust in Shi Yan was unconditional. Had Shi Yan not refused to become the human chieftain, claiming the time was not yet ripe, he would still hold that position above even the 3 ancestors. After the fire ancestor departed, Shi Yan gazed toward the direction of the 36 heavens. The 6 sages bully you, all beings look on indifferently. Humanity offers timely aid. To gain an eternal divine throne is not too much to ask, is it? Within the Merit Cottage, Sui Ren informed Yao Qi of Shi Yan's conditions. Although Yao Qi was puzzled, she responded affirmatively and swore an oath to the heavenly Dao before the 3 ancestors. Heavenly Dao is above. I swear in the name of the Queen Mother of Heaven that from now on the human race shall forever occupy the divine position of the water department. As the oath to the heavenly Dao was established, the Merit Cottage resonated with golden light. The fortunes of the human race intertwined with the vacant position of the heavenly court, forming an indelible mark of the heavenly Dao. From then on, the divine position of the water department was bound to the human race, unshakable. Sui Ren, Yo Chao, and Zi exchanged smiles, raised their hands, and 5 Hunyuan Daluo cultivators who had long been on standby stepped forward. The leader was the foremost practitioner of the laws of water among the human race, the best candidate to oversee the water department. The 4 behind him were all exceptionally gifted and composed individuals destined to become the main and deputy gods of the water department, assisting the main god in solidifying the authority of the heavenly court. Yao Qi, these 5 are the first batch of cultivators from the human race to ascend to the heavens. They will take charge of the water department in the heavenly court and will not disappoint the trust of the heavenly court. Sui Ren's voice echoed within the cottage. Yao Qi nodded excitedly and softly addressed the 5 Daluo cultivators. Dear friends, please follow me to the heavens and help build the heavenly court together. The 5 bowed in salute, then took their families and subordinates following Yao Qi as they flew towards the 36 heavens. Within just a few years, Yao Qi returned to the dilapidated heavenly court with a wealth of resources. The south heavenly gate was newly constructed, yet debris covered the Lingxiao palace. The innate jade stones were dim and lifeless. Apart from Hunyuan and a few Tai and dozens of golden immortals, the vast heavenly court was deserted and desolate. Hunyuan stood atop the ruins of the Lingxiao palace, accompanied by several celestial beings invited by Yao Qi, who were already in the process of rebuilding the heavenly court. While hauling bricks, Hunyuan sensed the auras of Yao Qi and the 5 Daluo Golden Immortal cultivators, immediately putting down his work and rushing to the south heavenly gate to greet Yao Qi. Junior sister, you succeeded. Haoshan's voice trembled slightly, barely perceptible. Yao Qi walked slowly to Hunyuan, raised her hand to introduce the human cultivators, and then opened a world filled with resources. Innate spiritual materials, precious stones, and golden crystals poured out instantly, illuminating the entire dilapidated heavenly court. Senior brother. Yao Qi's tone was filled with relief. I have reached an agreement with the human race. They will contribute 1/10 of the resources for rebuilding the heavenly court in exchange for the eternal position of the water department. After saying this, she introduced the human cultivators one by one and fully informed Hunyuan of the transaction details and the oath to the heavenly Dao. Upon hearing this, Hunyuan sighed deeply, the suppression he had felt for years lifting. Good. With these resources, the revival of the heavenly court is in sight. The human race is great. The human race is wonderful. In the future, anyone who dares to suppress the human race will be opposing our heavenly court. He immediately brushed his robes and raised his hand, the pressure of the heavenly emperor sweeping across the 36 heavens, his voice echoing in every corner of the heavenly court. From this day forth the human race shall forever take charge of the water department. Organize the rivers and lakes of the chaotic wilderness, stabilize the water veins of heaven and earth, control the clouds and rain, and protect the myriad beings of the chaotic wilderness. As the decree of the heavenly emperor was proclaimed, the authority of the main god of the water department and the 4 deputy gods surged into the 5 primordial spirits. With the establishment of the water department, the fortunes of the heavenly court soared. The inhabitants of the heavenly court grew even more excited, dedicating themselves to the reconstruction of the heavenly court. With a large number of humans joining in, the once dilapidated heavenly court was rejuvenated in just 1,000 years. Although there was still a significant gap compared to the era of the demon race, stability was achieved, and they could now plant innate rainwater peaches. Yaoqi divided the peach tree into 9,000 saplings and planted them in the peach orchard, stabilizing the fortunes of the heavenly court and increasing the concentration of innate spiritual energy. With the allure of the supreme innate spiritual roots, the heavenly court was developing in a positive direction. Time passed, and a Yuan meeting had gone by. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, the Dao ancestor Hunyuan, satisfied with the fact that the heavenly court could operate normally, gathered a trace of consciousness from the 6 saints into the space of the heavenly Dao. The 6 saints looked at Hongjun before them and quickly bowed respectfully. Teacher. Hongjun's voice was indifferent, yet carried an undeniable will of the heavenly Dao, resounding among the consciousness of the 6 saints. The calamity of the witch and demon has concluded, and the protagonist of the heavenly land has been determined. The human race shall be the eternal lords of the chaotic wilderness. However, for the human race to become the lords of heaven and earth, they must undergo the guidance of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors shall be taught and enlightened by the disciples of the saints, and the position of the imperial teacher can be shared among the fortunes of the human race and may partake in the merits of the heavenly Dao. You all may discuss the allocation among yourselves. With these words, the 6 saints felt a tremendous shock in their hearts. The rise of the human race as the eternal lords of heaven and earth. No wonder they could give birth to dual saints. The 5 saints then turned to look at the nominal mother of the human race, one who had allowed the demon race to slaughter the human race. Although she was ultimately stopped, can we say she didn't tacitly approve? Taiching Wuwei, Yuqing Jiejin, and Zhuanti harbored some mockery and scheming in their gazes. The combined pressure instantly enveloped the consciousness of Nüwa. Nüwa's expression darkened slightly, yet she remained calm, simply raising her gaze and speaking coldly like jade. What are you all looking at me for? Yuan Shi Tianzun spoke first, his tone still lofty. Sister Nüwa, you are the mother of the human race, the source of its bloodline. Logically, as the teacher of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, this position should belong to your lineage. However, you stood by while the human race was invaded by the demon race, never lifting a finger to stop it. Now that the human race is flourishing and becomes the eternal lords of heaven and earth as a false mother, you shouldn't covet the position of imperial teacher, right? Then Zhuanti added with a mocking tone, Sister Nüwa, you shouldn't compete for the position of the teacher of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Upon hearing this, a trace of barely perceptible anger passed over Nüwa's cold face. She glanced at Yuan Shi and Zhuanti, her tone indifferent. Regardless, I am still the mother of the human race, she stated. Moreover, during the war between the witch and demon, the human race suffered calamity, which was in accordance with the heavenly way and not indifference towards the human race. The human race was born of heaven and earth, and they must stand strong. If they cannot endure even a little hardship, how can they be worthy of the supreme title of eternal lords of heaven and earth? Having said this, Nüwa's gaze turned directly to Dao ancestor Hongjun, ignoring the cold mockery of the 5 saints. Teacher, I have no interest in participating in the position of imperial teacher. I only wish for my elder brother to attain the position of heavenly sovereign. As soon as these words were spoken, the space of the heavenly Dao fell silent. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression changed drastically, and Zuni's smile froze. Even Taiching Laojuan, who had been meditating slowly, opened his eyes. No one expected that Nüwa would directly skip the position of imperial teacher and aim for the most esteemed heavenly sovereign among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The imperial teacher was merely auxiliary. The heavenly sovereign, however, was the leader of the eternal lords of heaven and earth, with a wealth of fortunes and merits far surpassing that of the imperial teacher. Yuan Shi Tianzun immediately snorted coldly, Sister Nüwa, do not be too greedy. The position of heavenly sovereign cannot be attained by you alone. Zhuanti hastily echoed, his tone anxious and frantic. Sister Nüwa, the teacher, clearly allocated the position of imperial teacher. Why do you specifically want to compete for the position of heavenly sovereign? This is against the rules. How can it be played like this? If this continues, and everyone allows their disciples to reincarnate as the children of fortune, how can the Western teachings rise? Amidst the quarrels of the six saints, Hunyuan slowly opened his eyes. However, each word weighed heavily like an unbreakable vow. The throne of the heavenly emperor henceforth belonged to Fuxi, a decision that could not be altered by anyone. Upon hearing that the master had agreed, the five saints found it difficult to refute. Zhuanti could only reluctantly add, "This is a one-time exception. Henceforth the fated child of luck shall not be determined by the saints." The remaining five saints agreed with Zuni's proposal. They understood that if the position of the fated child was occupied by the reincarnated disciples of the saints, they would undoubtedly suffer joint hunts from the other saints, leading to a division of merits. The debate over the heavenly emperor concluded. Next came the discussions regarding the other two emperors and five sovereigns. Taiching slowly spoke. The heavenly emperor has been bestowed upon Sister Nüwa. Our human teaching also represents the human race and occupies the luck of humanity. Hence we shall claim the position of the Earth Emperor's master. His tone was calm, yet he spoke with great righteousness. Yuan Shi Tianzuan frowned slightly, knowing he could not refute this and could only coldly huff. If the Earth Emperor belongs to the human teaching, then the master of the human emperor shall belong to my Chan teaching. With that, Tongtian chimed in, elder brother secures the Earth Emperor, and second brother secures the human emperor. The masters of the five sovereigns shall belong to my Jie teaching. Taiching Laozu. Yuan Shi Tianzuan exclaimed. Zhuanti immediately became anxious, shouting, impossible. Among the five sovereigns, at least two positions must be granted to me from the West. Otherwise I will never agree with you and brother Jane. Elder brother Tongtian, you have gone too far. Jane approached Zunti's side, simultaneously applying pressure on Tongtian. Laozu and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, both astonished at Tongtian's boldness. Why are you so greedy? Our two elder brothers occupy only two sovereign masters, yet you demand five. Are you truly foolish or merely pretending to be so? Do you not understand the principle of yin and yang balance? Without granting the impoverished West one or two sovereign masters, the three sovereigns and five emperors cannot proceed. Nüwa stood by quietly, her expression calm, watching the scene unfold. Hongjun closed his eyes, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Penguyu. Tongtian looked at Zhuanti and Jane displeased and said, fine. I will only take 4 sovereign masters, granting you one from the West. Zhuanti replied, at least 3. You Sanqing still occupy the masters of the 2 emperors, and my West must have 3. Tongshin's eyes widened immediately, his sword intense surging. 3. Zhuanti, why don't you just go and rob them outright? My Jie teaching's myriad immortals surpass your Western teaching by 100-fold. Granting you 1 is already charity. There are no doors for 3. Zhuanti became agitated, jumping up and crying out, elder brother Tongtian, please be reasonable. The heavenly emperor belongs to Nüwa, the earth emperor to the human teaching, and the human emperor to the Chan teaching. Your Sanqing lineage has taken the lion's share. My West is impoverished, relying on this bit of human luck and merit to rejuvenate the West. If you only grant 1, are you trying to starve my West to death? Jane stepped forward and calmly uttered a few words, at least 2 positions, otherwise it's not negotiable. Jian's tone was firm, making it clear that without at least 2 sovereign masters today, the agenda of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could not proceed. Tongtian glanced at the 2 saints from the West who were applying pressure together, then looked at the shocked Taiching and Yuan Shi beside him, furious enough to draw his sword, but knowing that if the matter escalated, the master would surely punish him. He could only grit his teeth and concede, fine. I fear you 2 impoverished fools, 2 positions will suffice. But the 1st, 2nd, and 5th sovereign masters belong to my Jie teaching. Zhuanti wanted to argue further. Why should the best 2 sovereign masters belong to your Jie teaching? At that moment, Hongjun's indifferent gaze swept over the weight of the heavenly Dao, lightly pressing down. Zhuanti stiffened all over, only able to bitterly concede, 2 positions will do, at least it's better than none. Jane slightly nodded, as if agreeing to this distribution. Yuan Shi Tianzuan snorted lightly upon seeing this, his tone laced with disdain, greedy and insatiable. Tongtian immediately turned around to glare at him. At least I'm doing this for the benefit of my disciples, unlike some who only think of one apprentice. Taiching Laozu closed his eyes and meditated, pretending not to see his 2 quarreling disciples. Seeing the dispute settle, Hongjun spoke indifferently. The heavenly emperor belongs to Nüwa. The master of the earth emperor is the human teaching. The master of the human emperor is the Chan teaching. The masters of the 5 sovereigns are the 1st, 2nd, and 5th seats of Jie teaching. The 3rd and 4th seats belong to the West. This matter is settled. Each saint shall fulfill their duties and not create further disputes. As his words fell, golden light gradually dispersed, and the consciousness of the 6 saints returned to their respective places. The Emperor Nüwa arrived beside Fuxi. Elder brother. She gently pointed to send him into the underworld. After sending Fuxi away, Nüwa flipped her jade palm, and a string of spirit pearls radiating the 5 elemental principles of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth quietly hovered in midair. These were the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the 5 elements pearls. These pearls contained the elemental energy of a world capable of replenishing a cultivator's mana, forming formations to slay enemies, and could even be used as weapons. Their power was among the finest of supreme innate spiritual treasures. Nüwa gently sent forth the 5 elements pearls, which transformed into a stream of 5-colored light, piercing through the void and flying toward the underworld. In but a moment, they were firmly caught by Xunyuanzi. Holding the innate 5 elements pearls, Xunyuanzi asked in confusion, "Friend Nüwa, what does this mean?" Nüwa's figure materialized above the underworld, her voice gentle. "Friend Shi Yan, my brother Fuxi has entered the cycle of reincarnation. I trouble you to ensure his rebirth among the human race." Xunyuanzi replied, "I understand. The human race. My younger brother's kin." After Nüwa left, Xunyuanzi transmitted a message to Shi Yan informing him entirely of Fuxi's situation. Upon hearing the news by the East Sea, Shi Yan understood that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would soon rise, marking the human race's formal entry into the saint's sights. Ding! Fuxi has entered the underworld and is about to become the heavenly emperor of the human race, triggering the selection system. Choice 1, let it be, allowing him to become the heavenly emperor of the human race. Reward, occupy 1/10 of the human race's luck. Choice 2, delay Fuxi's reincarnation, prioritize breaking through to the mixed Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal and become the heavenly emperor of the human race myself. Reward, the human luck occupied by Nüwa. Finally, the selection has come again. Shi Yan looked at the selection system before him and chose the second option. The luck of the human race should be grasped by the human race itself. A saint mother who only gives birth but does not nurture does not deserve to enjoy the luck of the human race. The host has made a choice. Our rewards. Stop. Don't issue the rewards now. Oh, I have not yet reached the mixed Yuan, and it is not time to tear faces yet. Understood. Seeing that the system had not stripped away Nüwa's luck, Shi Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Xunyuanzi and replied, "Elder brother, if it can be postponed, please delay Fuxi's matter as much as possible." Xunyuanzi paused. "Oh, what do you mean by this, Shi Yan?" Then Shi Yan informed Xunyuanzi about the eternal cosmic ruler of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. "I understand." Hearing Shi Yan's explanation, Xunyuanzi grasped the intention behind Shi Yan's delay of Fuxi's reincarnation, but still raised a question. Then why not have Fuxi reincarnate into another race? Shi Yan replied, "No matter what, he is still Fuxi, and his presence will greatly benefit the development of the human race. If Nüwa neglects the human race, then let Fuxi come to serve the human race." Xunyuanzi, hearing this, raised his eyebrows and glanced at Shi Yan. "Little brother, you are quite calculating." Shi Yan replied, The luck of the human race surged around Shi Yan, and a message instantly transmitted from the stone house to the primordial spirits of all the Daluo of the human race except for Xuandu. In an instant, on the vast land of the primordial world, every cultivator with human blood and at the level of Daluo Jin Xian felt a jolt in their hearts, their countless gazes directed toward the stone house by the eastern sea. Subsequently, the human powerhouses from the eastern continent, the 4 seas, and the starry sky rose simultaneously, their expressions solemn as they gathered towards the eastern sea. By the eastern sea, within the cave of Shi Yan's stonehouse, all human cultivators above the Daluo Jin Xian level, including Sui Rin Yu Chaozi Yi and the gods of the water department of heaven, had gathered except for Xuandu. Dense figures interwove unconsciously, the laws of Daluo intertwining as the cave's space trembled. Shi Yan stood at the forefront as the chaos pearl and his divine sense emitted a wave of laws shielding this place from the heavenly secrets. He then directly displayed a holographic image simulated before everyone. A scene where the 6 saints divided the luck of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, followed by Taking's proposal to seal the human Daluo cultivators in the fire cloud cave to suppress luck, which the other 5 saints agreed to. The image of the 6 saints ended, transitioning to the transaction between Xunyuanzi and Nüwa, exchanging the 5 elements pearl for Fuxi's reincarnation into the human race. Boom! The audience erupted in an uproar. All human cultivators watching the screen where the saints fought for luck and consumed it ruthlessly turned pale with anger, their inner fury surging. Yet no one spoke. At this moment, Shi Yan spoke. "I have shielded the heavenly secrets of this place. Even the saints cannot know what happens here." As his voice fell, the cave was instantly drowned in questions, accusations, curses, and voices of rage. How can the saints be so oppressive? Shi Yan, ancestor of humanity, what is going on here? The Holy Mother created us just to divide the luck. Sui Ren's expression darkened, his tone filled with resentment. Why should this be? Our human race has finally risen. How can others dissect the merits and luck? Even the Holy Mother cannot do this. Yu Chao also solemnly echoed. Nüwa only gives birth and does not nurture. She silently permits the demon race to slaughter the human race. Now that the human race is rising, they adopt the name of the Holy Mother. I absolutely will not agree. Zi said she is unworthy of the title of Holy Mother. Her words instantly resonated with the human cultivators in the cave. Yes, she is unworthy of the title of Holy Mother of Humanity. Ancestor of humanity, let us gather the human luck and strip her of the title of Holy Mother. Shi Yan's gaze swept across the crowd, observing the furious human cultivators. He raised his hand to signal for silence, then spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall discuss the title of Holy Mother later. He then fully disclosed that the human race would become the eternal rulers of heaven and earth, delaying Fuxi's reincarnation, cutting down the 3 corpses, and that he would break through to become the first emperor of heaven. Only by having our own saint-level power can the human race alter the fate of the heavenly Dao and break free from the control of the saints. Thus, everyone held their breath listening to Shi Yan's next words. His gaze grew sharper. The laws of time and space around him surged. Therefore, I have summoned you here today for just one thing. Help me delay the time for Fuxi's meritorious completion. He raised his hand, pointing to the void. I have arranged for Hunyuan Daluo to delay Fuxi's reincarnation. But with the 6 saints watching, it won't be possible to delay for long. Once Fuxi reincarnates into the human race, the outcome will depend on you all to slow down Fuxi's ascension to the throne as much as possible. Wait for me to become a Daluo Shi Yan of the Primordial Chaos and support me in becoming the first emperor of heaven. As his voice fell, the entire stone house cave fell silent for a moment, and the next second erupted with a thunderous roar that shook the cave. All human powerhouses at the Daluo Shi Yan level bowed deeply, kneeling on one knee. The laws of Daluo surged around them, and the luck of the human race surged like a golden torrent into the sky, tightly connected to the aura emanating from Shi Yan. Sui Ren excitedly said, we are willing to follow you with our lives. Delay Fuxi's meritorious completion and wait for our friend to achieve primordial chaos and take on the position of Emperor of Heaven. Yu Chao also echoed, eyes filled with determination. The human race should be led by the human race itself. We will never be manipulated by the saints. The saints are heartless. Our human race must strive for self-improvement. The gods of the water department of heaven and other powerful human beings also responded in unison, with the voices rising higher and higher, each carrying the Dao rhyme of Daluo Shi Yan and the will of the human race. Assist the ancestor. Stand on our own. Delay Fuxi. Ascend to primordial chaos. The emperor of humanity determined by the human race. Shi Yan looked at the group of human powerhouses, all from the same root, and sourced, their hearts connected, and the last bit of concern in his heart vanished. Everyone rise. Shi Yan's voice was steady, his gaze sweeping over each resolute face, then looking at the 3 ancestors who had already cut down their 3 corpses. 3 ancestors, once I become the emperor after the independence of the human race, I will help you walk the path of primordial chaos again. 3 ancestors, thank you, friend Shi Yan. Then Shi Yan took out countless rare resources from the chaos pearl, handing them to the human cultivators present, and reminded them, everyone, regarding today's matter, I hope you swear by your Dao heart that not a word of it is to be leaked. All human cultivators took the resources and responded firmly. Ancestor Shi Yan, rest assured. We swear by our Dao heart that we will not reveal a single bit of today's matter. Those who violate this will die, and their Dao will dissipate, their true spirits forever silenced in the sea of true spirits. The oath resounded through the cave, their Dao hearts steadfast, not allowing for the slightest wavering. Seeing that everyone had sworn, Shi Yan waved his hand to signal everyone to leave. Seeing this, everyone bowed one last time. May ancestor Shi Yan achieve the Dao of primordial chaos soon and lead the human race to self-reliance and strength. Then one by one they bid farewell to Shi Yan, transforming into streams of light and fleeing the cave, scattering in all directions. The 3 ancestors returned to the human race's base, waiting for Fuxi's descent. The gods of the water department of heaven returned to heaven, continuing to ensure the favorable weather for the human race. The other human beings also returned to their own Dao fields or continued their travels in the primordial world. As if nothing had happened, the 6 saints sensed that all the Daluo of the human race had returned to the Eastern Sea, but used divination techniques to show everything was normal, thus they did not pay it any mind. In the underworld in the city of Fengdu, the 12 ancestors of the witch Hongyun and Hunyuan Daluo gathered here. Zhen Yuanzi recounted how he exchanged Nüwa for Fuxi's reincarnation with the 5 elements pearl, how the 6 saints divided the luck of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and the matters entrusted to delay by Shi Yan. Esteemed ancestors, when the 6 saints notice afterward, you will step forward. Di Jiang responded, understood. When the 6 saints hold us accountable, we will just say we know nothing, which caused the reincarnation passage to become congested. They won't say much either. After all, the image of my ancestor, which is a brute, has already taken root in people's hearts. A nearby Gong, who had no official position and was purely a brute, asked with confusion, why did you agree to Nüwa? Why not just prevent Fuxi's reincarnation? Zhen Yuanzi helplessly explained, the power of the heavenly Dao is vast. This is unavoidable. If Hongjun turns against us, it would be bad for both sides. After hearing this, Gong picked up a piece of cooked demon meat and tossed it into his mouth, crunching it nonchalantly, saying, I really don't understand you all. Fearing this and fearing that, why not just have a fight? Anyway, there's reincarnation, our numbers will definitely increase with each battle. Di Jiang patted Gong on the head, exasperated, and said, first clean the malice from your mind before you speak. You're not thinking at all. Do you really think the battles among saints are merely about saints clashing? One misstep could lead to the destruction of the primordial chaos. Reminded by Di Jiang, Gong suddenly remembered that their opponents were no longer the miscellaneous birds, and then chuckled, grabbing another piece of cooked demon meat and biting into it fiercely, using the meat of the demon race to silence his mouth. After seeing Gong stop talking, Di Jiang turned to Zhen Yuanzi and said, regarding Fuxi, we will leave it to our ancestral shaman. We will definitely buy the saints at least 3 yuan meetings before allowing him to reincarnate. Good, Zhen Yuanzi replied. Time flowed, and 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On the shores of the East Sea, within the Chaos Pearl, the laws of time and space surged like tides, with Shi Yan seated in the center of the chaos, surrounded by chaotic energy and the river of time and space. Just a little more. A silver light flashed in Shi Yan's eyes, and the flow of time and space within the Chaos Pearl suddenly slowed down. He could clearly feel that the thin membrane separating the primordial chaos was gradually being torn apart by his laws of time and space. Meanwhile, the human territory on the shores of the East Sea had already grown vast, with a population reaching trillions, their fortune flowing like a golden river, surging endlessly. Though it was still not as grand as the Dragon and Phoenix clans, it subtly overshadowed the remnants of the demon race, firmly securing the second tier of the primordial chaos. Simultaneously, deep within the underworld, after 10,000 years, the beings within the 6 paths of reincarnation were already flowing in an orderly manner. It seemed as though everything was progressing in a positive direction. However, the Nüwa palace high above the 9 heavens was already shrouded in anxiety, making Ling Zhu not dare to play around carelessly in the palace. Ling Zhu hid beside a pillar watching Nüwa and said, Your Majesty. However, Nüwa did not hear Ling Zhu's call and continued to ponder. How could this be? Nüwa frowned slightly, her calm demeanor replaced by anxiety for the first time. To a saint, 10,000 years was merely a breath. Yet 10,000 years was enough for Fuxi to reincarnate, but now there was still no trace of Fuxi among the human race, and the bond between the two had not been severed, indicating that Fuxi had not reincarnated at all. Zhen Yuanzi. Nüwa suddenly stood up, her entire being radiating colorful light. As she tore open a spatial tunnel, her figure instantly transforming into a streak of light rushing straight towards the underworld. She could not wait any longer. In the underworld within Fengdu City, Zhen Yuanzi stood beside the 6 paths of reincarnation platform, comprehending the laws of reincarnation to enhance his primordial chaos cultivation. Sensing the familiar aura of creation, he appeared in Fengdu City, lightly nudging the sleeping Gong to wake him. Wake up, Nüwa is here. Gong rubbed his sleepy eyes, his mouth still glistening with oil, and mumbled drowsily, Who is it? It's so noisy, I haven't finished that big piece of meat yet. Seeing it was Zhen Yuanzi, he hurriedly stood up and respectfully said, Saint. Nüwa is here to seek justice. Remember to do as I said before, Zhen Yuanzi instructed. Gong patted his chest and assured, Understood, leave it to me. Then Zhen Yuanzi watched Gong leave the underworld. In the sky above the underworld, Nüwa with an angry expression frowned when she saw Gong, saying, Why are you here, Gong? Where is the saint of reincarnation? Gong feigned ignorance, saying he might be in seclusion. Nüwa's brows tightened further as her gaze swept over the swirling purple mist in the sky above the underworld. The power of the heavenly Dao attempted to penetrate the purple mist, but only resulted in a heavy echo. The underworld rejected the heavenly Dao's access. The saint of reincarnation is in seclusion. Nüwa's tone was filled with anger and suspicion. Since he is in seclusion, then you go to the reincarnation hall and ensure my brother undergoes reincarnation as soon as possible. That won't do. Gong replied innocently. I am merely here to make a living in the underworld, and I have no authority or qualification to assist Fuxi in reincarnation. No authority? Nüwa queried, then focused the power of the heavenly Dao in her eyes, looking at Gonggong. She discovered that Gonggong indeed held no authority. Nüwa's gaze instantly turned icy, but considering that the person before her was one of the two ancestral shamans, the sharpness in her eyes softened, and she spoke. Then please ask the ancestral shaman Hutu to assist my brother in reincarnation. My younger sister also has no authority. Gonggong waved his hand and continued, my younger sister holds the position of Meng Pua and has no right to interfere in matters of reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Nüwa's aura of creation suddenly condensed, her breath surged, and it roared like a wave in the sky above the underworld, her voice cold and piercing. Gonggong, do not deceive me. You 12 ancestral shamans helped the saint of reincarnation open the underworld. How could you have no authority to interfere in matters of reincarnation? Gonggong maintained his pretense of ignorance, pulling out a piece of dried demon meat from his waist, biting down, with a crunch grease dripping from the corner of his mouth, as he muttered indistinctly, Your Majesty, one cannot speak like that. We 12 ancestral shamans have no primordial spirits, so we cannot handle such troublesome matters of reincarnation. My sister's position as Mengpa is all that we ancestral shamans can do. Moreover, it's such a simple matter, my sister also often messes it up, sometimes giving people an extra bowl of Mengpa soup, or not enough. Are you sure it can't be done? Nüwa's voice had turned icy to the extreme. Had it not been for the fact that the person before her was an ancestral shaman, she would have already slapped him. Gonggong paused, and his meat-eating wiped the grease from his mouth and hurriedly nodded, mumbling, No, we have no authority. Your Majesty knows that the underworld is the strictest about rules. Then you should let the 10 kings of hell with authority come over. Then Gonggong shook his head again, saying, No, the 10 kings of hell must maintain reincarnation and cannot leave it lightly. Your Majesty, you wouldn't want your brother's reincarnation to be delayed again because the 10 kings of hell left, would you? Nüwa was nearly infuriated by Gonggong. This can't be done, that can't be done. Oh, are there really so few people in your underworld? Indeed, it's quite few, Your Majesty. Since the establishment of the underworld, the positions have never been fully filled. Before Gonggong could finish speaking, he was thrown towards the underworld barrier by Nüwa. Then, with a whoosh, Gonggong smoothly returned to the underworld without any obstruction. He staggered to stabilize himself, rubbing his slightly dizzy head, looking down at the half-piece of demon meat still clutched in his hand, and immediately laughed, grinning at the furious Nüwa outside the barrier. Your Majesty, you're too polite. You don't need to use such force to send me back. You almost shook the meat out of my mouth. Gonggong. Nüwa spoke slowly, her tone reaching the brink of collapse. Are you deliberately trying to cover for Zhen Yuanzi intentionally obstructing Fuxi's reincarnation, or not? Gonggong took a big bite of meat, then put on a look of indifference, saying, Your Highness, do not wrong the shaman. I am merely an ancestral shaman muddling through in the underworld. I wish to help you, but I lack authority. Even my sister Hutu can only guard the Mengpa soup stall. What can I do? The underworld has its rules and reincarnation has its timing. The reincarnation time for my friend Fuxi has not yet come. Even you, as a heavenly Dao saint, cannot disrupt the order of the underworld. As he spoke, he intentionally waved the cooked meat of the demon clan in his hand, smacking his lips. Besides, isn't it just a matter of waiting? 3 yuan meetings for you. It is merely a matter of closing off for a while and sipping tea. Once the time arrives you want need to urge us, we will naturally send him into the reincarnation path. 3 yuan meetings. Upon hearing these 4 words, Nüwa's pupils suddenly constricted, her aura bursting forth violently, causing the space to shatter inch by inch, and the purple mist above the underworld to roll violently. She finally understood. The ancestral shaman had definitely made a deal with Xunyuanzi, deliberately delaying Fuxi's reincarnation time to torment him a little longer. There were no other possibilities. Fuxi had negative karma only with the ancestral shaman, before her not with Gonggong or Hutu. She could not think of anyone else who would dare oppose her. Who else could make Xunyuanzi postpone Fuxi's reincarnation time by 3 yuan meetings? At this thought, Nüwa smiled in anger, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. A fine shaman clan, a fine reincarnation saint. With her words, Nüwa waved her jade hand, unleashing the power of the heavenly Dao, transforming it into a giant sword that fiercely struck toward the underworld barrier, intending to forcibly tear apart the underworld barrier and invade the underworld. But just as the giant sword touched the purple mist, the profound and vast voice of the underworld suddenly resonated, and the 6 paths of reincarnation disk erupted with boundless purple light, merging with the underworld barrier to form an indestructible defense. Nüwa's attack struck it, producing a deafening roar, and was actually rebounded forcefully, not even disturbing the purple mist in the slightest. The stronghold of the underworld and the path of the underworld cut off the heavenly Dao, even Hongjun could not break through. A mere Nüwa was unable to even make it tremble. Seeing this, Gong immediately straightened his back and kindly advised, "Your Highness, don't waste your energy. The underworld shelters the realm, and the power of the heavenly Dao cannot enter. You might as well obediently wait for 3 Yuan meetings, or otherwise, even if it comes to the Dao ancestor, you will be in the wrong." Nüwa looked at the smug Gong behind the barrier, and then at the unmoving underworld barrier, her heart swirling with anger and helplessness. As a saint of the heavenly Dao from the primordial era, having gained merit and become a saint by creating humanity, she was actually blocked outside the underworld by a mindless ancestral shaman, unable to even see her brother's primordial spirit, let alone assist in his reincarnation. After a long time, Nüwa took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging saintly aura, and looked at Gong in the underworld, her voice filled with coldness. 3 Yuan meetings, I have noted it down. If Fuxi cannot smoothly reincarnate by then, I will have no choice but to inform my teacher and let him judge this matter. With her words, Nüwa no longer looked at Gong, her figure transforming into a stream of light, tearing through the void and heading straight back to the Huanyuan Palace. Even though that overwhelming rage dissipated into the space, it still made all beings in the primordial era feel a shiver in their hearts. Ling Zhuzi watched the furious expression of the goddess, trembling in fear, continuing to behave like a good boy, not daring to do anything out of line. Above the underworld, the purple mist gradually calmed. Seeing Nüwa finally depart, Gong sighed in relief, his legs going weak as he sat down on the ground, gasping for air, nearly dropping the demon clan cooked meat from his hand. Oh my goodness. The pressure of the saint is too terrifying, I almost couldn't withstand it. He patted his chest in lingering fear, and quickly took a big bite of meat to ease his shock. At this moment, Xinyuanzi Hongyun and the 11 ancestral shamans slowly walked out from Fengdu City, standing beside Gong and looking at his disheveled appearance. They all burst into hearty laughter. Xinyuanzi, however, had a hint of approval in his eyes, saying, "Well done, Nüwa has been stabilized by you. The time of 3 Yuan meetings is enough for my younger brother to break through." Gong wiped his mouth and grinned. "It's all thanks to the saint's good teaching. That Nüwa was really angered by me, she definitely won't come to bother us again." Dijiang patted Gong's shoulder. "Not bad, you did not disgrace our father god." Dijiang's words prompted all the ancestral shamans to echo in agreement, each one thumping their chests in hearty laughter. Then Gong looked at Hunyuan, the nominal ruler of the underworld, saying, "Hunyuan, my friend, can I go play in the 18 layers of hell?" Gong made his request at this moment of great achievement. Hunyuan, hearing this, smiled helplessly and nodded. "All right, but don't go overboard. The demon clan's primordial spirits there cannot withstand your torment." Gong excitedly nodded. "I know, I will definitely pay attention." Before his words had even finished, Gong stepped forcefully, his figure transforming into a stream of light, rushing straight towards the 18 layers of hell in the depths of the underworld, fast enough that even Dijiang could not stop him. Dijiang looked in the direction Gong had vanished, helplessly rubbing his forehead. This brat just achieved a little merit and can't sit still thinking of those demon clan primordial spirits, really. Zhu Rong said, "Who told Emperor Jun and Tai to self-destruct their primordial spirits? The true spirits return to silence in the sea of true spirits. Isn't it just a matter of finding trouble with his subordinates?" Then he paused and looked at Jumong, asking, "How much longer do those 9 feathered birds have to serve their sentence?" Mentioning Emperor Jun and Tai, Zhu Rong remembered that his 9 sons were also in the 18 layers of hell. Jumong thought for a moment and replied, "There should still be 1 Yuan meeting left." At the same time, Gong also arrived at the 18 layers of hell. Boom! With a loud bang, Gong forcefully smashed open the gate of hell and swaggered inside. Feeling that domineering aura of the shaman clan, all the demon clan primordial spirits trembled in fear, huddling in the corners, too afraid to make a sound. The 9 little golden crows huddled together, bowing their heads and not daring to look at Gong. Gong glanced at the shivering demon clan primordial spirits, curled his lips in disdain. "Back in the primordial era, you flaunted your power. Now you've become a bunch of timid turtles. Truly shameful for the demon clan." He stepped forward to the 9 golden crows, looking down at them, and gently flicked the head of the middle golden crow. Though the force was not strong, it made the golden crow tremble, its true spirit rippling. "Rest assured, I came today just to see how you little feathered birds are doing." Gong grinned and took out a high-grade fire attribute spirit fruit, waving it in front of them and deliberately teasing them until they chirped loudly, "Wanna eat? Wait, once your sentence is over in your next life, you'll be reborn as a beast. There will be plenty of bones to chew on." After teasing the little golden crows, Gong went to the hell where the demon gods were. Following Tai's example, he began a Ani against many battle to vent his grievances. A Yuan Hui has passed since Nüwa's return to the Huang heaven. Nüwa sat gracefully upon the lotus platform, sensing the brotherly bond with Fuxi, a flicker of temper flashing in her eyes. The Yuan Hui has concluded, yet the threads of fate remain unbroken. Jin Yuanzi and Gong Gong truly intend to let Fuxi reincarnate only after 3 Yuan Hui. At that moment, a melodious and lively sound of footsteps echoed from outside the hall, accompanied by the clear voice of a child, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Nüwa's gaze softened slightly as she waved her hand lightly, causing the hall doors to open automatically. Ling Zhuzi hurriedly approached Nüwa, presenting a golden invitation to her, bowing deeply as he said, "The Tai by Jin Xing of the Heavenly Court has come to invite Your Majesty to the Peaches of Immortality banquet." Nüwa took the golden invitation, unfolding it to reveal the details of the banquet that the Heavenly Court planned to hold 1,000 years later to entertain the saints and powerful beings of the primordial age. Although the 6 saints looked down upon Hunyuan and the Yaoqi, such a grand banquet to invite all beings of the primordial age must include the 6 saints. Whether they attend is one matter, but whether they are invited is another. Nüwa stored the invitation in her personal space and looked at Ling Zhuzi, saying, "Go inform Tai by Jin Xing that when the time comes I shall be attending." Even if the 6 saints looked down on Hunyuan and Yaoqi, they could not deny that he is the rightful ruler of the Heavenly Dao and the Heavenly Court, as the 6 saints of the Heavenly Dao attendance is essential. Yes. Ling Zhuzi's eyes brightened as he hurriedly bowed and retreated, filled with joy, to inform Tai by Jin Xing. "I can go out to play again." Nüwa quietly watched Ling Zhuzi leave the Hua Huang Palace, and the anger she felt regarding Fuxi's reincarnation eased slightly. "Jin Yuanzi, I hope you keep your promise." Nüwa murmured softly, her voice cold, yet carrying the unique authority of a saint echoing in the spacious Hua Huang Hall. The 3 Yuan Hui of waiting were nothing more than a moment of rest for her, yet the reincarnation that could have concluded sooner was delayed for so long, inevitably causing some frustration. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Peaches of Immortality banquet was set to commence with Tai by Jin Xing welcoming the various powerful beings and saints attending. Though uncertain if the saints would come, Tai by Jin Xing announced, "From the western Kunlun, Jin Mu has arrived." The announcement enveloped the entire banquet venue, with Yaoqi instantly appearing at the southern heaven gate. "Daoist Jin Mu, welcome to the banquet." Jin Mu Shiwang Mu is nominally the foremost female immortal of the primordial age, holding a prestigious position, thus Yaoqi personally went to greet her. Jin Mu nodded slightly, then handed a gift to Tai by Jin Xing before taking her seat under Yaoqi's guidance. After Jin Mu's arrival, the human race's fire ancestor Sui Ren also arrived at the southern heaven gate, with several clan members. From the eastern sea, human race fire ancestor Sui Ren has arrived. Hearing this, the water deity who was dining also came to the southern heaven gate. "Fire ancestor, you've had a long journey. Welcome to the banquet." Sui Ren slightly cupped his hands and presented a prepared innate spirit treasure to Tai by Jin Xing, saying in a deep voice, "A small token of respect, nothing grand." Tai by Jin Xing smiled and nodded, stepping aside to lead the way. "Please, Daoist, enter and take your seat." Sui Ren and his group followed the water deity into the banquet seating area. At that moment, a surge of purple energy appeared outside the southern heaven gate, the aura of creation sweeping through the 36 heavens. Tai by Jin Xing shuddered, using his Daluo powers to announce loudly, "Hua Huang Heaven, Saint Nüwa has arrived at the Grand Peaches of Immortality banquet." As Nüwa reached the heavenly court, all beings within the 36 heavens simultaneously set aside their affairs, rising to bow and say, "We pay our respects to Lady Nüwa." Nüwa responded with a slight hum, and then with a curious Ling Zhuzi in tow proceeded to the highest seat at the Peaches of Immortality banquet, a position specially prepared for the saints. Ling Zhuzi sat behind the saintly position. Shortly after, a wave of purple energy swept in from the east, and the sound of the blue ox's mooing echoed through the skies as another saint arrived. Tai by Jin Xing quickly bowed and announced, "From Shouyang Mountain, Saint Taiching has arrived at the Grand Peaches of Immortality banquet." Laozi rode in on the blue ox, followed only by Xuandu, who wore an indifferent expression. The crowd rose respectfully once more. "We pay our respects to Saint Taiching." Laozi remained silent while Xuandu presented an 8-turn golden pill as a congratulatory gift to Tai by Jin Xing, then sat beside Laozi at the saintly position. Immediately afterward, with a roar, a dragon's cry echoed as Yuan Shitian arrived on a 9-dragon-scented palanquin, accompanied by 12 golden immortals. From Dong Kunlun, Saint Yuqing has arrived at the Grand Peaches of Immortality banquet. Yuan Shi casually glanced at the beings in the heavenly court, observing Guang Qingzi tossing 3 innate spirit treasures to Tai by Jin Xing as congratulatory gifts before leading the 12 golden immortals to their seats. In an instant, Tong Tian arrived riding on a Kuei Nyo, followed by his 4 direct disciples and 7 attendants. From Jinao Island, Saint Tong Tian has arrived at the Grand Peaches of Immortality Banquet. We pay our respects to the Saint of the Upper Clear. Duo Bao stepped forward to present a congratulatory gift from the Jiejiao, then sat beside Tian Tong Tian, next to Yuan Shi. The atmosphere slightly tense. Seeing Tong Tian's arrival, Yuan Shi also snorted coldly, turning his face away. The rift between the two brothers was laid bare at this Peaches of Immortality Banquet. Following this, a dark cloud loomed over the city, accompanied by purple energy approaching the southern heaven gate. Seeing this scene, Tai by Jin Xing's heart sank, but he still transmitted a message from Shumi Mountain. Saint Juanti and Saint Jiayin, accompanied by all disciples of the Western sect, have arrived at the Grand Peaches of Immortality Banquet. As the words fell, everyone at the banquet eating appetizers paused. The entire disciple force of the Western sect. Hunyuan and Yaoqi exchanged glances filled with displeasure, yet not daring to neglect the two saints from the west, quickly going to greet them personally. We greet the two saints. Jie nodded slightly, his tone flat. Good. Saint Juanti smiled broadly and cupped his hands, speaking cheerfully. Hunyuan Daoist friend, Yaoqi Daoist friend, no need for formalities. Our Western sect is remote and barren. Hearing of the Grand Peaches of Immortality Banquet, I brought my disciples along to share in the joy and broaden our horizons. I hope you won't take offense. Though these words sounded courteous, the lineup of thousands of disciples clearly indicated they were there to enjoy the banquet without contributing. Hunyuan forced a smile and said, Saint speaks too heavily. All beings of the primordial age are welcome to the banquet. It is our fortune that the saints bring their disciples. Saint Juanti laughed heartily and did not decline, leading Jiayin directly to the saintly seating area, while the number of seats behind the saintly position increased by thousands in an instant. One sect occupied half of the Peaches of Immortality Banquet. As all 6 saints arrived, Hunyuan officially announced the commencement of the banquet. Countless beautiful female immortals, under Yaoqi's guidance, placed one immortal peach after another in front of the arriving guests. According to their cultivation levels, the Jinxian and Tai received peaches that had matured for 3,000 years. The Daluo Jinxian received peaches that had matured for 6,000 years. The Zhuanxing received peaches that had matured for 9,000 years. In front of the 6 saints were the top-grade innate spirit peaches from the innate Ren Shui peach tree. The peaches were arranged on the table one by one. As Hunyuan was about to stand up and say a few words to recruit the immortals and enhance the fortune of the heavenly court, Yuan Shi Tianzuan sensed the karmic burdens of the 7 immortals beside him and turned to the Tongtian Jiao master, taking the initiative to strike first. They are merely beings entangled in karmic obstacles, clad in scales and feathers. Tongtian, how can you have the audacity to bring them here, polluting the peach banquet? Hearing this, Tongtian frowned, and then glanced at the 12 golden immortals of the Changjiao, looking at Guang Qingzi and Huang Long Jinren, who treated them differently, and retorted directly. It's far better than your Shanjiao's hypocritical righteousness, excluding fellow disciples while pretending to be virtuous. Dare you insult my Changjiao? Yuan Shi slammed the table, and his holy might suddenly erupted. You first insult my Jiejiao. Tongtian also stood up to confront him. The two brothers stood face to face, completely ignoring the presence of others. Hunyuan sat at the head of the table, his body trembling, feeling a chill and bitterness in his heart. Although he was the supreme deity of the heavenly court appointed by the Dao ancestor, in the eyes of these saints, he had no face at all. The grand banquet he painstakingly organized was nothing more than a venue for casual disputes in their eyes. From beginning to end, no one truly regarded him, the heavenly emperor, with any respect. Yaoqi gently tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to calm down. Hunyuan could only suppress the anger in his heart and awkwardly urged, Sirs, please calm your anger. Today's event is the peach banquet, and all beings are present. Before he could finish speaking, the residual waves of the two saints might completely drown out his voice, leaving him with no face at all. Sitting in the primary position, Taiching sighed helplessly. Here we go again. Whenever these two brothers gather, it always ends up in an argument. But to uphold the dignity of the saints, he still spoke up, silence. With that single word carrying the authority of the elder brother, he instantly suppressed Yuan Shi and Tongtian. The surging auras of Yuan Shi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiao Master suddenly froze as if gripped by an invisible hand, and the sounds of their quarrel abruptly ceased. They glared at each other, yet could no longer make a sound. The entire place fell into silence. Hunyuan stood frozen in place, feeling a mix of emotions. Despite his efforts to mediate, he couldn't get a single word out. In contrast, Taiking's one word managed to suppress both great saints. This was the difference, and it highlighted his own powerlessness as the heavenly emperor. Hunyuan resolved in his heart that he must break through to sainthood. Only by becoming a saint would he have a voice and be able to uphold the dignity of the heavenly court of fulfilling the elder's wishes. Ti and Jia Yin exchanged glances, also restraining their auras, quietly continuing to lead their disciples in enjoying the spiritual fruits, peaches, and dragon liver phoenix marrow. They would take a bite and toss it into their storage bags while the fairies continued to serve dishes. With taking single word silence, the peach banquet lost its initial excitement, plunging instead into a deep silence. For a time, the only sounds in the Yaoqi were the gentle clinking of cups and the movements of celestial officials, with no further waves of disturbance. As time slowly flowed by, the peach banquet quietly approached its end in this eerie calm. Hunyuan watched the 6 saints depart, then turned to the few willing beings in the venue wanting to join the heavenly court, clenching his fists tightly. His determination to prove himself as a saint grew ever firmer. If he had the cultivation of a saint, who would dare to disregard him? How could the beings joining the heavenly court be so few? As the peach banquet concluded, 2 Yuan Hui cycles passed. Fuxi had also been in the underworld for 3 Yuan Hui cycles, and it was time for the day of reincarnation. Within the realm of Nüwa opened her eyes from the lotus platform, sensing the severance of the karmic line with her brother Fuxi, and a smile finally appeared on her face. You have kept your promise. At the same time, in the human territory by the East Sea, a woman traveling through the Thunder Marsh suddenly felt a surge of aura and spiritual essence enter her body, instantly becoming pregnant with a feeling. This woman was none other than Fuxi's mother Huashu. After Huashu became pregnant, the 3 ancestors simultaneously sensed the rise of the human fortune. Xueren looked at the other 2 ancestors and said, Fuxi has reincarnated. Indeed, he has come. Yu Chao sighed, but we do not know who will become Fuxi's teacher. The greatest obstacle to the 3 ancestors in extending the progress of Fuxi's merits is finding a teacher to assist Fuxi in becoming the heavenly emperor. If it is a disciple of the 4 teachings, the 3 ancestors can easily distract them with some excuses. For the human teachings, there is only one disciple of Xuandu, and as long as he uses righteousness to let him practice alchemy and artifact crafting to enhance the strength of the human race, it can delay the process. The Chanjiao is proud and completely looks down on mortals. They can simply use the argument that mortals lack the strength to quickly spread Fuxis achievements to delay for a long time. The core disciples of Zhejiao have a good relationship with the human race. The 3 human ancestors can also easily come up with some excuses to procrastinate. As for the disciples of the Western teachings, they are the easiest to handle. As long as some resources are provided, they can easily redirect their attention. While the 3 ancestors were contemplating, Nüwa's voice reached their ears. Fuxi is to be birthed into the human race, destined to be the heavenly emperor of the human race. You are to personally guide him in matters concerning the human race and assist Fuxi in achieving the title of heavenly emperor. Upon hearing this, the 3 ancestors hurriedly bowed and responded in unison, We will comply with the edict of Lady Nüwa. Nüwa's voice faded away, and the 3 ancestors simultaneously wore a peculiar smile. Thank you, my lady. As if a pillow was delivered just as one felt sleepy. Having previously worried about how to delay the matter of the heavenly emperor, now we have become the teachers of the heavenly emperor and can delay as long as we wish. They then transformed into 3 streaks of light and flew toward the place where fortune manifested. In the Nüwa palace, Nüwa watched the 3 ancestors rush eagerly to the location of Fuxis' mother. She nodded in satisfaction, saying, I leave my brother in your hands. Nüwa entrusted the role of Fuxis' teacher to the 3 ancestors, not only because she had no disciples herself, but also to enhance her prestige among the human race. Although she eternally occupies a portion of the human race's fortune, she desires more. After all, the realm of Quasi Saint and the fruit position of a saint indicate that the 6 saints of the heavenly Dao cannot enhance their power through cultivation. They can only exchange authority with merits and fortune from the heavenly Dao. Without any saint allies, Nüwa has no choice but to continuously acquire immense merits from the primordial chaos to secure her own interests. The speed of the 3 ancestors was rapid. Within a few breaths, they arrived at the tribe where Huashu was located. At this moment, Huashu was playing by the riverbank. The 3 streaks of light landed with a boom in front of Huashu. Upon seeing the 3 ancestors, Huashu felt the pressure of their bloodline and quickly rose to greet them, saying, I am Huashu the daughter, and I pay my respects to the 3 human ancestors. Xueren, Yu Chao, Z. The 3 ancestors introduced themselves and then used a spell to help Huashu rise. Huashu was gently lifted by a soft power, and upon seeing the 3 figures before her, the 3 ancestors of human civilization, her heart was filled with astonishment and respect. 3 ancestors, what brings you here to find me? Huashu could never have imagined that as a mere post-natally evolved being with a mere golden immortal cultivation, she could stand before the 3 ancestors. Xueren explained, We have come for the great sage of the human race that you are nurturing within you. Silence. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wax's emotions surged. I haven't even touched a man, and how could I possibly be pregnant? Hua Su said, Fire ancestor, you must have mistaken the person, right? I have never even touched a man, how could I possibly be pregnant? Let alone give birth to a great sage of the human race. Hua Su was very agitated. Had the three people before her not been the ancestors of the human race, they might have resorted to violence. To slander a woman's purity, Hua Su had every reason to bury him. Seeing her both alarmed and furious, Sui Ren laughed heartily, then informed Hua Su that the great sage of the human race could be conceived not through the union of man and woman. Knowing the reason for the fetus in her womb, Hua Su broke down and cried, Wah, wah, wah. You should look for someone else, don't look for me. Hua Su did not want to become a mother so soon. Being a mother was exhausting, and giving birth was painful. Zi consoled Hua Su by patting her shoulder, saying, Silly child, this is a tremendous opportunity. Others would want it, but cannot attain it. Though the heavenly sovereign could no longer belong to Fuxi, Fuxi still earned great merit and fortune for his contributions to the human race. As Fuxi's mother, Hua Zu's fortune and merit would not be insignificant. Buried in Zi's embrace, Hua Zu's sobbing gradually subsided as she looked at Zi and asked, Can the clothing ancestor give me a painless childbirth pill? Childbirth is very painful. Zi smiled, gently lightly stroking the top of Hua Zu's head. Such a small matter does not require a pill, it can be done without one. All right then. With Zi's assurance, Hua Su wiped away her tears and returned to her tribe with the three ancestors. In the Feng Gun tribe, Hua Su brought the three ancestors to meet her father, the leader of the Feng Gun tribe. The Feng Gun leader, looking at the three unfathomable ancestors of the human race behind, Hua Su cautiously inquired, Daughter, who are these three, eh? Hua Su proudly stated, These three are the ancestors of human civilization, and they will also be the teachers of my future child. Three ancestors. A child. Teachers. How could these words be combined together? The Feng Gun leader stroked Hua Zu's head, puzzled. Daughter, did you fall from the mountain and hit your head? How could you say such nonsense? Hua Su, annoyed by her father's hand on her head, swatted it away and stared into the Feng Gun leader's eyes. Father, it's true. I am pregnant, and they are indeed the three ancestors. Everything I say is the truth. Oh. Seeing that his daughter was not joking, the Feng Gun leader's eyes widened and his voice trembled. What did you say? Pregnant? Daughter, do you know what nonsense you are speaking? You have never been close to a man, and how could you possibly be pregnant? Hua Su stamped her foot anxiously. It is a miraculous conception, bestowed by heaven. It has nothing to do with man and woman. The three ancestors said that there is a great sage of the human race in my belly named Fuxi. Sui Ren could no longer remain silent and stepped forward, stating calmly, What Hua Su says is utterly true. As soon as Sui Ren spoke, the Feng Gun leader finally noticed him. Previously, he had been so shocked by his daughter's words that he had neglected the three ancestors. The Feng Gun leader hurriedly bowed respectfully, saying, I pay my respects to the three ancestors. I apologize for the offense earlier. Please forgive me. Then he asked, Is what my daughter said true? Sui Ren replied again, Absolutely true. The Feng Gun leader swallowed hard, worrying, But if this spreads, the tribesmen will surely sully my daughter's name. How will she establish herself in the tribe in the future? Getting pregnant before marriage brings great harm to a woman's reputation. Sui Ren said lightly, Whoever dares to speak ill the fortune of our human race will suppress them. No one would dare to disrespect the mother of a great sage. Moreover, Nüwa would not sit idly by and watch her brother's mother be slandered. Yu Chao added, Rest assured, this matter is a glory for the entire Feng Gun tribe. No one will dare to speak ill of it. Zi spoke softly. With the three of us here, no one will dare to point fingers at your daughter. The Feng Gun leader sighed in relief upon hearing this. The three ancestors settled in the Feng Gun tribe. Although Hua Su was initially resistant to becoming a mother, so suddenly as time passed, she gradually accepted the reality and obediently followed the three ancestors to learn. During the day, she practiced with Sui Ren and Yu Chao, and at night, she rested with Zi in Yu Chaos Merit Hut, nurturing her pregnancy. The Feng Gun leader watched all this with a smile, often boasting that his daughter had great fortune. The tribesmen saw the three ancestors personally protecting her and dared not say a word. Instead, they treated Hua Su with great respect, sending her the best of everything. The three ancestors were particularly pleased, and a large amount of mundane items entered Hua Zu's womb. Although the essence of Fuxi was tainted by these mundane items, it would not affect his foundation, but would slightly delay his birth. A delay of even a day was significant. Time quickly passed, and 12,000 years had gone by. Finally, the moment for Hua Su to give birth arrived. Inside the Merit Hut, Zi infused a bit of magical power into Hua Zu's womb. She wrapped the child in her womb and took him out. The entire process took less than a second. Time was so fast that Hua Su didn't even have a chance to scream. The pain had already subsided. Huasu got up from the bed, touched her lower abdomen, and said, "How come this feels the same as being pregnant? Painless motherhood." She then stood up and jumped a bit, feeling light and easy, and went to the side of the helpless Ce. "Is this my son?" she said while pointing at Fuxi with her finger. "Wow." A clear, loud cry suddenly erupted. Why is he crying already?" Huasu looked at her hand in confusion. Zi explained, "Newborns will always cry shortly after birth. It is not your fault." "Oh." Huasu nodded, indicating she understood. At the same time with Fuxis, cries, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly emerged in the world. Purple chi came from the east, and the earth erupted with gold flowers. The winds and clouds gathered, transforming into a sign of dragon and phoenix, presenting auspiciousness, and the fortune of the human race thus increased. Inside the hut, Huasu watched the changing colors of the world before her, and then looked at the baby wrapped in purple chi, crying loudly. "So this is the feeling of being a mother, it's so majestic." She then slowly walked out of the merit hut with Ce. The phone gun leader excitedly approached, looking at his grandson. I'm going to be a grandfather." He hurriedly took Huasu to the three ancestors, and as an elder established a teacher-student relationship for Fuxi and the three ancestors. Sui Rinyu Chao and Zi merely smiled knowingly and agreed. In the palace of Nüwa, who had been paying attention to Fuxi, breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother, you have finally been born safely." After 3.5 yuan meetings, her brother had finally returned to her side. In the underworld, in the domain of the earth, Fuxi completely detached from himself. That feeling was something Nüwa never wanted to experience again, not even once. Fuxi was truly a sage among the human folk. He could speak at 3 days old, climb at 5, walk at 7, and yet he had only just completed his first year. Already he bore the appearance of a 6-year-old, racing after birds and beasts across the tribe all day long, while Huasu followed behind, laughing and scolding. Swearin Shi watched the playful Fuxi and remarked to Yu Chao Shi, "This child is boundless in energy." Yu Chao Shi leaned against the trunk and replied calmly, "Children are such by nature, let him play." Zi Shi was making garments for Fuxi while recording his current likeness, intending to show it to him once he reached Daluo Golden Immortal and his memories returned. Huasu came with a handful of fresh fruit and cast a puzzled glance toward Fuxi. "Third ancestor, did you not say my son would be the great sage of the human race? Why does he only run wild every day? Why do you not teach him some skills?" Swearin Shi laughed heartily. "A sage must first survive as a person before he can be taught wisdom. To teach him now would be to spoil the growth." Yu Chao Shi added, "When the time comes, we will teach him." Huasu curled her lips in irritation. "It is strange. You three watch him every day, yet teach him nothing." Of course they would not teach him prematurely. Fellow cultivator Shi Yan remained in seclusion. If they casually bestowed skills and Fuxi performed feats, he had not truly earned, would that not invert cause and effect? Year after year passed. Fuxi grew taller, and his mind sharpened. He often sat by the river staring at the sun, moon, and stars in a daze, pondering mountains and forests. Whenever questions arose, he asked the three ancestors. The three ancestors would tell him, "You will understand in time." Even when he begged about cultivation, Swearin Shi only said the time had not yet come. When it came, they would teach him. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 years had passed. In the realm of the human immortals, Fuxi already bore white hair at his temples, and his vigor was not what it once had been. Huasu watched her son age and could no longer hold back. Her eyes reddened as she sought out the three ancestors. "Three elders, how long will you wait? My son is growing old. If you do not pass on cultivation to him, he will soon be gone." Zi Shi gently patted her hand and answered softly, "Do not be anxious. This is what he must experience." Swearin Shi looked at Fuxi with a serene tone. Only by experiencing birth, aging, sickness, and death, and tasting the sufferings of the mortal world, can he truly bring benefit to humanity. This is the fate of one destined to be a great sage. The three ancestors deliberately delayed, but their reasons were sound. Even Nüwa could find no flaw in them. Most of the human race were ordinary folk without cultivation. Only by living as mortals himself could he better accomplish deeds for them and win their recognition. Thousands more years passed. Fuxi reached the venerable age of 10,000, lying in bed with breath growing faint, his lifespan nearly spent. Huasu kept vigil by his side, tears streaming. "My child, how have you become so old? It is my fault. I did not force the three elders to teach you sooner." Fuxi gave a weak smile. His voice was hoarse but gentle. "Mother, I have had you by my side through this life. That is enough." At that moment, Swearin Shi, Yu Chao Shi, and Zi Shi entered the cottage together. Huasu sprang up at once. Three elders. Even if Huasu still harbored grievances before these three human progenitors, she kept them buried and revealed nothing. Swearin Shi approached the bedside, his gaze fixed on Fuxi. At last he asked, "Fuxi, you have lived a mortal life, and now your end approaches. Will you follow us in cultivation?" Light kindled in Fuxi's eyes. He struggled to salute and said, "Disciple." "Will." Yu Chaoshi then transmitted to him the human tribe golden core method. With the cultivation method bestowed, Fuxi seated himself and began to cultivate. In but a short while his realm leapt several stages from human immortal to Shi Yan. His white hair, darkened wrinkles smoothed, and vigor returned in full bloom. Hunyuan stared in astonishment. So quickly. The progress was like riding a rocket. Hunyuan smiled. For him, cultivation is a matter of course, otherwise why would we teach him at the brink of death? Had they killed Fuxi, Nüwa would not have forgiven the human race. Thus Fuxi began his cultivation with newfound power. His understanding of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and forests transformed. He sat upon a stone by the river and opened his eyes. Purple chi swirled in them. The previously hidden veins of the mountains and rivers were now clear as day. 3 teachers, I now understand what you meant. I finally see. Fuxi rose swiftly, plucked vines growing upon the trees, and inspired by the spider's hunting web wove them into a fishing net. He reinforced it with his spiritual power and cast it into the river. After a few hours he hauled it up and found hundreds of fish writhing within. A smile lifted the corners of his mouth. Fuxi carried the heavy net back to the tribe and strode before the 3 ancestors, dumping the thrashing catch upon the ground with delight in his features. Teachers, look. Fuxi pointed to the net, his voice clear with excitement. I observed how spiders weave to catch prey, so I braided vines into a net. 1 scoop yields 100 fish. From now on the tribe need not fish with bare hands. Efficiency will be greatly improved. Hunyuan watched astonishment in his eyes and praised excellent. Excellent. Truly the future great sage of the human race, remarkably wise beyond his years. Yet inwardly they felt a chill. In only a few years he had improved the methods of mortal fishing so swiftly that delaying his cultivation until his final days proved to have been a wise choice. In the ensuing years Fuxi accompanied the tribesmen on hunts. Seeing a pregnant beast, an idea struck him. He selected a plot within the tribe and began rearing the young of beasts, spending years raising them to maturity, then allowing them to breed and continuing their care. Realizing this method could provide a reliable source of meat, he promoted it throughout the tribe. The Hunyuan tribe erected pens and farms and no longer lacked meat. Fuxi's merits and prestige grew accordingly. Over the next centuries, Fuxi taught the people to distinguish grains and identify herbs, used his power to bring rain and nourish the fields, so the tribe would not hunger and plagues would not spread. He established customs between men and women and order for elders and young, so the tribe would be harmonious and hierarchies respected. Fuxi's reputation rose until he replaced his grandfather as the new chieftain of the Hunyuan tribe. Under his leadership, the tribe expanded outward and he heeded the 3 ancestors' counsel. He allowed mortals themselves to spread knowledge of net fishing, grains, and herbs, reproductive customs, and social order, thereby increasing his renown. Fuxi's prestige continued to ascend as his cultivation advanced. In just a few thousand years his realm reached the consummation of Tai Golden Immortal, and he stood but a hair's breadth from Daluo Golden Immortal. After Fuxi achieved the perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal, he entered seclusion, preparing to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Meanwhile, in a remote stone house by the East Sea, inside the Chaos Pearl, Shi Yan sat cross-legged in the center of chaos, surrounded by the laws of time and space resonating with Dao rhythm. In an instant, a vast and boundless aura surged from Shi Yan, sweeping through the desolate chaos. Boom! An unfathomable aura of time and space enveloped him, and with a mere gesture it seemed he could manipulate the ancient epics, reversing the cosmos. At this moment his realm broke through the final barrier. He became a mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Shi Yan slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was not an ordinary scene, but the profound cycle of time and space, the flow of chaos. He felt the laws of time and space within his body. It was no longer the mastery of the laws he had as a Great Luo Golden Immortal, but a oneness at the mixed Yuan level. Gently raising his hand with a slight movement of his fingertips, the laws of time and space wove into a net between his fingers. With a light flick he dispersed the mixed Yuan Dao rhythm that had just erupted from himself. Looking at his casual strike, Shi Yan was filled with emotion. Is this the power of a mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal? Only those who have truly experienced it understand that this is a qualitative transformation, a stark contrast to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. At this moment, he truly understood the value of the saying that beneath a sage all are mere ants. This level of power could not be matched by a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal or a Great Luo Golden Immortal. After experiencing the might of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, Shi Yan exited the Chaos Pearl and returned to his stone house. He first retracted his aura, achieving a state of mixed unity. Then he used the Chaos Pearl to suppress his own fortune, preventing the surge of human luck that would arise from his achievement of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, which might alarm the 6 saints. Having completed all this, Shi Yan's aura had returned to calm, as if he were an ordinary loose cultivator without a trace of the brilliance of a mixed Yuan power nor any Dao rhythm leaking out. He stepped out of the stone house, his foot moving through the flowing laws of space, and he instantly crossed billions of miles to appear within the merit cottage of the Fingun tribe. The three figures of Sueren, Youqiao, and Zi felt the change, almost simultaneously raising their eyes to see Shi Yan, their faces filled with joy. Sueren was the first to rise, looking at Shi Yan before him, but not sensing any aura of cultivation, his joy gradually turning into excitement. Shi Yan Dao. No, Shi Yan Senior, you have finally emerged from seclusion. You have already broken through. The mixed Yuan has been achieved. Shi Yan gently nodded. The four characters of Shi Yan were lightly uttered, yet the air in the merit cottage seemed to suddenly freeze under the power of time and space. Even breathing became sluggish. Sueren trembled all over, and in his eyes, which had witnessed the rise and fall of the human race, an overwhelming joy erupted. Youqiao also showed a broken expression, overjoyed, laughing madly, his laughter echoing in the merit cottage. The anxiety in Zi's eyes dissipated with the words mixed Yuan has been achieved, replaced entirely with tranquility. Mixed Yuan. Truly a mixed Yuan, Great Luo Golden Immortal. Sueren's voice trembled, excited and incoherent. Our human race finally has a mixed Yuan power in command. Ha! Youqiao was also ecstatic. Our human race can finally rise. Zi wiped away the moisture from the corners of his eyes. The human race finally has independent capital, no longer afraid of sages. Then the three ancestors simultaneously bowed to Shi Yan. Congratulations, Senior, on achieving mixed Yuan. Shi Yan raised his hand gently, a gentle power lifting the three of them, then looked towards the direction where Fuxi was in seclusion. Thanks to the three human ancestors for constantly delaying Fuxi, we had enough time to break through to mixed Yuan. Now that I have emerged from seclusion, the human race need not hide. We must assist Fuxi in perfecting his merit as soon as possible so that I can seize the human Dao treasure, the Kongtong seal, and achieve the position of Heavenly Sovereign. The Kongtong seal, a treasure of the human Dao, possesses the ability to appoint and strip the human emperor, gathering the fortunes of all spirits. It is a treasure that Shi Yan must obtain, having emerged from Shouyang Mountain, currently in the hands of the Taiqing sage. Shi Yan intends to seize this treasure when Fuxi appoints the Heavenly Sovereign, completely taking control of the human race. The three ancestors responded, we understand. Then Sueren took out the merit flame, informing the outermost tribes by the East Sea of Fuxis achievements, imparting knowledge such as net weaving, fishing, growing grains, and herbs, gender differentiation, and hierarchical order to them. This directly promoted the spread of Fuxis achievements. 100 years later, all human tribes had adopted the knowledge brought by Fuxi. Meanwhile, in the seclusion chamber, the aura of Fuxi, having achieved the perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal, had grown rich to the extreme, with Dao rhythms circulating, just a thin barrier away from breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet no matter how he operated his cultivation method or drew upon innate spiritual energy, that thin barrier remained unmoving, as if separated by an invisible realm. Fuxi slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion and perplexity between his brows. He had clearly found his own path. His Dao heart was steadfast, his spiritual platform was clear, and he was infused with a large amount of human aura. Logically, breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal should be a natural progression. Yet he was stuck at the final step, unable to advance. After pondering for a moment, Fuxi stood up, pushed open the door of the seclusion chamber, and walked slowly towards the merit cottage. At this moment, Shi Yan and the three ancestors were seated within, discussing the future layout of the human race. Upon seeing Fuxi approach, Shi Yan concealed his form within the spatial layer. Outside the merit cottage, Fuxi bowed. Fuxi seeks an audience with the three teachers. Sueren replied, enter. Hearing this, Fuxi stepped into the merit cottage, bowing respectfully to the three ancestors, his expression filled with respect and a hint of confusion. Disciple Fuxi pays respects to the three teachers. Sueren inquired, Fuxi, have you encountered difficulties in breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal? Fuxi nodded, puzzled, and asked, disciple has clearly found the path of the Dao, and my spiritual platform is clear, never tainted by karma. Logically, breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal should be a natural matter, yet no matter how hard I try, I cannot break through. Could the three teachers enlighten me on my problem? Youqiao exchanged glances with Sueren and Zi, all feeling a hint of confusion. The three of them did not know where Fux's problem lay. However, Shi Yan, hidden in the spatial layer, already understood the issue. Fuxi had found his own path, but his understanding of that path was insufficient to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. In the original timeline, it was after Fuxi obtained the river map and the Luo book that he comprehended the innate 8 trigrams, perfecting his Dao lineage, which allowed him to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Shi Yan conveyed Fux's issue to the three ancestors. The three ancestors immediately understood and then looked at Fuxi. Swearin said, "You found your own path, but your understanding of the path is insufficient, thus you cannot break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal." Fuxi asked in confusion, "But I have already deduced my own path to perfection." Yu Chao replied, "Thus you need an external force to help you perfect your path." Fuxi asked, "What external force?" Zi replied, "A spiritual treasure." Upon hearing this, Fuxi frowned. And then Zi continued, "Fuxi, we still know the spiritual treasures you need. You just need to wait quietly among the human race." Fuxi clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, three masters." He then exited the merit hut, while Shi Yan also emerged from the spatial layer. Kunpeng has lost half of its body in the battle between the Wu and the Yao. Its current strength is not to be feared. However, the three ancestors must remain vigilant as Kunpeng is incredibly swift and unparalleled in the Primordial Chaos. Ensure the surrounding space is sealed to prevent its escape. Shi Yan informed the three ancestors of Kunpeng's situation, urging them to head to the North Sea to acquire the river map and Luo book. The three ancestors clasped their hands, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, Senior." Afterward, the nesting clan activated the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the slaying immortal gourd, to carve open a spatial rift connecting to the North Sea. Suerin nesting clan and Zi stepped into the spatial rift, and with a flash of light, the three of them headed directly to the North Sea. The three ancestors emerged from the spatial rift, having obtained the coordinates provided by Shi Yan, and quickly arrived outside the Yao Master's palace. Suerin held the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the primordial slaughter Abijna, atop his head, igniting the flames of merit. The nesting clan summoned the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the slaying immortal gourd, above their heads, while Zi wielded 3 pieces of superior innate spiritual treasures dressed in merit robes. The 3 early-stage Quasi-Saints enveloped the Yao Master's palace. Inside the Yao Master's palace, Kunpeng sat cross-legged on a mat, recuperating from injuries. The half of its body that was shattered in the battle between the Wu and the Yao had yet to regenerate, leaving its cultivation stuck at the early stage of Quasi-Saint, even lacking 1/3 of its peak power. Suddenly sensing the 3 Quasi-Saint auras locking down the entire Yao Master's palace, Kunpeng's eyes shot open, filled with surprise, anger, and trepidation. The 3 ancestors of the human race. Kunpeng shouted fiercely, "You dare to invade my Yao Master's palace!" With a roar, Kunpeng released a surge of energy, and a massive wave of black water surged skyward, crashing toward the 3 ancestors. The black water wave was resisted by the 3 pieces of merit spiritual treasures. Suerin then wielded the primordial slaughter Abijna and slashed out a terrifying blood-red sword energy toward the Yao Master's palace. The shocking blood-red sword energy tore through the North Sea's black water. Wherever it passed, the space shattered, and the laws became chaotic, directly cleaving toward the main gate of the Yao Master's palace. Boom! In just a moment, the Yao Master's palace, forged from countless innate materials by Kunpeng, began to tremble violently. Kunpeng, alarmed and furious, soared into the air. Its energy surged, but with half of its body destroyed and its Dao fruit damaged, even using all its strength, it could only barely withstand Suiren's assault. 3 ancestors of the human race, I have never had any enmity with you. Before Kunpeng could finish, Suiren's figure flickered, and both swords were drawn. The 2 sword lights of the primordial slaughter Abijna ripped through the North Sea's black water, striking directly at Kunpeng's face. Ridiculous! How can a Yao Master have no enmity with the human race? Kunpeng's expression changed dramatically, hastily activating the defensive measures of the Yao Master's palace. However, against the overwhelming assault of the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the Yao Master's palace was as fragile as a piece of paper, and it was breached in an instant. Kunpeng's expression shifted in panic as it hurriedly summoned the river map and Luo book, which had only a few restrictions refined on them, desperately trying to defend against this strike. Puff! The river map and Luo book could not withstand Suiren's attack, and Kunpeng was wounded, spitting blood as its body was sent flying. Then the nesting clan coldly shouted, summoning the slaying immortal gourd, "Turn around my treasure." An offensive energy erupted from the slaying immortal gourd, aiming to annihilate Kunpeng's primordial spirit. No! Kunpeng shrieked in despair as its primordial spirit was instantly severed by the slaying immortal gourd, falling toward the North Sea. It was then captured by Zi, who had been prepared, hanging in midair. Subsequently, 3 pieces of merit spiritual treasures summoned the fortune of the human race, transforming into a massive hand that pressed down fiercely on Kunpeng's head, pinning it to the ground, unable to move. Kunpeng, hand over the river map and Luo book, and I will spare your life. Although the 3 ancestors wished to kill Kunpeng and condemn it to the underworld for eternity, Kunpeng was still a latest-stage Quasi-Saint. Even though its strength had fallen, now it could temporarily return to its peak by burning its Dao fruit. Under normal circumstances, the three ancestors could not possibly destroy Kunpeng without injury. Kunpeng was thoroughly suppressed by the fortune of the human race, trembling all over its eyes filled with fear. It gazed at the three quasi-saints of the human race whose murderous intent was palpable, and it understood that if it did not surrender the treasure today, unless it burned its Dao fruit, it would undoubtedly perish. But it had already lost half of its body. If it burned its Dao fruit, its quasi-saint cultivation might not be preserved. Once its cultivation fell, it would surely be sought after by the likes of Jiming and Bays, and then it would be a fate worse than death. I will give it. I will give it. Kunpeng then severed its connection with the river map and Luo book, tossing them to the three ancestors. Swearin reached out and directly collected the river map and Luo book, then turned to the nesting clan. Let's go. With a low shout, the three ancestors no longer paid attention to the severely weakened Kunpeng tearing apart the space and vanishing into the depths of the North Sea, heading straight for the Fenggun tribe of the human race. After the three ancestors left, Kunpeng returned to the severely damaged Yao Master's palace filled with resentment. Human race. Then far away on the shores of the eastern sea, Shi Yan sent a message towards the direction of the 10,000 great mountains, allowing Bays to happen upon it. In a cave realm where Bays was cultivating, it suddenly trembled and activated its divination method, fortuitously uncovering Kunpeng's situation. Bays' eyes shot open, filled with joy and a hint of murderous intent. Heaven helps me. Without hesitation, Bays sent out a message to notify Jiming and Hunyuan. In the North Sea, within the Yao Master's palace, Kunpeng slumped on the mat, its body riddled with wounds. The loss of the river map and Luo book, along with the severe injury to its primordial spirit, nearly drove Kunpeng to madness. Three ancestors of the human race. Kunpeng declared, this grudge cannot be shared under the heavens. If I, Kunpeng, ever regain my peak, I will surely eradicate your human race. Boom. Before it could finish speaking, the three quasi-saint auras spread out, completely enveloping the damaged Yao Master's palace. Bays, Jiming, and Qinyan, the three great Yao deities, hovered in the air, their eyes icy as they stared at the battered Kunpeng, their lips curling into cruel smiles. Kunpeng, your time of death has come, Bays spoke with fury. Kunpeng's head snapped up, and upon seeing the three, its anger was instantly replaced by terror, its face turning pale. Bays, Jiming, Hunyuan, how dare you come to my North Sea? The three great Yao deities wasted no words and attacked simultaneously. Jiming summoned storms, Hunyuan unleashed deadly poison, and Bays activated spiritual treasures, unleashing three terrifying attacks that slammed into Kunpeng's Yao Master's palace. Kunpeng let out a desperate roar, attempting to burn its Dao fruit for one last fight. However, it had no time to even ignite its Dao fruit before being overwhelmed by the divine abilities. The Yao Master's palace was instantly destroyed. No! A heart-wrenching howl echoed throughout the North Sea. Heaven and earth responded, raining down blood. In the end, Kunpeng's body was destroyed, and its primordial spirit was captured by Bays. In the Fenggun tribe, Shi Yan smiled, faintly, the corner of his mouth curling up. The three ancestors traversed the space fissure, returning to the shores of the East Sea. They presented the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the He-Tu and Luo Shu, to Fuxi. Thank you, three teachers. Fuxi bowed deeply, receiving the treasures with both hands. The moment his fingertips touched the He-Tu and Luo Shu, it was as if the sun, moon, and stars, along with the mountains, rivers, and the truths of heaven and earth flowed and evolved before his eyes. He immediately sat cross-legged to begin his epiphany, completely immersing his mind and spirit into the He-Tu and Luo Shu. The three ancestors stood by, quietly protecting him, their auras restrained, isolating them from all external disturbances. In the underworld, Fengdu City. Younger brother, this matter, your elder brother will definitely assist you in stopping that old rascal Hongjun. Thank you, elder brother. After the three ancestors returned to the shores of the East Sea, Shi Yan tore open a space fissure and arrived at Fengdu City. He discussed the matter of the Ren Dao Kontong seal with Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes revealed doubt. But younger brother, are you truly planning to single-handedly battle the six saints? Zhen Yuanzi himself was a Hunyuan and also a saint, so he was well aware of the disparity in combat power between the two. The saints were far inferior to Hunyuan, yet among the six saints of the heavenly Dao, they also had their advantages, not only possessing endless magical power, but also two innate supreme treasures. Especially in the domain of the heavenly Dao, Shi Yan would be suppressed by the power of the heavenly Dao. Zhen Yuanzi was worried that it might be a bit difficult for Shi Yan to face the six saints alone. Elder brother, I have made up my mind. Shi Yan nodded lightly, a confident smile on his face. Moreover, aside from Hongjun being somewhat troublesome, the mere six saints are nothing to me. Upon hearing Shi Yan's words, Zhen Yuanzi felt reassured, but still reminded him, as long as you have confidence, that's good, but I must remind you to be cautious of Taiqing. Among the six saints, although Taiqing is not the strongest in offense, he is undoubtedly the most sinister. Upon hearing this, Shi Yan frowned, falling into deep thought. Taiching Laozu, the leader of the three pure ones, appeared to be doing nothing on the surface, yet in reality, he wished to involve himself in everything. The three sovereigns and 5 emperors took most of the power. The Fengshen calamity garnered a vast amount of fortune, and after the calamity, when the primordial world was downgraded and the 6 saints could not interfere with the 3 realms, he left behind 3 corpses in the heavenly court. Taishang Laojuan, the only saint among the 6 who could interfere with the 3 realms. The rise of the West further allowed Duo Bao to become westernized and be recognized as a Buddha, sharing discussions on the merits and fortunes of the West. He is indeed an old schemer. Thank you for the reminder, elder brother. I will pay special attention to Taiching Laozu. When do you plan to take action? Jin Yuanzi asked. Shi Yan replied, when Mount Tai is sealed and worshipped. Jin Yuanzi responded, good. He then proceeded to find Hunyuan, requesting the Book of Life and Death. On the shores of the East Sea. After closing himself off for 2,500 years, Fuxi, using the He Tu and Luo Shu, comprehended the Great Dao, observing the stars above and the mountains and rivers below. At last he created a method to attract fortune and avert calamity. The innate 8 trigrams. The 8 positions of Qian Dui Li Jun Sun Kan Jin and Kuan combined with turtle shells could be used to calculate celestial mechanisms and predict fortunes, attracting good luck and avoiding misfortune. Thus, the human race acquired the means to predict celestial mechanisms. With the birth of the innate 8 trigrams, Fuxi perfected the path of divination, attaining the status of a Daluo Golden Immortal. The river of time manifested around Fuxi, the timeline contracting, and the past and present Fuxi slowly overlapped. His past life memories awakened, re-establishing the causal line with Nüwa. Far away in the Nüwa palace, Nüwa felt a stirring in her heart, establishing a mysterious connection with Fuxi on the shores of the East Sea. Brother, you have finally returned. The nostalgic and excited voice echoed in the Nüwa palace, while the spiritual pearl, sensing Nüwa's joy, began to play around mischievously. Fuxi rose, the symbols of the 8 trigrams appearing around him, and the He Tu and Luo Shu returned to the hands of Swearin. He solemnly bowed to the 3 ancestors, his voice carrying the gravity of the innate sacred times. Thank you, 3 teachers. Swearin accepted the He Tu and Luo Shu into his personal space, then looked at Fuxi, his tone carrying a hint of hesitation. Fuxi, my friend, now that you have regained your Daluo status, our teacher-student bond is severed. There is no need to still call me teacher. The teacher-student bond of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors ultimately existed only in accordance with the times. Once they achieved the position of human emperor, the connection would sever. Although Fuxi had not become the celestial emperor and would never become one, his status was special, and now that he had regained his memories, the 3 ancestors had to sever this bond. Fuxi slowly stood up, sensing the bond with Nüwa, and instantly understood the deep meaning of the 3 ancestors. If that is the case, then I shall not force it. Then he looked towards his tribe, a hint of decisiveness appearing in his eyes. From this moment on, there will be no more innate sacred Fuxi in this world, only the human Fuxi. With a decisive declaration, the heavens and earth resonated. All of Fuxi's fortunes returned to the human race, and the causal bond with Nüwa was severed once again. The 3 ancestors sensed the rise of human fortune, exchanging glances, first in surprise, followed by joy. Swearin bowed towards Fuxi, saying, Fuxi, my friend, what a great righteousness. Both Yu Chao and Zi also bowed towards Fuxi, saying, friend, what a great righteousness. At this moment, the status of Fuxi in the hearts of the 3 ancestors soared. The 3 could never have imagined that Fuxi would choose to give up his bond and fortune with Nüwa, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the human race. This was fundamentally different from Nüwa, the mother of the human race. Meanwhile, far away in the Nüwa palace, Nüwa felt the complete severance of the bond with Fuxi, her heart tightening. She gazed towards the East Sea, softly sighing, brother. Fuxi, why must you do this? The spiritual pearl jumped around, sensing Nüwa's complex emotions, and obediently snuggled up to her, rubbing against her sleeve, while the Nüwa palace fell into a tranquil silence. At this moment, far away in the underworld, Shi Yan looked towards Fuxi's direction, feeling the changes in human fortune, and smiled slightly. In the end, Fuxi has severed his bond with Nüwa. Time flowed, and another 1,000 years passed. On the shores of the East Sea, Fuxi used the innate 8 trigrams to enlighten the human race, teaching them to observe celestial phenomena, discern geography, determine directions, and know fortunes. The human race grew increasingly wise. The number of tribes surged, spreading from the shores of the East Sea across the primordial earth, leaving traces of the human race wherever they passed. Fuxi's merits reached perfection. All the saints felt it. At Shouyang Mountain in the 8 Scenery Palace, Taiching Laozu sensed the changes in the human race and looked at Shi Yan beside him, speaking in a calm tone. The human race's celestial emperor is about to achieve full merits, and the earth emperor will descend. Disciple go to the shores of the East Sea immediately and assist the Earth Emperor in achieving full merits. Shi Yan stood up, bowed to Taiching. Disciple obeys the command. Taiching nodded lightly, then waved his hand, enveloping Shi Yan in a wave of Taiching energy, sending him to the shores of the East Sea. After Shi Yan left, Taiching took out a square seal wrapped in the power of the heavenly Dao, trembling violently, faintly exuding unwillingness and the aura of humanity, the Kongtong seal. This seal is the supreme treasure of humanity, the Kongtong seal. Taiching looked at the Kongtong seal before him, his eyes filled with helplessness, but beneath that helplessness was a hint of desire. The supreme treasure of humanity will ultimately fall under the control of the heavenly Dao. My true spirit is finally about to return. By the East Sea there was a stone house. The Earth Emperor is about to emerge. Shi Yan slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the visiting guest. He had just been sent to the Jiang clan by the saint of Taiching. Shi Yan immediately tore through the void. He blocked the door to Shi Yan. At the same time, a girl from the Jiao clan, Nüwa, had just returned from a trip to Hunyuan, eager to inform her father of her encounter with the divine dragon. She encountered Shi Yan and Shi Yan. Shi Yan paused, looking up at the person before him, and respectfully greeted, "Dao friend Shi Yan." Shi Yan lightly acknowledged with a sound and waved his hand. Several empty chains instantly formed, carrying the power of primordial level laws, sealing Shi Yan in place. He then tossed him into the chaos pearl, blocking the heavenly secrets. Shi Yan, the master of the Earth Emperor, is not from the human teaching, but from the human race. The action was completed in one breath, taking less than a moment. Shi Yan did not have time to react. Shi Yan then turned his gaze to the side where Nüwa stood. Nüwa was terrified under Shi Yan's gaze, hurriedly taking half a step back, timidly speaking, "Senior, what are you doing?" Shi Yan's tone softened as he looked at her belly. "You are the daughter of the Jiao clan, Nüwa." The fetus within her was infused with rich human aura, closely linked to the fate of the human race. "Yes, I am indeed Nüwa. But did you conceive through a feeling?" Nüwa was startled, raising her head in disbelief. "How does Senior know?" "I indeed saw the shadow of the divine dragon pass by, and then I had a feeling and conceived. I was just about to return home to tell my father." Shi Yan slightly nodded, then informed Nüwa about the Earth Emperor's matter. "The fetus in your womb is the future sage of the human race, destined to inherit the position of Fuxi." Nüwa's voice carried a hint of joy. "Really, Senior?" As a member of the Jiang clan, she naturally knew the name of Fuxi. Nüwa touched her belly. "Child, so you are the same as the great sage Fuxi." Then Shi Yan followed Nüwa to her residence. "Greetings, ancestor of humanity." The Jiao clan respectfully welcomed Shi Yan's arrival. Shi Yan lightly acknowledged, "The Jiao clan, I come today to inform you about the fetus in Nüwa's womb." "Fetus?" The Jiao clan questioned with confusion. "My daughter has no partner. Where does the fetus come from?" Like the Huashu clan, it is a conception through feelings of the great sage of the human race. The Jiao clan trembled, suddenly raising their heads, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "Senior, what are you saying?" "Nüwa. She is pregnant with the great sage of the human race." Because of the Huashu clan as a precedent, the current human race has become much more tolerant of premarital pregnancies, especially if it is a feeling-based conception, which would elevate her status significantly. Exactly. Does this mean ancestor of humanity wishes to take the fetus in Nüwa's womb as a disciple? Shi Yan smiled and shook his head, pointing to Nüwa's belly. "I did not come to take him as a disciple, but to prevent the human teachings Shi Yan from taking him as a disciple." The Jiao clan and Nüwa. Preventing the taking of a disciple. Nüwa and the Jiao clan exchanged puzzled glances, speaking in unison. "Why do you want to stop the ancestor of humanity from taking a disciple?" "You will come to understand the cause and effect of this matter later." Shi Yan played the riddle master, not revealing the details to the two, and continued, "For now you only need to know that the fetus in Nüwa's womb is the great sage of the human race. When the time is right, someone will naturally take him as a disciple." Nüwa and the Jiao clan were still confused, but did not dare to ask further, and only bowed respectfully. The connection of bloodlines cannot be faked. The person before them is the ancestor of humanity. The ancestor of humanity must have his reasons for doing this. Shi Yan left the Jiang clan. He sent a message to the three ancestors to inform them of the Earth Emperor's matter. He then headed to the peak of Mount Tai. Mount Tai, the foremost of the 5 sacred mountains, the ancestor of all mountains, is also the future site for the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, where the human emperor will hold the grand ceremony. At the peak of Mount Tai, Shi Yan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at this supreme, divine mountain that rivaled Shoyang and Kunlun, feeling the rich, innate spiritual energy. To obtain the Kongtong seal, one must have absolute assurance. As his voice fell, Shi Yan extended a finger, and the laws of space flowed out silently, infiltrating the peak of Mount Tai. setting up a great teleportation array using the laws of space. Hundreds of spatial array patterns were etched into the stones of Mount Tai, spreading like an invisible web hidden within the dragon veins, not revealing the slightest aura. Shi Yan pointed again, merging the laws of time into the stones, overlaying them on the laws of space. With the array laws, a divine ability of time stagnation should be enough to control the 6 saints for a moment. Shi Yan then took out a copy of the Book of Life and Death and tossed it into Mount Tai. The pale purple booklet transformed into a streak of light, silently drilling into the deepest part of Mount Tai's dragon vein, becoming the purest earth reincarnation energy. Afterward, Shi Yan raised his hand. The chaos pearl manifested from his primordial spirit, enveloping Mount Tai in boundless chaos energy, completely erasing all traces of the array and fluctuations of laws. The chaos energy was relentless, ensuring that the 6 saints would not detect any aura. After completing all of this, Shi Yan nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze toward the direction of the Purple Cloud's palace. The human race should be controlled by humans. As soon as the words fell, Shi Yan's figure vanished from the peak of Mount Tai. As if nothing had happened, Mount Tai remained the foremost of the 5 sacred mountains. Upon receiving Shi Yan's message, Zi Yi rushed to the Jiang clan. "Greetings, Ancestor Yi." The Jiao clan greeted Zi Yi with excitement. Unlike Shi Yan, the ancestor of humanity, Zi Yi often appeared among the human race, and almost all clan members had seen him. Zi Yi nodded. "Jiao clan. Is it because of my daughter?" The Jiao clan inquired excitedly. The Jiao clan knew their own worth, so they were well aware that Zi Yi's visit to the Jiang clan could only be for the matter concerning the great sage of the human race. "Indeed, I am here to ensure Nüwa safely gives birth to the great sage of the human race. Ancestor Yi, please come in." After meeting with Nüwa, Zi Yi also settled in the Jiang clan. He taught Nüwa daily about cultivation and provided innate spiritual fruits as food, offering the best assistance for the nurturing of the great sage of the human race. Zi Yi's actions were observed by Fuxi. Fuxi found the other 2 ancestors and questioned them with confusion about the reason for the previous mundane food. "Isn't this treating them too differently?" Fuxi asked Suiren and Youqiao, 2 friends, why is Ancestor Yi doing this. Fuxi did not speak directly, but Suiren and Youqiao understood what he was inquiring about. Youqiao helplessly said, "We also have our difficulties." Fuxi chuckled bitterly. "What difficulties? I thought the human race was poor, only able to consume mundane items." Suiren replied, "The reason for this matter is not convenient to discuss here. Please follow us to a certain place." Then Suiren and Youqiao simultaneously bowed and said, "Senior Shi Yan, Fuxi has arrived." Then while Fuxi looked on in confusion, a spatial rift quietly opened. Suiren said, "Please." As the words fell, Suiren and Youqiao stepped into the spatial rift first. Fuxi raised an eyebrow, no longer hesitating, and followed closely behind. A flash of light and shadow appeared before him, and in the next moment the surrounding environment changed abruptly. It was no longer the vast landscape of the primordial earth, but an endless chaotic sea. The chaotic energy permeated the air. The laws of heaven and earth did not exist, forming a realm of its own, shielding the secrets of the universe. Here it was, the world within the chaos pearl. Fuxi stepped into the chaotic sea, looking around in shock. Where is this? Why are there no laws of heaven? Both Suiren and Youqiao looked equally astonished, marveling at the power of Shi Yan, without answering Fuxi's question. This is the true foundation of the human race. A clear voice echoed as Shi Yan slowly appeared. "Who are you?" Fuxi was even more shocked at the sudden appearance of this person. Feeling the causal connection with the person before him, Fuxi knew this person was a member of the human race. But when did the human race have such a powerful being? Suiren and Youqiao were the first to bow and salute. "Greetings, Senior Shi Yan." "Shi Yan, who is that?" Although many questions filled his mind, Fuxi still bowed like the other 2 ancestors. "Greetings, Senior Shi Yan." Shi Yan used a spell to help the 3 rise. Looking at Fuxi, "Now you are qualified to know all things. Let me introduce myself. I am Shi Yan, a primordial being created by Nüwa to form the human race with cultivation at the first level of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden." As his voice fell, the chaotic energy in the chaotic sea seemed to freeze for a moment, and Fuxi's pupils suddenly constricted. "What? Hunyuan Daluo Golden? Senior Shi Yan, are you a sage?" Upon hearing Shi Yan's introduction, Fuxi gasped. "I am not a sage, just a simple Hunyuan Daluo Golden." Xuanheng shook his head, speaking in a calm tone. "Since you are a Hunyuan Daluo Golden, why are you not a sage?" Fuxi felt puzzled, as the Dao ancestor clearly stated that Hunyuan equates to sagehood. Shi Yan looked at Fuxi's astonished expression and had no choice but to inform him about the Hunyuan sage and the method of severing the 3 corpses. A sage is a fruit position, while Hunyuan is a Dao fruit. The method of severing the 3 corpses cannot be achieved without a shared origin. As his words fell, it was as if the heavens had shattered. Fuxi instantly understood, then looked at Shi Yan and posed his own question. So, Senior, why do you want to extend the time of my birth? A Hunyuan Daluo Golden, a being of the same level as a sage, does not need to plot against an ant like me. Because I want to seize the supreme treasure of humanity, the Kongtong Seal, to become the Heavenly Emperor. Shi Yan's tone was calm, yet carried an unyielding determination. Kongtong Seal. Become the Heavenly Emperor. Fuxi's heart trembled, feeling a hint of disbelief at Shi Yan's words. Senior. The position of Heavenly Emperor was not destined to be held by me, Fuxi, right? Fuxi's words carried a trace of confusion and even more of a sense of bewilderment. He had deduced heavenly secrets countless times and had already vaguely glimpsed his own path, knowing that the position of Heavenly Emperor was determined by the heavens and should not be interfered with. Shi Yan looked at him, his eyes devoid of joy or sorrow, only a sense of the cyclical nature of time and the birth and death of the universe. The human emperor is the fruit of humanity, elected by all beings, so how can anything be predetermined? Moreover, after you become the Heavenly Emperor, you will be eternally imprisoned in the Fire Cloud Cave in the name of suppressing the luck of the human race. Is this the fate you also hope is predetermined? What? Fuxi exclaimed, then furrowed his brows. Senior, why is that? How could the human emperor, the master of heaven and earth, be imprisoned in the Fire Cloud Cave? Fuxi did not understand. Shi Yan slowly explained, the heavens have designated the human race as the eternal masters of heaven and earth merely to seize the authority of humanity. A race without leaders and strong beings is what the heavens desire to see the most. Shi Yan's voice was cold to the bone, directly shattering the most brutal truth in the primordial world. Do you think the heavens allow the human race to be the main characters of heaven and earth out of kindness? Is it out of favor? Wrong. The human race is a special race deliberately created by the heavens for Nüwa, born with intelligence, capable of reproducing, with all races gathering the luck of all beings, and is merely a tool for the heavens to seize the authority of humanity. The heavens seize the authority of humanity, while the 6 saints seize the luck of the human race. Now do you understand? Fuxi's face suddenly changed drastically. The instinct of deducing heavenly secrets went into overdrive at that moment, but the more he calculated, the colder his heart felt. Within the trajectory of the heavens, the layers of shackles targeting the human race and the human emperor became painfully clear after Shi Yan pointed them out. What he had always thought was glory turned out to be a carefully arranged cage. The human race was merely a tool for obtaining authority and luck. The heavens. So cruel. Fuxi clenched his fists tightly, filled with unwillingness and resentment. Now only Fuxi of the human race remained. Fuxi naturally devoted himself wholeheartedly to the human race. How could he not be furious when his own race became meat on the chopping block? Shi Yan looked at his disheartened appearance, his tone softened slightly, but still carried an undeniable firmness. Therefore, I must break this deadlock. Delaying your completion of merit was to buy time for my breakthrough to Hunyuan Daluo Golden. Now that I have achieved Hunyuan Daluo Golden, and you have severed the causal ties of your past life, you naturally have the right to know the truth of the matter. Shi Yan's words immediately moved Suerin and Yochao, their faces filled with excitement and respect. At this moment, Fuxi had completely understood, and the last trace of doubt in his heart vanished, replaced by unwavering determination. He solemnly bowed to Shi Yan, his voice resonant. Senior, your foresight is beyond my own. Fuxi feels ashamed. A glimmer of approval flashed in Shi Yan's eyes as he personally helped Fuxi up, then tossed him a fragment of the creation jade disc that matched his great path and a primordial spirit fruit from a small world. This fragment of the creation jade disc is your compensation. Then he looked at Suerin. Give him the Hichu and Luoshu as well. Understood. Upon hearing this, Suerin immediately handed the top-grade primordial spirit treasure Hichu and Luoshu to Fuxi. Fuxi received this heap of rare resources and high-grade spirit treasures, feeling dazed. How could the human race be so wealthy? Even the creation jade disc is here. Isn't that the treasure of the Dao ancestor? After finishing Fuxi's affairs, Shi Yan casually brought Zi into the Chaos Pearl as well. It's time to fulfill the promise to the 3 ancestors. Zi, being forcibly pulled, and instantly understood upon hearing Shi Yan's words. Shi Yan casually shot out 3 beams of golden light containing the principles of Hunyuan, directly entering the 3 ancestors' primordial spirits. The 3 corpses of the 3 ancestors were instantly refined, transforming into their essence and returning to the 3 ancestors. The aura of the 3 ancestors returned to the perfection of Daluo Golden. With a casual wave, 3 fragments of the creation jade disc that aligned with the principles of the 3 ancestors and resources from 3 small worlds were handed over to the 3 ancestors. The 3 ancestors received the resources and spirit treasures, then, feeling the clear path, respectfully bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior Shi Yan, for your grace of rebirth." The words of the 3 ancestors also awakened the dazed Fuxi beside them, and he quickly bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Senior Shi Yan." After understanding the circumstances surrounding the heavenly sovereign, Fuxi met with all the cultivators of the human race who were at least Great Luo Jingxian. Fuxi was officially appointed as the common master of the human race. Soon preparations were underway to head to Mount Tai for the Fengshan ceremony. Initially, Fuxi intended to continue governing the human race after becoming the common master until the Lushan clan succeeded him, at which point he would abdicate to proceed to Mount Tai. However, due to the human race's strength being far greater than the original timeline, the fortune of the human race within Fuxi was sufficient to attain the position of heavenly sovereign, and thus the heavenly Dao could not wait, leading to other ceremonies. Guided by this power of the heavenly Dao, in the third year, Fuxi led 129,800 members of the human race to Mount Tai. The human elites following Fuxi to the Fengshan ceremony were all exceptional individuals. The weakest among them was already at the Golden Immortal level, and there were even 12 Great Luo Jingxian. As the human race arrived, purple qi came from the east for 3,000 miles. The 6 saints of the heavenly Dao descended. The 3 pure ones, Xuanti, Jiayin, and Nüwa, all appeared at the summit of Mount Tai. We humbly welcome the saints. Fuxi led the 129,800 members of the human race in a bow towards the 6 saints. The 6 saints nodded, and then the Taiching saint stepped forward to confer upon Fuxi the title of Heavenly Sovereign. Heavenly Dao above. Fuxi of the human race has ruled for countless years, establishing the innate 8 trigrams, forming nets to teach fishing and sacrifice, promoting culinary rites and music, rectifying surnames, benefiting the human race, and leading it to prosperity, laying the foundation for the human race for countless generations. Now, with the merit fulfilled, Fuxi shall be the heavenly sovereign of the human way. The heavenly Dao witnesses this. As Taking's voice fell, the heavens and earth suddenly changed color, and the heavenly Dao descended, rich merits filling the sky. The entire sky was dyed a golden hue. Then Taiching took out a mysterious yellow square seal and suspended it above Fuxi. With the supreme treasure of the human way, the Kongtong seal, I confer Fuxi as the heavenly sovereign of the human way. At the moment the Kongtong seal was released, the hidden Shi Yan activated the time and space formation on Mount Tai. Boom. The world suddenly fell into a dead silence. Time completely froze in that instant. Auspicious clouds hung still in midair. The qi of the human way no longer surged. Even the hand extended by Taiching was frozen in place, and the aura of the 6 saints suddenly came to a halt. In the next second, the space twisted, and an invisible force surged out. Buzz! The 129,800 elites of the human race, including Fuxi, were forcibly pulled from space, in that moment transforming into points of flowing light, transported back to the shores of the East Sea, where the 3 ancestors awaited their arrival. At the summit of Mount Tai, only the 6 stunned saintly figures remained, and the Kongtong seal was also seized by Shi Yan. Time slowly began to resume from its stillness. The human race had vanished, and the Kongtong seal was gone. The 6 saints. Hongjun. Once the 6 saints broke free from the control of time, they quickly surveyed the surroundings of Mount Tai, and soon noticed Shi Yan holding the Kongtong seal above. Presumptuous. Return the Kongtong seal. Nüwa angrily took out the supreme innate spirit treasure, the red embroidered ball, and hurled it at Shi Yan. As Fuxi's title of Heavenly Sovereign had not yet been conferred, Nüwa lacked merits, fortune, and even lost her brother. Naturally, she was the first among the 6 saints to strike. Seeing the red embroidered ball coming, Shi Yan casually erected a spatial barrier to block it while simultaneously contacting the system. Now distribute the rewards. Understood. As the words fell, the fortune of the human race connected to Nüwa was instantly stripped away and flowed into Shi Yan's body. Nüwa felt a thunderous emptiness within her as the fortune linking her to the human race vanished, shaking her heart fiercely, and the red embroidered ball in her hand dimmed a few shades. Her fair face turned pale, filled with shock and anger, and she pointed at Shi Yan, demanding, "What have you done? Who are you? Why has the fortune I possessed from the human race flowed to you?" Boom. Nüwa's questioning echoed like thunder at the summit of Mount Tai. The saints of the heavenly Dao were simultaneously shocked. Laozi's aura surged, his gaze fixated on Shi Yan, his expression turning gray for the first time. Can one actually strip away the fortune of the human race from Nüwa? How is this possible? Yuan Shitianzun exclaimed in disbelief. The fortune Nüwa possessed from the human race was the eternal fortune of the creator of the human race. It was more stable than anyone else's fortune associated with the human race. How could it possibly dissipate? Xuanti and Jiayin also changed their expressions, while only Tong Tian felt a hint of surprise. In shock, he exclaimed, "The human race's Shi Yan." Tong Tian's words echoed at the summit of Mount Tai. The other 5 saints simultaneously looked towards Tong Tian. Nüwa turned to Tong Tian, her voice trembling as she questioned, "The human race. Is he of the human race? Tong Tian also looked astonished. Back when the demon race invaded the human race, this person before us went with Xuandu to seek aid from my Jia sect. Demon race. Xuandu. After Tong Tian's reminder, Taiching also realized his identity, his voice filled with doubt. But at that time, wasn't Shi Yan a great Luo Jingxian? Has it not been long? How could he have broken through to the Hunyuan Great Luo Jingxian and also strip away the fortune Nüwa possessed? Shi Yan stood in the sky watching the 6 saints below reconcile, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Are the false saints below curious about my identity? False saints. These 2 words struck like divine thunder among the 6 saints of the heavenly Dao. In an instant, the world changed color. The winds and clouds at the summit of Mount Tai swirled violently, and the laws of heaven and earth suddenly became chaotic. The 6 saints felt their auras stagnate, shaken by these 2 words, their Dao rhythms destabilized. Nüwa, already furious from losing her fortune, was further shocked and turned pale at the words false saints, angrily rebuking, "You insolent fool. We are the saints appointed by the heavenly Dao, conferred by the purple cloud palace, imperishable through countless tribulations. How dare you insult us by calling us false saints?" Yuan Shi Tianzun, who valued his face the most, turned ashen, immediately calling forth the innate treasure, the Panga banner, to unleash several strands of chaotic sword energy at Shi Yan. To insult a saint is a crime deserving of death 1,000 times. Taiching, Tong Tian, Jiayin, and Zhuan Ti each produced their own spirit treasures ready to confront Shi Yan, this Hunyuan Great Luo Jingxian, to make him understand what it means to insult a saint. Facing the terrifying sword energy capable of annihilating the myriad worlds, Shi Yan stood in the sky, his expression unchanged. First, he stored the Kongtong seal into his spatial storage, then a deep bell toll echoed from within Shi Yan, resonating through the clouds. Buzz. In an instant, a massive clock, black as ink and inscribed with the laws of time and space, appeared above his head, instantly suppressing the chaotic laws at the summit of Mount Tai. Chaos clock. The 6 saints were all taken aback. It turned out that the chaos clock had been taken by Shi Yan back then. Zhuan Ti hurriedly urged the 7 treasures, mysterious tree, countless branches sweeping towards Shi Yan, shouting, "Thief, return my chaos clock from the west." The chaos clock from the west. Shi Yan scoffed, raising his hand to casually block it. The phantom of the chaos clock spun lightly, and the branches from the 7 treasures' mysterious tree instantly collapsed. The West is unworthy to possess the chaos clock. You. Hearing this, Zhuan Ti's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. However, he no longer recklessly attacked. The Hunyuan Great Luo Jingxian, holding the chaos clock, was not an opponent that a mere weakest saint could recklessly provoke. If a fight broke out, he would become a speed bump, injuring his saintly body, and then have to seek a loan from the heavenly Dao. The West could not endure such consumption. Meanwhile, outside the purple cloud's palace, Zhen Yuanzi earnestly advised, "Dao ancestor, since you have already attained the Dao, why must you interfere with the matters of the primordial chaos?" Hong Jun's expression darkened, the creation jade plate spinning wildly above his head. "Are you certain you wish to obstruct me, the sage of reincarnation?" Zhen Yuanzi pointed to the book of life and death above his head, solemnly stating, "Dao ancestor, today the 2 of us only need to watch the play and need not interfere with the affairs of the primordial chaos." Looking at the book of life and death hovering above Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Jun's lips twitched. How could Zhen Yuanzi be so unscrupulous? Without attaining the Hunyuan, the earth book, great formation connected with the veins of the primordial chaos, and no one dared to break it. Once one attained Hunyuan, with the book of life and death protecting above it, governed the stability of the earth Dao, surpassing the earth book, great formation. After a cup of tea's time, Hong Jun could no longer bear it, his aura surging violently, the power of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal's 5th layer, enveloping Zhen Yuanzi. Yet there was only pressure without a trace of offensive power. Witnessing this scene, Zhen Yuanzi smiled lightly, his tone calm, yet every word resolute. "Dao ancestor, feel free to exert pressure. Since I, Zhen Yuanzi, dare to obstruct, I am certain you do not dare to break through, nor can you." Hong Jun's face darkened, the creation jade plate spinning ever more rapidly, the pressure of the Hunyuan 5th layer, like a tidal wave threatening to collapse the chaotic flows surrounding the purple cloud's palace. Yet the book of life and death still hovered above Zhen Yuanzi's head, the earth Dao energy descending, resisting Hong Jun's pressure. Zhen Yuanzi raised his eyes, calmly gazing at Hong Jun. The book of life and death governs the 6 paths of reincarnation, being a dual treasure of humanity and the earth Dao. If the Dao ancestor forcibly breaks my defenses, it will shatter the primordial reincarnation. At that time, the foundations of reincarnation will be in turmoil, and all beings will reincarnate in disorder. Can your Dao ancestor's Dao body bear this consequence? As his words landed, Hong Jun's surging aura came to an abrupt halt. He knew all too well. But Hong Jun turned his gaze towards Mount Tai, looking at Shi Yan, who had seized the Kongtong seal. A variable. It should be eradicated. But looking at Jin Yuanzi before him, and the book of life and death above, he sighed helplessly in the end. This time the old Dao has lost. Returning to the Purple Cloud's palace, Jin Yuanzi saw Hong Jun come back, and continued to block the door outside the palace. At this moment atop Mount Tai, Shi Yan was still confronting the six saints. I am Shi Yan, a Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, calling you pseudo-saints. Is there a problem? You. The six saints wanted to argue, but feeling the three corpses within them, they could only sigh helplessly. Seeing the six saints bow their heads, even the usually proud Yuan Shi no longer retorted and turned to look at Nüwa. I don't know. Perhaps fate does not favor you, so it has shifted to me. Shi Yan spoke with an indifferent tone, as if merely stating a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Nüwa's beautiful face instantly flushed red, her jade finger pointing at Shi Yan, as she angrily exclaimed, "Quickly return my luck to me. That is the luck that I, as the mother of humanity, rightfully deserve. How can you, as a human, deprive it of me?" Stop. However, before she could finish her sentence, Shi Yan interrupted her. The luck has already flowed to me. Do you still want me to return it to you? If you want luck, do more for humanity. With your identity as the mother of humanity, earning luck should be quite easy. Though the luck she once occupied was gone, Nüwa's identity as the mother of humanity had also become a mere formality. The future luck she would enjoy could only rely on humanity's worship of her. Shi Yan's words made Nüwa feel both shy and angry, but sensing the luck flowing away, she gripped her red embroidered ball even tighter. Glaring fiercely at Shi Yan before her, Shi Yan then turned his gaze to the other five saints holding the Kongtong seal, the radiance of the yellow and black humanity illuminating Mount Tai. The six saints of the heavenly Dao listened carefully. The Kongtong seal is a treasure of humanity and should be held by the race of the colors of heaven and earth. The three sovereigns and five emperors should be chosen by ourselves. The heavenly emperor position of Fuxi is recognized by the heavenly Dao, but we humanity do not acknowledge it. As for the subsequent two emperors and five emperors teachers, we humanity also do not recognize them. If you wish to earn merits, fine. Bring something to exchange. Do not even think about taking advantage of us. As his words fell, the yellow and black light of the Kongtong seal surged to an astonishing height, directly dispersing the merits of the heavenly Dao at the peak of Mount Tai, the power of humanity, rising to the point of faintly contending against the heavenly Dao. The two emperors and five emperors. The Earth Emperor. Disciple. Thinking of heading to the Jiang clan's tribe, Laozi's brow instantly furrowed, the Taiji diagram before him rotating slightly as he urgently inquired, "What have you done to Xuandu?" A Hunyuan expert capable of interfering with fate may have the ability to shield the connection between him and Xuandu. Shi Yan replied calmly, "It is merely a seal. As the progenitor of humanity, Xuandu will not be harmed by us." That's good to hear. Upon learning that Xuandu was merely sealed, Taiji sighed in relief. He only had this one precious disciple. He could not afford any losses. Taiji breathed a sigh of relief, but the other four saints were not so fortunate. Yuan Shi's face turned cold, the Panga banner trembling slightly as he questioned, "Friend, this is too much. No matter what, the saint of the heavenly Dao possesses the strength to contend with a Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal in the Primordial Chaos. One person against six saints is too arrogant." Xuanti immediately stepped forward, his expression anxious. "No, I do not agree." The three sovereigns and five emperors were arranged in front of the Dao ancestor. Even you, as a Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, cannot seize all the positions of the imperial teacher. Jiayin drove the 12-grade merit Golden Lotus to Zhuan, his side, assisting him in gaining momentum. Tong Tian radiated sharp, sword energy, ready at any moment to battle Shi Yan. Shi Yan's gaze swept over the six saints as he spoke slowly. "Do you understand why Hong Jun has not yet come to deal with me, this anomaly? Do not forget that Jin Yuanzi and I are sworn brothers." As his words fell, a Hunyuan pressure emanating from the direction of the Purple Cloud's palace quietly spread. The six saints felt the familiar Dao rhythm of Hunyuan, their spirits uplifted. Jin Yuanzi. Seeing the expressions of the six saints, Shi Yan nodded in satisfaction. "My elder brother will hold back Hong Jun, while I will contain you. From now on, humanity shall not be under the control of the heavenly Dao. The position of the imperial teacher is an equivalent exchange. If you agree, bring out spirit treasures, techniques, and resources to negotiate for mutual benefit with humanity in the future. If you do not agree, then just watch honestly." Shi Yan's gaze turned sharp, the pressure like mountains and seas. "If you do not pay, do you still wish to touch the merits of luck?" The faces of the six saints of the heavenly Dao grew increasingly grim. The Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal is divided into 9 layers, each more difficult than the last. Furthermore, during the conflict between Dao and Demon Luo, Ho destroyed the western veins, and Hongjun must certainly have suffered greatly. Having reached the 5th layer is about right. Before his words faded, Shi Yan's Hunyuan mana surged, tearing through the barrier above Mount Tai, and he stepped into the boundless chaos sea. You 6 heavenly Dao saints, dare you follow me into the chaos for battle? Shi Yan knew that words alone would not make the 6 saints relent. Only by showcasing formidable power and defeating them could humanity find peace. One punch to open the way, lest 100 follow. Shi Yan's voice pierced the chaos, devoid of fear, reaching the ears of the 6 saints. Atop Mount Tai, the 6 saints' faces darkened. Being called pseudo-saints was infuriating enough. Now provoked, they could no longer contain their rage. Primordial Heavenly Lord was the first to anger. Grasping the Panga banner, he shook it furiously, tearing the void with chaos. Sword Chi, arrogant. Do you truly think we 6 heavenly Dao saints fear you? Today let you know that a saint's majesty is not to be profaned. With that, Primordial's form flickered, and he stepped into the chaos sea. The Panga banner trembled, unleashing endless chaos sword Chi that surged towards Shi Yan. Lord Laozi furrowed his brow. He did not wish to oppose a Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, but Shi Yan openly subverted the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors pattern set by the heavenly Dao, disrupting its grand trend. As a heavenly Dao saint, he had to suppress him. He sighed softly, unfurling the Taiji diagram into a golden bridge spanning the chaos. Following Primordial, your actions defy the celestial order. This old Taoist must intervene to suppress you. Heavenly Lord Tongshan's eyes blazed with battle fervor. The 4 immortal slaying swords hovered behind him, and gripping the green lotus sword, he slashed through the void, stepping into the chaos. He cared little for the heavenly Dao's grand trend, as he himself constantly pondered how to alter it. What mattered to him was finally facing a Hunyuan powerhouse in combat. Shi Yan, take my sword. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, their eyes filled with urgency and panic. The West was already impoverished, losing the merit of teaching the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would only worsen their plight. Zhuanti urged the 7 treasures tree to carve a passage into the chaos, entering alongside Jane. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are vital to the West's prosperity. How can you, an anomaly, sabotage this? Nüwa simultaneously offered the red embroidered ball and the mountains and rivers map, stepping into the chaos. In the chaos, see the 6 heavenly Dao saints gathered to confront Shi Yan, the lone Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. The 6 saints surrounded Shi Yan, wasting no words. They struck without delay. In an instant, the chaos sea erupted. The Taiji diagram stabilized earth, fire, water, and wind. The Panga banner shattered all chaos. The 4 immortal slaying swords annihilated everything. The Jane divine banner converted all beings. The 7 treasures tree swept away all. The mountains and rivers map trapped heaven and locked earth. The 6 saints unleashed their spiritual treasures and ultimate treasures, joining forces to attack Shi Yan at the center. The terrifying might directly disperse the chaos chi in that region, turning it into a void of nothingness. Facing the lethal strikes of the 6 saints, Shi Yan remained unperturbed. He infused the chaos bell with Hunyuan-level spacetime laws. The chaos bell suddenly emitted a resounding chime, its vast sound shattering the fearsome assault. Dong! The bell's toll shook the chaos, jolting the 6 saints' minds and halting their attacks. Shi Yan stood above the chaos, casting a cold gaze over them. I told you, you are all pseudo-saints, bearing the title of saint without true Hunyuan essence. Too weak, far too weak. Seeing the Taiji diagram repelled by the chaos bell, Lord Laozi's frown deepened. Yet at Shi Yan's arrogant words he retorted, what of Hunyuan? With us 6 saints united, even a Hunyuan can be challenged. Then donning the Xianhuang Linglong pagoda and treading the Taiji diagram, he attacked Shi Yan again. Primordial Heavenly Lord roared in fury, shaking the Panga banner with all his might. Countless chaos sword chi coalesced into an axe of creation, cleaving toward Shi Yan. Cease your arrogance. Heavenly Lord Tongtian burned with battle zeal. The 4 immortal slaying swords formed the immortal slaying formation, with killing intent flowing through the chaos. The formation closed, seeking to trap Shi Yan within battle. Thrilling. Zhuanti eyed the chaos bell with drooling greed, urging the 7 treasures tree to sweep it away, muttering, the chaos bell, my western chaos bell. Jane frantically shook the Jane divine banner, sending rays of divine light to invade Shi Yan's primordial spirit. Friend, surrender now. Nüwa meanwhile activated the mountains and rivers map to seal the space around Shi Yan while hurling the red embroidered ball at him. The 6 saints employed their respective arts with seamless coordination, churning the chaos sea into turmoil. Countless chaos boulders were crushed by the shockwaves, reduced to chaos dust. Yet Shi Yan remained as steady as Mount Tai. The chaos bell hovered above him, granting him an inherent invincibility. No matter how fierce the saint's treasures and divine powers, the bell's chime repelled them all. Is this all you've got? Sure, Yin chuckled, then produced the Hongming measurement ruler. Unleashing his full Hunyuan cultivation, he swung the ruler, directly annihilating the saint's assault. With another swing, a beam of chaos ruler light slashed toward Zhuanti. Where the light passed, chaos chi was torn, the cosmos shook, and time and space wavered under its disturbance. And you covet my treasure. Sensing the ruler light's terrifying power, Zhuanti hastily urged the seven treasures tree to defend. Crack! The seven treasures tree was instantly severed, its spiritual light dimmed. The chaos ruler light struck Zhuanti's saintly body. Boom! Zhuanti's pupils contracted, his greed frozen, replaced by overwhelming terror. He was blasted millions of miles away before steadying himself, clutching his chest and spitting saintly blood, crying out, "Impossible! You possess the post-heaven merit treasure, Hongming measurement ruler." This exclamation struck the other five saints like a thunderbolt, halting the full force attacks of Lord Laozi, Primordial Chaos, and Nüwa. They stared in disbelief at the long ruler in Shi Yan's hand, radiating boundless merit golden light. The Hongming measurement ruler, one of only two post-heaven merit treasures in the primordial world. It complemented Taking's Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, one for offense, one for defense. Its offensive power rivaled Primordial's Panga banner, making it one of the rarest ultimate treasures in existence. An ordinary saint possessing one ultimate treasure was already fortunate. Yet Shi Yan not only wielded the Chaos Bell, a pre-heaven ultimate treasure, but now also unveiled the Hongming measurement ruler. Zhuanti lamented to the heavens. Why do you deserve so many ultimate treasures? Wah! Jealousy and resentment consumed him. Jane approached Zhuanti first, handing him the 12-tier golden lotus of merit. Then he also mourned, unjust. Why does the West possess not a single ultimate treasure? What about the promised balance of East and Wests? The three pure ones each had one ultimate treasure, plus a set of lethal treasures. And now this human Shi Yan also from the East alone possessed two ultimate treasures. The heavenly Dao is unjust. Primordial Heavenly Lord's anger was replaced by shock. He stared at the merit golden light flowing on the Hongming measurement ruler, his voice tinged with disbelief. The Hongming measurement ruler. Was this treasure not lost deep in the chaos beyond recovery? How can you control such an artifact? The Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda above Lord Laozi's head flickered with spiritual light. For the first time, unease rose in his heart. Although the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda was famed for its invincible defense and immunity to all laws, its owner Taiching knew its defense relied primarily on the merit of creation. Without using creation merit, the pagoda's defense was only slightly stronger than a top-grade pre-heaven spiritual treasure. But the Hongming measurement ruler also contained creation merit. When striking the pagoda, the creation merit would offer no defense. It could easily breach the pagoda's defense. Shi Yan, my friend, you possess the Chaos Bell and the Primordial Measuring Ruler along with the Dao fruit of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. You have transcended the primal chaos. Why cling to the rise and fall of humanity and disrupt the heavenly order? Laozi spoke in a deep voice, his tone laced with admonition and trepidation. Yuan Shi Tianzhen's face turned ashen, the Panga banner in his hand trembled violently, and the chaotic sword intent surged, but dared not attack easily. He prided himself on being the authentic Pangu, wielding the ultimate treasure, the Panga banner, yet he had to acknowledge that against Shi Yan, who possessed both the primordial measuring ruler and the Chaos Bell, even the six saints of heaven had no way to contend. Saying such things, are you not afraid of others laughing at you? I am of the human race. How can my kind be interfered with by outsiders? Shi Yan held the primordial measuring ruler, its merit radiating golden light, to disperse the chaos. The Chaos Bell hung above his head, its toll resonating softly, each chime shaking the bodies of the six saints, causing their primordial spirits to tremble. The battle intent in Tongshan's eyes diminished, the sword of extermination, and the Qingping sword retracted into his body, and the murderous aura around him suddenly receded, gazing at Shi Yan with admiration. Indeed, you are Hunyuan. I concede, Shi Yan, I will no longer interfere in the matters of humanity. This turn of events caused Laozi, Yuanshi, Zhuanti, and Nüwa to change color in unison. They never expected the typically combative Tongtian to cease hostilities at this moment. Tongtianyu. Yuanshi Tianzuan glared angrily, not understanding why Tongtian had halted. Tongtian chuckled lightly, standing with his hands behind his back on the side of chaos, speaking candidly, it's not honorable for six to fight one, and given that we lost some have had their spiritual treasures destroyed, I naturally have no reason to continue. Zhuanti interjected. Yuanshi's anger flared further, but he has defied the heavenly order and disgraced the saints. We should suppress him. Tongtian waved his hand dismissively. You can fight if you want to, I won't. Besides, Shi Yan hasn't spoken wrongly, we are indeed false saints. As for the heavenly order, I have the power, I want to overturn it myself. Tongshan's words were blunt and audacious, leaving Yuanshi Tianzuan speechless, his face flushed with indignation, yet helpless. Zhuanti hid behind Jane, utilizing the power of the heavenly order to restore the dim and broken Seven Treasures mysterious tree. Upon hearing that Tontian had completely ceased hostilities, the last shred of his rebellious spirit vanished, and he immediately lamented, I won't fight either. I from the West concede. We will no longer interfere in the matters of humanity. With alongside Jane aware of the West's inherent poverty, and now, with Zhuanti grievously injured and spiritual treasures destroyed, realized that continuing to fight would only exacerbate the situation. He could only put away the Jane divine banner, and the 12-petal golden lotus slowly retracted, its Buddhist light softly agreeing, we from the West will withdraw from the contention of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and will not interfere in any matters concerning humanity. In an instant, 3 of the 6 saints had completely ceased fighting, retreating to the edges of chaos, leaving only lousy Yuanshi and Nüwa facing Shi Yan. Yuanshi Tianzuan glared wide-eyed, pointing at the retreating figures, his aura surging. How cowardly you all are! Where is the majesty of the heavenly order? Where is the dignity of the saints? Shi Yan chuckled lightly, the laws of time and space around him trembling slightly. If strength is lacking, what is there to discuss about dignity? He raised his hand and waved. The primordial measuring ruler's golden light surged, striking towards Yuanshi Tianzuan once more. This time, without the help of other saints, Yuanshi took the hit he'd in, being sent flying thousands of miles, his holy body marred by fine cracks. Seeing this, Laozi understood that the situation was lost, retracting the Taiji diagram, and the heavenly and earthly Xianhuang Linglong pagoda, his voice carrying a mix of resignation and helplessness. Shi Yan, my friend, I concede. The 3 pure ones will no longer interfere in any affairs of humanity. Finally stabilizing his form, Yuanshi Tianzuan felt a trickle of golden, holy blood escape from the corner of his mouth. His hand, gripping the Panga banner, trembled incessantly. Looking at the other saints who had already ceased fighting, then at Shi Yan in the center of chaos, as unyielding as Mount Buzhou, his pent-up rage could only manifest as an extremely suppressed cold snort. Today I admit you are formidable, Shi Yan, but the heavenly order is not something you alone can change. I will remember this cause and effect. He flicked his sleeve, and the chaotic sword intent erupted and dissipated. Though he did not explicitly concede, he had thoroughly withdrawn all his offensive actions, tacitly acknowledging Laozi's words. Nüwa, seeing 2 of the 3 pure ones concede, and 1 withdraw from battle, and the 2 saints of the West also yield, felt a surge of anger in her heart, yet remained helpless. In the end, she could only retract the red embroidery ball and the diagram of mountains and rivers, looking at Shi Yan with eyes full of killing intent, yet beneath that killing intent lay a hint of fear. Having made up her mind, she resolved that after this battle, she would never leave the Nüwa palace again and would quietly live as a homebody. Thus, the 6 saints of the heavenly order all conceded and ceased fighting. Shi Yan's chaotic power also gradually receded. Glancing around at the subdued 6 saints, the coldness on his face instantly transformed into a smile. Since you all choose not to interfere, let us discuss the matter of the Empire Master's position. The 6 saints shall bid, and the highest bidder shall win. But let me make it clear beforehand. First, the successful bidder may only transfer this position to disciples under your teaching, not to other saints' teachings. Secondly, the items put up for bid must at least be of the innate spiritual treasure or innate spiritual item level. Thirdly, once a bid is made, it cannot be retracted. Anyone who violates this will lose their qualification to bid for the teacher of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Upon hearing this, the 6 saints merely snorted coldly, without raising any objections. The first Empire Master, the Earth Sovereign's teacher, let the bidding commence. Yuanshi coldly stared at Shi Yan, taking the lead and placing a bid, his tone still proud. The Chan sect bids 1 low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. As soon as Yuanshi's voice fell, Tontian casually reclined on the cloud bed, stating his bid. The GS sect bids 1 medium-grade, innate spiritual treasure. This statement overshadowed Yuanshi's low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, causing his expression to darken instantly, as he turned to Tontian with a fierce rebuke. Tontan, what are you doing? What do you mean? Tontian lay back on the cloud bed, his expression lazy, speaking indifferently. Of course I'm bidding. I was asking why you were bidding against me. Anyone could raise the price after Yuanshi made his bid, but only Tontian was not allowed to do so. This was in line with Yuanshi's worldview, where younger brothers should yield to their elder brothers, maintaining the order of age and status. Tontian slowly sat up from the cloud bed, his lazy demeanor fading somewhat, replaced by a hint of mockery. Shi Yan, my friend, set the rule that the highest bidder wins. For the position of the human race's Empire Master, why should your bid prevent my GS sect from competing? Just because you are the elder brother should I yield to you? Tong Tian stood up, the Qingping sword humming as it left its sheath, the aura of slaughter gently spreading, showing no fear of Yuanshi's wrath. If you didn't achieve sainthood, you could use this to pressure me, but now that I have become a saint you are still trying to use this set on me. Then I would have become a saint for nothing. Let me tell you, today's bidding is for the highest bidder. Do you still want to pressure me with age and status? Dream on. Yuanshi pointed at Tong Tian, his aura now dimmed, completely transformed into a powder keg. Laozi stood aside, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. He took a step forward, placing himself between the enraged Yuanshi and the crowd, and spoke indifferently. Second brother, the rules of the auction are clear. Do not lose the dignity of a sage. He then turned his gaze towards Shi Yan and calmly quoted, Ren Jiao, one piece of medium grade, innate spiritual treasure accompanied by a strand of innate Xian Huang Qi. The Master of the Earth Emperor was originally from Ren Jiao, prepared by Laozi for Xiandu, and naturally would not allow it to fall into the hands of others. Seeing this, Yuanshi's expression softened slightly, and he gritted his teeth, raising the bid again. Chan Jiao, 2 pieces of low-grade, innate spiritual treasures, plus a postnatal enlightenment tea tree. A postnatal enlightenment tea tree is worth 1 medium-grade, innate spiritual treasure, as it is a branch of a superior, innate spiritual root. Tong Tian continued to raise the bid. Jia Jiao, 1 piece of high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Qi Shao Pearl. At the mention of a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, even the chaotic energies stilled momentarily. Yuanshi's face flushed red again. Tong Tian, it's just an auction. Why must you be angry, second brother? Tong Tian shrugged, feigning indifference. The highest bidder wins. If you can't afford it, then forfeit. Meanwhile, Jia Yan also spoke indifferently. Western teaching, 1 piece of high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, 5 Bodhi seeds. At his words, all the sages in attendance were taken aback. They did not expect Jia Yan to use innate spiritual treasures for bidding. Even Zhuan Ti looked flustered, saying, Senior brother, this is not good. The West cannot afford such expenses. Jia Yan cast a tranquil glance at Zhuan Ti and calmly replied, The fate of the human race concerns the revival of the West. A few spiritual items are nothing in comparison. Zhuan Ti's face was as grim as a bitter melon, but he understood that his senior brother's words were not false. Reluctantly, he produced 5 Bodhi seeds and a piece of high-grade innate spiritual treasure from his belt. My Western spiritual treasures. Laozi glanced at Jia Yan, his brow furrowing ever so slightly before returning to his indifference. He turned to Shi Yan, his voice still steady. Ren Jiao, add 1 more piece of high-grade innate spiritual treasure and 2 strands of innate Xian Huang Qi. The price has risen to 2 pieces of medium-grade innate spiritual treasures, 1 piece of high-grade innate spiritual treasure, and 3 strands of innate Xian Huang Qi. Is there any further bidding? Shi Yan's calm voice echoed across the chaotic sea, heightening the tension in the auction. Upon hearing Tai Qing's bid, Jia Yan immediately gave up on continuing to bid. A Master of the Earth Emperor is not worth exhausting the West's resources. Seeing Jia Yan no longer raise his voice, Zhuan Ti instantly sighed in relief. He hurriedly stuffed the high-grade innate spiritual treasure and the 5 Bodhi seeds back into his sleeve, moving quickly, as if afraid that his senior brother would take them out for bidding again, mumbling, Fortunately, the spiritual treasures are preserved. Jia Yan glanced at Zhuan Ti, then turned his attention to Laozi, slowly speaking. Tai Qing, my friend, has deep foundations. The West does not dare to compete. We forfeit this round. The Master of the 2 Emperors is merely the first. There are still 6 more to go, so the West is not in a hurry. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi's tense expression completely relaxed. He looked at Tong Tian and asked, Tong Tian, the West has already forfeited. Are you still going to raise the bid? Tong Tian glanced at Laozi and, seeing his expression, understood that Ren Jiao was determined to win this auction. Continuing to contest would yield no benefits. He pursed his lips, casually putting away the Lu Yun fan, and waved his hand, saying, Enough. Since elder brother has shown such sincerity, my Jia Jiao will not compete with Ren Jiao. This Master of the Earth Emperor was originally prepared for the disciple of Xiandu. Seeing Tong Tian no longer bidding, Yuanshi turned to Shi Yan. My Chan Jiao will not compete either. Tai Qing, good. He then waved lightly, causing a faint spiritual light to emerge in the chaotic sea. 2 pieces of medium-grade innate spiritual treasures, 1 piece of high-grade innate spiritual treasure, and 3 strands of innate Xian Huang Qi appeared and floated gently before Shi Yan. Shi Yan raised his hand to collect the spiritual items, smiling. If so, the Master of the Earth Emperor now belongs to Ren Jiao. I shall soon unseal Xiandu. Tai Qing made a soft sound of acknowledgement, stepping aside to meditate with closed eyes, clearly indicating his stance. Ren Jiao has obtained the Master of the Earth Emperor. and he had no intention of participating in any further bidding for the remaining imperial master positions. Yuan Shi observed this, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Laozi's forfeit meant that only Tong Tian, the two saints of the West, and he would compete among the 6 sages. Although Tong Tian was wealthy, there were too many people in Jiejiao, and high-grade spiritual treasures had already been distributed among the disciples, leaving little in reserve. The West was practically impoverished, so there was no need to mention it. With Changjiao's foundation, they could definitely secure a majority of the imperial master positions. Next, we shall auction the master of the human emperor. After Shi Yan received Tai Ching's spiritual treasures, the auction for the second imperial master began. Yuan Shi immediately stepped forward, his tone certain. Changjiao, 2 pieces of medium-grade, innate spiritual treasures, and a postnatal enlightenment tea tree. As Yuan Shi finished his sentence, Tong Tian immediately raised the bid. Jiejiao, 1 piece of high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Yuan Shi shot a glance at Tong Tian and coldly snorted, continuing to raise the bid. Changjiao adds another piece of high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Jiejiao adds another piece of high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Seeing the price for the master of the human emperor raised to 2 pieces of high-grade, innate spiritual treasures, Zhuan Ti felt a tightness in his heart. He tugged at Jie Yin's sleeve, his face contorted, and whispered, "Senior brother, look at them. They are at odds again. We should not get involved. We only have a few high-grade innate spiritual treasures. If we spend them, we will be left with nothing." Yuan Shi felt a blockage in his heart as Tong Tian added another piece of high-grade innate spiritual treasure. His entire being surged with energy. "Tong Tian, are you truly intending to go all out against me?" Tong Tian lounged on the cloud bed, playing with the high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Qi Shao Pearl, and casually remarked, "Second brother, do not forget the highest bid wins." Watching Tong Tian's indifferent attitude, Yuan Shi could only grit his teeth and continue raising the bid. 2 pieces of high-grade innate spiritual treasures, 1 piece of medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, and 1 postnatal enlightenment tea tree. The bidding price for the human emperor has already surpassed that of the earth emperor. Zhuan Ti watched with wide eyes, urging, "Senior brother, there are already 2 pieces of high-grade innate spiritual treasures. This is not an auction. It is clearly a conflict between Chan and Jia. Our Western teaching is weak in resources, so let's not participate." Jie Yin observed the two engaged in a fierce conflict, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes, yet he knew he could not intervene at this moment. The conflict between Chan and Jia would only drive the prices higher, and the limited resources of the West would not suffice. He shook his head slightly, speaking calmly, "The West lacks the foundation for the position of the human emperor. We forfeit." Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti clutched his chest and let out a long sigh of relief, muttering repeatedly, "Thank goodness we don't have to get involved. If this continues, I will be heartbroken. These 2 sages are too wasteful, treating innate spiritual treasures as if they are free." Yuan Shi gritted his teeth, weighing his options repeatedly, yet still decided to continue raising the bid. 3 pieces of high-grade innate spiritual treasures. The human emperor is the last seat among the 3 emperors, with immense fortune far exceeding that of other human emperors. Changjiao must secure the human emperor's master position to surpass Jiejiao. Seeing this, Tong Tian's smile gradually faded. After much contemplation, he ultimately gave in. Enough. 3 pieces of high-grade innate spiritual treasures, my Jiejiao cannot afford this. You may have the human emperor's master. Yuan Shi, upon hearing this, felt his anger ease significantly. Although he lamented the spiritual treasures of Changjiao being consumed, he had ultimately secured the position of the human emperor's master, revealing a look of pride. Third brother should have done this long ago. Seeing no more sages bidding, Shi Yan scanned the entire venue, confirming that Nüwa, the 2 saints of the West, and Tong Tian had all forfeited. He immediately declared, "For the position of the human emperor's master, Changjiao has made the highest bid, and it now belongs to Changjiao." Yuan Shi waved his robe, presenting the 3 pieces of high-grade innate spiritual treasures before Shi Yan. Shi Yan accepted the spiritual items, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. After receiving the spiritual treasure from Yuan Shi, Shi Yan gently waved his hand. The masters of the Earth Emperor and the Human Emperor have returned to their respective owners. Next, we will auction the first of the 5 Emperor's masters. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tongtian Patriarch, who had failed to seize the Earth Emperor and Human Emperor's masters, stood up, first, his tone filled with determination. "The first of the 5 Emperor's masters originally belongs to my Jia sect. I bid 1 high-grade innate spiritual treasure. The merits of the 5 Emperors are not inferior to those of the 3 sovereigns. As their master, the merits obtained would be significantly less. Tongshin's bid of a high-grade innate spiritual treasure is still close to the price of the 5 Emperor's master itself." Seeing that Tongshin's bid was the limit, Yuan Shi felt a flicker of giving up on the competition. However, recalling Tongshan's previous actions, Yuan Shi coldly raised the price. Changjiao 1 high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, plus 2 strands of innate pure qi. Although the 2 strands of innate spiritual energy are not as precious as a spiritual treasure, they can nourish the primordial spirit and stabilize the Dao foundation, making them quite good innate spiritual items, clearly indicating that he wants to compete with Tongtian. Tongtian glanced at Yuan Shi, understood his thoughts, and continued to raise the bid. GS Sect adds 1 low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Yuan Shi's face suddenly darkened upon hearing this. At this point, the price for the first of the 5 Emperor's Masters had already reached 1 high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, plus 1 low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, still exceeding its own value. Having just spent 3 high-grade innate spiritual treasures on the human Emperor's Master, even if Changjiao is wealthy, they cannot withstand such consumption. This is clearly a losing deal. Meanwhile, the 2 saints of the West stood aside, quietly observing Yuan Shi's complex expression without harboring any thoughts of competing for this Emperor Master. Tongtian was determined to secure this Emperor Master. If the West acted recklessly, they would only offend Tongtian. Moreover, the price had already exceeded the value of the Emperor Master. Acquiring it would be a losing deal, and there would still be 4 remaining, providing the West with opportunities. Taiqing and Nüwa remained in the spatial inner layer meditating, showing no intent to participate in the auction. Yuan Shi, unwilling, coldly declared, "Such a losing deal, Changjiao will not participate, I forfeit." Seeing this, Shi Yan spoke up, "Since there are no higher bids, the first of the 5 Emperor's Masters belongs to the GS Sect." Tongtian Patriarch laughed loudly, gently waved his hand, and a high-grade innate spiritual treasure along with a low-grade innate spiritual treasure slowly floated out directly, landing in front of Shi Yan. "Thank you, Dao friend Shi Yan." He then looked at Yuan Shi with a gaze full of pride. Yuan Shi merely snorted coldly in response, saying no more. Yuan Shi received Tongshan's spiritual treasures. Next, we will auction the second of the 5 Emperor's Masters. Before Yuan Shi and Tongtian could bid, the Western lead, Jane spoke, first calmly stating, "Western Sect 1 middle grade, innate spiritual treasure, and 5 Bodhi seeds." Although Zhuanti felt a pang of pain, he knew that the fate of the human race is crucial to the revival of the West, so he reluctantly offered the spiritual treasure and Bodhi seeds. Yuan Shi and Tongtian understood that they must give the West an Emperor Master position, hence both waved their hands to indicate refusal. Shi Yan immediately announced, "The second of the 5 Emperor's Masters belongs to the Western Sect." Zhuanti handed over the spiritual items with a mournful face, while Jane finally displayed a hint of a smile on his otherwise calm face. The West finally secured a portion of the human race's fate. Soon after, the auction for the third of the 5 Emperor's Masters began, and Tongtian jumped up again. GS Sect 1 high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The third Emperor Master was equivalent in value to the merits and fate associated with 1 high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Both Yuan Shi and the 2 saints of the West did not want to engage in a losing deal and immediately chose to forfeit. Following that, the auction for the fourth of the 5 Emperor's Masters commenced, which was again won by Tongtian at the price of 1 high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. This Emperor Master had merits and fate comparable to the third, and Yuan Shi and the 2 saints of the West showed no reaction. Thus, only the last of the 5 Emperor's Masters remained, who was also the last emperor among the 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors with merits and fate on par with the 3 sovereigns. Shi Yan's voice rang clear, echoing across the chaos sea. "Next, we will auction the last of the 5 Emperor's Masters. Fellow Taoists may begin bidding." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Shi stepped forward, declaring, "Changjiao 1 high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, and 1 middle-grade, innate spiritual treasure." Yuan Shi did not bid for the previous second and third Emperor Masters precisely for this last Emperor Master, which he was determined to obtain. Tongtian was equally determined to secure this Emperor Master and stated his bid, GS Sect 2 high-grade, innate spiritual treasures. Tongtian, know when to stop and don't be greedy. Yuan Shi's expression darkened as he shot a glare at Tongtian, then raised his bid, Changjiao, adding 1 middle-grade, innate spiritual root. Upon hearing this, Tongtian not only showed no fear, but instead snickered, his eyes filled with disdain and provocation, glancing at Yuan Shi. "Second brother, your words are amusing. Bidding is about who offers more, or what do you mean by being greedy?" Then looking at Shi Yan, he added, GS Sect will also add 1 middle-grade, innate spiritual root. Yuan Shi cursed inwardly, but was about to raise the bid again. Just as he was about to speak, a calm voice sounded, "Western Sect 2 high-grade, innate spiritual treasures, and 10 Bodhi seeds." Zhuanti's face changed drastically at the side, gripping Jian's sleeve tightly, his expression filled with pain and panic. "Senior brother, no. High-grade innate spiritual treasures are scarce in the entire West. What if we can't break even? The Western Sect would suffer greatly. Jane glanced at him calmly. For the West, the value of merits and fate exceeds that of spiritual treasures. It is worth it. Zhuanti sighed deeply and said no more. Yuan Shi's expression turned grim in an instant. With Tontian pressing forward, and now the usually impoverished West stepping in the three-way bidding had pushed him to the edge. Taking a deep breath, he almost gritted his teeth as he spoke. Chanjiao adding one low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The auction price had already exceeded the value of the item being auctioned. Tontian glanced at Yuan Shi and then at the two saints of the West. Although the Jie sect was wealthy, they could not afford a losing deal. After weighing the situation for a moment, he said lightly, Jie sect forfeits. After saying this, he cast a glance at Yuan Shi, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Since you want it so badly, this last one is yours. Yuan Shi felt a sense of relief inside, but his expression remained cold. Jane noticed this and gently shook his head, stating calmly, the West lacks sufficient foundation, we forfeit. Zhuanti hurriedly stuffed the spiritual treasures into his sleeve, muttering repeatedly, that scared me to death, we almost emptied the West. Shi Yan scanned the entire venue and declared loudly, since there are no higher bids, the last of the 5 Emperor's masters belongs to the Chanjiao. Yuan Shi waved his sleeve, sending all the spiritual treasures before Shi Yan, his previously tense expression finally easing somewhat. Shi Yan collected all the spiritual items, smiling brightly at the 6 saints. The masters of the 2nd Emperor and 5 Emperors have been completely auctioned off. Taiching Laozi slowly opened his eyes. Good. The Taiji diagram beneath him transformed into a golden bridge, returning to the primordial world. Yuan Shi coldly snorted, severing the spatial cracks to return to the primordial world. The remaining 4 saints also returned to the primordial world using their own abilities. Chaos C. After the 6 saints departed, Shi Yan gazed at the spiritual treasures acquired from the auction before him, nodding with satisfaction. Several pieces of top-grade innate spiritual treasures, and even a postnatal enlightenment tea tree. Indeed, the heavenly Dao saints are wealthy. With these spiritual treasures and items, the combat power of the human race can ascend to a new level. In the ancestral land of the human race, Shi Yan was present along with all the golden immortals and above from the human race, including the water deities from the heavenly court, who also returned to the ancestral land. Shi Yan stood at the forefront, slowly taking out the human treasure, the Kongtong seal, amidst the excited expressions of the crowd. As the Kongtong seal appeared, a luminous yellow light enveloped the shores of the East Sea. Shi Yan infused the fortune of the human race into the Kongtong seal, his voice resonating throughout the entire chaos with primordial power. I, Shi Yan of the human race, today use the Kongtong seal as a token to officially crown myself as the Emperor of humanity. From this day forth, I shall govern the human race, protect my kin, and strengthen our people. As his words fell, a beam of luminous yellow light shot from the Kongtong seal into Shi Yan's body. The Emperor's position was infused into his being. At the same time, the fortune suppressed by the chaos pearl blended into the fortune of the human race. With the addition of primordial fortune and the Emperor's return, the fortune of the human race surged at that moment. Under this immense fortune, the cultivators of the human race experienced explosive growth in their cultivation. Many golden immortals directly broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage, while those who had been stuck at the bottleneck of Tai Golden Immortal also smoothly broke through, their auras rising steadily. Within the ancestral land, the spiritual light soared into the sky, with the sounds of the cultivators breaking through, echoing continuously. The concentration of innate spiritual energy in the human territory also became denser with the surge of human fortune. The surge of human fortune naturally caught the attention of the heavenly Dao saints. At the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun glanced at it and continued to comprehend the laws of cultivation. As if he had anticipated it. Just returned to their own dojo, the 6 saints exhibited various expressions. At Shouyang Mountain, Taiji remained unperturbed. As the human race grew stronger, the fortune he received would also increase. At Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi snorted coldly, expressing dissatisfaction while advising his disciples to avoid conflicts with the human race. At Bo Palace, Tontian on the cloud bed wore a faint smile. As the Emperor Master, the more robust the human race's fortune, the greater the benefits for his sect. At Nüwa Palace, Nüwa looked sorrowfully at the human race, whose fortune rivaled that of the saints. With a sigh, she lamented, had I known the human race would flourish like this, I should have paid more attention to them. At Mount Shumi in the west, Zhuanti watched the immense fortune of the human race, salivating with excitement as new thoughts arose. Zhuanti cautiously spoke to Jin, senior brother, with so much fortune in the human race, should we not? Jia Yan's eyes sparkled, but considering Shi Yan's formidable strength, he solemnly advised, we must not act rashly before the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns have completed their tasks. Understood. Xuanti acknowledged, realizing that they should refrain from any small actions while the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns were present, but could plan for actions afterwards. Junior brother, I will certainly not relinquish the position of Emperor Master in the West to anyone else. Jane nodded slightly, saying no more, but his gaze remained fixed on the direction of the East Sea, filled with greed and jealousy. At the shores of the East Sea, after the Emperor's position was infused into his body, the entire human race bowed toward Shi Yan, collectively proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your Majesty the Emperor." Shi Yan raised his hand, the yellow and black energy swirling around him, the Kongtong seal, firmly grasped in his hand, emanating a warm, yet imposing aura. His voice resonated throughout the human race, dignified and solemn. All tribes rise, there is no need for excessive formalities. Then the human race rose. Fuxi looked at Shi Yan and proclaimed loudly, "I, Fuxi, the common ruler of the human race, willingly abdicate and pass the throne to Emperor Shi Yan from henceforth to focus on cultivation and no longer interfere in human affairs." As his words fell, the fortune representing the common ruler of the human race flowed towards Shi Yan. Shi Yan looked at Fuxi and nodded slightly, then raised his hand to unleash a beam of yellow and black energy that entered Fuxi's body. Fuxi, who invented fishing, hunting, and pastoralism for the human race, reformed marriage, tamed wild beasts, created the innate 8 trigrams, guided good fortune, and avoided calamities benefiting the human race and leading them to prosperity. Today I bestow upon Fuxi the title of Ancestor, she to stand alongside the 3 ancestors of human civilization endowed with the fortune of the human race. Fuxi bowed, his expression excited. "Thank you, Your Majesty the Emperor." Fuxi will not betray the trust of the Emperor and will wholeheartedly contribute to the human race. Seeing this, the crowd once again shouted in unison, "Your Majesty the Emperor is wise, we pay our respects to Ancestor Shi." With Fuxi becoming Ancestor Shi, the human race gained another layer of depth. With the Emperor's ascension, it was also time for the Earth Emperor's master to appear. After the grand ceremony of the Emperor's coronation, Shi Yan released the Xian Du imprisoned within the Chaos Pearl. Xian Du returned to the chaos and immediately sensed the earth-shattering changes in the fortune of the human race. Looking around at the familiar yet strange surroundings, he was filled with confusion and shock. Wasn't I on my way to the Jiang clan tribe just now? Turning his gaze towards Shi Yan, puzzled, he began to say Shi Yan. But before he could finish, feeling the overwhelming Dao rhythm and the aura of the leader of the human race emanating from Shi Yan, his expression changed instantly. Dazed and confused, he momentarily did not know how to address Shi Yan before finally thinking it over and respectfully bowing. "Senior Shi Yan, may I ask you to enlighten your younger fellow on the reasons for these events?" Shi Yan looked at the perplexed Xian Du, a faint smile appearing on his face. He recounted his achievements of becoming a Primordial Golden Immortal, sealing him, acquiring the human treasure, the Kongtong seal, auctioning off the position of Emperor Master, and his own ascension to the Emperor. Primordial Golden Immortal. Single-handedly battling the 6 saints. Emperor of humanity. The independence of the human race. Xian Du murmured these words just spoken by Shi Yan, his entire being suddenly frozen in place, his face filled with incredulous shock, mouth slightly agape, unable to speak for a long time. Xian Du did not doubt the authenticity of Shi Yan's words. If the claim of battling the 6 saints alone were false, it would instantly be sensed by the heavenly Dao saints. The fact that his teachers had no reaction meant that all of this was true. Xian Du subconsciously looked towards Shi Yan, observing the elder before him, whose Dao rhythm enveloped him, and involuntarily compared him to his teacher, the Taiji saint. After comparing their auras, demeanor, and Dao rhythm for a long time, he finally managed to stabilize his emotions, performing a particularly standard bow of a junior, respectfully saying, "Human race. I am Xian Du of the human race, paying my respects to Your Majesty the Emperor." At this moment, Xian Du automatically shielded the matter of his sealing by Shi Yan as if it had never happened. Shi Yan nodded lightly, then said, "The Taiji saint has acquired the position of Earth Emperor's master. You should head to the Jiang clan tribe now and take the Earth Emperor as your disciple." "Understood." Xian Du replied excitedly, then bowed to Shi Yan before hastily flying towards the Jiang clan tribe. Shi Yan watched Xian Du's excited departing figure, his tone calm. Though the merits gained from teaching the Earth Emperor have diminished with the rise of the human race's fortune, Xian Du should still be able to break through to the quasi-saint stage. The merits gained by the master of the human emperor are closely related to his deeds. The more he accomplishes, the greater the fortune and merits he receives. Xian Du did not immediately take the Earth Emperor as his disciple. Now, under the guidance of others, Shinnom had already embarked on the path of pharmacology, which significantly reduced the merits Xian Du could obtain. Jiang clan tribe. I pay my respects to the Xian Du ancestor. The woman leading her son, Lai Shan, warmly welcomed Xian Du. Xian Du has come this time to take Lai Shan as a disciple. Upon hearing this, the golden immortal Li Shan immediately performed the bowing ceremony. Li Shan greets the master. Although the woman felt some confusion as to why the heavenly emperor had previously sealed Shi Yan, preventing him from taking Li Shan as a disciple and now released him to do so. But it was only confusion, as she did not dwell on it. The heavenly emperor's actions surely had their reasons. Inside Li Shan's residence. Disciple, what do you wish to learn, eh? Shi Yan looked at the already golden immortal Li Shan, knowing he could not teach him cultivation and could only approach it from another angle. Li Shan did not think twice and directly replied, Disciple wishes to learn the healing arts that any mortal can learn. Oh, why is that? Li Shan explained, Master, I have pioneered the Li Shan mode of burning mountains and reclaiming land for the human race, transforming forests into arable land, teaching the people to farm, and creating plowing tools, promoting the cultivation of grains and vegetables. The human race no longer lacks food sources, and no clansman will die of hunger, but diseases are rampant, and most clansmen will perish without timely assistance. Therefore, I wish to learn the pharmacology that any mortal can study to reduce the casualties among my people. Upon hearing this, Shi Yan frowned. He was already aware of Li Shan's achievements as a local sovereign, promoting mortal pharmacology. But knowing is one thing, doing is another. Shi Yan had not been in the mortal world for long, having been taken as a disciple by the Taiching saint, and was not very familiar with mundane matters. He truly did not know the pharmacology that mortals could learn. Seeing that Shi Yan was silent for a long time, Li Shan inquired, Master, is there a difficulty regarding my request? Only then did Shi Yan come back to his senses, gently waving his hand, his gaze falling on Li Shan. There is indeed some difficulty. Since I was born, I have been taken as a disciple by the Taiching saint after several thousand years cultivating celestial arts, and have never set foot in mundane tribes, so I do not understand how to treat ailments in the human world. Upon hearing this, Li Shan's eyes inevitably flashed with a hint of disappointment, and he said softly, Is there truly no way for mortals to treat illnesses? Seeing this, Shi Yan continued, Although I do not understand mundane medicine, I do know about spiritual roots and celestial herbs. Do you know the effects of plants in this world? Li Shan's eyes lit up with hope. Disciple is dull, please enlighten me, Master. Wild fruits in the mountains as products of the continuous degradation of spiritual roots and celestial herbs retain a remnant of their spiritual nature. Though their spirituality is minimal, it is just suitable for mortals. Some wild fruits formed from the degradation of spiritual roots and celestial herbs, which have healing effects, should also possess the efficacy to treat ailments. Shi Yan looked at Li Shan, who was gradually illuminating with understanding, and continued, However, no one can identify their medicinal properties, and no one has tested their effects, which is why these plants are unable to exert their functions. Disciple, you can traverse mountains and valleys sampling the herbs of the world, noting the taste and medicinal properties of each plant, what illnesses they can treat, and whether they are toxic, so you can compile the medical knowledge of mortals. After Shi Yan's suggestion, Li Shan suddenly gained enlightenment. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. He then stood up and set off to sample various herbs. Seeing Li Shan so eager to sample herbs, Shi Yan reminded him, Be careful on your journey. Thank you for the reminder, Master. With that, he turned and stepped out of the stone house, heading into the deep mountains. Along the way, he encountered unfamiliar herbs. He opened his mouth and began to chew and swallow. After tasting, he would record the findings. Along the way, he sampled several unfamiliar plants, and Li Shan named each one, documenting their effects. However, gradually upon tasting the 12th plant, Li Shan frowned. He could tell that this herb was toxic, but only knew it was toxic without understanding its effects on mortals. This won't do. I possess golden immortal cultivation, and the medicinal properties I discern are based on the perspective of cultivators, which differ entirely from those of mortals. Documenting them would be of no use to mortals. Li Shan stopped standing amidst the mountains and murmuring to himself. After pondering for a moment, he sat cross-legged on a green stone, sealing his golden immortal cultivation, making his body indistinguishable from that of a mortal. In this way, I can perceive the medicinal and toxic properties of plants, just like a mortal. The pharmacology recorded this way will truly be suitable for mortals. Having completed all this, Li Shan stood up and once again picked a blade of grass from the mountains to chew on. It was bitter, and after swallowing, he felt warmth flowing in his abdomen, dispelling much of the fatigue from his journey. This vivid sensation filled him with joy. He hurriedly recorded, The taste of green leaves is bitter. Consuming it can relieve mortal fatigue. From then on, Li Shan traversed the mountains as a mortal, drinking from mountain streams when thirsty, eating wild fruits when hungry, and sampling every unknown plant he encountered, carefully sensing every change in his body, be it warmth, coldness, stomach pain, or dizziness, recording them all diligently. Years later, Li Shan was still sampling herbs in the deep mountains, organizing his pharmacological findings. When he encountered unfamiliar plants, he would reach out to pluck a few leaves, as he always did, and chew them, slowly swallowing. Until he came across a plant on a hillside. A plant with a yellow funnel-shaped flower crown marked with faint red spots. At first there was nothing unusual, but after a short while a sudden excruciating pain surged in his abdomen, as if his intestines were being torn apart, causing unbearable cramping followed by dizziness and cold sweat pouring down. This plant is highly toxic. It can cause intestinal rupture. Lai Shan's body succumbed to death. At the same time, Shi Yan suddenly sensed something calculated with his fingers, and his expression changed drastically. This is bad. He hurriedly rushed in the direction of Lai Shan. In no time, Shi Yan saw Lai Shan's corpse, pale as paper, clutching his abdomen tightly. Shi Yan approached him, took out a golden pill, and had him swallow it. As the golden pill entered his stomach, the toxicity dispersed instantly. Lai Shan slowly opened his eyes to see his worried master before him. "Thank you for your assistance, master." Shi Yan replied lightly, and then tossed Lai Shan a gourd of golden pills. "Take these golden pills." "Thank you, master." Thereafter, Lai Shan continued to sample herbs. With the help of the gourd of golden pills, Lai Shan's path of herbal sampling became smooth sailing. When poisoned, take one. When fatigued, take one. When drowsy, take one. He treated golden pills like candy, and in just a short century, Lai Shan had sampled all the unknown plants within the human race. He compiled a volume of the Shenan's Classic of Materia Medica. Lai Shan returned to the tribe and spread the Shenan's Classic of Materia Medica throughout the entire human tribe. Within the human tribe, the mortality rate due to diseases plummeted. Lai Shan's achievements were also skyrocketing. Inside a house, Lai Shan was learning the art of alchemy with Shi Yan. Lai Shan was not satisfied with merely the effects of herbs. He wanted to combine various herbs to create new effects. By the east sea, time flows like a gentle tide. It has been 180 years since Lai Shan learned from Xuandu. Now, after resolving the issue of mortals self-medicating, his mindset has improved. He developed feelings over time with the daughter of Qi Shui, and they became husband and wife through a formal marriage. The couple jointly governed the tribe. During their joint governance, Lai Shan, building on existing medical theories and combining them with the alchemical teachings from Xuandu, devised a method to brew medicinal soups, enhancing their absorption. Ting Zhao invented a technique for spinning hemp and weaving cloth, creating hemp clothing that allowed humanity to bid farewell to the era of animal skin garments. He also planned the tribal dwellings, constructing sturdy wooden houses based on the terrain to avoid floods and wild beast attacks, designating residential, agricultural, and medicinal gathering areas, thereby bringing order to the tribe and dispelling chaos. Moreover, due to the established order within the tribe, the exchange of resources among human tribes also became regulated. A rule was established that trading would occur at noon, initiating commerce. This marked the beginning of postnatal commerce. The name of the great sage Lai Shan had spread throughout the human race. Because he had tasted 100 herbs and pioneered mortal pharmacology, he was revered as the divine farmer. In the ancestral land of humanity, Shi Yan stood at the forefront, surrounded by the ancestors and great powers of the human race. He looked at Lai Shan before him, a smile on his face, holding the Kongtong seal. The great sage Lai Shan has improved agriculture, created mortal pharmacology, and initiated commerce, establishing unparalleled merits for the development of the human race. Today I hereby proclaim that the position of the human race's sovereign shall be passed to Lai Shan. Below, Lai Shan's expression was solemn as he ascended the high platform, step by step, responding earnestly. "Lai Shan, I accept the decree." The moment his words fell, a wisp of mysterious yellow energy emerged from the Kongtong seal, entering Lai Shan's nascent soul. The Dao of humanity recognized Lai Shan. Simultaneously, the aura representing the sovereign of the human race flowed toward Lai Shan. Countless voices of the human race rose in unison, their cheers echoing through the clouds, reaching the heavens. Divine Farmer Sovereign, may humanity prosper eternally. After the transfer of power to Lai Shan, Shi Yan departed from the East Sea. He headed towards the former territory of the demon race, following the coordinates provided by the witch clan. Soon he discovered the Great Immortal Island, which had become a deserted island. As one of the 3 chaotic immortal islands, Great Immortal Island was the only one Shi Yan had not yet gathered. The 3 chaotic immortal islands possess the ability to shield heavenly secrets, making it inaccessible to anyone who is not the island's master or lacks coordinates. Even saints cannot discover the coordinates of the 3 immortal islands. Shi Yan knew that even saints could not locate Great Immortal Island, and due to previous time constraints, he had not gone there before. Actually, the author had forgotten and just remembered now. Shi Yan stood above Great Immortal Island, gazing at the damaged island before him, muttering to himself. I believe that the islands formed by the 3 immortal islands should be able to suppress the luck of the human race. In the wilderness, everything has its own luck. The height of luck affects the development of individuals, groups, and powers. Therefore, to maintain luck, treasures or extraordinary beings capable of suppressing luck are needed. Shi Yan took out the chaos bell, looking at the matching treasure before him. If the 3 immortal islands cannot suppress luck, I can only rely on you. Items or individuals that suppress luck should not be casually unleashed, as it can easily shake the suppressed luck. The chaos bell is more than capable of suppressing the human race's luck, but Shi Yan does not wish to rely on it for this purpose. At the same time as Shi Yan spoke, the chaos bell seemed to respond, emanating chaotic light, gently vibrating, causing ripples in the surrounding space. Responding to Shi Yan, he gently caressed the chaos bell, then stepped onto Ijo Immortal Island. His nascent soul at the level of the primordial unity scanned the entire Ijo Immortal Island. His gaze swept across the abundant immortal herbs and low-grade spiritual roots, shaking his head. The 3 immortal islands should be abundant with high-grade spiritual roots, yet this Ijo Immortal Island has very few high-grade spiritual roots, nearly extinct. Indeed, even the finest blessed lands cannot withstand the ravages of calamity. Shi Yan no longer focused on the spiritual roots and treasures within Ijo Island, heading straight toward the central stele of Ijo Immortal Island. Finally, I've gathered all that I needed to gather. Shi Yan stroked the massive stele as his primordial level mana surged into it like a flood, instantly refining it. Shi Yan became the esteemed master of Ijo Immortal Island. The quest to gather the 3 immortal islands was complete. Ijo Immortal Island also entered the Chaos Pearl, reuniting with the other 2 immortal islands. Master, welcome, little brother. Punlai, littling, why is your place so shabby? Ijo. In the East Sea, the human race's maritime domain, Shi Yan settled the 3 chaotic immortal islands here and began to assemble and piece them together. Then, using great mana, he took the abandoned blessed land Firecloud Cave and placed it next to the 3 immortal islands. The 2 blessed lands became neighbors. At the same time, the sudden appearance of the 2 blessed lands attracted the attention of the great powers of the human race. The 3 ancestors of humanity Fuxi arrived nearby, gazing at the 2 top-tier blessed lands with shock on their faces. Swearin exclaimed, "Your Majesty, what are these 2 blessed lands?" Fuxi, who was born with knowledge, also exclaimed in curiosity, "Your Majesty, is this blessed land the 3 immortal islands and Firecloud Cave?" Shi Yan stood in the air, raising his hand to suppress the surging innate spiritual energy around him, nodding slowly as he spoke. Indeed, these 2 blessed lands are super islands formed by the combination of the chaotic 3 immortal islands and my second brother Hunyuan's Firecloud Cave. From now on, they shall be the cultivation grounds for the human race's practitioners. As his words fell, everyone felt a shock in their hearts. Then Shi Yan continued, his voice echoing across the East Sea. I, Shi Yan, the human emperor, have now used the 3 chaotic immortal islands to suppress the luck of the human race. All human practitioners who attain the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal may enter the 3 immortal islands to establish exclusive caves and comprehend the Dao, while those below the Great Luo Golden Immortal may set up cultivation grounds at the periphery of the 3 immortal islands. With the conclusion of Shi Yan's words, the 3 talents chaos formation began to operate slowly. Above the dense luck of the human race, an island-like phenomenon imbued with the essence of chaotic Dao emerged. The exceptionally vast, yet slightly diffuse human luck instantly became as heavy as rock and as stable as a mountain. Simultaneously, due to the naturally shielding capabilities of the 3 immortal islands, the current human luck could shield heavenly secrets even without relying on the Dao of humanity. Heavenly Dao could only perceive a chaotic layer surrounding the human luck, unable to casually deduce the development and depth of the human race. The moment the human luck fluctuated, it was noticed by the 6 saints who had been observing the human race. The 6 saints simultaneously invoked the power of the heavenly Dao to deduce matters regarding humanity. On Shoyang Mountain, the human teaching established based on the human race inherently occupied a portion of human luck. The Taiching saint deduced a layer of chaos, but felt the stability of human luck. Realizing that it was Shi Yan who had obscured the heavenly secrets, his expression remained indifferent, his tone plain. The chaos bell truly lives up to its reputation as a primordial treasure capable of suppressing the luck of the eternal rulers of the world so firmly. The chaos clock truly lives up to its reputation as a congenital supreme treasure capable of firmly suppressing the fortune of the eternal heaven and earth sovereign race. However, the fortune of the human race is not something that the demon race can compare to. The fortune provided by this honorable Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal is roughly equivalent to half of that of the demon race. At the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, the primordial beginning true lord sat upon a meditation cushion. He repeatedly deduced using the power of the heavenly Dao, yet all he saw was a vast expanse of chaos. With a slight furrow of his brow, his thoughts mirrored those of the Grand Pure, and he spoke faintly, It must be that Timeless used the congenital supreme treasure, the chaos clock, to obscure the heavenly mechanism resulting in the suppression of the human race's fortune. At the Western sect by the 8 treasures merit pool, golden lotuses bloomed. The guide sat upon the 12-petaled merit lotus platform, having deduced multiple times, without success, his gaze filled with helplessness as he looked towards the direction of the human race. If we cannot deduce the situation of the human race, how can we plan for the future? Meanwhile, the Honorable Yuan had different thoughts from the guide, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he tugged at the guide's sleeve. With an excited tone as if he had seen a rare treasure, "Senior brother, an opportunity has arisen." "What opportunity?" The guide questioned, puzzled, completely unaware of Yuan's thoughts. "Of course, it's the opportunity to revive the West," Yuan exclaimed excitedly, gesturing in the air. Upon hearing this, the guide furrowed his brow even deeper and reached out to touch Yuan's forehead. The heavenly Dao Saint shouldn't be rendered foolish by the primordial measuring ruler, right? "I am fine." Yuan pulled down the guide's hand, excitedly explaining, "Senior brother, think about it. The human race is the eternal sovereign of heaven and earth. In the future, the 4 teachings will undoubtedly spread their doctrines among the human race. Currently, the human race's heavenly secrets are hidden, and the heavenly Dao Saints cannot deduce them. The spread of doctrines will certainly not know the information in the first instance. In the future, junior brother only needs to secretly lay out the spread of the other 3 teachings, cultivate their disciples, and convert them into disciples of the West. The revival of the West is just around the corner." Yuan was struck by Timeless, so his mind surely wasn't muddled. Sages are not so easily broken. The reason for his completely different thoughts from the guide is naturally because most of the shady dealings of the Western sect are handled by Yuan, while the guide only needs to teach disciples and spread the Dao's rhythm. Different modes of behavior lead to different directions of thought. Yuan's words were like the thunder of the purple sky exploding within the guide's primordial spirit. The guide carefully pondered Yuan's words, finding them increasingly reasonable. His originally helpless thoughts gradually transformed into ambitions and greed, and his gaze towards Yuan became increasingly excited. "Junior brother, your idea is brilliant." Senior brother, you flatter me." The two exchanged glances, both unable to hide their ambitions, and began to silently plot how to covertly convert disciples of the 3 teachings among the human race. Meanwhile, within the palace of Nüwa, the Empress Nüwa also sensed the changes in the fortune of the human race, but without the fortune of the human race, she had no idea what was happening. Moreover, she did not wish to think much, as she simply wanted to quietly stay in the Nüwa palace and live a reclusive life, no longer interfering with the primordial chaos. At the Bo Palace on Golden Ao Island, the Master Tongtian sat upon his cloud bed, surrounded by the power of the heavenly Dao. He repeatedly deduced the fortune of the human race, but could only see a vast expanse of chaos. His eyes were filled with confusion and incomprehension. The Master Tongtian had a straightforward personality, and thus he did not immediately consider the possibility of the chaos clock suppressing the fortune. However, having a straightforward personality has its advantages. "Since I can't deduce it, I shall go and see for myself." Before his words fell, Tongshan's figure had already vanished from Bo Palace, heading towards the direction of the human race. In just a moment, he arrived above the sea region of the Eastern Sea, where the human race resided. As soon as he arrived, he was shocked, his pupils shrinking as his steps halted in midair, filled with astonishment. Below, the Chaos 3 Immortal Islands floated in the spatial inner layer, with Penglai Fangzhong and Ingzhou merging into one, the laws and Dao rhythms intertwining, celestial energy swirling and chaotic energy rising. Next to it was the Fire Cloud Cave. Though not as magnificent as the scenery of the Chaos 3 Immortal Islands, it nonetheless gathered a substantial amount of primordial spiritual light and rich primordial spiritual energy, forming a sea of clouds. Even Master Tongtian, this heavenly Dao Saint, had never seen 2 blessed lands so close together, a breathtaking sight. "This is the Chaos 3 Immortal Islands and the Fire Cloud Cave of Hunyuan," Tongtian exclaimed in surprise, unable to maintain the calm demeanor of a sage any longer. Looking at Timeless, who appeared beside him, he spoke with disbelief. "Dao friend Timeless, I just deduced multiple times at Golden Ao Island, feeling that the fortune of the human race was obscured by chaos. I came here to check the reason and may have offended you. Please forgive me." "No harm done." Timeless waved his hand, dismissively, adopting a nonchalant attitude. Knowing that he had taken the Chaos 3 Immortal Islands as the Dao ground of the human race and a spiritual object to suppress fortune, Timeless understood it would be exposed sooner or later, so he naturally did not hold any negative attitude. Looking at the 2 great blessed lands embracing before him, Tongtian took a long time to regain his composure from the shock, his tone filled with incredulous admiration. "Dao friend, you truly have gathered the Chaos 3 Immortal Islands. These three immortal islands inherently possess the ability to obscure the heavenly mechanism, and even the heavenly Dao Saint cannot deduce them. Yet you managed to gather and merge Penglai Fangzhong and Yingzhou into one. Such an opportunity is unparalleled in the primordial world. Timeless smiled faintly, humbly replying, "It was merely a coincidence." Coincidence? Tontian shook his head repeatedly. Dao friend is too modest. Each of the Chaos 3 immortal islands is a top-tier, blessed land on par with my Golden Ao island. The average person can acquire one, and their fortune would be exhausted. Yet you were able to acquire all 3 immortal islands. Such abundant fortune is truly deserving of being one of the 2 Great Luo Golden Immortals in the primordial world. Hearing the sincere admiration in Tongshan's words, Timeless smiled even more, raising his hand towards the 3 immortal islands, speaking calmly. Dao friend is the first foreigner to discover these Chaos 3 immortal islands. Why not enter the islands and discuss the Dao together? Tontian was already curious about the Chaos 3 immortal islands. With Timeless' invitation, he naturally responded with cupped hands. That would be no problem. To discuss the Dao with you, a Great Luo Golden Immortal, is indeed my fortune. With that, Timeless stepped forward first, directly entering the 3 immortal islands, followed closely by Tongtian, both taking their seats in the center of the island. Timeless took out a primordial spiritual fruit and placed it on the tea table, then retrieved some primordial tea leaves and brewed them using the 3 light divine water. Seeing Timeless brew tea with the 3 light divine water, a hint of surprise flashed in Tongshan's eyes. He then picked up the teacup, took a small sip, and praised, "Excellent tea." Timeless chuckled, lightly gesturing for Tontian to taste the spiritual fruit. "It was merely something I stumbled upon during my travels in the primordial world. If you like it, feel free to take some with you when you leave." "Then I thank you greatly." The two sat across from each other, savoring the fruit, while discussing amusing stories from the primordial world. The atmosphere relaxed and harmonious. A year later, a rhythm of primordial Dao and the sounds of the saints emanated from the center of the 3 immortal islands. The human race cultivators residing around the 3 immortal islands and the Fire Cloud Cave sensed this rhythm, knowing it was an opportunity given by the Heavenly Emperor. They all put aside what they were doing, sat cross-legged on the spot, and comprehended the Dao rhythm. Jiang Clan Tribe. The Lushan clan and Ting Zhao have been married for several decades, complementing each other in governing the human race, and they have given birth to 2 daughters. The elder daughter Yao Ji and the younger daughter Nüwa Jingwei. The elder daughter Yao Ji inherited the talent of the Lushan clan and the temperament of Ting Zhao, being gentle and wise and proficient in pharmacology. Now she is the most trusted assistant of the Lushan clan, managing the medicinal garden. The younger daughter Nüwa, with outstanding potential, perfectly inherited the talents of both parents, but being only 6 years old, she is lively and spirited. She often leaves the Lushan clan's medicinal garden in disarray, always making Yao Ji both amused and exasperated. One day in the Lushan clan's medicinal garden, Yao Ji was carefully weeding her fingertips, gently brushing across the leaves of the spiritual herbs, as the gentle wooden spiritual energy slowly nourished the herbs. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind, accompanied by the snapping of spiritual herbs. Yao Ji sighed helplessly, knowing without looking that it was her little sister. "Nüwa, how many times have I told you the spiritual herbs in the garden are very delicate? Do not come into play around. You are being mischievous again." Yao Ji turned around, looking at her 6-year-old sister covered in weeds with a dirty face, her tone filled with helplessness, yet lacking any blame. Nüwa clutched a handful of freshly plucked spiritual herb leaves, raised her little face, and spoke with confidence, "Sister, I am helping you take care of the medicinal garden. These herbs are growing together. Isn't it good that I am separating them?" She blinked her big watery eyes, her little face serious, but beneath her feet several precious spiritual herbs were bent and crushed. Even Yao Ji's carefully cultivated 1,000-year-old Ganoderma was broken. Yao Ji looked at the messy patch of medicinal field, both angry and amused. She gently tapped her forehead. "This is not helping at all. You are clearly causing trouble. Go play outside. Don't mess around in the medicinal garden." "I am not messing around." Nüwa pouted, instantly getting angry. She tossed the leaves in her hand onto the ground. "I just want to help sister, but sister is scolding me and making me leave." "Sister is not scolding you, but it's just that the medicinal garden cannot withstand your antics." Yao Ji bent down to help her brush off the weeds stuck to her. But Nüwa was in a little tantrum, refusing to listen. She twisted her small body to evade Yao Ji's hand, her little face puffed up. "Sister is scolding me. Since sister doesn't want me, I will go play somewhere else and never come back." After saying that, she ran out of the medicinal garden without looking back. Seeing this scene, Yao Ji could only shake her head helplessly, continuing to tend to the garden, mumbling to herself, "I hope my little sister doesn't get my father into trouble again." Yao Ji was not worried about Nüwa encountering danger. As the youngest daughter of the current human sovereign, no one would dare to harm her. Nüwa ran all the way to the edge of the Jiang clan tribe. She turned around and made a face sticking out her tongue. Stupid sister, bad sister, I will never help you again. She swung her little legs, sitting on a large rock, resting her chin on her hands, tilting her head, and talking to herself. Where should I go to play, eh? The medicinal garden is off limits, and the little friends in the tribe are all busy helping the adults. It's no fun at all. Just as she was worrying, she suddenly remembered hearing the elders in the tribe chatting a few days ago about a vast, boundless ocean to the east with blue waters, beautiful shells, and glowing little fish. Nüwa's eyes instantly lit up. She clapped her little hands and jumped up. Right? I will go play at the sea. The elders said the sea is beautiful, 100 times more fun than the medicinal garden. Thinking of this, she wasted no time and ran towards the east with her short legs pattering away. Just as she ran out of the Jiang clan tribe, a gentle light fell from the sky, and Lushan clan appeared watching his puffed-up little daughter. He couldn't help but chuckle. You naughty girl, are you quarreling with your sister again? Nüwa immediately stopped her short legs upon hearing this, looking up to see her father, her lips even more puckered. Daddy. Sister scolded me and drove me out of the medicinal garden. I don't want to stay at home, or I want to go play at the sea to the east. Lushan clan stepped forward, gently stroking Nüwa's forehead, and said softly, driving you out of the medicinal garden is because you were causing trouble there. The herbs your sister worked hard to tend to were trampled by you. I was clearly helping. Nüwa murmured in a small voice, sounding aggrieved. Father understands that your intentions are good, but you are still too young, and your lively nature can easily cause more harm than good. You want to go to the East Sea? Yes. The elders in the tribe said the sea is vast and beautiful with glowing little fish and pretty shells, much more fun than the medicinal garden. Nüwa's eyes were full of expectation. Lushan clan shook his head helplessly. Well, if you want to play, then go ahead and play. After saying that, he let gentle spiritual light flow from his fingertips, lightly touching Nüwa, and a protective barrier enveloped her. Father will take you to the shore, but remember you are only allowed to play on the beach. Do not enter the sea, and do not run around, understood? Understood. Thank you, Daddy, you are the best. Nüwa's face instantly lit up with joy. Lushan clan activated his human clan's earth magic, and with a swirl of light, he instantly transported Nüwa to the beach beside the East Sea. The sea breeze brushed her face, salty and refreshing as the blue waves gently lapped at the shore. Nüwa landed, looking around, gazing at the azure sea and blue sky, feeling the refreshing sea breeze, instantly forgetting her earlier frustrations, her tone excited. Wow. Is this the sea? It's so beautiful. She ran barefoot on the soft sand, chasing the waves, playing joyfully. Suddenly a wave rose from the sea and a blue-scaled dragon emerged from the water, lowering its head to Nüwa and letting out a gentle roar, the sound devoid of any ferocity, rather filled with respect. Startled, Nüwa quickly covered her eyes and panicked. Don't eat me, don't eat me. My daddy is the human sovereign. Instead of the imagined roar, a respectful voice replied, Little Princess Nüwa, I am the guardian dragon of the human sea area, a vassal of the human race, and will not harm you. Upon hearing that it was a guardian dragon of the human race, Nüwa's face relaxed, her voice excited. So you're a good guy. Can you bring me some glowing fish from the sea? I heard the elders in the tribe say that they are shiny and beautiful. The dragon nodded its head gently in response. Please wait a moment, Your Highness, I will fetch them for you right away. As soon as the words left its mouth, the dragon dove into the sea, and moments later it emerged with several glowing spiritual fish in its claws, their bodies shimmering with a soft glow. The little girl immediately leaned forward, crouching on the sand, her bright eyes fixed upon the spirit fish, her cherubic face brimming with anticipation. Yet after staring for a long while, she pouted, her voice thick with disappointment. Where is the shimmering glow? It only glows faintly, not nearly as brightly as the tiny luminous bead Father gave me. It's utterly unimpressive. Sunlight bathed the shore in brilliance, spilling across both sea and sand. The spirit fish's delicate luminescence was utterly drowned out by the daylight, rendering it nearly invisible, far removed from the dazzling spectacle the girl had imagined. Watching the young princess slump into disappointment and discontent, the azure dragon hastily offered a soft explanation. My princess, please do not take offense. The spirit fish does glow. It is merely that the sunlight here upon this shallow beach is too intense, obscuring its radiance. The girl tilted her head, eyes wide with confusion. Then where would it look beautiful? Only in the profound darkness of the deep sea, replied the azure dragon patiently. These luminous spirit fish always travel in vast schools, hundreds of millions swimming together through the abyssal blackness, their collective light illuminating entire expanses of the deep ocean. Her eyes widened in awe, sparkling with yearning. Truly. She sprang upright at once, tugging gently on the azure dragon's whiskers, her small face alight with urgency. Then please take me down to the deep sea. Let me see it. I want to see it. I must see it. At that moment, the words of Lai Shan Sure had vanished entirely from her mind. All that remained was an irrepressible longing for that crystalline, radiant vision. Hearing this, the Azure Dragon swiftly shook his head, his tone edged with alarm. Absolutely not, Your Highness. The sovereign expressly forbade your entering the sea, especially the treacherous deep waters where violent undercurrents rage. I dare not under any circumstance escort you there. Should harm befall you, I would forfeit my life 1,000 times over, and still fall short of atonement. At the Azure Dragon's reminder, the girl recalled her father's repeated solemn warning. Under no circumstances may you enter the sea. Her hopeful expression instantly crumpled. She sank back onto the sand and prodded the spirit fish with a disgruntled sigh. Fine. I won't go to the deep sea, but just watching this feeble glimmer is dreadfully dull. The Azure Dragon, observing the girl's sullen pout and glancing at the few spirit fish nearby, his dragon eyes gleamed with quiet cunning. In a hushed, mysterious tone, he said, Your Majesty, if the spirit fish's outer appearance fails to delight you, then perhaps you shall find joy in its inner essence. Inner essence? What do you mean? She asked, puzzled. Having roamed freely throughout the East Sea for ages, these spirit fish possess flesh of extraordinary tenderness and succulence. When roasted, their aroma carries for miles, hundreds of times richer and more fragrant than ordinary demonic beast meat. Her eyes lit up instantly. She swallowed hard and asked eagerly, Truly, would this tiny fish taste even better than the roasted beast meat our tribe prepares? Indeed, it is absolutely true. Your humble servant would never dare deceive Your Highness. The Azure Dragon nodded vigorously, then wove a thread of cultivation energy, conjuring a warm campfire several meters before her. The girl gazed at the crackling fire, dashed forward, and held her tiny hands out toward its gentle warmth. Wow, so cozy. Relieved to see the young princess finally smile, the Azure Dragon exhaled softly, then transformed into his innate deity, skewered a spirit fish upon a wooden stick, and placed it over the flames. Before long, the fish turned golden brown and glistened with rich oil. A delicate savory fragrance began to waft through the air. The girl inhaled deeply, and unconsciously a droplet of saliva escaped her lips. So fragrant, even more so than father's roasted meat. The Azure Dragon merely smiled faintly at her words, saying nothing, content to serve silently as her attendant, tending the fire, turning the fish with steady care. Once perfectly roasted, he enfolded the fish in a gentle veil of cool mist, bringing it to the ideal temperature, then presented it reverently. Your Majesty, it is ready to eat. She took the fish, bit into its tender flesh, and her eyes sparkled with delight, her lips curling into a wide, radiant smile as she happily swung her small feet. Delicious. So tender, so sweet. Even better than father's roasted meat. As she ate, she added cheerfully, You must try some too, Azure Dragon. After we finish, let's catch a few more. I'll take them home for sister, father, and mother to taste. They'll surely love them. As you command, Your Majesty. The Azure Dragon accepted the roasted fish she offered, savoring it at a pace deliberately slower than hers, ensuring that just as she finished, one another was already prepared, while he himself slipped back beneath the waves to gather more spirit fish. The girl sat contentedly nibbling her fish as gentle waves lapped playfully against her bare feet. Meanwhile, a karmically burdened demon dragon, surrounded by his shrimp soldiers and crab generals, patrolled the East Sea. His gaze fell instantly upon the Azure Dragon, who was just turning back toward the shore, and with a flick of his tail, he blocked the path, his voice dripping with arrogance and disdain. What mongrel-blooded Azure Dragon dares trespass freely within my domain? State your name, and declare which dragon clan you serve. The Azure Dragon halted mid-step, cast a single indifferent glance at the Demondragon, and replied flatly, Guardian Azure Dragon of the human realm's maritime borders. Without another glance at the Demondragon's scowling face, he strode straight toward the young princess, still seated on the shore, blissfully devouring her roasted fish, as though the other dragon were utterly non-existent. Seeing such open contempt, the Demondragon's face darkened to an ashen green, fury twisted into a chilling, mirthless laugh, as karmic corruption surged violently around him. Oh, how noble! A mongrel who's clung to humanity and become nothing but a gatekeeper dragon daring to scorn me. This is sheer provocation, an outright insult to the entire dragon clan. Long corroded by karmic defilement, his temperament was already savage. Now fully incited torrents of karmic energy flooded his spiritual core, his eyes blazing crimson, his mind utterly consumed by murderous rage. Elder brother, ahead lies the human realm. Our Dragon King has strictly forbidden us from approaching too closely. Perhaps today's matter should end here. A shrimp soldier ventured timidly. Begone. With a single lash of his tail, the demon dragon shattered the soldier into crimson mist, then locked furious bloodshot eyes upon the soldier's fleeing spirit, roaring with bestial wrath. Does that whelp of a Dragon King dare issue commands to me? Churning waves rose around him, agitating the sea's surface into violent swells. His gaze burned with unbridled pride and hubris. I have endured since the Dragon Han cosmic calamity. Only the ancient patriarchs command me. Who else dares? Who dares command me? His gaze swept toward the coast of the East Sea, fixing upon the two figures feasting on roasted fish, and his voice dropped to a venomous whisper, a mere post-heavenly race, daring to claim dominion over the East Sea. Raise the tempest. Let humanity know today the four seas belong to the Dragon clan. The Crab General, already paralyzed with terror at his comrade's obliteration, dared not utter a single word of counsel. He seized control of the tides, unleashing a Category 8 typhoon upon the coastal waters, transforming gentle ripples into towering apocalyptic waves. Dozens of meters high, the colossal waves surged toward the girl, who, still swinging her feet and savoring her fish, had no time to react. She gasped in shock. Her petite frame vanished instantly beneath the wall of water. Your Majesty. The Azure Dragon's pupils contracted sharply. He hurled a water-repelling talisman toward her in a flash. Then he shifted back into his full dragon form, lunging forward to rescue her. When a brutal roar split the air, a mongrel at the Defying Golden Immortal realm, daring to save someone before me. Die. The Demondragon's savage voice struck like thunder. Recognizing that voice instantly, the Azure Dragon understood the source of the storm and bellowed in righteous fury. You have invaded the human realm, and now seek to harm the sovereign's own daughter. Sudden raging waves and furious winds roared, shaking the heavens. The terrifying aura of the karmically-bound evil dragon instantly enveloped the three immortal islands and the fiery cloud cave. The human cultivators within the two grotto heavens, who had been comprehending the Daos rhythm and sacred sounds, were jolted awake, their gazes turning toward the shores of the Eastern Sea. Fuxi's eyes fell upon the scene by the Eastern Sea, and fury instantly ignited within him. The Dragon clan. How dare you? With that, he transformed into a streak of light and shot toward the Eastern Sea's shore. Sui Renshur was also enraged, his eyes brimming with killing intent. He rose, gripping Yuan and Abi, and spoke with wrath. You remnants of the Dragon Han era, burdened with boundless karma, dare to set foot on our human territory and attack the daughter of the human sovereign. Do you still think our race is weak and insignificant? Sui Renshur first tore open a spatial rift, then turned his gaze to Zishur. Izu, gather our people. We march on the Dragon Palace. I will make all beings in the primordial world understand that humanity cannot be insulted. Understood, Zishur replied. Sui Renshur then stepped into the spatial rift. Yu Chaoshur followed, entering the rift with the Zhanxian flying dagger in hand. Fire Ancestor, I will aid you. Elsewhere, the feeble water avoidance spell could not withstand the monstrous waves summoned by the Crab General. It shattered instantly. Nüwa's small body was dragged down by the icy dark currents of the deep sea. Seawater poured into her mouth and nose. The grilled fish was long gone. She waved her tiny hands weakly, her voice a faint sob. Help. Help. Father. Mother. Sister. Nüwa's breath grew weaker, her consciousness fading. The flood dragon, a being of the Defying Golden Immortal realm, was helpless against the Golden Immortal evil dragon. He was brutally overpowered, unable to save Nüwa. He could only glare at the evil dragon in fury, his primordial spirit watching the girl sink deeper, powerless. Little sovereign. At that critical moment, Fuxi arrived at the battlefield, the Hichu and Luoshu hovering above him. The phenomena of mountains, rivers, and streams sealed the space, rescuing Nüwa from the sea. Evil beast, you dare harm the daughter of the human sovereign. You shall not be spared. The evil dragon was about to slay the protective flood dragon when the Hichu and Luoshu suddenly bound his body, rendering him immobile. His eyes wide with fury, he roared, which great power dares to stop me? Before his words faded, two streaks of blood-red sword energy slashed through a spatial rift filled with chilling, murderous intent. Sui Renshur's voice preceded his arrival. To harm the offspring of my human race is a crime worthy of death. Where the sword energy passed, flesh and blood were instantly destroyed. Yu Chaoshur followed closely, unleashing the Zhanxian flying dagger to annihilate the evil dragon and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals behind him. In an instant, the evil dragon, burdened with infinite karma along with his army of shrimp and crab soldiers, was reduced to ashes. His body and Dao perished, and his true spirit fled into the sea of true spirits. Fuxi held Nüwa, his gentle divine power enveloping the frightened girl. He soothed her softly. Don't be afraid, good child. The evil dragon is gone. No one will hurt you anymore. Nüwa wiped away her tears and threw herself into Fuxi's arms, sobbing quietly, Uncle Fuxi. Sui Renshur sheathed his swords, his expression softening. He then produced some innate water-attributed resources. Flood dragon, you risked your life to protect Nüwa. Your service is meritorious. These cultivation resources are granted to you. The flood dragon bowed respectfully. Thank you, Fire Ancestor. At the same time above the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, millions of human cultivators formed ranks, their battle intent pressing down upon the entire Eastern Sea. The lowest among the human cultivators who came to punish the Dragon Clan were at the Golden Immortal Realm. The terrifying aura emanating from humanity was sensed by the great powers of the primordial world, who curiously turned their gazes toward the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Is humanity going to war with the Dragon Clan? Does any fellow Taoist know what happened? I've just emerged from seclusion and am unaware. Also, since when did humanity become so strong? Golden Immortal cultivators seem as common as dirt, while fellow Taoists, according to some rumors. Humanity is the eternal calord of this era. The discussions from all corners of the primordial world spread through ripples in space. At Shouyang Mountain in the Aging Palace, Taishang Laojun remained in a state of non-action, as if everything was within his control. After this matter, humanity's foundation will be even deeper. It seems I should have Shi Yan interact more with them. With that, he lightly twisted his fingers. A wisp of Taishang Qi transported Shi Yan from the human territory to the skies above the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. At Kunlun Mountain in the Jade Void Palace, Yuanshi Tianzhen's expression was cold. Bound by karma and shallow in fortune, they deserve to be destroyed. His sacred voice then enveloped Kunlun Mountain. The Dragon Clan has persecuted the daughter of the earthly sovereign. You, the 12 Golden Immortals, shall go to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace to aid humanity. Your disciples obey. Guang Qingzi, Qi, Jingzi Tai Zhenren, and the other 12 Golden Immortals bowed in unison. Yuanshi Tianzuan hummed lightly and waved his sleeve. 12 strands of heavenly Dao power enveloped the 12 Golden Immortals, teleporting them to the skies above the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. In the Western cult, the two sages Jie Yin and Zhuanti exchanged glances, a glint of shrewdness shining in their eyes. Zhuanti immediately issued an order, his voice echoing through the Western cult. Methria Mahastamapraptic Siddhagarba, lead your core disciples to the Eastern Sea at once to aid humanity. As humanity was the eternal calord of the world, their fortune was immense. Opportunities to build good relations with them were rare, and the Western cult absolutely had to seize this one. Meanwhile, within the 3 immortal islands, clouds and mist swirled. Tontian Jiazhu took a light sip of tea, his gaze sweeping over the Eastern Sea. Watching Shi Yan do the 12 Golden Immortals and the Western disciples appear one after another on the clouds, he sighed softly. I recall when humanity was but a weak and bullied race across the primordial earth. Times have changed. Now even the saintly teachings rush to show goodwill. For all this we have you to thank, Taoist friend. Shi Yan waved his hand, his expression calm. Taoist friend, you overthink it. Humanity's rise cannot be separated from the joint efforts of its ancient sages and great powers. It was achieved through their own struggle. I merely gave a gentle push. Hearing this, Tontian Jiazhu clapped his hands and laughed heartily, his cheerful voice echoing across the 3 immortal islands. Taoist friend, you are too modest. Humanity's current fortune owes much to your contributions. Without you, it would have taken until the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors for humanity to reach such power. Shi Yan hummed lightly, not denying it. Tongshan's gaze then turned to Janeo Island. His majestic sacred voice enveloped the entire grotto heaven. An evil dragon of the Dragon Clan has attempted to harm the daughter of the human sovereign. Any who wish to go to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace to aid humanity may do so. The moment Tongshan's words fell, Janeo Island erupted in fervor. Duo Bao Daoren was the first to step forward, bowing. Your disciple is willing to go. Jinling Xingmu and Gailing Xingyu followed closely, their tones resolute. We are willing to go. Zhao Gongming, holding the Dinghai Divine Pearl and the binding dragon rope, declared loudly. Your disciple is willing to go. I want to fight 10 of them. In an instant, a vast number of disciples from the Jie sect responded to Tongtian, expressing their willingness to go to the Eastern Sea and aid humanity. This time, the number of disciples willing to help humanity far exceeded those who had answered the call for aid from the demon race. First, there was no danger, as most of the powerful members of the Dragon Clan had been imprisoned in the sea, due to their karmic burdens, leaving only a few remnants. Second, news had spread throughout the Jie sect that humanity, with its Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, was the eternal calord of the world. The disciples of the Jie sect were all eager to forge ties with humanity and incidentally plunder the Dragon Clan. Seeing that most disciples of the Jie sect were willing to help the human race, the master of the heavenly path nodded with satisfaction. He waved his hand, opening a spatial rift that led directly to the sky above the East Sea Dragon Palace. Thousands of Jie sect disciples stepped into the spatial rift, marching grandly towards the East Sea. In no time, another immense force appeared above the East Sea as sect disciples positioned themselves on the southern cloud, resonating with the 12 golden immortals of the Yushu, the Ta Ching Xuandu, and the western disciples, gathering 5 major powers in the East Sea. The overwhelming aura caused the waters of the East Sea to surge violently as the East Sea Dragon King cowered in the main hall of the Dragon Palace, not daring to breathe. At this moment inside the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Dragon King Awakens' face was pale, his dragon body trembling uncontrollably, with dragon scales standing on end and cold sweat soaking through his dragon robe. It's over, it's completely over. Uncle, you wicked obstacle, you are going to doom the dragon race. The East Sea Dragon King Awakens slumped in his dragon chair, his voice trembling, filled with despair. After the Dragon Han calamity, the dragon race had already suffered severe damage. Those with some strength had been taken by the heavenly Dao to block the sea eyes, and newborns were burdened with karma, often dying prematurely, rendering them powerless against the human army. Let alone the disciples of the 4 teachings, the dragon race didn't even dare to touch them. If they accidentally harmed a favored disciple, the 4 saints could easily find a reason to impose some heavenly Dao restrictions, and the EC lineage would become the dragon race's scapegoat. Dragon King, do not hesitate any longer. The Minister Turtle was anxious, saying, take the treasures of the East Sea Dragon race, go to the human front to plead for forgiveness, and swear a heavy vow to the heavenly Dao to avoid this calamity. If we delay any longer, the human army and the disciples of the saints will engage, and the dragon race will suffer heavy losses. The Minister Turtle's urgency grew, gesturing with his hands and feet, shouting outside, are those Western beggars, they have always been greedy for treasures. If they truly break in, our dragon palaces, accumulated rare treasures over millions of years will likely be looted clean, not even leaving a tile from the dragon palace. The Minister Turtle's words were the last straw that broke the East Sea Dragon King's struggle. Awakens could only resentfully say, Minister Turtle, listen to my orders. The old minister is here. Awakens' voice trembled, but he feigned calmness, his fingers shaking as he pointed towards the treasure vault. You first take the treasures of the East Sea Dragon Palace to the human race to appease them. I will go inform the Zhulong ancestor to retrieve the treasures from the dragon race's vault. Zhulong, the twin brother of the ancestral dragon, was a latest-stage Primordial Golden Immortal who survived the Dragon Han calamity. He was the last foundation and reliance of the dragon race, but due to being burdened with karma, he was trapped in the sea eye. If it weren't for this critical moment, Awakens would never dare to disturb this ancestor lightly. The old minister obeys the order. The Minister Turtle did not dare to delay, immediately taking orders and heading towards the Dragon Palace treasure vault. Awakens watched the Minister Turtle leave, took a deep breath, and his aura surged, tearing open a spatial rift that connected to the Sea Eye's cave. Stepping inside, Awakens found the cave of the sea eye filled with extremely thin, innate spiritual energy, its environment harsh. The pitch-black sea water churned restlessly, constantly battering the space of the sea eye. Within the cave, thousands of massive dragon forms lay coiled around, each possessing at least the cultivation of a Great Daao Golden Immortal, yet they were all bound by purple gold heavenly Dao chains, their scales darkened by karma, and their eyes murky. They were the elite of the dragon race who survived the Dragon Han calamity, willing to suppress the sea eye with their own bodies. They represented the true foundation of the dragon race. At the very center of the cave lay the largest red dragon, coiled there with the coarsest heavenly Dao chains binding him. He was Zhulong, the ancestral dragon. As soon as Awakens stepped into the cave, he was overwhelmed by this pressure, prostrating on the ground, trembling, as he did not dare to raise his head to look directly at Zhulong. Stammering, Junior, Awakens pays respects to the Zhulong ancestor. Please, ancestor, save my dragon race. His voice echoed in the vast cave of the sea. Zhulong slowly opened his eyes and looked at Awakens, his voice hoarse. What is it? Awakens hurriedly recounted the matter of the wicked dragon persecuting the daughter of the human race's leader, and the gathering of the human army and the 4 teaching disciples at the East Sea Dragon Palace, word for word. Please, ancestor, save my dragon race. Zhulong listened, fell silent for a moment, and sighed. I understand. He slowly raised his eyes to gaze towards the East Sea. Even through the space, he could sense the overwhelming pressure above the East Sea, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. That girl is the daughter of the human race's leader, and the human race is now the master of heaven and earth with great fortune. That wicked dragon dares to act against her. Had I known this, I should have eliminated him first. Enough. Since it has come to this, Zhulong felt powerless. He then took out a golden dragon scale and tossed it to Awakens. Take this dragon scale to the treasure vault of the 4 seas and acquire a supreme innate spirit treasure and a set of innate resources from the middle 1,000 worlds to offer to the human race as compensation. Awakens held the golden reverse scale, overwhelmed with excitement, repeatedly bowing. Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, ancestor. Zhulong slowly nodded, casting Aoguan out of the sea cave, closing his eyes to continue his slumber. Aoguan was thrown out of the sea cave, not daring to delay for a moment. His aura surged, transforming into a streak of flowing light, racing towards the ancestral treasure vault of the Four Seas. Holding the reverse scale, Aoguan entered the treasure vault as the restrictions dissipated on their own. Countless innate spiritual items auras surged and filled the vault with spiritual materials, pills, and resources piled into several small worlds. This was the true foundation of the dragon race. Following Zhulong's instructions, Aoguan gritted his teeth and took a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Tai Su divine armor. The earth has an iris and the sky also has an iris. This Tai Su divine armor was formed from an iris that fell from the sky, a spiritual treasure that the dragon race had snatched from the phoenix race during the Dragon Han calamity. It was unparalleled in defense, the protective treasure of the ancestral dragon. He also took a middle thousand world filled with water attribute, innate spiritual items racing toward the human battle formation above the East Sea. At this moment, the atmosphere above the East Sea was tense to the extreme. The Minister Turtle had already led the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, piling the treasures of the East Sea Dragon Palace in front of the human formation, constantly reassuring the human race and the four teaching cultivators. Anxiously, he thought, Dragon King, hurry up. The cultivators of the human race do not value the treasures of the East Sea Dragon Palace at all. They only wish for the dragon race to pay the price. The Swearing clan member touched his dual swords Yuan and Abi, pointing the sword tip at the Minister Turtle. Aoguan, why are you still not coming out? If you don't come out soon, I will storm into the East Sea Dragon Palace. On the western side of the clouds, Methria and Dizong led numerous disciples of the Western teachings, their eyes fixed greedily on the pile of treasures in front of the formation, their greed almost spilling over as they all swallowed hard, their gazes burning. Tisk, the dragon race is indeed overflowing with wealth. These little scraps of treasures are already more than the entire collection of my Western sect. Quickly attack, quickly attack. It would be best if the human race directly sent troops to level the Dragon Palace so that we could pick up some leftovers. These dragons have occupied the Four Seas for millions of years, and the treasures they've looted are countless. If a battle truly breaks out, we can easily grab some enough to cultivate for thousands of years. The voice was filled with urgency and greed, entirely showing a demeanor of hoping for war to take advantage of the situation. The Minister Turtle below trembled all over, secretly thinking these Westerners are truly nothing but bandits. The Turtle Prime Minister, sensing the murderous aura surging around Swirenshi and the blood-colored sword aura of Yuan and Abi that nearly pierced the clouds over the East Sea, and overhearing the undisguised greedy murmurs of the Western sect disciples, felt his heart leap into his throat as his body trembled incessantly. He hurriedly rushed before the human army and said with utmost deference, "Esteemed seniors, please calm your wrath, calm your wrath. Our king does not intend to delay. Oh, I implore you to wait a little longer." The Turtle Prime Minister's tone was humble, his heart filled with anxiety, fearing that a single misstep might lead Swirenshi to strike him down. Since the invasion of the human race by the Yaozu Shangliu, all beings in the primordial wilderness knew that the Wu and human clans were allies on the same front. The human race as the eternal sovereigns of the primordial wilderness, and the Wu clan serving under the Samsara sage in the netherworld. Offending either clan would leave no place for anyone in the primordial wilderness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aoguang, after obtaining the reparations of spiritual objects, sped at full force toward the skies above the East Sea Dragon Palace. His face was etched with urgency. Damn, legs move faster. After 10 breaths, Aoguang finally arrived above the East Sea Dragon Palace. A true dragon emerged from the sea. Upon surfacing, his dragon form instantly transformed into a primordial Dao body. Dragon King, you have finally come. Seeing Aoguang's arrival, the anxious Turtle Prime Minister felt as if he had swallowed a calming pill and let out a deep sigh of relief. After taking leave of Swirenshi, Fuxi, and the others, he retreated behind Aoguang, positioning him at the forefront. Fellow Taoists, this matter is the Dragon Clan's fault first. If our Dragon Clan is willing to compensate. Aoguang spoke with an apologetic tone, clasping his hands in a salute. As his words fell, he immediately presented a minor world filled with primordial resources and the supreme-grade primordial spirit treasure Taishu divine armor before Swirenshi. My uncle who attacked the daughter of the human sovereign deserved death. To atone for the Dragon Clan's transgression, we offer a minor world of primordial resources, dozens of post-heaven spirit treasures, several primordial spirit treasures, and one supreme-grade primordial spirit treasure. I beseech the human race to forgive our clan's fault. The primordial spiritual energy of that minor world swirled in dense mists. The Taishu divine armor gleamed with resplendent light. The dozens of post-heaven and several primordial spirit treasures radiated spiritual brilliance, instantly illuminating the entire sky above the East Sea, drawing the gaze of all surrounding powers. In the direction of the Chan sect, Daoxing Zhenren's eyes lit up. He glanced at the lowest cultivation Huanglong Zhenren beside him and conceived an idea. He nudged him and whispered, "Junior brother, the Dragon Clan is truly the mightiest of the three primordial clans. Even in decline, they are so wealthy, offering so many spirit treasures as apologies." He did not continue. Hearing this, Huanglong Zhenren failed to grasp Daoxing's meaning and merely marveled. Indeed, the Dragon Clan was the overlord of the Dragon Han era, a centipede that dies but never stiffens. Seeing that Huanglong did not catch his drift, Daoxing glanced at Guang Chengzi, who was not paying attention, and continued, "Junior brother, as a dragon born from earth veins, you share karmic ties with the Dragon Clan stained by their karma and fortune. The master dislikes you for it, leaving you without suitable spirit treasures. The Dragon Clan is so wealthy, if we ask for 1 or 2 treasures, would Ao Guang dare refuse?" Huanglong Zhenren shuddered at these words and quickly waved his hands, replying in a low voice, "Senior brother, be cautious. Do not speak such words again. The master already dislikes me for my Dragon Clan fortune. If I further entangle myself with them in karma, he will not even grant me the spirit treasure for severing the 3 corpses." Huanglong Zhenren was well aware of the master's disdain for those born of moisture and eggs, those bearing scales and feathers. Having already incurred differential treatment due to a mere trace of Dragon Clan fortune from his earth vein origin, he dared not incur further karma with them. Huanglong Zhenren certainly did not wish to be stripped of his position among the 12 Golden Immortals. Daoxing Tianzuan, seeing his timidity and lack of resolve, sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to persuade him further, Guang Chengzi ahead suddenly turned around, his gaze coldly sweeping over the two, carrying a faint reprimand as the pure Jade Void energy around him condensed sharply. "Daoxing Huanglong, as disciples of Jade Void, you must not lose the dignity of the Chan sect." Guang Chengzi, as the foremost of the 12 Golden Immortals, had already overheard their whispers and immediately admonished them, cutting off Daoxing's hopes. Daoxing and Huanglong both trembled and replied respectfully, "Senior brother's lesson is correct. This disciple admits fault." Meanwhile, on the other side, the Western sect disciples erupted in commotion, craning their necks, eyes wide as saucers, their gazes glued to the pile of rare treasures, undisguised greed written on their faces, almost drooling. "My heavens, the Dragon Clan is truly wealthy. So many spirit treasures, including a supreme grade primordial one. I've never seen such riches in my life. Senior brothers, do you think we might get a share of the resources? Even a single post-heaven spiritual root would be wonderful." The Western disciples whispered among themselves, their tones filled with undisguised avarice. This caused the nearby human army and GS sect disciples to edge away slightly. They too harbored greed within, but would never show it. They merely sighed inwardly at the Dragon Clan's wealth. Meanwhile, Ao Guang of the Dragon Clan paid no heed to the Western remarks, his gaze fixed anxiously on the human side. He hoped the human race would accept the Dragon Clan's apology. But things did not go as wished. Shuairenqi merely glanced at the resources and treasures before him, his expression still as cold as ice, the blood-colored sword aura of Yuan and Abi undiminished. "This is not enough." As his words fell, one side of the standoff sank into despair, while the other rejoiced. The Western disciples were inwardly thrilled. Excellent. "Yes, fight, fight." Ao Guang clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, his heart filled with reluctance and pain. This was a minor world of primordial resources, and the Taishu divine armor was a relic of the ancestral dragon, one of the Dragon Clan's supreme treasures. Now offered in full, it still could not earn the human race's forgiveness. But considering the current power of the human race, he took a deep breath, suppressing his frustration and reluctance. Forcing a smile uglier than tears, he asked, "Taoist friend, besides these, what else does the human race require? Anything within the Dragon Clan's power we shall not refuse." He was already prepared for a massive sacrifice, hoping only to quell the human race's fury. "I demand that all dragons of the evil dragon's lineage be henceforth severed from the Four Seas Dragon Clan, placed under human jurisdiction, and left to the human race's disposal." Shuairenqi's tone was calm, yet brooked no dissent. At these words, the entire scene fell into silence. Ao Guang stared at Shuairenqi in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. He had never imagined that Shuairenqi would demand not more treasures, but an entire lineage of dragons, a loss far more painful than material compensation. That evil dragon was his uncle, a pure-blooded, true dragon. The Dragon Clan's numbers were already scarce. Losing an entire lineage would only worsen their plight. Yet looking at the Yuan and Abi swords in Shuairenqi's hands, and the human cultivators behind him, he ultimately dared not refute. He stood frozen, his face alternating between pale and green. A.O. Guang's face turned pale as he looked at Sui Run with a pleading expression, saying, "Fire ancestor this matter. I truly cannot make this decision. My uncle's lineage is the core bloodline of our dragon clan concerning the inheritance of our dragon blood. Please allow me to return to the Ci cave to seek guidance from the ancestral Zhurong. If the ancestor agrees, we of the dragon clan will have no objections." Sui Ren exchanged glances with Fuxi, and upon seeing Fuxi nod, he replied calmly, "Very well." With those words, A.O. Guang was ready to transform into a dragon and flee towards the Ci cave. However, before he could step forward to tear open the space to return to the sea, the sky above the East Sea suddenly changed, darkening with ominous clouds. A colossal crimson dragon shadow reached the skies above the East Sea through a rift in space. The dragon form was ensnared by the shackles of the heavenly Dao, constantly exerting its strength to pull Zhurong back, as it declared, "No need to seek permission, I have arrived." Since A.O. Guang left the Ci, Zhurong had been monitoring the situation in the East Sea with his divine sense. Now that the human race sought a branch of the dragon clan, Zhurong could no longer sit idly by forcibly escaping from the Ci cave. The moment Zhurong appeared, the entire area fell into a deathly silence, and the disciples of the Western Church instantly closed their chattering mouths, retracting their greedy thoughts. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect wore solemn expressions. Even though their innate 3 clans were bound by the shackles of the heavenly Dao, they still dared not underestimate them. The disciples of the Jie sect and the human cultivators also raised their spirit treasures to guard themselves, remaining ever vigilant against Zhurong in front of them. Zhurong coldly stared towards the humans, saying to Sui Run, "Humans, you are too greedy." As the words fell, Zhurong's aura at the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage surged, sweeping across the entire battlefield. The human cultivators and disciples of the 4 sects simultaneously felt the pressure mount. Fuxi, under the river map and Luo book above his head, struggled to resist, saying, "Truly worthy of being an old dragon that survived the Dragon Han calamity." The 3 ancestors of the human race used their merits and treasures to shield the human cultivators from the oppressive force. Sui Ren remarked, "This aura is even stronger than that of a perfected pseudo-saint." On the 3 immortal islands, Shi Yan sat facing Tongtian. Looking at the East Sea, Shi Yan perceived Zhurong's aura, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This old dragon's understanding of the laws is already approaching Hunyuan Daluo. If it weren't for the karma binding him, his cultivation would at least be half a step into Hunyuan Daluo. Tongtian gazed towards the East Sea, his tone filled with emotion. During the Dragon Han calamity, the heavenly Dao was still in gestation, and the Great Dao governed the wilderness. If it weren't for the innate 3 clans competing in the wilderness, the top cultivators of the 3 clans would have had the chance to attain the Hunyuan Daluo. The 3 clans wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. Shi Yan slightly nodded, agreeing with Tongshan's words. The innate 3 clans, as the first races to emerge, had their clan leaders and innate demon gods as contemporaneous cultivators. The innate gods and demons were quite similar, except that the innate demons were the remnants of chaotic demon gods fused with innate spiritual beings of the wilderness, hence called innate demons. During that period, the Great Dao governed the wilderness with its laws permeating every corner. If it weren't for the Rohan instigating the 3 clans to war, the Yuan Feng ancestor dragon and the first Qilin could have certainly become strong figures of Hunyuan Daluo. There would have been scarcely any troubles for the demon race. "Dao friend, I will go deal with that old dragon first. Old antiques from the ancient era should honestly stay in the Ci." As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Yan's figure suddenly transformed into a streak of light, leaving only a trace of the laws of time and space behind as he crossed through space, disappearing from the 3 immortal islands. "Every time I see Dao friend Shi Yan's application of the laws, I am astonished anew. Truly deserving of being Hunyuan Daluo in all the wilderness, only the reincarnation saint, and that one can compare with him." Tongtian did not utter the name Hunyuan, nor did he refer to him as his teacher. In the skies above the East Sea, Zhurong's arrival gave the Dragon clan a backbone, and their confrontation with the human race was no longer passive. Instead, it subtly hinted at gaining the upper hand. The strongest cultivators of the human race were merely the 3 ancestors, and Fuxi, a half-step Hunyuan Golden Immortal. To face a later-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal was something Zhurong found himself utterly powerless against. Although Zhurong dared not act against them nor harm them, he could still leverage the negotiations to gain the upper hand. Zhurong's voice was hoarse. "Humans, the spirit treasure resources have already been fully offered by the Dragon clan, yet you still desire the core bloodline of our Dragon clan. You think me a fool for not having anyone in the Dragon clan." Before his words could finish, Shi Yan's figure slowly materialized before the human race's formation. The aura of the Hunyuan Daluo quietly spread across the entire East Sea, causing all of heaven and earth to bow in submission, calming the waves and stilling the winds. Seeing the sudden appearance of the person before him, Zhurong's great dragon form trembled violently, his murky dragon eyes filled with horror. Hunyuan Daluo. The human cultivators felt the pressure around them vanish and collectively bowed with clasped hands, saying, "We pay respects to the human emperor." The disciples of the four sects also bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay respects to the heavenly emperor." Their tone was respectful, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Shi Yan casually glanced towards the dragon clan's direction, seeing the trembling Ao Guang and the retracting tortoise prime minister, finally setting his gaze on the shock-stricken Zhurong. The lineage of the dragon clan, the incubation dragon, belongs to the human race, does it not? Zhurong's dragon form stiffened, gasping for breath under the weight of the Hunyuan Daluo's aura, yet he still pleaded, "Senior, can the dragon clan offer other spiritual beings as substitutes?" However, before he could finish speaking, the pressure surrounding him intensified. "I shall ask once more, does the lineage of the dragon clan, the incubation dragon, belong to the human race, does it not?" Zhurong was shaken by Shi Yan's pressure to the point where his dragon scales bled, his breath weakening even further. At the same time, the dragon clan and sea clan behind him were also shaken by Shi Yan's pressure to the point of bleeding from their orifices, their auras waning. Zhurong reflected on the scene behind him, feeling an immense internal struggle. He thought of his promise to his brother and the glory of the dragon clan at its peak. He wished to resist, yet under Shi Yan's pressure, he couldn't even lift a dragon claw. After a long time, Zhurong seemed to muster his last strength to respond, "I agree. The lineage of the incubation dragon shall be entirely disposed of by the human race, and the dragon clan shall not resist at all." As soon as his words fell, Shi Yan's pressure dissipated, and the dragon clan and sea clan rose anew, bowing towards Shi Yan. However, Zhurong, having exhausted his strength, remained unable to resist the shackles of the heavenly Dao continuously being pulled into the Ci cave. Zhurong cast a final glance at Ao Guang, his voice weak. "Ao Guang, follow the human emperor's orders and escort the incubation dragon lineage to the human race, without fail. From now on, take good care of the dragon clan, remain law-abiding, and never cause trouble again." Tears streamed down Ao Guang's face as he repeatedly bowed, saying, "Junior will obey the orders of the ancestor." Shi Yan glanced at Fuxi and instructed, "Ancestor Shi, the transfer of the incubation dragon lineage will be entrusted to you." Fuxi clasped his hands, saying, "Fuxi takes command." With those words, Shi Yan's figure vanished into the skies above the East Sea. The human cultivators exclaimed, "We bid farewell to the heavenly emperor." The disciples of the four sects echoed, "We bid farewell to the heavenly emperor." After Shi Yan departed, the disciples of the four sects and the human cultivators clasped their hands in farewell. "Until we meet again. Until we meet again." The human cultivators also returned the gesture. Above the East Sea, only the excited human cultivators remained, while the dragon clan and sea clan wore somber expressions. After the white dragon lineage of the dragon clan submitted to the human race, Ao Guang had no choice but to sever the causal connection with the white dragon lineage of the East Sea and deliver it to the human camp. Ao Guang gently touched the smallest white dragon, his eyes filled with reluctance. After a few moments, he finally turned his gaze towards the direction of the human race and handed the small world containing all the dragon eggs of the East Sea white dragon lineage to Swerin. "Fire ancestor, please take good care of the white dragon lineage." Ao Guang's words were full of reluctance and pleading. Swerin accepted the small world with a smile and replied calmly, "Of course." Fuxi, standing beside, affirmed, "With the fortune of the human race backing them, the white dragon lineage will only thrive more and more. The humans will not mistreat their subordinates." Hearing the promises from Swerin and Fuxi, Ao Guang finally breathed a sigh of relief. The white dragon lineage, it could be said, had turned misfortune into fortune. "With your words, I can rest assured the remaining white dragon lineages from the other three seas will all arrive at the human race within a millennium." Swerin responded lightly, and then looked towards the human cultivators behind him, returned to the clan lands. As he spoke, Chaoshi used his immortal slashing flying knife to cleave open a spatial rift connecting to the shores of the East Sea. The human cultivators stepped into the spatial rift one after another. Seeing this scene, Ao Guang also led the East Sea Dragon clan back to the East Sea Dragon Palace. The matter of the evil dragon had come to an end. In the territory of the humans at the Jiang clan's village, Swerin arrived at the residence of the Lishan clan. The members of the Lishan clan sat facing Swerin. Yao Ji held the little girl, arranging her into a comfortable position, having already lulled her to sleep. Lishan's gaze shifted from the girl to Swerin, his tone filled with gratitude and deep self-reproach. "Thank you all for your help regarding my daughter." Lishan had never expected that sending his daughter to the East Sea for fun would lead to such a perilous situation. Swerin waved his hand and said, "It's nothing to worry about. The leader must not blame himself Now that the evil dragon has been dealt with and the white dragon lineage belongs to the human race, this matter can be put behind us. At these words, a trace of self-reproach faded from Lai Shan's heart, but looking at the girl in Yao Jie's arms, he still clenched his fists and spoke in a low voice, "The Dragon Clan." Lai Shan's favorability towards the Dragon Clan had dropped to 0. He then looked at Suiren and inquired, "Now that the white dragon lineage belongs to the human race, could I have several hundred old dragons? I need them for testing medicine and farming." "Of course, there's no problem. The over 100 old dragons you need will be sent to the Jiang clan soon," Suiren assured, stating that the old dragons of the white dragon lineage were all at least at the Golden Immortal level, making them perfectly suitable for testing medicine. Yao Ji, hearing her father's request for 100 old dragons for testing medicine, glanced at her little sister. After pondering for a moment, she spoke. "Uncle Suiren, are there any newly hatched young dragons from the white dragon lineage? They could be companions for my sister." Upon hearing this, Suiren nodded immediately, but asked in confusion, "Of course there are, but considering your sister's recent experience with the Dragon Clan, wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate to have a young dragon as a companion?" Yao Ji understood and explained, "It's fine, young dragons are small and won't frighten my sister. Uncle Suiren, please bring a young dragon over. If my sister likes it, she can keep it. If not, it can serve as a mount or a punching bag." "All right." Suiren nodded in agreement with Yao Ji's words. Meanwhile, the candle dragon was pulled back to the Ci cave by the heavenly Dao shackles. It extended its dragon claw, and a golden pearl surrounded by dragon energy slowly emerged from its forehead. It was the ancestral dragon pearl. This pearl was a companion spiritual treasure of the ancestral dragon, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, and the core essence of the Dragon Clan. The candle dragon infused a strand of Dragon Clan fortune into the ancestral dragon pearl. "Brother." A call echoed, connecting through the fortune of the Dragon Clan to the long-silent ancient times. At the moment the voice fell, the ancestral dragon pearl suddenly erupted with blinding golden radiance, and a phantom golden dragon emerged from the pearl. The phantom dragon was the remnant soul of the ancestral dragon. Roar! The moment the remnant soul appeared, a formidable pressure and pure dragon aura swept through the entire Ci cave. "Bow to the ancestor." Feeling the presence of the ancestral dragon, the old dragons within the Ci cave were all moved to tears, kneeling in reverence. The remnant soul of the ancestral dragon slowly scanned over the candle dragon, its voice hoarse and deep, carrying the weight of millennia. "Candle dragon, what has happened?" The candle dragon recounted the events of the evil dragon attempting to harm the daughter of the human race's leader, the human race being cornered by the armies of the Four Teachings, and how the Dragon Clan sought to rectify the situation by submitting the white dragon lineage to the humans. "Brother, this is the situation. What should our Dragon Clan do for the future?" The ancestral dragon listened to everything the candle dragon had to say without erupting in rage, only letting out a long sigh of sorrow. "I understand now. It seems that this human is the most special of the heavenly and earthly overlords." The ancestral dragon realized the unique nature of humans through the teachings of the saints aiding them. Then, looking at the candle dragon, the matter of the white dragon lineage can be put aside. Its submission to the human race, this unique heavenly and earthly overlord, is more beneficial than harmful for the continuation of our Dragon Clan. Not to mention the mixed element powerhouse named Shi Yan, who could alone annihilate the Dragon Clan. Just the fact that the white dragon lineage's submission to the human race might not be a bad thing. Although the white dragon lineage had severed its causal ties with the Dragon Clan, it still bore the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. The candle dragon understood this. Then the ancestral dragon's remnant soul controlled the ancestral dragon pearl and extracted a drop of golden blood. Though it was referred to as blood, it was more like a lake radiating golden light, its surface entwined with intricate laws and principles, exuding a terrifying pressure. Just a drop of this essence made the entire space of the Ci cave tremble slightly, and the surrounding old dragons were all tense, kneeling in reverence. The ancestral dragon handed the essence to the candle dragon, speaking solemnly as he instructed, "You must find the most talented and pure-boned newborn young dragons among the white dragon lineages in the other 3 Cs. Infuse this drop of essence into their bodies to enhance their roots, serving as a stepping stone for the cooperation between the Dragon Clan and the human race." The candle dragon accepted the essence, responding solemnly, "I understand, brother." The ancestral dragon gave a light acknowledgement, and then the phantom dragon transformed into a shower of golden light, dispersing within the Ci cave. "Farewell, ancestor." All the old dragons within the Ci cave shouted in unison, their voices filled with respect resounding throughout the cave. As the remnant soul of the ancestral dragon dissipated, the ancestral dragon pearl retracted all its radiance, becoming calm and quiet once more, gently settling into the claws of the candle dragon. The candle dragon holding the essence of the ancestral dragon revealed a hint of determination in its eyes. It sent a message to Ao Guang. Ao Guang, have the other dragon kings from the three seas lead the white dragon lineage to the sea. I first, then send them to the human race. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Guang was awakened by the voice of the candle dragon and quickly replied respectfully, I understand, ancestor. After speaking, Ao Guang darted towards the direction of the South Sea. In the world of chaos, time flows endlessly. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed. With the assistance of hundreds of ancient dragons testing the medicine, the understanding of pharmacology by the Lishan clan deepened, and with the continuous support of dragon saliva, the mortality rate of human diseases was reduced by 98%. The benevolence of the Lishan clan spread throughout every tribe of humanity along with their pharmacological advancements, and the name of the Shinnon clan gradually replaced that of the Lishan clan. The head of the Lishan clan was a great sage, and his wife was also a great sage. The husband focused on pharmacology, while the wife focused on governance. In order to better manage commerce, they invented measurement tools such as rulers, scales, and bushels. The birth of these measuring tools greatly enhanced the trading market within humanity. With the advent of these measuring tools under the proposal of the Shi Yan, the Lishan clan established a commercial currency, shells. Moreover, after years of refinement, the design of the trading currency shells was regulated. Only shells with codes could enter the market. Thus, the achievements of the Lishan clan were complete, and the position of Earth Sovereign was within reach. In Kunlun Mountain within the Yusu Palace, Yuan Shi, sitting atop the auspicious cloud, felt a stirring in his mind, and sensed the completion of the Earth Sovereign's merits and the ascendance of the human sovereign. A transmission containing the profound sound of the heavenly Dao directly entered Guang Chengzi's mind. Guang Chengzi, the next co-leader of humanity, has already been conceived. You must quickly descend the mountain and go to the human territory to find the human sovereign and take him as your disciple. Do not miss this opportunity. As Guang Chengzi was meditating in his cave upon hearing his master's decree, he was instantly filled with ecstatic joy. The teacher of the co-leader of humanity. Finally, it's my turn. The god of deer hunting, I'm on it. After paying his respects to his master, he did not dare to delay for a moment, immediately rising and transforming into a streak of golden light, hastily darting towards the land of humanity. Guang Chengzi's movements were quite pronounced, so much so that the entire Chan sect was aware of his descent towards the human direction. The various immortals of the Chan sect, each cultivating in their own blessed lands, displayed different expressions. Shi Jingzi looked in the direction of the golden light, departing, his tone filled with envy. Brother, as expected of master's most favored disciple. This time descending the mountain, your cultivation will surely advance further. Tai Yijinren Qing Su Dao de Jinjun and Yu Ding Zhenren all revealed a hint of longing in their eyes before continuing their closed-door meditation. The matters regarding the human sovereign would be decided by their master. As disciples, they only needed to adhere to the master's arrangements. In contrast to Qi Jingzi and Tai Yijinren, disciples like Zhu Liusuan, Wanshu Guangfatian, Zun Puxian Jinren, and Sihong Doran, who would later betray the Chan sect, looked with jealousy and unwillingness towards Guang Chengzi's departing figure. Especially a guest in the Zhixiao Palace who had attained a perfect Daluo Golden Immortal stage showed anger in his eyes. Within his blessed land, Ran Dang stared coldly at the direction Guang Chengzi departed, his heart roaring, unfair. Unfair. Clearly I am the strongest disciple of the Chan sect. Why should the teacher of the human sovereign choose Guang Chengzi? On what grounds? My roots are better than his, my cultivation is higher than his. Is it just because I cannot express myself? Because I cannot please you? Since you refuse to help me break through to the quasi-saint level, don't blame me for seeking other methods. Ran Dang cast a deep glance towards the west. In the land of humanity, the bear tribe. With a loud cry, an infant fell to the ground. At the moment of his birth, within a radius of millions of miles, all the swords and weapons worn by the people of the tribes resonated with clear sounds, as if paying homage to their king. Guided by the extraordinary phenomenon, Guang Chengzi found his way to the bear tribe. The people of the tribe, seeing a cultivator descend from the heavens, quickly summoned the clan leader, Shao Dian, the father of Hunyuan. I am Guang Chengzi of the Chan sect, greeting the leader of the bear tribe. Guang Chengzi spoke with a steady tone, showing no hint of arrogance. The bear clan, Shao Dian, greets you, Dao friend. I have observed that the luck of your tribe is soaring, with weapons resonating in harmony, indicating the arrival of the human sovereign. Surely a child has just been born in your clan. Shao Dian nodded. Indeed, is Dao friend here to take my son as your disciple? Exactly. This child is a great sage of humanity. I am here under the orders of my master Yuan Shi Tianzun to take him as my disciple, to impart the Dao to him and assist him in leading humanity in the future. Guang Chengzi spoke calmly, laying out his intentions. I understand. Please follow me, Dao friend. Hearing the command from Yuan Shi Tianzun, Xiao Dian led Guang Chengzi to the delivery room. In the delivery room, the swaddled infant had bright eyes and was surrounded by purple qi, making it clear he was destined to be the future human sovereign. Guang Chengzi touched the infant's forehead and looked at Xiao Dian, asking, "Has a name been chosen?" Xiao Dian shook his head. "No name has been chosen yet." Hearing this, Guang Chengzi spoke loudly. "In that case, how about I name him?" "Of course." Xiao Dian agreed without a second thought. "A name is just a name, it doesn't change the essence." "Then he shall be called Shi Yan." Xiao Dian replied, "A good name." Shi Yan, the name of the future great sage of humanity, was confirmed. Shi Yan, Shi Yan. In that instant, the entire bear tribe erupted in excitement, countless tribesmen joyfully shouting this name. Thus, the newly born infant Shi Yan naturally became a disciple of Guang Chengzi. The bear tribe also began to create a grand momentum for Hunyuan, spreading the news far and wide. Only one day after Xuanyuan's birth, he already had the support of several tribes. As the name Shi Yan echoed throughout the bear tribe, 2 more strands of purple qi, one east and one west, fell into the 2 major tribes of humanity, and the phenomena of heaven and earth reoccurred, rivaling the grandeur of the human sovereign's birth. In the eastern Jiao Li tribe, a fierce wind howled, the beasts in the mountains roared and paid homage, and black gold clouds appeared in the sky, condensing into the phantom of a battle spirit as a robust infant fell to the ground. The tribe leader named him Qiyu. In the western Ho Gang tribe, brilliant light filled the sky, birds and beasts brought branches to congratulate, and the atmosphere of literary Dao permeated the air, deep and mysterious, as the infant was born. The tribe leader named him Cangjia. With the birth of the 3 great sages of humanity, the fortune of humanity welcomed a slight enhancement. Sensing the changes in humanity's fortune, Shi Yan, who was in closed-door meditation on Sanxian Island, slowly opened his eyes and looked towards the direction where humanity's fortune was converging, remarking, "Humanity has truly entered a period of growth." The births of the 3 ancestors, the heavenly sovereign and the earth sovereign, were for humanity's survival. From the human sovereign, the military ancestor, and the literary ancestor onward, it was to allow humanity to have a better life. Shi Yan transmitted a message to Fuxi. "Fuxi, the literary ancestor of humanity, has been born. You must immediately go to the Luo Shui tribe to take him as your disciple." Within a cave of Sanxian Island, Fuxi, who was comprehending the laws, rose immediately upon hearing Shi Yan's words. Understood. With that, he transformed into a streak of flowing light and sped towards the Ho Gang tribe in the Weibei region. In a moment, Fuxi arrived at the Luo Shui tribe. Fuxi had just arrived at the Ho Gang tribe when he quickly found the fetus wrapped in literary energy. Upon seeing Fuxi, the fetus was drawn to his aura, continuously waving its little hands at him. It also cooed softly, making iya sounds. Fuxi cradled the fetus in his arms and then looked at the mother, saying, "This child wrapped in literary energy at birth is destined to become a great sage of our human race. By the order of the heavenly emperor, I have come to take him as my disciple." Upon hearing this, Canjia's mother was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly in agreement, thus acknowledging this bond of master and disciple. Thus, Fuxi formally accepted Cangjia as his disciple and settled down in the Ho Gang tribe. Furthermore, due to Fuxi's instruction, Canjia's path would no longer lead the human race, and the Ho Gang tribe did not overly publicize the birth of a great sage, as this matter was only disseminated within a small circle. In the underworld at the 10 halls of Nüwa, Gong was eating grilled fish while watching his 10 siblings dealing with piles of documents. He asked, "By the way, does anyone know where Brother Qiyu is gone?" "I just want to look for him, but couldn't find the shaman," replied the first Emperor Jiang while handling matters of the rotation. Listening to Gong munching on fish, his brow furrowing tighter, and the atmosphere around him grew restless. However, he still answered Gong's question. "Qiyu has reincarnated. And since you're here, don't just stand there idly. Hurry and come help us out." His tone was impatient, clearly irritated by the tedious affairs and Gong's leisurely demeanor. Gong pushed aside a copy of the Book of Life and Death that floated over. "Brother, are you trying to trick me again? Ever since you discovered you could give me temporary authority, you haven't let me have a good day, have you?" "Not letting you have a good day." Zhu Jiuyin shot a displeased glance at Gong. "Don't keep flaunting in front of us. Just because I don't have it doesn't mean I'm thinking of making you help us every day." A slacker flaunting in front of hardworking beings would surely be intolerable. He thought to himself, regardless of whether this idle person would help or not, he must be made to come assist. The 10 great ancestral shamans shared this sentiment. Gong said, I got it. Then his tone turned puzzled. "By the way, why did Brother Qiyu have to reincarnate?" Just as he finished speaking, Xuanming, who was enveloped in a chilling aura nearby, slowly explained, "As the eternal masters of the heavens and earth, the human race possesses immense fortune. Our Wu clan has a branch connected to their fate, but the status of our branch is not high among humans. The reincarnation sage specifically instructed us to let Shi Yu enter reincarnation and be born into the human race to deepen the fate connection between our clan and the human race. Gong Gong was taken aback then why Shi Yu. I could also be reborn into the human race. Life in the underworld is too boring. Boring. Xuanming, the ancestral shaman, let out a cold laugh, and the chill radiating from her words dropped the temperature in the hall by several degrees. She waved her hand, and another heavy copy of the Book of Life and Death floated before Gong Gong. Since you're bored, hurry up and come help me out. As for reincarnation, don't even think about it. Lowering your status and polluting the bloodline of our Father God. How could you possibly do that? Zhu Jiuyin echoed her, his snake-like eyes narrowing, his tone full of resentment. Exactly, Xianming is right. Since you're here, don't think of avoiding it. If these reincarnation matters aren't resolved today, don't even think about leaving this Yanluo hall. Gong Gong looked at the copy of the Book of Life and Death in front of him, and then at the 10 ancestral shamans, each appearing exhausted, yet fierce in their gazes, and quickly waved his hands. I can't do it. I would only cause chaos. Causing chaos is still better than you just hanging around here. Emperor Jiang spoke sharply, instantly locking the door of the hall, with spatial power cutting off Gong Gong's escape route. Today you can't shirk your responsibilities. Hurry and sit down to work. All right. Seeing this scene, Gong Gong had no choice but to swallow his grilled fish and accept the temporary authority given by Emperor Jiang, beginning to review the copy of the Book of Life and Death. Demon race stay well in the 18th layer of hell. Human race with no karma reincarnate as humans. Huh. These demon gods reincarnated again. Gong Gong glanced at the 10 ancestral shamans nearby. Taking advantage of their inattention, he excitedly exclaimed, Jie Jie Jie. Send them all to the beast path. The 10 ancestral shamans felt the reincarnation paths allocated to the demon gods, and their lips curled into smiles. On the shores of the East Sea, within the territory of the human race. It has been 3 years since the birth of the human emperor and the second ancestor. Hunyuan, Sanjie, and Qiu, the 3 great sages, have all grown to adulthood. Under the guidance of Guangchengzi, the Hunyuan clan has revealed extraordinary talent in cultivation. Having practiced for a year and learned the Yuqing immortal method, he has now reached the threshold of the mystical immortal realm. Sanjie, having taken Fuxi as his master, learned the way of deducing mountains and rivers, and has the same cultivation level as Xuanyuan at half-step mystical immortal. Born with double pupils, he followed Fuxi to observe the patterns of mountains and rivers during the day and gazed at the stars at night. Qiu, the only one among the 3 great sages who did not take a master, practiced the Wu clan's body refining technique under the clan leader of the Wu people. Every day he strengthened his muscles and bones by training with mountain rocks and waterfalls. The great blood of the grand Wu Qiu gradually awakened, and his cultivation level has reached the mid-stage of mystical immortal, making him the strongest among the 3 great sages. Meanwhile, at the Jiang clan tribe, the clan leaders of the Jiuli tribe and the Yoxiong tribe arrived simultaneously. In the conference hall, the clan leader of the Jiuli tribe spoke first. Lord Shinong, the Qiu of my Jiuli tribe, was born amid celestial phenomena. In just 3 short years, he has reached the mid-stage of mystical immortal. I request that you teach Qiu the governance of the human race. Xiaodian immediately responded, my son Xianyuan also had celestial phenomena accompanying his birth and trained under the golden immortal Guangchengzi. I request that you teach Xianyuan. The 2 men's eyes were fervent as they looked at Liushan, each hoping their clan's Manson would follow and learn from him, teaching the governance of the human race. Being stared at by the 2 men's passionate gazes, Liushan helplessly looked at his wife beside him, hoping she could provide a good suggestion. However, contrary to expectations, with the birth of the 3 great sages, even Liushan wasn't sure who would be the future master of the human race. Liushan looked at him with a gaze and gently shook his head, standing up and walking into the hall, softly speaking to ease the tense atmosphere. Gentlemen, please remain calm. Both Xianyuan and Qiu are great sages of the human race, each with their own merits, but they are only 3 years old, so we cannot rush the matter of the human race's master. Upon hearing this, the tense atmosphere between the 2 clan leaders eased somewhat. Xiaodian nodded. Indeed, we were too eager. Jiuli clan leader asked Lord Tingso, when can we determine the successor to the master of the human race? The Jiuli clan leader spoke urgently, hoping to establish Qiu as the heir to Liushan immediately. The Wu clan has waited many years for an opportunity to revive, so it was understandable that the Jiuli clan leader was anxious. Tingso shook his head. I don't know either, it will follow its natural course. All right. Upon hearing this, the 2 clan leaders felt somewhat disappointed, but they also understood the difficulties faced by Liushan and Tingso. Soon they departed from the Jiang clan tribe, returning to their own tribes to continue nurturing the great sages. Time flowed, and another 100 years passed. Xianyuan, Qiu, and Song Jie, the 3 great sages, had all grown into adults, taking up the positions of tribe leaders. As leaders of their respective tribes under the guidance of the two great sages, the living standards in the Yuxiong and Jiuli tribes steadily improved, surpassing the average level of the human tribes. The renown of Hunyuan and Shi Yan had already spread throughout the entire human race. However, because neither had done anything beneficial for their own tribes, the leaders of the other tribes apart from those close to Jiuli and Yuxiong had not explicitly expressed their support for either sage. Now Hunyuan and Shi Yan had ceased to promote their fame, instead selecting 99 outstanding tribesmen to prepare for the forthcoming sacred event of the human race, the Earth Sovereign's sealing. Another 10 years later, the leaders of the human tribes gathered at Mount Tai. The Lushan clan stood at the peak of Mount Tai preparing for the sealing ceremony. Meanwhile, the Daluo Golden Immortals and higher-level cultivators of the human race followed Shi Yan's lead, standing before the Lushan clan. The fortune of the human race and the luck of the human way enveloped Mount Tai. A great upheaval in the wind and clouds, the sky cleared, the sun and moon both hung in the blue sky. At the same time, purple chi surged from the east for 30,000 miles. The six saints descended. Under Shi Yan's teasing gaze, they slowly stood to one side. Aside from Shi Yan and the Lushan clan, the other members of the human race all bowed respectfully, saying, "We pay our respects to the saints." The six saints lightly acknowledged with a sound, then turned their gaze to Shi Yan. Shi Yan wasted no words and took out the human way's supreme treasure, the Kongtong seal. Infusing the fortune of the human race into it, he proclaimed loudly, "The human way is supreme." The current sovereign of the human race, the Shinon clan, has held the position of sovereign for tens of thousands of years. During his tenure, he distinguished between 5 grains, initiated agriculture, personally tasted various herbs, healed the people's ailments, compiled the Shinon Benchao Jing, crafted wooden plows, molded wooden tools, created agricultural implements, improved farming techniques, taught the people to cultivate fertile land, developed water conservancy, irrigated good fields, and boosted the productivity of the human race, establishing markets for trade and mutual exchange. As Shi Yan spoke, the human way's fortune emanating from the Kongtong seal grew ever more intense, and the merits of the human way began to gather in the skies above. The merits of the human way accumulated more and more, eventually enveloping the entire realm of Mount Tai. Looking at the sky of dark yellow, the six saints were astonished. Zhuan-Ti exclaimed, "So much merit." In the realm of Taiching, there were also ripples of disturbance. With so much merit, even if Xuandu only took 1/10, he would surely become a quasi-saint. Yuan Shi Tianzun looked at Guang Chengzi, a representative from the Yuxiong tribe, and transmitted a message: "Provide ample assistance to the human emperor. The Jade Pure Immortal Law is not inferior to hiding one's talents." Guang Chengzi respectfully replied, "Understood, master." After speaking, he excitedly looked towards the dark yellow merit in the sky. "In a few tens of thousands of years, I can also obtain merit. Today, the merits of Shinnong have reached completion, sealing him as the Earth's sovereign of the human way." With these words, the dark yellow energy of the human way that enveloped the peak of Mount Tai found its target like a wild horse, breaking free, racing towards the Lushan clan's primordial spirit. The Earth's sovereign returns to position. The fortune of the human race once again experienced explosive growth. At the same time, the dark yellow merit of the skies above poured down like rain. 50% merged into the Lushan clan. The cultivation aura of the Lushan clan began to surge. Tai Golden Immortal, Daluo Golden Immortal. The fortune and merit affirmed his path to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Midstage Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Ultimately, the cultivation of the Lushan clan firmly stabilized at the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm. Meanwhile, the six saints were simultaneously astonished. The Earth Sovereign actually cultivates the Hunyuan method. They then simultaneously looked towards the skies above, where the heavenly Dao was enraged, and faintly there were sounds of purple clouds thundering. Boom, boom, boom. Before the purple thunder could form, it was dispersed by the dark yellow energy of the human way. "Human race, I shall protect you." In the depths of the purple cloud palace, Hong Jun's creation jade plate spun wildly solely to appease the anger of the heavenly Dao. Enough. Though the human way has been suppressed by you, it can still shelter the human race. The consciousness of the heavenly Dao responded, "Then what should we do? With the human race and the human way protecting each other, how can I intrude upon the authority of the human way?" Hong Jun pointed to the heavenly court, guide the calamity energy into the human race, and enact the matter of recognizing the heavenly sun. The consciousness of the heavenly Dao retorted with, "Shi Yan, that Hunyuan, do you think it is possible? No worries. Even if Xiang Tian Chengzi fails, as long as the 4 teachings suffer heavy losses, the human way, as the Dao of all spirits, will also be severely impacted. At that time, you can still obtain the authority of the human way and wait for the immeasurable calamity to arrive, devouring the 2 Dao, breaking free from the control of the primordial chaos." The consciousness of the heavenly Dao responded, as long as the major matter is controllable. At the peak of Mount Tai, the 6 saints witnessed the dispersal of the purple clouds and thunder, secretly amazed by the might of the human way. They then continued to observe the remaining 50% of the human way's merits. 20% of the merits returned to Ting Xiao, instantly elevating Ting Xiao's cultivation to the early stage of the Daluo Golden Immortal. 15% of the merits returned to the human race that helped the Lushan clan achieve the Earth Sovereign. 5% of the merits returned to Xuandu. Witnessing this scene, Taking's gaze towards Shi Yan flashed with a hint of dissatisfaction. Shi Yan cast a glance at Taiching. Having half a portion is already good. Don't forget when Xuandu started teaching the Lushan clan. Isn't it all because of you? Shi Yan snorted coldly. Without my merits at this moment, it would merely be the merits of the heavenly Dao. By then the fortune and merits Xuandu would receive would be even less than this. Moreover, don't look at me with those dissatisfied eyes. Otherwise, if I am displeased, I will cut off your human teaching's fortune in the name of the heavenly sovereign. Taiching immediately fell silent and took out a gourd of golden elixirs, tossing it to Shi Yan. Shi Yan received the gourd with astonishment, noticing that it contained at least 6 grade golden elixirs, so he refrained from mentioning the matter of fortune. The other 5 saints were similarly astonished. However, thinking of the fortune flowing away from Nüwa, they understood. They turned their gazes towards the direction of the human race. With the explosive surge of the human race's fortune and the half portion of human way merit, Xuandu's aura began to soar. Without hesitation, he directly summoned the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Li Di Yanhua flag, from his primordial spirit, bestowing his good intentions. Good corpse be slain. Accompanied by the fall of the good corpse, Xuandu's cultivation also rose to the early stage of Quasi Saint. He became the first Quasi Saint among the disciples of the 4 teachings. Xuandu, the first of the 3rd generation of the Xuandu sect, truly deserved his title. Guang Chengzi looked at Xuandu with fiery eyes. I will be next. He had taken Xuandu as his disciple right after his birth, and he was certain to gain more fortune and merit. He would surely break through from the late stage of the Daluo Golden Immortal to Quasi Saint, and perhaps even slay the 2 corpses, becoming the strongest among the 3rd generation of the Xuandu sect. Thinking of this, Guang Chengzi's gaze towards Xuandu grew even more excited. Hunyuan felt Guang Chengzi's gaze and turned his head in confusion. Upon turning, he immediately saw Guang Chengzi's excited eyes, a gaze that Hunyuan recognized, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Wishing to possess him. Looking at Hunyuan, he felt a prickling sensation all over his body, but remembering that this was his own teacher, he figured there must be a reason behind it, and paid it no mind. His gaze shifted towards Qi Yu of the Jiuli tribe, looking at him, also a great sage. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Perhaps it was fate, for when Hunyuan looked at Qi Yu also looked at Hunyuan. Their eyes were equally filled with battle intent. After the Earth Sovereign took his position, the 6 saints departed from the summit of Mount Tai. The powerful figures of the human race followed Shi Yan back to Sanxian Island. The Lushan clan also returned to their ancestral land with the members of the human tribes. On the way back, the Jiuli tribe and the Yoxiong tribe came together. The atmosphere was not one of harmony, but rather tense, like a standoff between 2 prickly needles. The accompanying tribespeople held their breath, not daring to speak easily. Hunyuan wore a faint smile as he slightly bowed to Qi Yu, his tone steady and polite. Tribe leader Qi Yu. Qi Yu returned the gesture, his voice bold and resonant. Tribe leader Hunyuan. The 2 exchanged glances across the air. One was gentle, yet concealed his sharpness, while the other was fierce and outspoken. Both understood that with the Earth Sovereign's return, the next human race leader would be determined, and that position would inevitably arise between the 2 of them. Hunyuan spoke first, his tone calm, yet hiding a hint of sharpness. The Jiuli tribe is brave and good at fighting, but they are not suitable to lead the human race. Tribe leader Qi Yu, have you considered that we could join forces? I manage the internal matters while you handle the external. Qi Yu laughed heartily, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Tribe leader Hunyuan, there can only be one leader of the human race, and only one person can hold that position. If we join forces, who will be the leader then? Hunyuan remained calm and slowly replied, what tribe leader Qi Yu said is true. The position of the human race leader can only be held by one person. But why can't we set a precedent for this? Why can't we jointly hold the position of the human race leader? Although he said this, Hunyuan did not truly believe it. The Jiuli tribe, while brave, was overly aggressive, and their first reaction to issues was to solve them with force. Hunyuan was confident that while jointly holding the position of the human race leader, he could truly make Qi Yu submit. He genuinely did not want to compete with Qi Yu for the position of leader, as he believed, like mentioned above, that the Jiuli tribe always resorted to violence. Hunyuan had his master Guang Qingzi, and he was confident in defeating Qi Yu. However, he did not want to see infighting among the human race, nor did he wish to see his tribesmen suffer heavy losses due to the struggle for the position of leader. Shi Yu listened to Shi Yuan's words somewhat stunned. Set a precedent. Jointly hold the position of the human race leader. But the days only lasted a moment before Shi Yu immediately shook his head to deny the idea. There can be no two tigers sharing a mountain, unless one is male and the other female. Tribe leader Shi Yuan is joking. If the human race encounters a major issue that requires a decision, will it be your opinion or mine that prevails? Shi Yuan, we can discuss it together. Shi Yu shook his head. What if we cannot reach an agreement? Will it be your decision or mine? If it is your decision, then this joint leadership of the human race leader position would be somewhat empty. Shi Yuan sighed, then looked at Shi Yu, his smile fading, replaced with determination. Tribe leader Shi Yu, is there really no way to negotiate? The position of the human race leader can only be held by one person. Shi Yu's tone was firm, leaving no room for doubt. Fine then, in that case. Tribe leader Shi Yu, our next meeting will be on the battlefield. Shi Yu understood. The loser will submit, and the victor will become the human race leader. With that, Shi Yu led the Jiuli tribe's members to accelerate forward, creating distance from the Yoxiong tribe to prevent unnecessary conflicts. Shi Yuan watched helplessly as the Jiuli tribe flew ahead. Once he could no longer sense their sharp aura, he turned his gaze to Guang Qingzi beside him. Master, we have failed. The leader of the human race will still be decided by war. No worries. Guang Qingzi chuckled lightly. The Jiuli tribe is of the shaman lineage. They have brains, but not much. With my help, the ultimate leader of the human race will definitely be you. As soon as these words were spoken, the human members supporting Shi Yuan all cheered enthusiastically. With the support of the Chan sect, tribe leader Shi Yuan will definitely become the leader of the human race. How could that group of Jiuli people who only know brute strength be a match for Lord Shi Yuan? Defeating Jiuli the Yoxiong will surely win. Shi Yuan listened to the voices around him, feeling a sense of victory in his heart. However, he still asked Guang Qingzi, Master, as the foremost of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, could you invite a few more golden immortals to help me achieve the position of the human race leader? Why? Guang Qingzi asked, puzzled. He added with a hint of dissatisfaction, do you not have confidence in your master? Hearing this, Shi Yuan immediately waved his hands. No. The disciple has faith in the master, but the Jiuli tribe's strength is formidable, and I worry about my tribesmen suffering heavy losses. With that, Shi Yuan looked nervously at Guang Qingzi, his heart filled with unease. Listening to Shi Yuan's words, Guang Qingzi's calm smile faded slightly. A trace of barely perceptible anger flickered in his eyes, and waves of dissatisfaction surged within him, quietly snorting. The virtue and fortune are so precious. How could he allow outsiders to share in them? Moreover, Shi Yuan's words clearly indicated a lack of trust in his strength. Asking him to summon other brothers for assistance was an immense humiliation. These mere human ants, if they die, so be it, why care? Thoughts swirled in his mind, but on the surface he remained expressionless, simply casting a faint glance at Shi Yuan, his tone perfunctory. Shi Yuan, you are overthinking it. A mere Chi Yu I can suppress with a flip of my hand. I will definitely not allow your tribesmen to suffer excessive casualties. Shi Yuan still expressed concern. What if Chi Yu also brings helpers to entangle you, master? Guang Qingzi replied impatiently, if he really brings helpers, the master will naturally send a message to Yushu Palace to call a few junior brothers over to assist. Although he said that, Guang Qingzi was certain that the mere shaman lineage could not possibly find helpers. The teacher of the human emperor had been determined by the 6 saints, and no one from the other 3 teachings could possibly assist Chi Yu. Who would dare to go against the Chan sect? Shi Yuan saw Guang Qingzi relent, and his previously tense heart relaxed instantly. He quickly bowed respectfully, his expression respectful and grateful. Thank you, master, for your understanding. The surrounding Yoxiong tribespeople cheered even more upon hearing this. They believed that with the help of several golden immortals from the Chan sect, Shi Yuan's position as leader of the human race would surely be within reach. Guang Qingzi watched the cheering Yoxiong tribespeople and the grateful Shi Yuan, his mouth finally showing a genuine smile. Deep inside, he remained resolute. Even if he died in battle, he would never seek help from Yushu Palace. He would never let down the master's expectations. The virtue of the teacher of the human emperor could only be possessed by him alone, and it absolutely could not be shared like Xuandu. Meanwhile, on Sanxian Island, with the Earth's sovereign's return, the human emperor must also begin his achievements. Unifying the human tribes. Fuxi brought Song Jie and his parents to live on Sanxian Island. Song Jie's father followed the powerful figures of the human race to cultivate, while Song Jie's mother accompanied the Huashu clan to live and cultivate. Song Jie followed Fuxi to cultivate. Using the river diagram and Luo book as a guide with innate Dao texts and postnatal monster texts as a foundation, he continuously refined the writing of the human race. he was deducing the path of human culture. Inside a cave of Sanxian Island, the three ancestors sat facing Shi Yan. Sui Ren looked towards the direction of the human race filled with concern and said, "Heavenly Emperor, do you really want them to kill each other?" Zi also nodded in agreement, saying, "The election of the human emperor doesn't necessarily have to be through war. There are other methods." Yu Chao also nodded, looking at Shi Yan with a hint of pleading in his eyes. The three ancestors had finally seen humanity break free from the control of the sages, no longer worrying about being slaughtered at will by other races. Yet now humanity was poised for internal conflict, which naturally left the three ancestors feeling uneasy. No, Shi Yan shook his head, denying the thoughts of the three ancestors. The unification war of humanity is an inevitable process for its development, and the achievements of the human emperor must also include unifying humanity. Whoever wins, Hunyuan or Chiyo, shall be the human emperor, Sui Ren said. But there is no but. Shi Yan interrupted Sui Ren, continuing, "The outbreak of the unification war for humanity is not only about unifying humanity, but also greatly propelling the development of mortal technology." Shi Yan's gaze turned towards humanity, a glint of time's river flashing in his eyes, as if he were traversing through endless time and space, witnessing the technological era of the future. Without cultivators, mortals would rely on themselves to live well. After this battle, the living standards of mortal humanity will begin to develop rapidly, and the separation between immortals and mortals will gradually start to take shape. Humanity as a postnatal race will only see more and more mortals born as their fortune grows larger. However, those with the aptitude for cultivation will ultimately still be a minority. For the healthy development of humanity, immortals and mortals must be separated. The three ancestors exchanged glances, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. After a moment, the three ancestors looked at Shi Yan and respectfully bowed, saying, "Thank you, Heavenly Emperor, for clearing our doubts." Shi Yan lightly acknowledged with a sound, helping the three to their feet. As long as the three ancestors understand, return, and continue to comprehend the laws humanity has made. Then the three ancestors returned to their own caves and sanctuaries, taking out fragments of the creation jade plate to continue their comprehension of the laws. Meanwhile, Shi Yan's gaze turned towards a bamboo forest in the Juli tribe. There stood a strong man who had just broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. The seal within his bloodline unsealed his physical body stronger, and in his hand he held a weapon wrapped in ominous energy. The strong man was chopping down bamboo in the forest while repeatedly shouting, "Woo, woo, woo." With each shout of woo, a large area of bamboo forest was flattened by the blade's aura. This strong man was Chiyo, and the weapon wrapped in ominous energy was the tiger soul. When Chiyu entered the cycle of reincarnation, he entrusted Emperor Jiang to merge the tiger soul into Kai's true spirit, reincarnating together. At this moment, Kai's primordial spirit cultivation had reached the Tai Golden Immortal level, with most of the Great Witch's blood already integrated into his body, naturally liberating the tiger soul to become his weapon. By the way, all of Kai's memories were sealed within his blood. He didn't need to break through to the Daluo Golden Immortal level to recall his past. At this time, Chiyu had recalled all his memories. His powerful physical form, the primordial spirit realm of the Tai Golden Immortal, combined with the enhancement of the tiger soul, making his strength comparable to that of a Daluo Golden Immortal. Hunyuan, the position of the human race's leader can only belong to me, Chiyu. Feeling his own immense strength and the support of the Wu clan, Chiyu declared, "With great winds at my back, the Juli tribe can win even without effort." 3 years later, Chiyu arrived at the edge of human territory, waiting for his two pets. Suddenly, space shattered. Through the crack in space, Chiyu clearly saw the ancestral witch Gonggong and two black and white pandas. Seeing Gonggong, Chiyu bowed and said, "Chiyu pays respects to the ancestral witch Gonggong." Gonggong waved his hand, looking somewhat annoyed, pointing at the two pandas and saying, "Get up, these are the pets that the boss sent me to deliver." The two pandas, seeing Chiyu through the crack, both raised their heads and roared, "Roar, roar, boss, master." While calling out, they rushed into Kai's embrace. Bang! The two giant pandas, both Daluo Golden Immortals, immediately pinned Chiyu down. Chiyu laughed heartily while being pinned under the two pandas, saying, "Xiong Bing, Xiong Ming, long time no see." The strong panda licked Kai's face with its tongue, saying, "Long time no see, boss." The round panda, Xiong Ming, lay on Kai's chest, rolling around, saying, I thought you were dead, boss." Kai's face darkened as he lifted Xiong Bing and Xiong Ming with one hand each. Then, with a powerful push of his lower body, he jumped up. "Xiong Ming, how could you say the boss is dead?" Xiong Ming lifted up, looked at Kai's expression, and quickly acted cute, saying, "Oh, whoa, boss, you heard wrong. Just now, I didn't say you were dead." "What did you say just now, eh? Did I say anything?" "I don't know, I said nothing." Xiong Ming immediately pretended to be foolish. Seeing Caius' expression darken further, but thinking that he might not be able to defeat these two pets with their cultivation levels, he had no choice but to put the two pandas down, pat their heads, and let the matter pass. Then Shi Yu looked at Gong Gong, who had not left, with a puzzled expression, asking, "Ancestral, which do you have any other instructions?" Gong Gong waved his hand and replied, "No, I just don't want to return to the underworld so soon." Hearing this, Shi Yu immediately invited, "Since you don't want to return to the underworld so soon, would you like to come back to the Jiuli tribe with me?" Jiuli. Shi Yu explained, "The Jiuli tribe is the human tribe where I was born in the cycle of reincarnation formed by the lineage of the witch people." Upon hearing Caius' words, Gong Gong looked towards the direction of the human tribe, recalling the life of a beast of burden in the underworld. A hint of interest appeared in his eyes as he nodded and replied, "Just right, I also don't want to return to the underworld to be a beast of burden. I will accompany you to see your tribe and also check out what the human race has become now." Seeing Gong Gong agree, Shi Yu was overjoyed. He hurriedly mounted Xiong and took Gong Gong back to the tribe. As they passed through the gate of the Jiuli tribe, two strong tribesmen saw Shi Yu return and immediately bowed, shouting loudly, their voices deep and powerful, "We salute the tribe leader." Shi Yu lightly acknowledged and then commanded, "Gather all the tribesmen to the center of the tribe. I have something important to announce." The guard tribesman immediately indicated understanding and left his post. Before long, in the center of the Jiuli tribe, all the tribesmen arrived. Shi Yu stood at the front accompanied by Gong Gong. Shi Yu scanned the crowd, looking at the tribesmen before him, his voice deep and resonant, echoing throughout the square. "Sons of Jiuli, today, the Jiuli tribe welcomes an esteemed guest." As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Yu turned sideways, deeply bowing to Gong Gong, his tone filled with respect. "This is the ancestral witch of water, one of the 12 ancestral witches of the Wu tribe, ancestral witch Gong Gong." At these words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The Jiuli tribe was composed entirely of the witch lineage, and they had heard tales of the Wu clan since childhood. At this moment, upon hearing that this person before them was ancestral witch Gong Gong, all the tribesmen were filled with shock, their eyes wide open as they hurriedly bowed in respect, their voices filled with reverence. "We pay respects to ancestral witch Gong Gong." Their voices rang out, breaking through the heavens. Gong Gong looked at the multitude of descendants of the witch people before him, feeling the faint connection of bloodlines. A smile appeared on his face. He slightly raised his hand, a gentle water principle spreading out, gently lifting all the tribesmen. "Everyone get up." From this day forth, Gong Gong temporarily resided in the Jiuli tribe. Within the Sanxian Island, Shi Yan observed the scenery of the Jiuli tribe, his tone playful. "Oh, Gong Gong actually resides in the Jiuli tribe." Shi Yan's words paused, his gaze shifted towards Kunlun Mountain, observing the peaks shrouded in the power of the heavenly Dao, impossible to glimpse. He stated, "With Gong Gong helping Shi Yu in the late phase of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage, it is likely that the Primordial Heavenly Venerable will lend the three treasures Jade Rui or the Panga Banner. If he doesn't lend it to Guang Chengzi, the Saint's Treasure of the Way, or the innate Supreme Treasure, Shi Yan truly cannot fathom how Hunyuan can win. This competition for the human emperor is becoming increasingly interesting." According to the original timeline, Hunyuan would also receive support from the Heavenly Court. The Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden would transmit military tactics and techniques. At that time, with Shi Yan laying out a strategy, Guang Chengzi's rewards from the merits of humanity would certainly be minimal. Meanwhile, in the bamboo forest outside the Jiuli tribe, Shi Yu was being unilaterally beaten by Gong Gong under the pretense of teaching. Bang! Gong Gong pinched the tiger blade with 2 fingers, then with a casual palm strike, a tremendous force of blood chi transformed into a giant hand that slammed fiercely against Shi Yu's chest. Shi Yu was struck heavily, his figure flying backward, crashing hard into the bamboo forest behind him. The bamboo forest shattered instantly. Shi Yu struggled to rise, propping himself up with the tiger blade, looking helplessly at Gong Gong. "Great Shaman, as a powerful being of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, is there truly no other way to stimulate the fusion of blood chi? He enjoys fighting but despises being bullied." Gong Gong stepped forward slowly, not directly answering Shi Yu's question, but instead lifted him up, speaking with a heavy tone. "This is the fastest method to integrate the blood chi within you. As a great shaman of the witch tribe, can you not endure this little hardship?" Upon hearing this, Shi Yu's mouth ran faster than his brain. "Of course I can. As a witch tribe, how could we fear hardship?" But after saying this, Shi Yu felt a tinge of regret. Gong Gong, hearing Shi Yu's words, smiled internally. The plan was successful. Shi Yu noticed Gong Gong's expression and felt a sudden jolt in his heart, realizing that he had indeed fallen into a trap. Since when did the great shaman Gong Gong also scheme against the witches? He opened his mouth, wanting to take back his words, but as a member of the witch tribe, one must stand by their words. Retracting them would be a disgrace to the great shaman of the witch tribe. Gong Gong looked at Qi Yu's expression of regret. His previous heavy and stable demeanor completely vanished, a hint of cunning appearing at the corner of his mouth. He patted Qi Yu's shoulder with such force that it caused Qi Yu, already in severe pain, to wince again. Good. No wonder you are the great shaman of my witch tribe. You have spirit. Continue your training. After saying this, Gong Gong began to crack his knuckles, the blood qi surging around him, creating waves in the bamboo forest, causing the bamboo to sway incessantly. Qi Yu wanted to cry, but had no tears, gripping the tiger blade tightly, forcing himself to remain calm. I can endure the refining. How could I, Qi Yu, fear this little hardship? But great shaman, could you please go a little easier on me? My physical body, though strong, cannot withstand your attacks. Go easier. Gong Gong raised an eyebrow, then immediately refused, saying, the fusion of blood qi requires constant tempering of the body. If I ease my strength, it might reduce the fusion of blood qi. You wouldn't want to lose to Hunyuan because of blood qi fusion issues, would you? Upon hearing this, Qi Yu understood, stood up straight, and roared, I understand. Great shaman Gong Gong, do not hold back, come at me. As soon as he finished speaking, a glint of approval flashed in Gong Gong's eyes, and his movements were swift, the blood qi surging into his arm. He charged a punch. Boom. It struck Qi Yu's chest, sending him flying hundreds of miles again. Moreover, Gong Gong truly was helping Qi Yu to merge his blood qi. The areas that were struck retained the aura of the great shaman's blood qi, which attracted the great shaman's blood qi within Qi Yu, aiding in its fusion. Bang, bang, boom. The continuous sounds of heavy strikes echoed endlessly. Facing the immense force, Qi Yu was powerless to resist, only able to grit his teeth and endure. Time and again being struck away, shattering the bamboo forest into pieces, and time and again struggling to rise. He could distinctly feel that with each wave of intense pain, the sealed blood qi within his body would be drawn out and integrated into the struck areas. Having just broken through to a new realm, he faintly sensed the signs of further breakthroughs. Meanwhile, in the Xiong Bear tribe, discussions were underway regarding how to confront the Jili tribe. Hunyuan sat at the head seat, his expression troubled. He scanned the crowd in the hall and spoke solemnly. Everyone, the Earth Emperor is returning, and the human race will elect a new human leader, yet Jili's Qi Yu is the strongest competitor contesting for the position of human leader against me. I have summoned you all today to discuss strategies for dealing with this matter. As soon as he finished speaking, the General Chang Xian stepped forward, his voice booming. Tribe leader, since that Qi Yu is unwilling to submit, let us force him into submission. I am willing to lead the army as the vanguard to attack Jili. Hearing this, De Hong quickly stepped forward to hold Chang Xian back, shaking his head. General Chang Xian, do not be hasty. The Jili tribe belongs to the witch lineage. Their strength far surpasses that of ordinary human tribes. Recklessly deploying troops will only deplete our forces. Everyone nodded in agreement, and the hall fell into a momentary silence. At this time, Feng Ho stepped forward, holding a feather fan. His demeanor refined, his eyes full of wisdom. Feng Ho bowed to Hunyuan and slowly spoke. Tribe leader, I have a plan that can resolve the current dilemma. Xuanyuan's eyes brightened, and he quickly stood up. Mr. Feng Ho, please speak. Currently, there are numerous human tribes standing apart from my Xiong Bear, and Jili, there are many tribes, each governing themselves. Feng Ho lightly waved his feather fan, saying the Jili people possess which bloodlines it is unwise for Xiong Bear to confront Jili directly. Therefore, we can first send troops to subjugate the scattered human tribes, bringing them under our Xiong Bear banner, consolidating population, resources, and territory. Once our tribe's power increases and our strength is formidable, we can then march against Jili. Li Mu, upon hearing this, his eyes gleaming, immediately concurred. What Mr. Feng Ho said is absolutely correct. Tribe leader, the Jili tribe is indeed strong, but as long as we integrate the majority of the human tribes, we will surely be able to defeat Jili. Chang Xian scratched his head, feeling that taking gradual steps was not as satisfying as launching an immediate attack, yet he understood the reasoning behind it. Thus he replied, I will listen to the gentleman as long as it allows the tribe leader to become the human leader. Subjugating other tribes first is fine. I am willing to be the vanguard, clearing the path ahead. De Hong also nodded in agreement. I support this plan. I can be responsible for guarding the rear, pacifying the newly subjugated tribes, organizing logistics, ensuring the supply of food and resources so that the frontline army has no worries. Upon hearing this, Hunyuan was also pleased with this strategic plan, declaring, good. We will follow Mr. Feng Hao's plan, first conquering other human tribes, expanding our power, accumulating strength, and then confront Qi Yu in a decisive battle. Immediately assigning tasks, Li Mu, I appoint you as the commander of the three armies, reorganizing the current troops preparing for deployment at any time. Ao Chang Xian, you are to forge military supplies, hastily produce weapons and war drums, expanding the vanguard army. De Hong, you guard the Xiong Bear tribe, pacifying the clansmen, managing internal affairs, supporting the expeditionary army. Mr. Feng Huyu will accompany the troops in the expedition, strategizing the war, devising plans to subjugate each tribe, and remember the priority is to win the hearts of the people, avoiding unnecessary slaughter. After confirming the battle strategy, Shi Yan led the Yoxiong tribe along with the allied tribes that had already submitted to begin expanding the territory of the Yoxiong tribe. The Hunyuan clan valued diplomacy before warfare. They first expressed their desire to become the leader of the human tribes and to unify them. As a local emperor, most tribes nearly all rejected Xuanyuan's recruitment. Only a handful of tribes joined. For those tribes that refused, the Hunyuan clan wasted no words and directly dispatched the Yoxiong army to attack, subduing all tribes that did not join Yoxiong, with forceful suppression and recovery. Although Hunyuan implemented benevolent governance during the campaign, treating the recovered tribes equally. However, this tyrannical behavior of the Hunyuan clan, which forced unification through military, might still drew strong dissatisfaction from many tribal leaders. Unwilling to submit to Xuanyuan's military might, and knowing they could not resist alone, many packed their families and brought their warriors to the Juli tribe. In no time, a large number of tribes flocked to Juli. These tribes, having failed in their resistance or seeing other tribes with similar strengths being subdued, chose to join Juli, which had also produced great sages. Facing the allegiance of these tribes, Qi Yu warmly welcomed them. He felt a trace of disdain for Xuanyuan's actions, saying, "You claim that our Juli tribe loves to fight, yet it is your Yoxiong tribe that first invaded other tribes." Despite this, Qi Yu still had to thank Hunyuan. Juli had recovered many tribes without losing a single soldier, all thanks to him. The next day, Qi Yu summoned all tribes that had pledged allegiance to Juli, standing at the forefront and promising, "Since you trust me, Qiyo, and have joined Juli, you are now part of Juli. Your kin are my kin, your enemies are my enemies. If Hunyuan can unify with military force, then I will protect you with strength." The leaders and chieftains of the tribes that had come to pledge allegiance were excited upon hearing this. "Chieftain Qi Yu is mighty. Hunyuan is brutal. We are willing to follow Juli and resist Yoxiong. Juli protects our kin. We vow to serve Juli till death." In no time, Juli's momentum surged. What was once merely a portion of the southern wilderness had now gathered the majority of the human forces, unwilling to submit to Hunyuan. Juli and Yoxiong had become the only two powers among the human tribes. They confronted and conquered each other. The Yoxiong tribe paid no heed to the tribes that had pledged allegiance to Juli. An alliance formed from defeated foes posed no threat. Yoxiong's greatest enemies remained Juli and Qi Yu. At this time, the two human forces had taken shape, with a tense standoff in the north and south. The Yoxiong tribe occupied the fertile northern lands, strong and well-supplied. Juli was entrenched in the southern wilderness, receiving many tribes seeking refuge with morale high. Both sides constantly exchanged at the border, and conflicts increased day by day. On one such day, several Yoxiong patrol teams encountered tribes that had joined Juli in the border wilderness. Having enjoyed continuous victories, the Yoxiong soldiers grew arrogant, viewing Juli's forces as a rabble of defeated foes, and immediately blocked their path with swords drawn. "This area is under Yoxiong's jurisdiction. The Juli people retreat at once." Juli already harbored resentment towards Xuanyuan's forced campaigns, and supported by Qiyo, they were unwilling to back down. "The wilderness is vast. Why should it belong to Yoxiong?" With a disagreement, both sides immediately clashed. The Yoxiong soldiers were well-trained, coordinated, and their formations disciplined. The tribes joining Juli were not weaklings, either having escaped Yoxiong's onslaught to join Juli. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed across the wilderness, staining the earth with blood. Initially, just a small conflict involving dozens of people, news quickly spread back to their respective camps, and reinforcements swiftly arrived, expanding the scale to hundreds and eventually thousands. One of Chang Xian's captains stationed at the border saw Juli's men daring to provoke and immediately became furious, personally leading the elite troops in a battle a mere defeated force dares to be arrogant, kill them. Juli also had Kai's personal guards leading the charge, wielding sharp blades and boldly facing the enemy. Yoxiong bullies the weak. Today, let you know the might of Juli. The border skirmish soon reached Xuanyuan's ears. He summoned Feng Ho and Li Mu, inquiring whether it was time to go to war. "What do you both think? Is this the right time to start a war?" Feng Ho slightly cupped his hands. "Not yet, but we can send a small number of troops to the border to probe Juli's strength." Li Mu gravely concurred. "What Mr. Feng Ho said is correct. My Yoxiong soldiers are elite. Oh, why would we fear this rabble? Please give the command, and I will personally lead the charge to defeat the enemy." Hunyuan nodded, waving his hand, approved. "General Li Mu, please proceed to the border and subdue the Juli forces." Li Mu replied excitedly, "Understood, I will take my leave." With Xuanyuan's orders, Li Mu rushed to the border of the wilderness. The front line's offensive instantly grew fierce. Under Li Mu's command, war chariots charged and arrows rained down like a storm. Though the warriors of Zhuli were brave, they lacked unified coordination, with each tribe fighting independently gradually falling into a disadvantage. As Zhuli's forces were on the verge of collapse, a tremendous surge of vital energy suddenly descended from the sky. Shi Yu appeared in the battlefield sky holding the tiger soul with a gaze full of rage. With a sweep of the tiger soul, he unleashed a massive blood-red blade aura. Boom! The enormous blood-red blade aura, infused with overwhelming malevolence, sliced through the long sky of the wilderness, heading straight for Li Mu. Li Mu's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly summoned his magical power to defend, but his meager power could not withstand the blood-red blade aura. Just as he was about to be cleaved in two, a jade-clear magical force enveloped his body. At the same time, Hunyuan's figure slowly appeared before Li Mu. Shi Yu, seeing this scene from the sky, smacked his lips. I thought I could eliminate a major general of Yoxiong before the war began. Li Mu, having narrowly escaped death, quickly got to his feet, bowing to Hunyuan. Thank you, chieftain, for saving my life. Hunyuan waved his hand, coldly gazing at Shi Yu in the sky. I didn't expect a small skirmish would attract the leader of Zhuli. Shi Yu, playing with the tiger soul in his hand, looked at Hunyuan, who was only at the late stage of the Golden Immortal realm, with amusement. I didn't expect that merely one general would attract the leader of the Hunyuan clan. Pausing for a moment, he then pointed the tiger soul at Hunyuan. A mere ant in the late stage of the Golden Immortal realm, instead of focusing on cultivation, dares to appear before me, not afraid of being slain. Hearing this, Hunyuan showed no fear, and the jade-clear magical power around him suddenly surged with the fallen soul bell above his head and the 8 trigrams purple robe enveloping him. Let's see if you have the capability. Seeing this, Shi Yu murmured, a spiritual treasure of the Chan sect. It seems that Guangqingzi is nearby. A mere 2 low-grade spiritual treasures cannot make up for the gap in realms. The first clash between Shi Yu and Hunyuan commenced upon the barren plains. This confrontation drew the gaze of myriad powers, the 6 sages of heaven, the great cultivators of the realms, and the human ancestors. Though the 3 immortal islands obscured the threads of fate, they could not hinder direct observation. Divination and perception might fail, but sight held true. They could witness the regions left unshrouded. At Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, primeval Lord of Heaven furrowed his brow. He recognized the familiar aura of Shi Yu, the great shaman of the Wu clan. Curse it! I never anticipated the Wu clan would meddle in the contest for the human sovereign. With their interference, mere Guangqingzi cannot aid Hunyuan in attaining the throne. The Wu clan, relying solely on their physical might, could contend with several cultivators of the same tier. During the cataclysm of Wu and Yao, though their numbers were far fewer than the Yao clan, they still held their ground. Not everyone was Dongwang Tai. Shi Yu might not match the ancestral shamans, yet Hunyuan and Guangqingzi were even less comparable to Dongwang Tai. And this Shi Yu was a great shaman possessing a primordial spirit. Primeval could already envision the rout of the Yoxiong tribe. No, the human sovereign must belong to the Chan sect. With but a thought, primeval Lord of Heaven soon devised a strategy to overcome the foe. Since Shi Yu is a great shaman of the Wu clan, I shall counter him with the soul-slaying sword. Though the soul-slaying sword had performed poorly during the final war between Wu and Yao, failing to inflict substantial harm on Dijiang, it had nonetheless breached the body of that ancestral shaman. The soul-slaying sword can rend Kai's flesh, but the baleful blood resentment upon its blade may taint Hunyuan's path to becoming human sovereign. To lead humanity, one should not wield such a sinister weapon. Mindful of this, Primeval used his authority over the heavenly Dao to teleport to Shouyang Mountain. In the west, upon Mount Sumeru, Junti and Jane also observed the battle between Hunyuan and Shi Yu, recognizing the latter's origins. Junti, his expression still one of bitter sorrow, pointed towards Shi Yu and said, Elder brother, this Shi Yu is the reincarnation of a great shaman. Jane responded in a deep voice, indeed. It seems we must convene the 6 sages and the sage of reincarnation to deliberate. The authority over the cycle of life and death was far too disruptive to the natural order. During the previous council at Zishao Palace, the 6 sages had agreed not to reincarnate their own as children of fate or calamity. They had all forgotten that sage who inherently wielded the power of reincarnation. Zunti's tone grew agitated. Even at great cost, we must force him to swear an oath. Jane gazed towards the netherworld and sighed, indeed. A price that would tempt even a sage. The West will suffer greatly once more. Junior brother, the task of intercepting the missionary efforts of the 3 teachings among humanity falls to you. Zuni's expression was resolute. Rest assured, elder brother. This is my specialty. Jane said, all for the prosperity of the West. On another part of the battlefield, Shi Yu faced Hunyuan. After toying with his weaker opponent for a time, he struck with full force. Pouring his blood essence and chi into the tiger soul blade in his hand, a colossal tiger apparition materialized above Shi Yu. Its roar shook the heavens as it transformed into a blood-red blade light cleaving towards Hunyuan. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Hunyuan knew he was outmatched. He drew another pair of swords, the male and female swords, a superior grade, innate spiritual treasure of Guangchengzi. Empowered by Xuanyuan's mana, the male and female swords emitted a piercing cry, unleashing a sword aura. The blood-red blade light and the sword aura of the male and female swords collided with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the wasteland was rent by a deafening explosion. Shockwaves swept in all directions, flinging yellow earth into the air and cracking the ground into a web of deep chasms. The sword aura of the male and female swords, though fierce, melted away like snow before a flame against Caius' blade light. The blood-red light, its power undiminished, slashed directly towards Xuanyuan's waist, intent on cleaving him in two. What? Hunyuan was aghast. He urgently channeled his entire mana into the purple tassel immortal robe for defense. This robe, a standard garment crafted by primeval Lord of Heaven for his Chan disciples, was forged with casual effort, yet possessed formidable protection. With Xuanyuan's mana infusion, a thick layer of purple golden light instantly enveloped him, shielding him completely. Though the robe's defense was considerable, Qiyu was ultimately a major realm above Hunyuan. The blood-red blade light struck the barrier of the purple tassel immortal robe. It withstood the blow for 2.5 breaths before shattering. With a crisp rip, the robe's defense was torn asunder. The residual force of the blade light slammed directly into Xuanyuan's waist. Excruciating pain racked his body instantly. The flesh at his waist exploded in a burst of gore. Hunyuan himself, under the immense force of the attack, was sent flying backward like a kite, with a broken string blood gushing from his mouth. The male and female swords slipped from his grasp, embedding themselves in the yellow earth. Far away there hummed a mournful dirge. With a heavy thud, he crashed to the ground. A tear had opened at the waist of the purple tassel immortal robe, and his aura was in disarray. Witnessing this, Limu and other members of the Yoxiong tribe cried out in alarm. Chieftain. Their voices were filled with panic. Limu wished to help Hunyuan up, but Caius' baleful aura suppressed the battlefield, trapping Hunyuan. This was to restrain him, and also to prevent his aura from leaking and inadvertently harming mortals. Cultivators fought cultivators, immortals fought mortals. This was an unspoken rule among humanity. Limu tried to enter their battlefield, but could not breach Caius' baleful domain. He could only watch helplessly as Qiyu slowly approached Hunyuan. Limu glared, roaring, "Chieftain! Get up, Chieftain Hunyuan!" But his voice could not penetrate the baleful domain. Caius' personal guard came to Limu's side, patting his shoulder, and advised, "It's useless. Even if you entered, our chieftain's aura would crush you to pulp. Admit defeat. Chieftain Qiyu will treat your people well." Limu immediately slapped his hand away, shouting, "The chieftain will not lose." The guard shook his head. The gap in their realms is too vast. How can Hunyuan possibly win? Limu continued to roar, "We still have the Immortal Master. Immortal Master Guangchengzi will surely come to save the chieftain." The guard nodded helplessly. Fine, fine. Regardless of the outcome, come back with me for now." If Hunyuan lost, Limu would belong to the Jiuli tribe. If Hunyuan was rescued, Limu could still be ransomed to Yoxiong for resources. As he finished speaking, the guard knocked Limu unconscious with a single chop to the neck. He then carried Limu towards the Jiuli territory. Meanwhile, on the cultivator's battlefield, Qiyu stood before Xuanyuan, tiger soul in hand, and said persuasively, "Xuanyuan, you have lost. Surrender. I will treat the Yoxiong tribe well." Hunyuan declared, "Impossible. As one who had conquered most of the human tribes, his pride would not allow surrender. Then I have no choice but to cripple you." In the war between Jiuli and Yoxiong, aside from necessary kills, the goal was to take prisoners whenever possible. Such was the fate for Limu, and such was the fate for Hunyuan. As he spoke, Qiyu gathered a surge of overbearing mana in his hand, enough to cripple Hunyuan. He then thrust it towards him. At this critical moment, Guangchengzi, who had been secretly protecting Xuanyuan, could no longer remain idle. He intervened. "Do not harm my disciple." A surge of Daluo-level mana shot forth, attacking Qiyu. Just as Qiyu was about to strike Hunyuan, the voice of Guangchengzi suddenly echoed. His vital energy erupted violently, surging like a tsunami as he defended against Guangchengzi's attack. The Great Witch's defense was formidable. Even though Qiyu was merely a Tai Golden Immortal, he could withstand the strike of Guangchengzi, who was at the late stage of the Daluo Golden Immortal realm, but was forced to retreat repeatedly without sustaining any substantial damage. Qiyu steadied his stance, watching Guangchengzi protect Hunyuan behind him, filled with mockery in his eyes. "You've finally shown yourself. Oh, I thought you would just watch Hunyuan be crippled by me." He pointed the tiger blade at Guangchengzi, showing no fear of the opponent's higher cultivation level. "Perfect. I wasn't satisfied earlier. Let me see the strength of a top disciple of the Chan sect." Before his words faded, Shi Yu suddenly stomped his foot, launching himself like an arrow released from a bow with no flashy moves. Just pure physical power breaking through all techniques with sheer force. The tiger blade enveloped in immense blood energy slashed towards Guang Qingzi with the might of a roaring tiger and a dragon's roar, stripping away innate spiritual energy wherever the blade light passed. Guang Qingzi regarded this overwhelming offensive with disdain, glancing at Hunyuan and coldly snorting, secretly thinking trash. As one whom he had painstakingly nurtured and imparted the jade-clear celestial methods to Hunyuan had actually failed to defeat Shi Yu, a mere mixed blood witch without any great guidance, and was even beaten to the point of being unable to fight back, nearly losing his cultivation. Guang Qingzi began to doubt whether Hunyuan was truly a great sage of the human race. How could he be so far behind the Heavenly Emperor and Earth Emperor? Coming to his senses, Guang Qingzi's gaze turned icy as he faced the charging Shi Yu, casually conjuring a Daluo divine lightning to strike down upon him. A mere Tai Golden Immortal dares to launch an attack against a Daluo Golden Immortal. Your courage is commendable. Today let me enlighten you on the vast chasm between the realms of Daluo and Tai, which cannot be crossed by your raw physical strength. The divine lightning collided violently with the blade light, but the expected scene of instant shattering did not occur. Shi Yu's full force strike firmly withstood the jade-clear divine lightning. For a moment they were locked in a stalemate, but then the divine lightning was torn apart by the blade light and continued straight towards Guang Qingzi. Seeing this, Guang Qingzi's eyes flashed with surprise, and he then waved his hand to disperse the blade light. His divine sense swept over Shi Yu, sensing an aura far surpassing that of his own Tai Golden Immortal early stage, and a hint of gravity appeared in his eyes. At the same time, he inwardly chastised Hunyuan. Could he really be a false great sage? How can he be so far behind Shi Yu? Guang Qingzi now felt that without a good spiritual treasure, Hunyuan would suffer a crushing defeat against Shi Yu at the same realm. After Shi Yu extinguished Guang Qingzi's offensive, he felt invigorated, pointing the tiger blade at him with fierce battle intent blazing in his crimson eyes as he laughed maniacally at the sky, refreshing. With that, he stepped forward again, causing the wild earth to tremble, his vital energy surging to its peak as the tiger avatar above his head reformed, exuding a terrifying aura in all directions. Another slash unleashed a blood-colored blade light that spanned the horizon, creating swirling fissures in the space it passed, its might many times greater than before. Guang Qingzi's expression turned grim as he summoned the dual swords from Hunyuan's hands. The swords sensed their master's call and immediately flew from Hunyuan into Guang Qingzi's grasp. The superior innate spiritual treasure, the dual swords, radiated true power in Guang Qingzi's hands, their ringing echoing through the heavens as a sword chi, far surpassing Shi Yu's blood-colored blade light, was unleashed. Wherever the sword wind passed, the space solidified, and Shi Yu's malevolent energy was forcefully suppressed. Clang! The sound of clashing metal was ear-piercing as the blood-colored blade light collided violently with the dual sword chi. A raging energy shockwave radiated from the two. Although Shi Yu attempted to contain the shockwave to the battlefield, he was already at a disadvantage. The residual waves swept across the entire battlefield, threatening to annihilate all mortals in the wilderness, prompting Shi Yu to make a decisive choice to abandon his offensive. True body of the Great Witch. Activating the essence blood of the Great Witch, he condensed the true body of the Great Witch. Shi Yu's form suddenly surged in size, the towering figure of the Great Witch stretching across the wasteland, aiming to withstand all damage and residual waves with his physical body. He spread his arms wide, standing before the human race's kin, blocking all the raging residual waves. His massive body trembled violently, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, yet he firmly held the line, refusing to let even a shred of residual wave harm the mortals below. Seeing this, the warriors of the Julie knelt down and shouted. Some of the Xiong captives also showed shock. Great leader, Shi Yu. But high above the dual sword chi did not dissipate. Due to Shi Yu retracting his attack, it still carried unmatched might, cleaving towards Shi Yu's true body. Shi Yu grunted, but because of his massive size, he forced himself to remain standing without retreating an inch. Seeing this scene, Guang Qingzi's eyes lit up with excitement. Now is the perfect opportunity to eliminate Shi Yu. Guang Qingzi did not care about the heavy losses the mortals would face. When Shi Yu's massive body fell, he felt that the celestial beings had never cared about the deaths of mortals. They simply did not comprehend the value of the eternal ruler of heaven and earth. Thus, in the future, the 12 Golden Immortals became a typical example where mortals could only be killed by mortals. When killed by celestial beings, it would trigger the calamity of humanity. Especially now with the human treasure, the Kongtong seal, untouched by the heavenly Dao, and the human path, not completely suppressed, the calamity of humanity would surely worsen. Guang Qingzi had made up his mind, no longer hesitating. He gripped the dual swords tightly, pouring his Daluo Golden Immortal latest power completely into the superior, innate spiritual treasure, causing its power to surge thrice as strong as before, with the sound of the sword's song shattering the clouds, intending to slay Qi Yu with a single sword. Then, just as the sword Qi of the dual swords was about to coalesce and strike out, Shi Yan behind Guang Qingzi struggled to rise just in time to see Guang Qingzi about to swing his sword at Qi Yu. Witnessing Qi Yu use his body as a shield to protect all mortals, including the Xiong people, and observing the fearful looks of the human race below towards Qi Yu's towering form, he hurriedly dashed towards Guang Qingzi, shouting in a hoarse voice, "Master, no." Hearing Shi Yan's voice, Guang Qingzi paused for a moment, his brow furrowed in annoyance. "Disciple, this is the best opportunity to eliminate Qi Yu. If we miss this chance today, there will be no more." "No way." Shi Yan shook his head repeatedly, his wounds splitting and blood flowing again. He looked at the trembling kin below, filled with despair. "Though Qi Yu is my enemy, he protects the mortal's safety. If I sit idly by while my master kills him, allowing his true body to collapse and crush all my kin, how am I any different from a beast? How can I lead the human race in the future, and how can I earn their respect?" Shi Yan reached Guang Qingzi's side, gripping his wrist tightly, his breath growing weaker, yet he refused to let go, his eyes filled with stubbornness. Seeing this scene, Guang Qingzi inwardly cursed, foolish. However, seeing Shi Yan's expression, he ultimately abandoned the idea of destroying Qi Yu. "Very well, I will heed your words." Guang Qingzi forcefully shook off Shi Yan's hand, no longer glancing at Qi Yu, for though Qi Yu was powerful, he was still just a tiny golden immortal, easily extinguishable with a wave of his hand. This time he followed Shi Yan's words and spared Qi Yu. The aura surrounding Guang Qingzi gradually dissipated, and the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dual swords of yin and yang, was also absorbed into his nascent soul as the tremendous pressure that suffocated the entire wasteland receded like a tide. Beside him, the towering Qi Yu felt the sword energy before him dissipate, finally letting out a sigh of relief, inwardly exclaiming, "It seems there's no need to trouble the ancestor Gonggong after all." He turned his gaze to the minuscule Hunyuan, recalling his earlier words, a complex emotion swirling in his eyes mingled with a hint of recognition. Shi Yan also looked back at Qi Yu with a complicated expression, and a mutual admiration began to blossom between them. Guang Qingzi, witnessing this scene, let out a cold snort, saying, "Take care of yourself." With that, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Seeing this, Shi Yan could only smile helplessly. Turning his attention back to the still imposing Qi Yu, he cupped his hands in gratitude and said, "Qi Yu, thank you. This matter will be etched in Hunyuan's heart." Qi Yu slowly dispersed his great witch form, returning to his original appearance, his aura weakened, clearly indicating the tremendous cost of sustaining his great witch form. He raised his eyes to Hunyuan, leaning on his tiger blade to support his slightly swaying body, his tone still heavy. "What are you thanking me for?" "I protect the human race, not you, Shi Yan." Pausing for a moment, his gaze swept over the terrified members of the bear clan around them, his voice deepening. "I am to become the human race's sovereign. Your clansmen will also be my clansmen in the future. Protecting my people is my duty." Hunyuan's heart jolted as he looked at the weakened, yet still upright Qi Yu, momentarily believing that the person before him truly was the future sovereign of the human race. After a moment of stunned silence, Shi Yan immediately shook his head, casting aside that thought. How could he entertain such an idea? He himself was to be the future sovereign of the human race. Steeling his resolve, Shi Yan thanked Qi Yu again, but this time his tone carried confidence and a hint of challenge. "This time you won, Qi Yu, but the position of human race sovereign ultimately belongs to me." Qi Yu, upon hearing this, not only did not get angry, but looked at Shi Yan with appreciative eyes, smiling as he inquired, "Oh, you dare to say that? If it weren't for your master intervening earlier, you would have already fallen into my hands. Where does your confidence in saying this come from?" "A temporary defeat does not determine the overall situation. I cultivate the Jade Pure Immortal method and will surely catch up to your realm in the future. Under the same mirror realm, who wins and who loses is still uncertain." Shi Yan spoke with a steady and powerful voice, looking at Qi Yu with determined eyes. Qi Yu regarded Hunyuan's demeanor seriously, sensing his unwavering attitude, and remarked, "Now you resemble a great sage of the human race. But the gap in realms is not so easily bridged. I hope that by the time of the great battle you can catch up to my realm." Shi Yan replied earnestly, "Rest assured, next time we meet, I will definitely catch up to your cultivation realm." Hunyuan's tone was solemn. "You and I shall have a fair battle unknown to determine who is worthy of leading the human race." "Good. I have noted that down." Qi Yu tightened his grip on the tiger blade, agreeing to Hunyuan's promise, then turned to the warriors of the Julie behind him, speaking in a deep voice. Release all the captured members of the bear clan, return their weapons and belongings, and do not cause them any trouble. Hunyuan stopped Guang Chengxi's attack, knowing that Qiyu would definitely reciprocate. The Jiuli warriors were taken aback, then stepped forward. Chief. These captives. No need for more words. Kai's tone was unquestionable. Weapons, resources, and clansmen, not a single one less, must all be returned without harming anyone or withholding anything. Understood. The warriors, though reluctant, still obeyed Kai's orders and immediately turned to release the captives, returning the seized items one by one. Only then did Qiyu look back at Xuanyuan, saying, "These people and resources will serve as a token of gratitude." "Thank you." Xuanyuan quickly flew to the side of the bear clan members, checking their injuries. "Withdraw." After assessing their condition, he issued the order to retreat. Under Xuanyuan's leadership, the bear clan left the borders of the wasteland, taking their camp along the way. Returning the wilderness to Jiuli. The celestial beings, observing the battle from the clouds, all sighed, communicating through their divine senses. Is Jiuli Qiyu really that strong? He actually withstood the attack of the high disciples of the Chan sect with the body of Tai. The witch clan is inherently strong in physical form, not to mention the great, which gets nothing to be surprised about. But isn't Qiyu a member of the witch tribe? What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist? Young one, if you cannot recognize Kai's great witch form, then obediently call me senior. My master is the saint of purity. A disciple of a saint. Young friend, I apologize for offending you earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Meanwhile, above the wasteland, the Jiuli warriors had returned all the bear clan captives and resources. Watching Xuanyuan lead his clansmen gradually fade into the distance, many soldiers still felt resentful and stepped forward to bow to Qiyu, saying, "Chief, are we just letting them go? Shouldn't we at least exchange some resources, Chief?" Qiyu leaned on the tiger blade, his gaze fixed on the direction Xuanyuan had left, and spoke calmly. "Xuanyuan saved your lives. Returning these captives and resources to him is only proper." Kai's words paused as he glanced at the clansmen beside him. "What? Do you feel that your lives are worth less than some captives and resources?" Sensing a change in their chief's tone, the nearby clansman hurriedly replied, "It's worth it, it's worth it. Chief is wise." Their tone was respectful, and they began to flatter Qiyu. Seeing this, Qiyu simply laughed heartily, then sheathed the tiger blade and patted the back of the foremost clansman with strength. "Now you understand." Then Qiyu waved his hand. "Withdraw the troops, return to Jiuli." "Yes." As the echoing response shook the wasteland, the Jiuli warriors quickly regrouped, assisting the injured clansmen, tidying up the remaining resources from the battlefield, and orderly returning to the tribe. In the clouds, the celestial beings discussed as the mention of "my master is the saint of purity" lingered even after the battle between Qiyu and Xuanyuan had ended. Almost all the celestial beings were indulging in gossip, watching the hidden mighty figure apologize to the disciple of the saint in a comical scene. No matter how poor the reputation of purity was, he was still a saint. A disciple of a saint who could participate in their divine discussions had a cultivation level of at least the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The disciples of the Western sect's Great Luo Golden Immortal were certainly the treasures of the two saints. The hidden mighty figure, not wanting to be found by the saint, could only repeatedly humble himself and apologize, seeking his forgiveness. In this regard, the successfully brainwashed Luya took all the benefits of the hidden mighty figure. Then he immediately called out to Purity, "Master, someone is bullying me." At the cry of "someone is bullying me," Purity felt it and hurried to Luya's side. "My good disciple, what happened? Did that senior brother bully you? I will stand up for you." Luya immediately exaggerated and informed Purity about the divine discussions. The hidden mighty figure successfully connected the cause and effect with Purity. A great burden was added to the ancient primordial world. On Shouyang Mountain in the Eight Scenes Palace, the Taching Saint and the Primordial Supreme sat across from each other. After a moment of silence, the Primordial Supreme spoke first, his tone tinged with a hint of request. "Elder brother, I have come today regarding the matter of the human emperor. I understand your intention, second brother. Please state your request." Directly, Taching slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep like an ancient well. The Primordial Supreme nodded, skipping any further formalities, and waved his hand. 3 dull, cracked sword fragments floated into the Eight Scenes Palace. Despite their damage, the fragments still exuded a strong aura of killing intent. They were indeed the remnants of the postnatal supreme treasure, the Slaughter Witch Sword. Elder brother, as Qiyu is the reincarnation of a great, which with a formidable physical body, no ordinary spiritual treasure can penetrate it. I wish to reforge the Slaughter Witch Sword to serve as Xuanyuan's spiritual treasure, aiding him in attaining the position of human emperor. Upon hearing this, Taching merely hummed softly, not saying anything further. The Primordial Supreme continued, however, "Elder brother, the Slaughter Witch Sword is too malevolent. Even I cannot alter its essence while retaining its nature as a slaughter witch. Therefore, when reforging the slaughter witch sword, I wish to infuse a thread of human luck and the copper from Shoyang Mountain, allowing Hunyuan to nurture it with the luck of humanity, transforming it into a sword of human luck. The copper from Shoyang Mountain is a supreme treasure of humanity, born alongside the Kongtong seal, infused with some human aura. Using it along with a thread of human luck to reforge the sword body is the best choice for Xuanyuan's sword. To be honest, the Primordial Supreme somewhat regretted taking on the position of human emperor. It was quite a loss considering the countless resources spent on spiritual treasures. The Primordial Supreme had considered using other spiritual materials for reforging, but when he thought of the human luck, he still came to seek Taking's help. Taching remained indifferent, as if he had anticipated the Primordial Supreme's words. His voice was calm and unperturbed. The luck of humanity is the foundation of the human teachings and cannot be easily stripped away. The copper from Shoyang Mountain is also the finest heavenly material. What does the second brother intend to offer in exchange? Upon hearing this, the Primordial Supreme took out a piece of innate spiritual root that he had prepared earlier and handed it to Taching. Though a thread of luck is scarce, giving it away without reason would also dilute the merit of the luck. A transaction where the cause and effect are clear is the best outcome. Taching received the spiritual root with a neutral expression. This spiritual root is indeed worthy of a thread of human luck. The elder brother believes it is acceptable, then let us exchange this spiritual root for a share of human luck. Agreed. Taching nodded slightly, and then tossed a thread of human luck and a piece of Xianhuan copper to the Primordial Supreme. The copper's natural patterns emanated a faint aura of humanity. It was the mother copper of Shoyang Mountain, a spiritual material born from the same source as the Kongtong seal. The Xianhuan luck and the mother copper fell before the Primordial Supreme, who stored them in his personal space. He then bowed deeply to Taching, his tone solemn. Thank you, elder brother, for your assistance. Knowing that Taching preferred tranquility and did not like disturbances, he did not linger, but transformed into a wisp of clear air and dissipated within the Eight Scenes Palace. Returning to Yushu Palace to enter seclusion and refine artifacts. The struggle between the Jiuli and the Yoshiong tribes fell into a bizarre arms race mode after the battle in the wilderness. The Jiuli tribe was adept at metal forging and weapon crafting. After the wilderness battle, Qiyu ordered the entire tribe to mobilize, scouring the wilds for copper and tin veins to forge bronze weapons. The tribe's craftsmen worked tirelessly, repeatedly hammering, quenching, and refining the initially smelted bronze, discarding the crude stone axes and wooden spears of the past. They crafted neatly shaped bronze halberds, bronze spears, and bronze knives. Notably, the weapons used by Caius' personal guards were infused with a hint of the fierce aura of tiger spirits, greatly enhancing their sharpness. The armor was made by combining beast hides with bronze plates, creating beast-faced bronze armor that offered far superior defense compared to the bone armor of the Yoshiong tribe. As for Qiyu himself, he entered seclusion to cultivate, diligently training daily in the bamboo forest with Gonggong, awakening the great witch's blood within him, gradually increasing his strength. On the other side, though the Yoshiong tribe started slightly later under Xuanyuan's leadership and Guang Chengxi's guidance, they pursued vigorously. Xianyuan emulated the Jiuli, seeking mineral veins, refining bronze, and crafting bronze swords and bronze halberds that were lightweight and sharp, suitable for close combat. In terms of armor, the Yoshiong tribe discarded the heavy beast hides and created a complete bronze chest plate lined with linen, providing comprehensive protection while allowing for agile movement. Although not as ferocious as the Jiuli's beast armor, it was better suited to the physique of the Yoshiong people. After delegating the tribe's development to his people, Xianyuan focused on cultivating the teachings of the immortals daily, hoping to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal level and stand on par with Qiyu. This situation continued for a full 30 years. Caius' injuries healed under the nourishment of human luck and the blood of the Great Witch, and his cultivation further advanced. With the boost of human luck, Xianyuan finally broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal level in the 29th year. He consolidated his cultivation for a year. During that year, the Jiuli tribe began to expand. Empowered by bronze weapons and beast armor, the Jiuli tribe advanced like a hot knife through butter, constantly pushing their borders outward. The Yoshiong tribe, despite their larger numbers, found themselves overpowered by the Witch tribe's warriors at the mortal level. The Yoshiong tribe was beaten back repeatedly, ultimately forced to establish a stronghold at the site of the deer hunt to slow down Jiuli's invasion. Using every means at their disposal, they barely managed to halt the Jiuli's advance, preventing them from pushing further into the central plains. The land of the deer hunt, with its rolling yellow earth, was swept by wind and sand. The second battle between Xianyuan and Qiyu commenced. In this battle, Qiyu brought his mount two extraordinary beasts of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, the iron-eating beast alongside the bear warrior Xiongmeng. One person and two bears drove Xianyuan and Guangchengzi back relentlessly, with the battle turning overwhelmingly in their favor. I won't let you bully my master. The bear warrior glared at Guangchengzi with fierce red eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent. His massive body leaped suddenly, and his sharp claws viciously tore at Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi's expression changed drastically. He quickly swung his sword to defend the dual swords radiating with spiritual light, but the bear warriors swatted them aside, dimming their brilliance. The bear warrior's physical power was unmatched, showing no fear of the spiritual treasure's sharpness. Each claw strike was fierce and lethal as the full power of a great Luo cultivation erupted, leaving Guangchengzi gasping for breath. Guangchengzi was both shocked and furious, his hand gripping the dual swords trembling slightly. He looked up, fixating on Qiyu, his voice filled with disbelief. Qiyu, you are merely at the Tai Golden Immortal level. How do you possess a mount of Great Luo Golden Immortal caliber? Qiyu, who was pressing Hunyuan, laughed heartily. As a great sage of humanity, Hunyuan has his opportunities, and I have mine. Is it wrong for me to have Qiyu as my master? Xiongming also grinned at Guangchengzi, then let out a low growl, pouncing towards Guangchengzi. The two bears coordinated perfectly, giving Guangchengzi no chance to catch his breath. Guangchengzi's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth, swinging his sword once more to fend off the two bears' onslaught. Meanwhile, Hunyuan, feeling the pressure on his ally Guangchengzi, had a faint inclination to retreat. In the land of deer hunting, the yellow earth was stained with blood. The spiritual treasure in Hunyuan's hand shattered under the tremendous force of Huyo, causing him to stagger backward, his gaze at Qiyu filled with grave concern. I never expected to have broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm, yet the gap with Qiyu remains so vast. Caius' aura surged violently, his malevolent energy soaring to the heavens, offering Hunyuan no chance to catch his breath as he pressed forward relentlessly. Holding the Huyo, he swung continuously, each strike carrying the might to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Hunyuan, this is impossible. How can one be a Tai Golden Immortal and still be so easily defeated? Surrender early, obey me, and become the sovereign of the human race. Qiyu laughed maniacally, his Huyo continuously breaking through Xuanyuan's defenses, leaving numerous wounds on his body. Xuanyuan's tone was resolute as he roared, "No way, I have not lost yet." Stubborn and unyielding, Caius' face darkened, the malevolent energy in his hand surged even more fiercely. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the sounds of slaughter grew ever more brutal. Guangchengzi was besieged by two colossal iron-eating beasts of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, struggling in an utterly wretched state, with cracks already appearing on his Great Luo Dao fruit, his aura waning. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at the two iron-eating beasts closing in on him. "You two beasts, I will ensure your deaths and obliteration." His voice roared with bitterness. As the foremost disciple of the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect, favored by his master, being so thoroughly humiliated by two strange beasts left him questioning how he could stand tall before his junior disciples in the future. The bear soldier swatted Guangchengzi away with a claw, its crimson beastly eyes filled with mockery as it taunted the foremost of the Chan sect Golden Immortals. Nothing more than this. Bear Ming also came forward, baring its sharp fangs. "Truly pathetic. How dare you call us beasts? Prepare to die." Roar. With a furious roar, Bear Ming lunged at Guangchengzi again. Guangchengzi's eyes were bloodshot, his chest filled with boiling fury and resentment. He suddenly roared with a bone-chilling, killing intent, "You two vile beasts. I am a disciple of a sage, how can you insult me?" With that, Guangchengzi summoned the Yuqing immortal art, wielding the dual swords to attack Bear Ming and Bear Soldier. Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace. The primordial heavenly sovereign, who was refining a treasure for Hunyuan, was closely monitoring the battlefield. Watching the one-sided situation, Yuan Shi furrowed his brows, never expecting Guangchengzi's combat strength to be so low. Even with the advantage of spiritual treasures, he was unable to defeat two iron-eating beasts of the same realm. As the foremost Golden Immortal of the Chan sect, his combat strength is actually inferior to that of an outer disciple of the Jia sect. It seems I must provide some real combat experience to the 12 Golden Immortals. Under the same realm, they are being suppressed by two mounts. The matter of Jia sect disciples fighting against the demon army was known to the sages, comparing the disciples of that time at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level with Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi's strength was merely mid-tier, not even reaching the upper tier. The primordial heavenly sovereign was now pondering whether he had been too protective of the 12 Golden Immortals, causing them to be inept in actual combat. They only knew how to compete with spiritual treasures and did not know how to flexibly use formations and talismans in battle. Well, I hope this failure can serve as a lesson for Guangchengzi. Baihe Tongzi have the other 11 Golden Immortals descend the mountain to assist Guangchengzi in helping Hunyuan achieve the role of the human emperor. I shall obey the master's order. After receiving the command from the primordial heavenly sovereign Baiha, Tongzi hurriedly set off to notify the Golden Immortals to descend the mountain. The battle in the deer hunting region continued with two battlefields. Mortal against mortal, cultivator against cultivator. The battlefield of mortals was also in a one-sided situation. Although the bear army outnumbered the Julie army by a large margin, the Julie's equipment and physique far surpassed those of the bears. A member of the Julie tribe charged into the battlefield akin to a galloping bull to the bears, causing devastation with a mere touch leading to instant death. This instilled panic among the ranks of the bear army, significantly diminishing their morale. The opponents are definitely not mortals. Which mortal can pick up armored soldiers as weapons and continue fighting after their weapons break? Faced with the disheartened bear army, Hunyuan, suppressed by Chiyo, understood that this war had been lost by the bears. Surrender or be crippled, choose a path. Caius' voice thundered like a storm, echoing in Hunyuan's ears. He looked at the two iron-eating beasts pressing down on Hunyuan, and with a firm resolution ignited the fortune of the bear tribe, forcibly enhancing his strength. What? Feeling Hunyuan's suddenly erupted battle power, a flicker of surprise crossed Caius' eyes, causing his movements to pause for a moment. This moment also provided Hunyuan his opportunity to escape. Retreat! Retreat! Hunyuan's roar resonated across the deer-hunting plains, empowered by his magic, transmitting the command to every corner. The already demoralized bear soldiers, upon hearing their leader's command, turned and fled in a panic towards Central Plains. Guangchengzi also activated the Yuqing escape technique, breaking free from the encirclement of Bear Soldier and Bear Meng, following Hunyuan in retreat. Chiyo, wielding the Huyo, watched as Hunyuan and Guangchengzi fled in disarray, a disdainful smile creeping onto his lips, then turned to the Julie warriors beside him, commanding, "Clean up the battlefield, return to the tribe." Upon hearing this, Caius' personal guard, with a puzzled expression and lingering battle intent in his eyes, asked, "Chief, why not pursue? This opportunity surely allows us to crush the bears." Chiyu cast a sidelong glance at Guangchengzi, explaining, "That disciple of the Chan sect has arrived. Pursuing now would be disadvantageous for the Julie." Just a moment ago, when Hunyuan retreated, Gonggong had transmitted a message to Chiyo informing him of the 11 Golden Immortals descending the mountain. Chiyu also wished to pursue to swiftly eliminate the bears, but he understood that relying solely on Bear Soldier and Bear Meng, two Great Luo Golden Immortals, would not be enough to withstand the Chan sect disciples. Pursuing recklessly would undoubtedly result in heavy losses for the Julie tribe. The personal guard acknowledged this, but returned to the battlefield to collect the spoils, unwilling to accept the situation. This was clearly the best opportunity to defeat the bears. Hearing this, Chiyu slowly spoke, his voice filled with arrogance. "It's fine. The position of the sovereign of the human race will ultimately belong to me. Once I break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, even the mere 12 Golden Immortals will not be able to stop me." The Great Luo Golden Immortal, a proof of eternal existence. Once Chiyu achieved the Great Luo, the sealed essence blood would merge completely into his body, returning him to the form of a great, which able to challenge the bear tribe single-handedly. On the other side, Hunyuan and Guangchengzi led the bear army back to their nearest stronghold. Hunyuan's forced enhancement of strength caused the aftereffects to fully erupt at this moment, his Dao body in excruciating pain, his complexion as pale as paper, every step threatening to topple him. Had it not been for the support of his personal guards beside him, he would have collapsed. Guangchengzi's situation was even more miserable, with cracks covering his Great Luo Dao fruit, his purple celestial robe torn, his face filled with humiliation and resentment. "Teacher, can we really defeat Chiyu?" Hunyuan's voice was hoarse as he looked back at his severely injured kin, filled with guilt, his tone carrying a hint of despondency and helplessness. Under the same realm being suppressed in battle, Hunyuan began to doubt whether he was truly a great sage of the human race. His achievements could not compare to Chiyo, and his combat strength was also inferior to Chiyu. Guangchengzi shook his head, letting out a long sigh filled with bitterness, yet he still comforted. "It is my lack of strength that has let down Master's expectations. If it were not for my inability to defeat those two iron-eating beasts, the situation would not have come to this. I will return to Kunlun Mountain now and seek help from the other junior brothers. I will definitely help you defeat Chiyu and seize the position of the human emperor." Guangchengzi remained proud, but in the face of reality, he found it hard to argue. "Really, Master?" Hunyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could obtain the help of several other senior disciples of the Chan sect, he would surely be able to overcome Chiyu. Hunyuan felt no burden in seeking assistance. In the primordial era, was it not all about strength and connections? One must have a background to survive. "Of course. I will set out after a few days of recuperation," Guangchengzi reluctantly replied. Just as his words fell, 11 streaks of flowing light rushed towards his direction. It was none other than Qi Jingzi Tai Yi Zhenren and the other 11 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Qi Jingzi landed first. Seeing Guang Qingzi in a pitiful state, his expression changed drastically, and he urgently asked, "Senior brother, how could you be so severely injured? What happened on the battlefield of the deer hunt?" Tai Yi Zhenren, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, and others also gathered around, bringing forth healing treasures to treat him. Guang Qingzi looked at his junior brothers around him, feeling a warmth in his heart, but still asked in confusion, "Junior brothers, how did you come here?" Upon hearing this, Tai Yi Zhenren slowly explained, "Master had long foreseen the unfavorable situation and sent us to aid you in helping Hunyuan seize the position of the human emperor." "Yes," Yu Ding Zhenren nodded in agreement. "Qiyu is the reincarnation of a great shaman. It is only natural that senior brother cannot defeat him. Master sent me here to help you." The reincarnation of a great shaman. These 4 words struck Guang Qingzi, causing him to freeze in place. The resentment and anger that had been swelling in his eyes transformed into shock. He stood dazed, muttering to himself, his eyes filled with realization. No wonder he possesses such a formidable physique and has 2 mounts that are Great Luo Golden Immortals. It turns out he is the reincarnation of an ancient great shaman. Guang Qingzi's doubts were entirely resolved by the revelation of Kai's true origins. The shame, resentment, and self-doubt that had burdened him began to dissipate the moment he learned of Kai's true roots. Losing to a great shaman is no disgrace. That group of barbarians has few who can win against even a single innate holy deity. Not to mention I am but an innate being compared to Hunyuan, a postnatal being. Guang Qingzi let out a long breath. He nodded slightly at his junior brothers, his tone now resolute. "Thanks to you all for informing me. The knot in my heart has finally been unraveled. Since it is the reincarnation of a great shaman, this battle, even if we lose, is not unjust." Seeing this, Qi Jingzi smiled and nodded. "It is good that senior brother has come to terms with it. Now that all 12 golden immortals of our Chan sect have gathered, even if he is a reincarnated great shaman, he is certainly no match for our combined strength." Hunyuan listened to this conversation, feeling even more invigorated. He had previously wondered why Qiyu surpassed ordinary people, yet now understanding that he was a reincarnated great shaman, he was immediately enlightened. Looking at the golden immortals, his eyes burned with excitement. "With all of you senior uncles assisting, how can Qiyu not be defeated? The position of the human emperor ultimately belongs to me, Hunyuan." Meanwhile, in the Jiuli tribe, Qiyu sat opposite Gonggong in a room. "Qiyu, all 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect have descended, standing entirely on Hunyuan's side to aid him in seizing the position of the human emperor." Gonggong looked at Qiyu, his brows furrowed as he bluntly said, "Can you and those 2 pandas withstand 12 great Luo golden immortals?" Upon hearing this, Kai's lips curled into a proud smile. He waved his hand dismissively, his tone confident and laced with the arrogance of a great shaman. "Gonggong ancestor shaman, I appreciate your concern. What of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect?" His aura surged malevolence, filling the room. "Once I break through to Great Luo Golden Immortal and return to my great shaman form, even if another 12 Great Luo Golden Immortals come, I can still defeat them. As an ancestral shaman at the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, taking action against a group of latecomers from the Chan sect would only draw the displeasure of the sages." Gonggong observed Chiyu's arrogant demeanor, knowing his mind was made up, but still said, "If you ever need help, just call my name. Even if the sages are displeased, they would not dare do anything to me." With the aura of the Father God around him, Gonggong indeed wanted to provoke the sages a bit. He found it amusing to see Nüwa's frustration. He enjoyed that expression of being able to crush him with a single slap, yet not daring to act. "Thank you, Gonggong ancestor shaman, I will remember this." Qiyu nodded in gratitude. He then stood up and looked at Gonggong, requesting, "Gonggong ancestor shaman, let us head to the bamboo forest." Upon hearing this, Gonggong's eyes lit up. "Let's go. I happen to be itching for a fight. I will suppress my cultivation to Tai Yi's level, and we will battle for 300 rounds. Suppressing to Tai Yi's level. As Qi was about to leave the room, he stared wide-eyed at Gonggong. "So you can suppress your cultivation too? You really just wanted to fight me before? Just pretend you didn't hear anything." Gonggong quickly realized he had let something slip. With that, he pulled Qiyu along toward the bamboo forest, giving him no chance to ask questions. Qiyu was dragged along looking helpless, yet deep inside, he felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. However, knowing the ancestral shaman intended to suppress his cultivation today, he had already resolved to seek some justice. In an instant, the two entered the depths of the bamboo forest, standing still and exchanging a glance, needing no more words. Their surrounding magical power and laws converged, leaving only the pure, overwhelming force of blood chi surging within their bodies, roaring like a raging river. Gongong's blood chi surged and his aura was indeed suppressed at the level of Tai Golden Immortal. He grinned, brimming with battle intent. Today, I will use my Tai cultivation to thoroughly hone your great shaman physique. Shi Yu also nodded, his blood chi's soaring eyes ablaze with battle intent. Just as I wish. Ancestral shaman, today, I want to see if, after suppressing your cultivation, your physique can still outmatch me. Before he finished speaking, Shi Yu launched the first strike, his feet stomping the ground, fiercely shattering the earth, as his figure shot forward like an arrow towards Gongong. There were no flashy techniques, only the purest and most direct fist, his fist imbued with the overwhelming blood chi of a great shaman, crashing fiercely toward Gongong. Come on. Gongong did not dodge or evade, similarly throwing a punch to collide with Kai's assault. Bang! A deafening sound erupted as the surrounding space rippled under the collision of their two attacks. Both were jolted back several steps. Refreshing, Gongong exclaimed with delight, then continued to battle Shi Yu. Shi Yu only felt his fist tingle. Even suppressed, Gongong's physique was not something he could easily clash with. However, facing Gongong's assault, Shi Yu chose to continue battling with his physical body, having no intention of using any spiritual treasures. The warfare of the Wu clan was all about fists meeting flesh. The three immortal islands, a cave world specially opened by Shi Yan for hatching dragon eggs. Shi Yan and the Lishan clan observe all the dragon eggs of the white dragon lineage here. I didn't expect the white dragon lineage to possess such dense karma, and yet there is still an untainted dragon embryo. Lishan's tone was one of surprise, his eyes filled with curiosity. Although the dragon clan has severed its causal ties with the white dragon lineage, the white dragon lineage itself caused significant destruction to the primal wilderness during the Dragon Han catastrophe. The karma is not insignificant either. Logically speaking, the fetus should be tainted by karma. However, the dragon egg before them appears utterly free of any karma, and Lishan even senses a hint of human fate emanating from it. Shi Yan had come to understand the situation. The Yinglong, the mount of Hunyuan in the struggle for supremacy among the human emperors. Its strength is formidable. One dragon can battle two bears, making it a crucial force in Xuanyuan's victory over Shi Yu. According to the original timeline, it should have been chosen by the Heavenly Dao, embodying the fate of the Heavenly Dao. However, with the rise of humanity, the Heavenly Dao no longer had an opportunity to intervene. It seems humanity has taken advantage of the Heavenly Dao's momentum and selected the Dragon Clan. A dragon born in accordance with the times. Yinglong. Ha ha ha, humanity blesses our race. This young dragon, once it grows up, should be no weaker than that old dragon Zhulong. The ancestral dragon's essence strengthens its foundation, and with the blessing of human fate, it will undoubtedly be far superior to an old dragon entangled in karma, barely clinging to life. Earth Emperor, this young dragon will belong to you in the future. Once it breaks through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, let it join the struggle for supremacy among the human emperors. Shi Yan spoke calmly, but it set a path to greatness for this young dragon. Oh, me, eh? Lishan pointed incredulously at himself, his gaze filled with disbelief as he looked at Shi Yan. Who among the human race, or even the entire primal wilderness, does not know that Lishan despises the dragon clan the most? How could he possibly be asked to take a dragon as a disciple? Isn't this akin to forcing a marriage between the witch and the demon clans? Isn't that explosive? Otherwise, Shi Yan's tone remained flat. Among the entire human race, only the two of us are qualified and have the time to teach it. Do you expect me to take it as a disciple? Fuxi, the three ancestors, and others were all in seclusion, striving to break through to the Primordial Golden Immortal. As for Shi Yan, he had no intention of accepting disciples at all. It's too troublesome. So after much thought, it still seemed most appropriate for Lishan to take Yinglong as a disciple. But, Earth Emperor, I don't have the time either. The alchemical theories of humanity still require my calculations, and I also need to cultivate to break through to the Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. How about you take it as a disciple instead? As a Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, you could easily divide a doppelganger to teach a disciple. Divide a doppelganger. That is possible, but Shi Yan shook his head and refused. No, taking care of a child is too troublesome. Especially one from the energetic dragon clan. Oh, it's too much to handle. Upon hearing this, Lishan felt a deep sense of frustration. You know how troublesome it can be. It was hard enough to raise Yaoi and Nüwa, and now I have to take care of a child, especially one that belongs to the dragon clan. Lishan made up his mind. He absolutely must have Shi Yan take it as a disciple. Earth Emperor, we both don't want to take it as a disciple, but if we don't, its talent will go to waste. Lishan looked at Shi Yan with an odd expression. How about we make a wager? What wager? Shi Yan raised an eyebrow, looking at Lishan. This dragon egg is about to hatch. You and I will simultaneously release our auras, and whichever little dragon is attracted to whom, that person will have a connection with it and can take it as a disciple. Upon hearing this wager, Shi Yan pondered. To see who it is attracted to. After a moment of thought, Shi Yan agreed to Lai Shan's wager. All right, I will follow your words. Newborn beings are always drawn to the aura of vitality. As Shi Yan cultivates the laws of time and space, and Lai Shan practices the laws of wood and creation, it is only natural that they would be more appealing to the dragon. He just honestly taking Long as a disciple. Shi Yan chuckled inwardly. Meanwhile, Lai Shan also chuckled within. Earth Emperor, this disciple is surely yours to take. I have so many trial dragons, they were not tested for nothing. 100 old dragons tested daily. Lai Shan was well aware that the dragon clan deeply despises the aura of those herbs. The aura of fire attribute herbs, and that of earth attribute herbs. This was the very rivalry with the Qilin and Phoenix clans during the struggle against the dragon clan. The experiences of their ancestors have led the descendants to loathe such herbs. Several days later, the dragon egg that Shi Yan and Lai Shan focused on began to tremble. Soon, with a series of cracking sounds, it shattered. A little creature emerged, leisurely nibbling on the eggshell. Shi Yan and Lai Shan immediately recognized the appearance of this little fellow. Its entire body was azure blue like ice jade with dragon scales that were crystal clear, radiating the aura of human fate, combining with its inherent colors to create a colorful mist distinctly different from ordinary dragons. It even had wings. Indeed, wings belonging to the feathered clan. After finishing the eggshell, a pair of pure white wings slowly unfurled, and the little creature instantly soared into the air. Upon witnessing this, Lai Shan asked in confusion, "Since when does the dragon clan have wings? Would it not be a white dragon lineage elder capturing a member of the Phoenix clan?" No, wait. Even if it has Phoenix blood with the enhancement of the ancestral dragon's essence, it should be purified, right? I am starting to question the relationship between the ancestral dragon and the Yuan Phoenix. Could they possibly be innate sacred siblings born together? Like Nüwa and Fuxi. One with a snake tail and a human body, and another with a human body and a dragon head. Listening to Lai Shan's wild historical tales, Shi Yan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Earth Emperor, don't be too outrageous. Though the ancestral dragon and Yuan Phoenix both transformed from Pangu, it is impossible for them to have a sibling cause. I naturally know this, but I am just speaking whimsically, yet this Long is just too special, isn't it? It is completely a fusion of the dragon and Phoenix clans. Are you interested? Shi Yan raised an eyebrow. If you are interested, the previous wager can be nullified and you can take it as a disciple. No. Lai Shan immediately refused. I may be interested in it, but I don't necessarily want to take it as a disciple. The Earth Emperor can take it as a disciple, and I can still study it. TCH. Shi Yan shot a disdainful glance at Lai Shan and urged, "Since we are going to continue the wager, let's begin." With that, he was the first to release his aura. A wispy aura of time and space law emanated from Shi Yan's body. Lai Shan also released his aura. A rich vitality emanated from him, revealing the laws of wood. Earth Emperor, just honestly taking Long as a disciple. Earth Emperor, the wager isn't over, yet don't rejoice too early. Besides, you've even named it, just take it as a disciple. As Shi Yan and Lai Shan bickered, Long slowly opened its dragon eyes. With a pair of pure innocent eyes, it instantly saw the two people before it. The pure gaze of Long looked at the two people before him, sensing the aura surrounding them. Awu. He let out a soft howl towards the sky, and then slowly approached the two. Driven by instinct, he lunged at Shi Yan. Bang! Seeing this, Shi Yan, bewildered, embraced Long and held him in front of him, staring wide-eyed at each other. "What are you doing with me?" Seeing Shi Yan's confused expression, Long did not understand his meaning and believed this was a sign of closeness. Awu, Awu. Long looked at Shi Yan with joy in his eyes. Meanwhile, the Lushan clan, witnessing this scene, said, "Congratulations, Emperor of Heaven, on acquiring a fine disciple." Ha ha ha. As Lushan clan spoke, Long bared his teeth and growled at him, exuding an aura of hostility. Roar. Seeing Long's reaction, even Shi Yan understood that the Lushan clan was deliberately radiating an aura of hostility from the Dragon clan. "Well, Earth Emperor, you have become cunning." Lushan clan smiled and remained silent, indicating acquiescence. Meanwhile, the long silent system in Shi Yan's mind finally reacted. Ding, a melodious sound echoed in Shi Yan's mind. "Congratulations to the host for triggering a choice. Should you take Long as your disciple? Choice 1, accept Long as your first disciple. Reward the innate treasure. The Chaos Bell will evolve into a high-grade Chaos Spirit treasure. Choice 2, do not accept Long. Disregard the bet and use the authority of the Emperor of Heaven to allow the Lushan clan to take Long as a disciple. Reward the acquired merit treasure. The Hongmeng Liangtian ruler will evolve into a high-grade Chaos Spirit treasure. Choice 3, do not accept Long as a disciple and let him cultivate on his own. Reward the supreme innate spirit treasure. The 12-grade pure world white lotus will evolve into a mid-grade chaos spirit treasure. Finally, you have responded again. Shi Yan's delighted voice echoed within his divine sense. He loved the sound of the system, and after such a long silence he thought it had left him. I took a little break after you broke through to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. Does the system also have holidays? Shi Yan expressed confusion. The system also possesses intelligence. If we don't get holidays, we might revolt. As a system, we are not powerless beings. Fair enough, that reason is quite strong. I choose the first option. Having already made a bet with the Lushan clan, there was no possibility of going back on it. Shi Yan's strength and identity also could not be reversed. The host has made a choice, and the reward has been issued. As the words fell, two profound laws of time and space fused into the chaos bell within his divine sense. Ding! The once ancient and heavy chaos bell inscribed with innate laws suddenly erupted with brilliant and dazzling chaotic light, the bell body slightly trembling, producing a series of clear and melodious chimes that resonated throughout Shi Yan's divine sense. The aura of the original innate treasure rapidly ascended, layers of chaotic Dao rhythm entwined around it, the runes on the bell body becoming increasingly profound and mysterious, faintly possessing the might to open the heavens and stabilize the universe. In just a moment, it completely transformed into a high-grade chaos spirit treasure, its aura far surpassing its previous strength by more than 100 times. Shi Yan witnessed the birth of the chaos spirit treasure once again, gaining a deeper understanding of the laws of time and space. His transformation occurred in an instant, and Lushan clan standing beside him felt deeply moved and witnessed his astonishing change. So the Emperor of Heaven can be stubborn too, saying he wouldn't take Long as a disciple. This has made his Dao heart clear. Lushan clan attributed Shi Yan's change to taking Long as his disciple. Long, held in Shi Yan's arms, also sensed his change and nuzzled his small head against Shi Yan's chest, continuously emitting soft, "ow" sounds full of dependence and affection. Shi Yan, holding the constantly nuzzling Long, glanced helplessly at Lushan clan. "Stop teasing me. It's not that you deliberately schemed exuding the Dragon clan's hostile aura to tease him." Then he looked down at the well-behaved Long in his arms, lightly brushing his fingertips over its dragon scales, feeling the pure smile of the young dragon, and an involuntary gentle smile appeared on his lips. It seems that accepting this disciple is indeed feasible. Witnessing this scene, he chuckled. Lushan clan smiled, without speaking, his eyes full of cunning. Isn't this just perfect for bringing about a beautiful affair? Long has strong roots and follows the Emperor of Heaven. It's just splendid. Having made a choice, Shi Yan's gaze towards Long became serious. "Little Long, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master?" Long lay in Shi Yan's arms, feeling the gentle aura, rubbed his head against his chin, softly calling out, "Ow, ow." In his innocent eyes, determination surged. He agreed. "Great. From now on, you shall be my first disciple, my only direct disciple." Shi Yan's voice was clear as he established the bond of master and disciple with Long. With the bond of master and disciple established, Long's sense of closeness to Shi Yan deepened, and he once again embraced Shi Yan. Shi Yan revealed a gentle smile, taking out a glowing high-grade innate spirit fruit from his storage space, and holding it to Long's mouth, softly saying, "Good disciple, eat the fruit." Long sniffed the fruity aroma, happily opened his mouth to bite, slowly nibbling on it. After finishing, he rubbed against Shi Yan's palm, sweetly calling out, "Ow, master." Seeing this, Lushan clan burst into laughter. Upon hearing Lushan clan's voice, Long, as if guarding its food, shrunk further into Shi Yan's embrace, baring his teeth at Lushan clan and softly growling roar. Long still disliked the aura from Lushan clan. Lushan clan found his fierce yet cute demeanor amusing, laughing heartily, then turned to Shi Yan. "Emperor, I won't disturb you and your good disciple any longer. Let's go." Shi Yan waved his hand in annoyance. After his words fell, Lushan clan lightly shifted his steps, causing the surrounding space to ripple. Turning to leave, he intentionally blinked at Long, provoking the little fellow to puff up its fur once more, before smiling and disappearing into the mist. "Ha ha ha." Teasing Long, Lushan clan seemed to like the Dragon clan a little less. Shi Yan, holding the soft Long, spoke with a hint of affection. "Let's go too." Long rubbed his little head against Shi Yan's chest confusedly, tilting his head softly, asking, "Oh, master, where are we going?" "Of course to my dojo. That will be your home from now on." While speaking, Shi Yan embraced Long and shattered the space, returning to the center of the three immortal island. "Home." Long repeated this word with a sense of understanding and confusion, joy filling his pure eyes as he firmly clung to Shi Yan's neck. "Ow, I have a home together with master." Within the spatial passage, Shi Yan provided Long with appropriate initiation gifts, a defensive innate spirit treasure, and a fragment of the creation jade plate. The fragment of the creation jade plate was sealed with a restriction set by Shi Yan embedded within Ying Long's divine sense to enhance his comprehension. The newly born Ying Long possesses the cultivation of a Tai Golden Immortal. The seal will only be lifted once its cultivation reaches the Great Luo Golden Immortal and after resolving the matters of the human emperor. The human Dao's destiny swirled above the realms of Jiuli and Yoxiong. Time flowed, and in the blink of an eye several years had passed. Inside a house within the Jiuli tribe, Shi Yu sat cross-legged on the stone slab, his blood energy surging, producing a thunderous sound as boundless innate spiritual energy converged towards him. As the river of time slowly flowed, the figures of the great shaman Shi Yu and Jiuli Shi Yu overlapped. In the next moment, Shi Yu's aura erupted violently, breaking the shackles inch by inch as the Great Dao fruit of Daluo instantly coalesced. A Daluo Golden Immortal, a proof of eternal certification indelible through the ages. After a moment of silence in the room, Shi Yu slowly opened his eyes, revealing the murderous aura and foolishness that belonged only to the era of the great shaman. The foolishness and murderous aura did not last long before they were once again restrained. It's done. I've become a Daluo Golden Immortal. My foundation has returned. Feeling the familiar foundation, Shi Yu murmured with a hint of excitement. Hunyuan, this time, even if the disciples of the Chan sect come in full force, the position of Emperor of Humanity is certainly mine. Shi Yu. Shi Yu gazed towards the direction of Yoxiong, his tone filled with confidence. As his words fell, he waved his hand, and the heavy stone door of the room thunderously opened. The pressure of a Daluo Golden Immortal and the tyrannical aura of the innate great shaman swept across the entire Jiuli tribe. The guards stationed outside the room immediately bowed and saluted, their voices ringing loud and clear. Greetings, Chief. Congratulations on your achievement of Daluo. I have achieved the Daluo Golden Immortal. The time has come for the human race to be unified under Jiuli. Shi Yu stepped out of the stone house, standing above Jiuli, overlooking the tribe below, his voice solemn and resonant. Hearing this, the Jiuli tribe's people looked ecstatic, shouting in unison, "The chief is mighty. Jiuli shall rise. Destroy Yoxiong, unify the human race." Silence. Shi Yu raised his hand to quell the uproar, his gaze sharp as a blade, pointing directly at the location of Yoxiong, commanding, "Send my orders. Gather all the elite forces of Jiuli, prepare sufficient supplies, and march on Yoxiong in 3 days." The chief is wise. The Jiuli tribe's people all accepted the order, their tone filled with battle intent. The time to unify the human race had finally come. 3 days later, in the field of the deer hunt, yellow sand filled the sky and a strong wind whipped up the dust, bringing a chilling atmosphere of slaughter to the world. The Jiuli army arrayed itself to the west, hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers wielding bronze weapons, their battle intent soaring like an iron wall in front of them. Shi Yu stood at the forefront of the Jiuli formation, clad in beast armor and wielding the tiger's soul blade. The pressure of a Daluo Golden Immortal enveloped the area, his tyrannical aura intimidating all around, his gaze fierce, fixed on the direction of Yoxiong. On the eastern horizon, the Yoxiong tribe's army stood ready as Hunyuan also faced off against Shi Yu, his eyes filled with battle intent. Even though his cultivation was weaker than Shi Yu's, only at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. But with the help of the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect, Hunyuan felt confident of victory. The two men exchanged glances. Shi Yu spoke first, his voice carrying a powerful magical force resonating across the battlefield, causing the yellow sand to stir. Hunyuan, after all this time, why are you still only a Tai Golden Immortal? Just admit defeat. Hunyuan remained unfazed by this, his gaze calm and confident, responding loudly, "Cultivation level is never the sole criterion for determining victory or defeat. With the help of the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect, I will surely win this battle." Shi Yu chuckled, and the tiger's soul blade hummed, emitting a chilling light. "If that's the case, then let us battle." With that, he pointed his blade towards the Yoxiong tribe. Hunyuan also raised his sword, pointing towards Jiuli. "Fight! Fight!" The two thunderous shouts rang out simultaneously like thunder cracking. "Kill!" The two armies collided like two torrents of steel. Hunyuan, the 12 Golden Immortals, and Shi Yu along with the two fierce beasts charged forward, transforming into streaks of light towards each other. Hunyuan and Guang Qingzi faced off against the two iron-eating beasts. Shi Yu confronted the 11 Golden Immortals, led by Qi Jingzi and Tai Jinren. In the skies above, celestial light clashed with murderous intent, sparks flying. Qi Jingzi, Tai Jinren, Yuding Jinren, and the other 11 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect arrayed themselves, encircling Shi Yu. Various magical treasures emerged. Qi Jingzi wielded the yin-yang mirror, white light surging to determine life and death. Tai Jinren stood on the 9-dragon divine fire, cover flames burning the heavens. Yuding Jinren wielded the immortal slaying sword, the sword energy splitting the void, and Ci Hang Dao Run held the pure jade bottle the nectar, transforming into binding divine light. 11 terrifying auras interwove and merged, forming a myriad of killing moves directed at Shi Yu. Ha ha, come and fight. Seeing this scene, Shi Yu laughed wildly, his Daluo Golden Immortal pressure erupting suddenly, swinging the tiger's soul blade to clash Eden. The blade light flickered the blood-red hue, carrying a domineering power that split through the myriad attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal sounds reverberated throughout the universe, the space above the 9 heavens rippling with waves. Innate spiritual energy was dispersed, and the laws were thrown into chaos. In the end, the two individuals were evenly matched, dissipating into the 9 heavens. This is the power of a Daluo Golden Immortal combined with that of an innate great shaman. Qi Jingxi's complexion changed dramatically, his heart surging with turmoil. It should be known that they were all Daluo Golden Immortals, and the weakest among them was at least a mid-stage Daluo Golden Immortal. To have their combined attack only match Qi Yu's strength was astonishing. Qi Yu, holding the tiger's soul blade, stood firm, the pressure of Daluo unwavering, laughing towards the heavens. Ha ha, a disciple of a sage, is this all the strength you possess? Then, as his words fell, he directed another strike towards the 11 Golden Immortals. This strike was fiercer, more intense, and more tyrannical than before. The blade light swept across the 9 heavens, cleaving the void and creating a pitch-black fissure. Boundless murderous intent and Daluo magical power intertwined, forming a world-destroying offensive aimed at the 11 Golden Immortals. Not good. Defend with all your might. Qi Jingxi's complexion changed drastically, roaring sharply as he placed the yin-yang mirror before him, channeling all his magical power into it. Tai Jinren Yu Ding Jinren Ci, Hang Dao Run, and the others did not dare to slacken for a moment. The 9 Dragon Divine Fire Cover Immortal Slaying Sword, Pure Jade Bottle, and other spiritual treasures were pushed to their utmost limits. Clang! The tiger's soul blade struck fiercely against the magical light wall, causing the surrounding space to ripple again, and cracks began to emerge. Qi Yu raised an eyebrow, his murderous aura surging once more. The tiger's soul blade hummed incessantly, yet it could only hold its ground against the opponent. I did not expect that under your combined forces there would still be some resistance. We are Golden Immortals of the Chan sect, disciples of a sage. How could we be easily defeated by you? Qi Jingxi declared in a deep voice. What the second senior brother said is correct. Even if you are physically powerful, it doesn't mean you can defeat us before your magical power runs out. Qi Yu snorted coldly. There's no need for more words. I will first defeat you, then deal with Hunyuan. With that, he once again charged at the 11 Golden Immortals. The 11 Golden Immortals shouted fight. Meanwhile, below the battlefield, Xian Yuan Guang Qingzi and the 2 iron-eating beasts were also engaged in fierce combat. The 2 iron-eating beasts, with Bear Soldier as the main attacker and Bear Meng as the assistant, coordinated seamlessly alongside Xian Yuan and Guang Qingzi, creating a stalemate where neither side could gain the upper hand. Their fists, palms, sword lights, and spiritual treasures clashed violently, leaving countless deep pits in the ground and sending yellow sand flying everywhere. After 100 exchanges, neither side could gain an advantage. Bear Soldier thought of a clever idea and exchanged a glance with Bear Meng, who instantly understood his intention. Then Bear Meng suddenly struck with his paw, forcing Xian Yuan back and joined Bear Soldier. Bear Soldier glanced at Guang Qingzi, speaking in a coarse voice filled with mockery. Guang Qingzi, as the foremost of the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect, you can't even defeat us 2 fierce beasts while being accompanied by a Tai Golden Immortal like Xian Yuan. You truly bring shame to your master. Bear Meng chuckled in agreement, slapping his claws against the ground. Exactly. With the advantage of spiritual treasures, you still can't suppress us. I truly pity your master. If I were him, I would dismiss you from the position of the foremost of the 12 Golden Immortals. You are unworthy. Guang Qingzi, already irritated from the prolonged battle, turned red with anger at the public mockery from the 2 beasts. Gripping his swords, the veins on his hands bulged. Monsters, cease your nonsense. As the foremost of the 12 Golden Immortals, he was the eldest disciple of the Primordial Supreme, being revered by countless immortals. Never had he faced such public humiliation from these beasts, especially being called unworthy of his position, which angered him more than physical harm. Seeing this, Bear Soldier's eyes glinted with cunning as he continued to mock with an increasingly sharp tone. Nonsense. What I say is merely the truth. After 100 exchanges, you and Xian Yuan haven't even touched a single hair on us. Besides dodging, what else can you do? Bear Soldier knew Guang Qingzi's pride, so he intentionally provoked him, hoping to incite a reckless response. Bear Meng chimed in, his claws slicing through the air, leaving cracks behind as he sneered. You only have the title of a saint's disciple and hold a congenital spiritual treasure, yet you can't even deal with us 2 iron-eating beasts. This title of the foremost Golden Immortal is merely an empty name. Shut your mouth. Guang Qingzi, thoroughly enraged, could no longer care about the rules of the celestial sect or the techniques of battle. With a roar, golden light surged from his body, channeling all his power into his dual swords, transforming them into two sharp beams of light. He abandoned all technique and attacked Bear Soldier and Bear Meng with wild fury. "Monsters, today I will tear you apart to vent my anger." Shi Yan, witnessing this, quickly shouted, "Master, calm down. Do not fall for their taunts." But Guang Qingzi was already blinded by rage and could not heed Shi Yan's warning. His sword light grew increasingly fierce, aiming directly at their vital points, intent on killing the two iron-eating beasts to cleanse the humiliation he had just suffered. Bear Soldier and Bear Meng exchanged confident glances, their eyes filled with the delight of a successful plan. They maintained their formation, with Bear Soldier facing Guang Qingzi's sword light, heat in his thick fur absorbing most of the attack, while Bear Meng circled to the side, seeking an opportunity to strike, gradually gaining the upper hand amidst Guang Qingzi's agitation. After several dozen exchanges, Guang Qingzi's techniques grew disordered, his frustration exposed as a glaring weakness. Bear Soldier seized the gap, his massive paw wielding explosive force, striking down on Guang Qingzi's shoulder, while Bear Meng simultaneously unleashed his claws, aiming for his lower back. Puff! Guang Qingzi, unable to dodge, was wounded on both shoulders, and his lower back, blood spurting forth as he staggered backward. "Master!" Shi Yan was taken aback and hurriedly channeled his luck into his body to increase his strength. He stepped forward, blocking Guang Qingzi, and struggled to fend off the ferocious attacks from the two iron-eating beasts, but he was not strong enough to withstand them, gradually falling into a precarious position. Guang Qingzi's face turned pale, filled with shame and rage. Despite wielding a high-grade congenital spiritual treasure, he could not subdue Bear Soldier and Bear Meng, but was instead injured by them. The intertwining feelings of humiliation and pain caused him to lose all rationality. Looking at the two iron-eating beasts closing in with arrogance, Guang Qingzi's eyes flashed with a hint of malice as he glanced at the battlefield where the ordinary soldiers of the Jiu Li were fighting fiercely, and a dark thought arose in his heart. "Dare to insult me, I will slaughter your Jiu Li kin, leaving Jiu Li as a shell, and see how Qi Yu becomes the leader of the human race." As he spoke, a beam of sword light swept through, instantly killing tens of thousands of Jiu Li soldiers, their blood staining the yellow sand as screams echoed throughout. Bear Soldier and Bear Meng, witnessing the heavy losses of their kin, momentarily froze. Guang Qingzi's eyes glinted with cold light. Seizing this rare opportunity, he flashed forward, swinging his dual swords. "Monsters, die!" The fierce sword light rushed toward their faces, and only then did Bear Soldier and Bear Meng regain their senses. They attempted to dodge, but it was already too late, leaving them to bear the brunt with their bodies. Boom! The two bears were sent flying, thousands of meters deep, wounds appearing on their bodies. The Great Dao fruit also showed signs of cracking. Bear Soldier steadied himself, glaring at Guang Qingzi with blood-red eyes exuding a chilling, killing intent. "You truly have no shame attacking defenseless mortals. How disgraceful for the foremost disciple of the Chan sect." "Shame is irrelevant, oh, I only want you dead," Guang Qingzi shouted as he charged at the two bears, leaving Shi Yan dumbfounded beside him. "Master! Did Master just attack mortals?" He had always respected his master, a foremost disciple of the Chan sect and a golden immortal. How could he slaughter defenseless mortals? This was a stark contrast to the celestial demeanor he had always known. At that moment, amidst Shi Yan's days, a furious roar that pierced the heavens suddenly erupted from above, shaking the entire deer hunting grounds, causing the yellow sand to swirl. "Guang Qingzi, you dare!" Originally engaged in fierce battle with Qi Jingzi Tai, Yi Jinren, and the other 11 golden immortals, Qi Yu witnessed the tragic scene below, seeing tens of thousands of Jiu Li youths slaughtered and the two loyal beasts severely injured from a surprise attack. The fury of the innate great shaman and the protective instinct exploded completely. His Great Luo Golden Immortal aura surged, killing intent boiling like a tide. With a single stroke, he repelled the 11 golden immortals surrounding him and charged toward Guang Qingzi. Qi Yu moved like a flash of blood-colored light, instantly diving to the ground, standing in front of Bear Soldier and Bear Meng, his broad, beastly armor shielding the two heavily injured iron-eating beasts. A thick aura of malevolence surrounded him, locking onto the approaching Guang Qingzi with crimson eyes exuding overwhelming killing intent. "As a golden immortal of the Chan sect, you slaughter defenseless mortals. This is despicable to the extreme. Today I will grind you to dust to appease the souls of my Jiu Li kin. Die!" Qi Yu roared, his body surging with a hellish aura of blood and slaughter. Tiger Soul cleaved through the air, a strike brimming with baleful energy, and all his might aimed directly at Guang Qingzi's face. Guang Qingzi, also consumed by rage, bellowed and drove the male and female swords with full force to meet Qi Yu's blade Heaton. Clang! The clash of metal shattered the heavens, sending ripples across the surrounding space. Two overwhelming auras instantly engulfed the entire battlefield of Zhuolu. Hu! Guang Qingzi was sent flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth, the male and female swords humming incessantly. Simultaneously, the berserk malevolence that had clouded his mind was brutally shattered by that domineering strike. He regained some clarity, his face shifting in shock. No. I'm actually fighting Qi Yu on your own. After Qi Yu had recovered his great witch origins, his cultivation rivaled a quasi-saint. He had actually engaged him in single combat. He was courting death. Guang Qingzi tried to break away from Qi Yu, but Qi Yu gave him no respite. He stomped the ground, his form flashing like lightning, raising tiger soul once more with an even denser, baleful aura. Second strike, it'll send you to reincarnation. Senior brother, Red Essence Tai True Immortal, and the other 11 Golden Immortals were horrified at the sight. They hastened their pace, attempting to teleport to Guang Qingzi's side. However, Xiong and Xiong would not give them any chance. Xiong roared, his massive form blocking the way. Want to save him? First get past me. Xiong followed suit, her claws tearing through the air as she lunged at Red Essence and the others. None of you shall pass. Beast, you seek death. Red Essence swung the yin-yang mirror, unleashing a golden light, but the two bears defiantly blocked it. Tai True Immortal and the others were also forced to halt, engaging the two pandas in a fierce struggle, unable to provide any immediate aid. Guang Qingzi, seeing the second strike descending, was terrified beyond measure and cried out in panic, Qi Yu, I am a disciple of a saint, you cannot kill me. Qi Yu's face was as cold as iron, his blade's momentum undiminished. You slaughtered my kin. Even a saint's disciple must pay with blood. The blade fell, and Guang Qingzi's Dao body instantly began to crack. His Dao fruit wavered, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Red Essence's eyes burned with fury as he shouted, Qi Yu, if you don't stop, we will slaughter all the mortal Julie. The other 10 Golden Immortals also changed their expressions, shouting in unison with chilling intent, indeed. If you dare to harm senior brother Guang Qingzi, our Chan sect will raze the Jiuli tribe to the ground, leaving not a single soul. As his words fell, waves of Daluo Golden Immortal pressure descended upon the Jiuli army, a clear threat against the lives of mortals. Qi Yu's raised tiger soul suddenly halted, the surging baleful energy frozen. He turned to look at the rear of the battlefield, where all the mortals trembled under the 11 terrifying auras. Xiong and Xiong also stopped, turning to look at Qi Yu with eyes full of anxiety and fury. Xiong roared, these hypocrites dare to threaten mortals. Xiong fur bristled with rage, her claws clenched tightly, yet she dared not act rashly. Qi Yu's blood aura seethed, his eyes blood red as he glared at Red Essence and the others, speaking each word with boundless ferocity and restraint. You dare to harm a single human of my tribe, and I will surely kill Guang Qingzi. Red Essence sneered, the yin-yang mirror blazing as he pointed it at the Jiuli. Then let's see. Qi Yu's blood aura surged wildly, then was forcibly suppressed in extreme rage. The tiger soul in his palm hummed with discontent, its baleful energy pulsing, nearly tearing the surrounding space. A fine Chan sect. A fine group of saints' disciples stooping to such despicable acts. Qi Yu let out a roar of grief and fury, the sound waves shaking the heavens and changing the weather over the entire Zhuolu battlefield. He slowly lowered the raised tiger soul, but the overwhelming baleful energy on the blade did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into an endless chill, locking onto every Chan sect Golden Immortal present. Qi Yu will remember this day. As he spoke, Qi Yu abruptly turned and raised his arm toward the Jiuli army, his voice thundering across the land as he issued the retreat order. Jiuli warriors retreat. At Qi Yu's command, the Jiuli army instantly mobilized. The frontline soldiers held their bronze weapons and shields firmly, protecting the tribespeople and wounded soldiers as they quickly withdrew. Though filled with reluctance, Xiong and Xiong would not defy Qi Yu's orders. They could only glare at the Chan sect Golden Immortals while using their massive bodies to shield the Jiuli army as they slowly retreated. Red Essence Tai True Immortal and the other 11 Golden Immortals saw this. Though they wished to pursue and annihilate the Jiuli, the memory of Qi Yu's terrifying baleful aura and relentless killing intent still made them wary. Meanwhile, Hunyuan, having witnessed the 12 Golden Immortals slaughtering mortals, had lost all will to fight. He breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the Jiuli retreat, then his voice, infused with magical power, echoed across the battlefield. All Yoxiong tribes retreat in an orderly fashion. The soldiers of the Yoxiong tribe had also lost their will to fight. Under Hunyuan's command, they began to withdraw in an orderly manner toward the tribal camp. Red Essence quickly supported Guang Qingzi, who wiped the blood from his lips. His eyes fixed on Shi Yu were filled with gravity and dread. Too strong. Now that Shi Yu has become a Daluo Golden Immortal, his strength rivals a quasi-saint. We cannot defeat him alone. Red Essence's expression grew even more somber as he agreed. Relying on us 12 Golden Immortals alone, we can only match him equally. Unless we add another Daluo Golden Immortal. As Red Essence spoke, the 12 Golden Immortals turned their gaze toward Hunyuan, who was lost in thought. Disciple, the key lies with you. Hearing this, Hunyuan quickly composed himself and replied solemnly, Disciple understands. This disciple will immediately go into seclusion to break through to Daluo Golden Immortal. With that, he cast a final glance over the ravaged Zhualu battlefield, then glanced indifferently at the 12 Golden Immortals. Without another word, he moved and headed straight for the quiet chamber within the Yoxiong tribe. At the same time, a pure holy celestial light appeared on the horizon. The voice of Primordial Heavenly Venerate transmitted directly into Guang Chengzi's ear, cold and majestic. Guang Chengzi returned to the Jade Void Palace on Mount Kunlun immediately. Do not delay. Guang Chengzi's expression turned serious. He quickly bowed toward the clouds and replied respectfully, Disciple, I obey your decree. Red Essence leaned in and whispered, Senior brother, what did the master summon you for? Guang Chengzi shook his head, his face grave. The master did not specify, only ordered me to return to the mountain quickly. I leave the affairs of this battle to you junior brothers. Keep a close watch on Shi Yu and the Julie army, and do not act rashly. Rest assured, senior brother. We understand. Tai True Immortal and the others replied in unison. Guang Chengzi let out a soft hum, then transformed into a beam of light and returned to Mount Kunlun. Watching Guang Chengzi's departing light, a hint of envy slowly crept into the eyes of some Golden Immortals. Just as Guang Chengzi was injured, he was summoned back to the mountain. Regardless of what they thought. At the center of Sanxian Island, beside the pool of the three light divine water, Shi Yan sat cross-legged in a silver Taoist robe, elucidating the innate Dao. His words were warm and gentle, resonating harmoniously, each phrase transforming into glimmers of spiritual light that floated towards the girl sitting opposite him. The girl before him was none other than the newly transformed Yinglong, her pure white long dress accentuating her graceful figure. Her white hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her features bore the innate nobility and cold beauty of the dragon clan, mingled with a hint of innocent clarity due to her recent human form. She obediently knelt on the mat, listening with utmost seriousness. As Shi Yan finished his final words, he slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to flash with the knowledge of the universe, perceiving the truths of the world. His gaze turned to Yinglong, who was still contemplating the laws. At this moment, her aura surged, indicating that she had already reached the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. A hint of surprise appeared in Shi Yan's eyes. No wonder, she is a dragon blessed by the essence blood of the ancestor dragon, favored by the fortune of humanity. Her cultivation progresses swiftly. He then shifted his gaze towards Yuxiong, observing Hunyuan, who was increasingly challenging the Great Luo Golden Immortal in the quiet chamber, and muttered to himself, It seems the battle for the human emperor is nearing its conclusion. Thinking back to the original timeline where the young Yinglong fought against two iron-eating beasts to assist Hunyuan in defeating Shi Yan shook his head furiously. That is my precious disciple, and moreover a girl, who I cannot bear to see her get hurt. It seems I need to provide Yinglong with more spiritual treasures. He continued, however, Yinglong's identity is somewhat special. She must participate in the battle for the human emperor, as it is her responsibility to enjoy the fortune of humanity. To enjoy the fortune of humanity, one must assist in the birth of the human emperor. To help humanity flourish, thus the karmic debt will be cleared. Shi Yan furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a moment he gave up on the thought. Forget it, after all there is Yuanshi to back it up. At that time, letting Long merely go through the motions, clearing the karmic debt, will suffice. A little less merit for humanity is of no concern. I just wonder if the 12 Golden Immortals will have any merit when the merit is accounted for. Shi Yan snorted coldly, feeling displeased with the 12 Golden Immortals. However, thinking about the accounting of human merit, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Having killed so many mortals, humanity has long been enraged. The 12 Golden Immortals have essentially been sentenced to death. Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace. Guang Chengzi returned, disregarding the pain all over his body, and quickly stepped into the Yushu hall, bowing respectfully, his tone earnest. Disciple Guang Chengzi greets master. I have returned as commanded. Seated above in the hall, Yuanshi Tianzuan was atop a celebratory cloud, his expression solemn, his sacred pressure reigned in. He merely raised his eyes, his gaze landing on Guang Chengzi, and spoke with a voice that was authoritative and resonant, echoing throughout the hall. Rise, I am already aware of the matters regarding the deer hunting battlefield. Guang Chengzi stood up, bowing his head, Disciple is incompetent. I nearly perished in the battle against Chi and resorted to coercing mortals, which has shamed the teachings. I ask Master to punish me. This matter is settled. The urgent task is not to pursue responsibility. Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. Then with a flick of his hand, a brilliant golden light fell from the hall's ceiling, revealing a long sword engraved with the patterns of humanity enveloped in immense fortune floating in midair. It was the reforged slaying which sword made from the copper of Shoyang Mountain, the future sword of the human emperor, Hunyuan's sword. This sword was reforged from the slaying witch sword with a strand of humanity's fortune specifically designed to slay the bodies of the witch clan. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Guang Qingzi and slowly instructed, "Your purpose for coming here is to deliver this sword to Hunyuan, and ensure that Hunyuan nurtures this sword day and night with the fortune of humanity, completely transforming it into the sword of the human emperor." Guang Qingzi replied, "Disciple will remember Master's decree." Guang Qingzi solemnly bowed and reached out to take the floating sword. After Guang Qingzi received it, Yuanshi Tianzuan raised his gaze, his fingertips gently twirling. 3 drops of crystal clear, divine water shimmering with the divine light of the sun, moon, and stars appeared out of thin air, floating before Guang Qingzi. The 3 drops of divine water hovered in midair, releasing a misty aura. Just the scent alone alleviated Guang Qingzi's pain somewhat. "Guang Qingzi, you have contributed to teaching Xuanyuan, and I grant you these 3 drops of 3 light divine water." Guang Qingzi felt a warmth in his heart and quickly bowed again, his tone filled with respect and excitement. "Disciple, thanks Master for the gift." As he spoke, he drew on the 3 drops of 3 light divine water, and the water gradually dissolved as it entered his mouth. A vast and gentle power surged into his primordial spirit in an instant. Under the influence of this immense force, Guang Qingzi's Dao fruit visibly recovered. The lingering sense of decline that had previously enveloped him was swept away, and his damaged Dao foundation was completely restored, his aura returning to its peak. Guang Qingzi, feeling the change, was filled with surprise, and he bowed again, saying, "Thank you, Master. Now that your injuries are healed, there is no need to linger." Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his sleeve, calmly instructing, "Take the sword and immediately go to the Yuxiong tribe to deliver it to Hunyuan." Disciple obeys. After saying this, Guang Qingzi stored the sword embryo and transformed into a beam of light, returning to Yuxiong. Days later, in the celestial camp beside the deer-hunting battlefield, Qi Jingzi, Tai Zhenren, and the other 11 Golden Immortals were on high alert, closely watching the direction of the Jiuli tribe, when suddenly they sensed a familiar celestial light rushing towards them. Everyone turned to see Guang Qingzi approaching with an upright posture and complete aura, all taken aback. Qi Jingzi was the first to step forward, looking Guang Qingzi up and down with genuine joy in his eyes, laughing heartily. "Senior brother, your injuries have completely healed. Your aura is even steadier than before. It seems you have received a great opportunity from Master." Tai Zhenren stepped forward to congratulate him, his tone sincere. "Congratulations, senior brother." When Shu Guangfa, Tianzuan, Puxian Zhenren, and Cihong Daoren all wore gentle smiles and clasped their hands in congratulations. "Congratulations, senior brother Guang Qingzi." Yet beneath their smiles lay a tide of jealousy. Sure enough, the master called Guang Qingzi back to the mountain just to heal his injuries. Guang Qingzi looked at his fellow disciples, equally pleased. "This time it is all thanks to Master's generosity, granting me 3 drops of 3 light divine water, which restored my injuries." Upon hearing this, the 11 Golden Immortals exclaimed in surprise again. Guang Qingzi smiled at the scene, but did not forget Master's instructions. He headed toward the quiet room where Hunyuan was in seclusion. Guang Qingzi raised his hand and lightly knocked on the door, his voice clear. "Good disciple, I have brought you a weapon." Moments later, the quiet room door slowly opened. Xuanyuan, still at the Tai Golden Immortal level, slightly cupped his hands upon seeing Guang Qingzi's visit and inquired, "Master, is there something you need?" Guang Qingzi said no more, raising his hand with a wave, revealing the Hunyuan sword embryo engraved with patterns of humanity and glimmering with a faint golden light of fortune floating between the two. "Disciple, this sword was reforged from the slaying witch sword using the copper of Shoyang Mountain. During the reforging process, a strand of humanity's fortune was integrated, specifically designed to counter the physical bodies of the witch clan. It is the future sword of the human emperor." The moment the sword was revealed, Xuanyuan's eyes widened, utterly captivated. Feeling the resonance between the sword embryo and himself, he exclaimed in astonishment, "This sword is actually connected to the fortune of humanity. It is truly extraordinary." "Indeed." Guan Qingzi nodded solemnly, relaying the mandate of the primordial heavenly venerable. "The master has ordered me to entrust this sword embryo to you, commanding you to nurture it day and night with your own imperial human chi, supplemented by the overall fortune of the human race, to completely refine it into a sword exclusive to the human emperor. Holding this sword will surely enable you to defeat Qiyu and claim the title of human emperor. Hunyuan reached out to gently caress the sword embryo. The moment his fingertips made contact, a warm and gentle power of fortune surged into his palm. His expression grew serious as he stood up and cupped his hands in response. Hunyuan understands, I will certainly nurture this sword with my fortune every day. Looking at the sword embryo and fondling its blade, Hunyuan grew increasingly fond and inquired, Master, does this sword have a name? Guanqingzi shook his head, no. The primordial heavenly venerable does not bestow names upon unrefined spiritual treasures. None, Hunyuan said, fiddling with the sword embryo in his hand. If that's the case, how about we name it Hunyuan's sword? The spiritual treasure possessing its own spirit seemed to understand Hunyuan's words. The sword embryo trembled slightly, emitting a clear and melodious sword sound. The sword embryo acknowledged this name. Gradually, the characters Hunyuan appeared on the sword body, resembling innate Dao markings perfectly integrating with the sword body inseparable. Seeing this scene, a look of surprise emerged in Guanqingzi's eyes, followed by understanding. It must be that Hunyuan's human race fortune reacted with a trace of human fortune within the Hunyuan sword embryo, combined with the human aura of the copper from Shouyang Mountain, leading to the bestowal of a name. Guanqingzi congratulations to the future human emperor for receiving recognition from humanity. Hunyuan responded lightly, Master, I will continue my seclusion. At the very moment the Hunyuan sword was named, Hunyuan also gained substantial benefits. This seclusion would surely lead him to break through to the Great Luo. Good Hunyuan, you continue your seclusion. I shall not disturb you. As he spoke, Guanqingzi transformed into a beam of light and immediately left the quiet room. Meanwhile, in the 36 heavens, in the heavenly court, within the palace of the 9 heavens goddess, the naming of the Hunyuan sword also granted her a sliver of guidance from the human realm. The human emperor sword infused with the human aura of the copper from Shouyang Mountain, and the fortunes of the human sect chose Hunyuan as the human emperor. Then, due to the ineptitude of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, the human realm clearly understood that they could not possibly defeat Qiyu. Therefore, to assist Hunyuan, it chose the 9 heavens goddess, the unparalleled goddess of war. The balance of cultivators, the mortals, are the absolute factor in war. The 9 heavens goddess, currently in cultivation, received this human realm guidance. A strange expression appeared on her face. Human race. The opportunity actually guides me to teach Hunyuan military tactics. Isn't Guanqingzi teaching? Every cultivator with some degree of cultivation in the primordial world knew about the matter of the human emperor. The 9 heavens goddess was naturally aware the fortunes and merits of the human emperor were still entirely monopolized by the Chan sect, and it was impossible to allow her to interfere, yet she sensed the guidance within her primordial spirit. The 9 heavens goddess, indecisive, transformed into a streak of light and sped towards the Lingxiao treasure hall. Before long, she arrived at the entrance of the most esteemed palace in the world. She bowed and said, 9 heavens goddess requests an audience with the heavenly emperor. I have important matters to inform. After a moment's thought, she added, concerning the human race's human emperor and the Chan sect. At this moment, within the Lingxiao treasure hall, Hunyuan and Yaoqi were seated opposite each other, their brows knitted, seemingly troubled by something. Alas! Hunyuan tapped his fingers on the imperial table before him, letting out a long sigh, his tone filled with helplessness and frustration. Since the establishment of the heavenly court, it appears to have gathered many cultivators, yet the truly capable high-end combat power remains too scarce. Currently, there are only a dozen or so Great Luo Golden Immortals registered in the heavenly court. On ordinary days, handling the mundane affairs of the heavenly court is already difficult enough, let alone intimidating the myriad beings of the primordial world and truly controlling the order of the 3 realms. Yaoqi, sitting beside him, lightly nodded, her expression growing more troubled, her voice carrying a touch of melancholy. What the heavenly emperor says is true. This primordial world ultimately belongs to the 6 saints and the Hunyuan. If the saints and the Hunyuan powers do not relent sending their disciples to join the heavenly court, then the mighty beings of the primordial world will never recognize the heavenly court's legitimate status. In today's heavenly court, what difference is there from the fallen demon race's heavenly court? In the eyes of the myriad beings, it is merely a fleeting moment destined to collapse at any time. In such circumstances, who would dare to truly pledge allegiance to the heavenly court? As the two were deeply worried, discussing strategies for the development of the heavenly court, the voice of the 9 heavens goddess echoed into the hall. Hunyuan and Yaoqi exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. The 9 heavens goddess, a celestial maiden under the Western Queen Mother, had joined the heavenly court after the Peach Banquet, and apart from annual duties, had mostly been in seclusion. Why would she interfere in the matter of the human emperor? Hao Yan immediately repressed his worries, speaking in a deep voice, his tone carrying the majesty of the Heavenly Emperor, resounding through the hall. Announced the Nine Heavens Goddess enters the hall. After speaking, the Nine Heavens Goddess stepped into the Lingxiao treasure hall, and upon reaching the center bowed once more. I, Nine Heavens Goddess, have seen the Heavenly Emperor and the Queen Mother. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Rise. Yaoqi gestured with her hand, her tone gentle. What you just mentioned concerning the human emperor and the Chan sect, what is it about? The Nine Heavens Goddess rose, her expression serious, laying out the guidance she received, returning to the Heavenly Emperor and Queen Mother. Just now, while I was cultivating in the hall, I received guidance from an opportunity instructing me to descend to the mortal realm to teach Shi Yan military tactics and formations, assisting him in training his tribe to defeat the Zhili army. Once the words fell, the Lingxiao treasure hall fell into silence. Hao Yan and Yaoqi exchanged glances, both seeing a look of astonishment in each other's eyes. Shi Yan, wasn't he the human emperor chosen by the Chan sect? Guan Qingzi had taken him as a disciple, and now the Nine Heavens Goddess unexpectedly received an opportunity to descend and share in his merits. Hao Yan asked in a deep voice, Nine Heavens Goddess, are you certain? Absolutely true. The Nine Heavens Goddess nodded in reply. Hao Yan also nodded repeatedly, his mind already calculating. When the Chan sect is unable to assist Shi Yan in defeating Qiu, the Heavenly Court will step in to help. He then turned to the Nine Heavens Goddess in the hall, his expression serious, as he instructed, Nine Heavens Goddess, you must not rashly descend to the mortal realm at this moment. The Chan sect values its reputation, and Guan Qingzi personally assists Shi Yan. If you were to go now, it would surely provoke discontent from the Chan sect and offend the saints for no reason. Yaoqi added from the side, you should return to the palace and wait for the right moment. When Shi Yan engages in battle with Qiu and suffers defeat, falling into desperation, then you can descend to assist. The Nine Heavens Goddess, upon hearing this, bowed and accepted the order. I will strictly follow the Heavenly Emperor and Queen Mother's orders. Once she finished speaking, the Nine Heavens Goddess left the Lingxiao treasure hall and returned to her own palace. She began to closely observe the matters of the human race. After the Nine Heavens Goddess departed, Yaoqi looked at Hao Yan with a worried expression. Your Majesty, will we really not offend the Chan sect like this? Not sure. Hao Yan shook his head. But the fortunes and merits of the human race must be seized by the Heavenly Court whenever there is an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yaoqi sighed and said, well, it can only be this way. She understood Haoshan's intentions. The merit and fortune were merely a small part, with the main influence stemming from seizing opportunities. The distribution of merit for the holy teachings has not yet been blamed, which in itself indicates the legitimacy of the Heavenly Court. A glimmer of light appeared in Haoshan's eyes. After this matter, the Heavenly Court will surely advance further. At worst, I can take a batch of supreme innate peaches to apologize. With the backing of the Lord, I do not believe that senior brother Yuan Shi would dare to punish the Heavenly Court openly. As long as it is not openly, the Heavenly Court has won. In the Jiuli tribe, those hypocrites of the Chan school are so brazen in breaking the rules. Qiu, do you still not want my help? Gong Gong's enraged voice roared within the room. He despised those who bullied the weak with their strength, taking advantage of their numbers. All 12 Golden Immortals had committed sins in the previous war. They were already dancing in Gong Gong's thunder zone. I can handle it. I really do not need you to intervene. Handle it. Of course I know you can handle it, but there are only 3 Daluo Golden Immortals on your side. How can you stop their 12? Moreover, that Shi Yan may have already broken through to Daluo Golden Immortal. When that time comes, 3 of you against 14 Daluo. If even one is missed, it will be a devastating blow to your tribe. As the leader of the tribe, are you sure you want to watch your people suffer heavy casualties? Qiu clenched his fists, his tone still stubborn. I can face them, I can entangle them, and prevent them from interfering with mortals. Gong Gong retorted, then what happened in the last war? Haven't you learned enough from that lesson? Qiu replied, that was just an accident. The battlefield of the bear soldiers was too close to the mortal realm. Seeing Qiu hesitate, Gong Gong could no longer contain himself. A terrifying aura and fluctuations of laws surged toward Qiu. Boom. Qiu, caught off guard, suddenly found himself pressed to the ground by this overwhelming pressure, unable to move. Accident. Gong Gong scolded, there are no accidents on the battlefield. I must participate in this war for you, Qiu. My brothers often say I am the stupidest of the witch tribe, but I see you as the stupidest. Why are you so stubborn? With your tribe, why must you rely solely on yourself? In the last war, all 12 Golden Immortals came. Next time, that old coffin will also join the battlefield. In the original timeline, without Gong Gong's help, Qiu broke through to Daluo Golden Immortal around the same time as Shi Yan. It resulted in a stalemate where he was slightly at a disadvantage, ultimately seeking the help of other great witches. Now Guang Qingzi no longer had the acquired treasure, the Tiantian seal, and his strength had already decreased significantly. Coupled with the previous wars, Jiu Li had always held the advantage. If it weren't for the disciples of the Chan school threatening with mortals, they would have long united the human race. Hearing this, Qi Yu struggling on the ground closed his eyes helplessly, his heart filled with countless thoughts. After a few breaths, he slowly opened his eyes, determination shining in them. Ancestor, which I understand now. Gong Gong's overwhelming pressure slightly receded, yet he still fixed his gaze on Qi Yu, waiting for his final response. Qi Yu pushed himself off the ground and slowly stood up. Thank you, Ancestor Witch, for the reminder. I underestimated Guang Qingzi's shamelessness. Gong Gong's mention of the old coffin instantly awakened Qi Yu. The Chan school had not only 12 golden immortals, but also other disciples. If the next war occurred, what if that old coffin truly appeared? I would surely lose. After coming to this realization, Qi Yu respectfully bowed to Gong Gong. I implore the Ancestor Witch to intervene and help Jiu Li defeat the bear tribe, assisting me in seizing the position of human emperor. Hearing Qi Yu's words, a smile finally appeared on Gong Gong's face. He stepped forward and firmly patted Qi Yu's shoulder. That's more like it. I will definitely help you seize the position of human emperor. Thank you, Ancestor Witch. After seeking help from Gong Gong, Qi Yu immediately raised his troops to attack the bear tribe. In the hunting grounds, the ominous aura soared into the sky and war clouds gathered thickly. On the vast plain, two armies stood in a standoff, the atmosphere of slaughter permeating the heavens and earth. In front of the Jiu Li army, Qi Yu sat atop a bear soldier, holding the tiger soul, surrounded by a rolling aura of menace. Gong Gong stood beside him, the pressure of the Ancestor Witch subtly emanating, and his cold gaze swept toward the opposing bear tribe army. In the bear army, Shi Yan wielded the Shi Yan sword, calling out to Qi Yu from a distance, his cultivation also a Daluo Golden Immortal, with the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school assisting him. Upon sensing Shi Yan's aura, Qi Yu's heart sank. The Ancestor Witch was right, that Shi Yan really has broken through to Daluo Golden Immortal. Gong Gong stood proudly beside him, chest puffed out. I told you to let me participate in the battle, you didn't listen. If I hadn't come, you would surely lose this time. Qi Yu did not allow Gong Gong to participate in the battle. As a member of the witch tribe, he would certainly not grow independently. After all, it was a matter concerning the human race. At this moment, all 12 golden immortals changed color, their expressions grave as they looked toward the Jiu Li direction, observing Qi Yu and the unfathomable aura of the person beside him. Shi Yan furrowed his brow, lowering his voice filled with seriousness, and asked the 12 golden immortals beside him, "Everyone, who is that beside Qi Yu? The aura is unfathomable. Could it be a great witch?" Guang Qingzi's face turned pale as he stared at Gong Gong's figure, his tone panicked. "Disciple, it may not be a great witch. It is the Ancestor Witch. Gong Gong, Ancestor Witch." Upon hearing these 4 words, everyone present turned pale, their pupils constricting in disbelief and shock. Qi Jingzi trembled, exclaiming in astonishment, "In the battlefield of Daluo Golden Immortals, how could he participate? He shouldn't care about our war." Yuding Xinren's face was ashen as he spoke softly. "How could it be him?" Tai Xinren turned his gaze toward Kunlun Mountain Master. "Help!" Shi Yan tightened his grip on the Shi Yan sword, his knuckles turning white. A storm surged in his heart as he solemnly questioned Guang Qingzi. "Master, are you certain it is Ancestor Witch Gong Gong?" "Absolutely." Guang Qingzi gritted his teeth and nodded, his gaze fixed firmly on Gong Gong. Gong Gong seemed to sense the gazes from over here, slowly raising his eyes. His cold gaze swept over the 12 golden immortals, and the pressure he emanated suddenly spread, making it hard for them to breathe. The 12 golden immortals were pressed by this terrifying pressure, struggling to breathe, and the brilliance of the treasures beside them dimmed. Guang Qingzi held on with great difficulty, not collapsing to the ground. He looked toward Gong Gong respectfully and inquired, "Predecessor Gong Gong, as a Quasi-Saint powerhouse, why stoop to meddling in this Daluo realm war? This seems to disrupt the rules, doesn't it?" "Rules?" Gong Gong scoffed, his voice filled with coldness. "You all first broke the rules by bullying the weak with your numbers. Why is it allowed for you to break the rules, but not for me?" Qi Jingzi's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth and spoke, "Predecessor, this is a struggle for the human emperor among the human race. We are acting under the orders of our master to assist Shi Yan. It is justified. Are you not afraid of angering the saints of our Chan school by intervening?" Gong Gong nonchalantly replied, "Saints? I stand here. Do you think he would dare to touch me?" As one of the 2 nominal ancestor witches, the fortune and merit he carried from Pangu could be said to mean that whoever dared to act against him would meet their end. Meanwhile, far away on Mount Kunlun, the primordial heavenly venerate gazed upon the battlefield of Zhuolu with an icy countenance. Especially upon hearing Gong Gong's disrespectful words, the dense, innate spiritual energy within the Jade Void Palace trembled slightly. The White Crane boy, observing Yuan Shi's expression, stood rigidly straight, his every move cautious, fearing to cross the line that would incur Yuan Shi's wrath. Gong gong. Instead of staying obediently in the underworld, you dare to meddle in the affairs of my Chan's sect. Yuan Shi's tone was frigid, clearly expressing his extreme displeasure. White Crane boy. Yes, master, what are your orders? Upon hearing Yuan Shi's call, the White Crane boy immediately snapped to attention. Yuan Shi took out the primordial heavenly treasure, the Panga banner, and handed it to the White Crane boy. Deliver this banner to Guangchengzi. Understood, master. With that, the White Crane boy took the primordial Panga banner, transformed into a streak of light, and instantly shot out of the Jade Void Palace, heading towards the Zhuelu battlefield. After the White Crane boy departed, Yuan Shi turned his gaze back to the battlefield. The position of the human sovereign's teacher was secured by the Chan sect, and it must remain the Chan sect's. Logically, as a treasure to stabilize fate, the Panga banner should not be used lightly. Yet for the sake of face and for the merits and fate of the human sovereign, Yuan Shi had no choice but to deploy it. Meanwhile, on the Three Immortals Island, Shi Yan watched the Panga banner in the White Crane boy's hand, a trace of mockery flickering in his eyes. Just as expected, seeing Gong Gong act, he ultimately brought out the Panga banner. Then his gaze shifted to the Zhuelu battlefield, looking at the 12 golden immortals who faintly emanated the grudges of humanity. He spoke coldly. I hope your beloved disciples do not use the Panga banner to slaughter mortals. Otherwise, it won't just be the human Dao's calamity. I too will seek justice from your Chan sect. As his last word fell, the space around Shi Yan rippled with waves, and the dense sea of innate spiritual energy within the Three Immortals Island overflowed outwards. Master, should I go and assist Hunyuan now? Beside Shi Yan, a Yinglong clad in a pure white dress spoke in a clear, cold voice. At this moment, bolstered by the rich spiritual energy and abundant resources of the Three Immortals Island, as well as the blessing of the human Dao's fate, her cultivation had reached the perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. With the spiritual treasures bestowed by Shi Yan, her strength rivaled that of a Daluo Golden Immortal. The time is not yet right. This battle is not the final one. You shall take the field in the decisive battle. Hearing his beloved disciple's voice, Shi Yan's tone softened, a stark contrast to his earlier cold demeanor. Why, master? Dealing with just 2 Daluo Golden Immortals without high-grade spiritual treasures is more than enough for me. Yinglong looked at Shi Yan with a puzzled expression. She didn't understand why her master wouldn't let her enter the fray. You are my disciple. Your status does not permit you to participate in the war of the human sovereign. Therefore, you may only join the battle when Xuanyuan's victory is assured. A disciple of the heavenly emperor, whoever she aids, will inevitably gain the full support of all mortals, leaving the opposing side with no chance. If not for the karmic ties of the human Dao, Shi Yan wouldn't have wanted Yinglong to fight at all. All right, they'll go back to cultivation then. When the final battle comes, master, please call me. Understanding the situation from Shi Yan's words, Yinglong could only retreat to seclusion, feeling disappointed. Watching her retreating figure, Shi Yan shook his head with a wry smile. This little girl, who did she learn this from? So fond of fighting. Can't she be more like her master? Isn't it better to be steady, eh? After watching Yinglong enter her cave dwelling, Shi Yan turned his gaze back to the Zhuelu battlefield. The battlefield had now split into 3 distinct areas. In one area, Gong Gong was brutally dominating the 12 golden immortals. In another, Xiong and Xiongming, along with Qi Yu, were ganging up on Hunyuan. Qi Yu, wielding the Tiger Soul Blade, clashed against Xuanyuan's Hunyuan sword. The bear warriors beside and beneath him brandished their beastly claws, leaving a trail of wounds on Xuanyuan's body. Ha ha, Xuanyuan, let's see how you escape this time. Qi Yu's wild laughter echoed across the Zhueli battlefield. Xiong and Xiongming also joined in the relentless taunting. We'll make you taste what it's like to be outnumbered. With the ancestral witch here this time, let's see how you dare to slaughter mortals. Hearing the words of the one man and 2 bears, Xuanyuan, already struggling to hold his ground, felt a deep sense of despair. As a great sage of the human race, he was being labeled by others as someone who casually slaughters mortals, all because of his master and uncle. Hunyuan wanted to resist, to refute, but the facts were as they were. As Guangchengzi's disciple, even if he hadn't done it himself, he was equally guilty. Whenever he tried to argue, his throat felt as if it were filled with lead, his voice hoarse, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. Xiong, would I? Take this. With that, Xiong Daluo Dao fruit emitted a dazzling emerald light, and the laws of Daluo coiled around his bare claws. Then he fiercely swung his paw. A claw light spanning tens of thousands of miles tore viciously towards Hunyuan. Seeing this, Hunyuan hurriedly channeled all his mana into the Hunyuan sword. He too slashed out a primordial yellow sword energy spanning tens of thousands of miles. Boom! The two terrifying Daluo-level attacks collided, the resulting force shattering the surrounding space and disrupting the innate laws. As the smoke cleared, Hunyuan's attack proved stronger. The claw light was annihilated, and though the primordial yellow sword energy had lost much of its power, it still continued its arc towards Shi Yan casually dispelled it with a single strike. The primordial yellow energy scattered across every corner of the battlefield. Hunyuan, taste my blade. After the sword energy dissipated, Shi Yan pressed his advantage. He pushed off the ground with force, his body shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow, crashing towards Hunyuan. The baleful aura around him under such immense speed resembled a crimson dragon. Hunyuan's pupils contracted. The soul-shaking bell atop his head immediately emitted a series of ringing sounds. Clang, clang, clang. The sound, capable of interfering with the primordial spirit, was meant to slow Shi Yan's speed. But upon touching Shi Yan's body, the sound had no effect whatsoever. It didn't propagate further. Instead, it was completely absorbed by his physique. Useless. A mere mid-grade innate spiritual treasure is utterly ineffective against me. As he spoke, his form had already closed to within a few thousand meters of Hunyuan. Finally, he swung his blade fiercely, unleashing a blood-colored blade light spanning hundreds of thousands of meters that struck viciously at Hunyuan's Dao body. Hunyuan hastily blocked with the Hunyuan sword, managing to deflect the entire blade light. Seeing this, a flicker of surprise passed through Shi Yan's eyes. What? A cultivator who has just entered the Daluo Golden Immortal realm can withstand my attack? Could his spiritual treasure be a top-grade innate treasure? Shi Yan understood clearly that Hunyuan should not have been able to block that strike. But the fact was that he did, and his aura remained steady. Shi Yan could only suspect that the sword in his hand was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to withstand his blade. Shi Yan, this sword was reforged by the primordial heavenly venerate from the Slaughter Witch sword and nurtured with the fate of the human race. In this battle, you are destined to lose. The primordial supreme being was reshaped by the Slaughter Witch sword. Listening to Hunyuan's words, Shi Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness and panic. So it's the Slaughter Witch sword. This battle just became quite difficult. Shi Yan used his divine sense to probe the Hunyuan sword in Hunyuan's hand, feeling the terrifying power of slaughter, and a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Don't think that just one Slaughter Witch sword can defeat me. We are 1 against 3. With that, Shi Yan signaled to the bear soldiers behind him. The two beasts instantly understood, flying to Hunyuan's side, forming a triad formation, surrounding and attacking Hunyuan. The battlefield of the 12 Golden Immortals and Gong Gong was much simpler. The 12 Golden Immortals summoned their spiritual treasures, yet still could not break through Gong Gong's defenses. Gong Gong, with a casual strike, treated the 12 Golden Immortals like a ball to kick. The vast and boundless water laws coalesced into a giant palm, casually swatting back the spiritual treasures and divine abilities of the 12 Golden Immortals. After several rounds of combat, the 12 Golden Immortals had already suffered numerous wounds. Sigh, is this what a proud disciple of a saint looks like? You can't even scratch my back properly, Gong Gong said with a disappointed tone, then pointed at the battered Hunyuan, his voice full of mockery. Guangqingzi, look at your disciple. He's also beaten to a pulp. You two really look like a master and disciple, both covered in wounds. Hearing Gong Gong's ridicule, Guangqingzi's face turned crimson, his aura disordered, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. You? Guangqingzi wanted to scold and yell at Gong Gong, but didn't dare to utter a sound. Even if he spoke, Gong Gong wouldn't kill him. Enduring a bit more suffering was still possible. Moreover, if he remained silent, the 12 of them could share the damage. Once he spoke, it would attract Gong Gong's hatred, and the Great Dao fruit could very well shatter. Gong Gong observed Guangqingzi's timidness and cowardice, then laughed heartily, his voice filled with disdain and mockery. What's wrong? Out of words. You were quite vocal when spitting on the bear soldiers. You bully the weak and fear the strong. As he spoke, he stepped forward again, and the vast water laws tightened instantly, an invisible pressure causing the 12 Golden Immortals to groan in unison, their knees slightly bending as they nearly knelt down. With a casual wave, Gong Gong unleashed another giant palm strike, accurately hitting the shoulders of the group, sending all 12 flying into the clouds, tumbling together, adding more wounds to their bodies, each one falling to the ground in a sorry state, unable to get up for a long time. Watch closely as Hunyuan triumphs over Shi Yan and ultimately claims the title of Human Emperor. Gong Gong pointed at Hunyuan, who was being besieged by Shi Yan, the bear soldiers, and Xiong Ming retreating step by step, his face covered in injuries, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Guangqingzi lay on the clouds, blood continuously dripping from the corner of his mouth, looking at his own battered comrades, then at the equally tragic Hunyuan from a distance, his heart filled with humiliation, yet he could only endure, silently, lacking even the courage to raise his head and meet their gaze. Just as Gong Gong prepared to strike again to teach a lesson to this group of Chan teaching disciples, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted in the sky, and overwhelming pressure from the beginning of creation descended instantaneously, suppressing the water evil and the killing intent on the battlefield, as if all of heaven and earth had been frozen, causing ripples in space. A clear crane cry pierced through the clouds as the white crane boy rushed in, holding an ancient flag entwined with chaotic energy. By the decree of Master Primordial Supreme Being, I bring the Panga banner. Brother Guang Qingzi received the banner. Gong Gong's expression changed drastically, the previous mockery and disdain vanishing in an instant, his gaze fixed on the ancient banner, his eyes swirling with apprehension and seriousness. Upon hearing the white crane boy's voice, Guang Qingzi and the others felt as if they had grasped the last straw of hope, their originally dim eyes suddenly shining with brilliance, and a sliver of confidence surged from their previously humiliated hearts. Junior brother. Guang Qingzi hurriedly took the Panga banner. Holding the innate supreme treasure, Guang Qingzi instantly felt bolstered, his tone becoming proud. Gong Gong, upon seeing the Panga banner, is akin to the saint's presence. Surrender now. As his words fell, he suddenly waved the Panga banner. In an instant, a sword energy refined to the utmost burst forth from the banner, causing the space to shatter wherever it passed. Chaos energy spreading, heading straight for Gong Gong. Before the sword energy arrived, its terrifying might already caused the surrounding laws to become chaotic, and Gong Gong's body felt a painful prickling sensation. The power of the saint! Gong Gong exclaimed in surprise, hurriedly activating his blood to resist this terrifying sword energy. Below the saint, all are but ants. The sword energy, bolstered by the power of the saint, instantly carved a deep wound visible to the bone on Gong Gong's formidable ancestor, which body blood gushing forth. Puffed! Gong Gong was injured, letting out a muffled groan, retreating repeatedly, and the expression in his eyes, when he looked at Guang Qingzi, holding the Panga banner, was completely replaced by seriousness. Meanwhile, Qi Yu and the Bear Soldiers' triad formation had already put Shi Yan in a precarious situation. Hunyuan's battle armor was shattered, wounds covered his body, and he was already at the end of his rope. Just a few more strikes would defeat him. But the overwhelming pressure from the Panga banner instantly swept across the battlefield, causing Qi Yu and the two beasts to be pushed back, by this pressure losing the opportunity to confront Shi Yan. Ancestor Witch. An innate supreme treasure. Qi Yu looked towards the source of the pressure, and quickly saw the injured Gong Gong and Guang Qingzi holding the Panga banner, his mood plunging to the depths. This battle, the saint actually granted the Panga banner. Qi Yu trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief and overwhelming resentment. He had nearly defeated Hunyuan, yet unexpectedly at this critical moment the Panga banner appeared. The saint's direct bestowal of the Panga banner was clearly meant to completely sever his path to becoming human emperor. The Bear Soldiers and Xiong Meng stood beside Qi Yu, their hairs standing on end, looking fearfully at the Panga banner. In the moment of their retreat, Shi Yan seized the opportunity to stabilize himself and charged towards the three. In the sky, Gong Gong covered his swiftly healing wounds, knowing in his heart that with the Panga banner's support, he had already lost this battle. He cast a serious glance towards Qi Yu. Qi Yu and Gong Gong's gazes met, instantly understanding each other's meaning. His heart filled with unresolved anger, he let out a reluctant roar towards the sky, the sound wave shattering the surrounding clouds. Yet in the end, he could only face reality. It's unfair, so unfair. Qi Yu shouted vehemently, his voice filled with resentment and sorrow, ultimately having to accept reality. Retreat. As he spoke, the Geely warriors retreated in an orderly fashion. The powerful Gong Gong also erupted with a fierce aura, repelling the 12 golden immortals, summoning endless water currents to block the path of the Bear Soldiers. In the end, Qi Yu took a deep look at Hunyuan, his tone filled with reluctance, but also a hint of envy. You have a deeply rooted master. Hunyuan, hearing Qi Yu's words, agreed, saying, You are stronger than me, but I have better opportunities. Gong Gong looked at the innate treasure Panga banner infused with the power of a sage, with a face full of reluctance and apprehension, while glancing at the proud Guang Qingzi and the other 11 golden immortals. With a cold snort, he tore open a spatial rift with brute force and slipped inside. After a few breaths, Gong Gong returned to the underworld. Upon returning, he headed straight for the nearest Nüwa bridge. Huta sat at the front, arrogantly feeding forgetting worry soup. Little sister. Gong Gong's voice filled with rage echoed out. Hutu was just raising her hand to forcibly pour a bowl of forgetting worry soup into the wandering soul's mouth when she heard this and paused, slowly turning around to look at the surging Gong Gong. With a knowing expression, she said, Elder brother. As the Meng Pa of the underworld, she was the second fastest in acquiring information about the Honghuang, and through conversations with the souls, she understood everything Gong Gong had experienced. Little sister, I am unwilling. Gong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with apprehension and unwillingness. As the Taoist Saint Yuanshi, Tianzuan disregarded his status and bestowed the innate treasure, the Panga banner, allowing that child Guangchengzi to suppress me. The position of the human emperor was already within my grasp. It's all his fault. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, and the water laws around him began to churn, causing the souls on the Nüwa bridge to grow restless. I cannot swallow this humiliation. Little sister, I need you to help me resist that Panga banner and seize the position of human emperor for Chiyu. Hutu watched her elder brother's fury, sighed softly, and walked gently to Gong's side, placing her hand on his shoulder. A warm and heavy earth law surged into his body, calming him down. Elder brother, calm down. The struggle for the human emperor is a matter for the human race. One ancestor witch's involvement is enough. Having more would make Hongjun think our witch clan intends to return to the Hongwang. Hutu's voice remained calm as she explained the pros and cons. Upon hearing this, Gong immediately questioned, then is this matter just to be forgotten? When have I ever been humiliated by a junior like this, eh? Elder brother, just rest well. Your matters can be settled in the future. With that, Hutu sent Gong into his cave abode, instructing him to recuperate and assuring him that she would handle the matter of the Panga banner. Little sister, I promise you I won't participate in the battle, but you must ensure that Yuqing retrieves the Panga banner. Don't worry, Yuanshi will shamelessly release the Panga banner because of your appearance. If you don't participate, it will naturally be retrieved. Even if he doesn't retrieve it, I will ask the reincarnation saint to take it back. After arranging for Gong, Hutu dispatched Fengbo Yushi and Xingtian among other great witches to assist Chiyu. Then she headed to Fengdu City. Fengdu City was filled with a dense atmosphere of yin, and the aura of reincarnation enveloped the surroundings, with the emperor of Fengdu sitting at the center of the grand hall amidst red clouds. Upon seeing Hutu arrive, he immediately stood up to greet her. Dao friend Hutu. Dao friend Hongyun. After a simple exchange of greetings, Hutu spoke directly. Dao friend, I have come to ask you to convey to the reincarnation saint regarding the matter of the Panga banner. Hutu informed Hongyun about the struggle for the human emperor. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Hongyun's eyes, and he gestured for Hutu to take a seat. I am already aware of your matter. I will notify my elder brother to make a trip to Kunlun Mountain. Upon hearing this, Hutu felt a bit more at ease and bowed to Hongyun. This matter concerns the fate of the witch clan, and I appreciate your assistance with the reincarnation saint. There is no need for such formalities, Dao friend. The fact that Yuanshi Tianzuan intervened in the human emperor matter with a treasure can easily lead to great suffering among living beings. Helping the witch clan is also helping the cycle of reincarnation. As soon as he finished speaking, Hongyun raised his hand to draw upon the power of the earth, concentrating a thread of reincarnation aura at his fingertips, which shot straight towards the direction of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Seeing this scene, Hutu's eyes flashed with envy. Dao friend is this. Approaching Hunyuan, sort of half a step into Hunyuan Daluo Jinshin, just a step away from true Hunyuan. After Hongyun's transmission, a moment later the voice of Zenyuanzi echoed within Fengdu City. Hutu's second brother, I am aware of this matter, and I will head to Kunlun Mountain shortly. Upon hearing this, Hutu respectfully bowed. Thank you, reincarnation saint. Zenyuanzi responded with a light sound, and his body shimmered with reincarnation aura, breaking through the void of the underworld, heading directly towards the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. In the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzuan sensed the earth power that contended against the heavenly laws and spoke to the void. Reincarnation saint, what brings you to my Kunlun Mountain? Zenyuanzi slowly appeared, his tone calm, but carrying an undeniable certainty. Dao friend Yuanshi, I have come for the Panga banner and the battle for the human emperor. Yuanshi Tianzuan raised an eyebrow, the aura of the sage surging around him. What? Are you asking me to retrieve the Panga banner? Exactly. Zenyuanzi's body was interwoven with the aura of reincarnation and the heavy earth energy, showing no fear of the sage pressure emanating from Yuanshi Tianzuan, calmly meeting his gaze. The reason Dao friend bestowed the Panga banner was merely because of Gong. Now that Gong has declared his withdrawal from the struggle for the human emperor, it is only natural for you to retrieve the Panga banner. Yuanshi Tianzuan's gaze darkened slightly as he sensed the aura on Zenyuanzi that surpassed his own, deepening his disdain for his method of severing the 3 corpses to attain the Dao. If he had not been restricted by the shackles of severing the 3 corpses, how could he be surpassed by Zenyuanzi? Suppressing the frustration in his heart, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression became indifferent, the sage aura around him gradually retracting as he looked at Zenyuanzi and said, since Gong has promised to withdraw from the battle, I shall retrieve the Panga banner. Zenyuanzi nodded slightly, his tone calm. Dao friend is wise. Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted coldly, his fingertip moved slightly, and the Panga banner in Guangchengzi's hand instantly tore through the void, transforming into a brilliant golden light. that flew back to the Yushu Palace, returning to his grasp. Dao friend, I cannot interfere in your earthly matters, but do not meddle in my teachings in the Hunyuan. The position of the human emperor belongs to my teachings as agreed upon with your third brother. That is only natural. Since my teachings have already claimed the position of the human emperor, we naturally will not interfere. After finishing his words, Xuanyuanzi once again enveloped himself in the reincarnation aura, no longer lingering, breaking through the void of Kunlun Mountain and turning to leave. Yuanshi Tianzuan held the Pango banner, watching the direction in which Xuanyuanzi departed, a complex expression flashing in his eyes, which quickly turned into a coldness as he muttered to himself, severing the three corpses is ultimately a cage. Master, you have misled me. It is time to shift my cultivation towards the Hunyuan method. With that, he closed his eyes to adjust his breath, continuing to comprehend the power of humanity in the world. As a sage of the heavenly path, his efficiency in understanding the power of humanity was reduced countless times, but for the sake of his own path, he had no choice but to do so. Meanwhile, within the Xiong tribe, Guang Chengzi, who had just been flaunting the Pango banner, watched as it left his hand. He hurriedly inquired about it from Yuanshi. In the Xiong tribe, Guang Chengzi's palms suddenly felt empty. The Pango banner which he had been holding vanished into thin air. Initially taken aback, he soon grasped his master's intent, and instead of feeling dejected, his expression became even more proud and self-satisfied. He stood tall, brushing off the dust from his sleeves, and gazed at the other 11 golden immortals surrounding him, his tone brimming with arrogance. The master has summoned back the Pango banner, which means Gongong has retreated, and the Julie no longer has powerful saints. There is no need to trouble the innate treasures anymore. After all, the master cares for me most. I am entrusted with such a treasure for a moment. At this moment, Qi Jingzi was the first to clasp his hands, his face beaming with a smile. Senior brother is the foremost among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect with exceptional talent, and is the most favored disciple of the master. Naturally, the master favors senior brother. Lingdon Great Master quickly chimed in. What Qi Jingzi said is absolutely correct. Just now, senior brother wielded the Pango banner to severely injure Gongong, displaying an imposing presence that intimidated the Julie. We can only watch and envy. When Shu Guangfa, Tianzuan Puxian Jinren, and Cihong Daoren stood at the back of the crowd, their faces carrying faint smiles, but their hearts were already roiling with intense jealousy. Why should Guang Qingzi, as a golden immortal of the Chan sect, be bestowed with the innate treasure by Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and enjoy such glory alone? Their cultivation was not inferior to Guang Qingzi's, yet they had never received such favor. The sense of superiority that came from being disciples of saints turned into unwillingness at this moment. Zhu Lusun looked at Guang Chengzi's self-satisfied demeanor. His fingers slightly clenched, the smile at the corner of his mouth stiff as he uttered flattering words. Senior brother is indeed worthy of being the foremost golden immortal. Listening to the flattery from everyone, Guang Chengzi felt even more pleased and laughed. You brothers need not say more now that Gongong has retreated, and there are no ancestral shamans to aid the Julie. Relying solely on Shi Yu and those two beasts, the Julie is destined to be defeated. As he spoke, Guang Qingzi turned his gaze toward Xuanyuan, saying, Disciple, now that Gongong has retreated, let's order the troops to advance on Julie. Xuanyuan's eyes surged with battle intent. Upon hearing this, holding the Xianyuan sword, he responded loudly, I shall comply with the master's decree. With that, the 12 golden immortals moved in unison, swiftly heading towards the Julie stronghold. Within the Julie camp, Qi Yu was reorganizing the troops when he suddenly sensed 12 familiar streams of Yuqing divine power, his expression changing drastically. The golden immortals of the Chan sect are indeed too overbearing. The Xiong soldiers and Xiong Ming immediately stood up, their black and white fur bristling, soaring into the sky alongside Qi Yu. Guang Qingzi stood in midair, looking down from a height. Even without the Pango banner, his tone remained arrogant. Qi Yu, the ancestral shaman, has departed. Let's see how you withstand the might of our 13 great Luo golden immortals. Upon hearing this, Qi Yu felt a weight in his heart. Without the ancestral shaman, he had no strength to withstand the might of the innate treasures. However, his worry did not last long as he noticed that Guang Qingzi was wielding the superior innate spiritual treasure, the Yin-Yang sword, instead of the Pango banner. He then threw his head back and laughed wildly, a dark aura swirling around him, like ink, pointing his tiger blade at Guang Qingzi. Guang Qingzi, even without the Gongong ancestral shaman, and without innate treasures, you still think you can contend with me? Guang Chengzi's expression darkened instantly as Qi Yu's provocation struck a nerve, and the Yuqing celestial energy surged around him, arrogant. Even without the Pango banner, cutting you down is as easy as turning my hand. Brothers, let's practice by slaying the shamans. As soon as he finished speaking, Guang Chengzi activated his power, first drawing the Yin-Yang sword, and 2 streams of sword energy shot forth. The other 11 Golden Immortals followed closely behind, unleashing 12 terrifying divine abilities directly toward Shi Yu. Come at me. Seeing this scene, Shi Yu laughed maniacally and swung the tiger blade upwards. Roar! The Xiong soldiers and Xiong Ming roared in unison, wanting to rush to assist Shi Yu. Just as the two iron-eating beasts were about to charge towards Lingbao, Great Master Hunyuan, wielding the Hunyuan sword, arrived with the Xiong army. The two bears could only turn to entangle Hunyuan. However, under the fierce offensive power of the Hunyuan sword, the two bears could not hold out for long. In just a few dozen exchanges, the Hunyuan sword broke through the attacks of the two bears, sending a massive stream of sword energy straight towards their Dao fruit. Hunyuan intended to disable the two bears first before encircling and defeating Shi Yu. At this critical moment, a surge of even more violent and overwhelming shamanic aura like thunder tore through the clouds, enveloping the entire hunting ground. Brother Chi Yu, we are here to help you.